White Ox Information Network Services. Altoona, Pennsylvania. SN District, Blank Street, number 107. December 23rd, 2021, 7:50 a.m. A blond man walked down a deserted corridor. He handed a Starbucks cup to a red-haired young man and asked, "How's it looking?" The youth replied, "Everything's normal." He looked up at the man, his voice laced with boredom. "Hey, how much longer do we have to do this? I've been here for 3 years straight." The man gave a dry laugh. "Huh, 3 years, and you're already losing it? I've been here since the company was founded 8 years ago." Then, his eyes grew dark, and his expression soured. "Our job has only ever had one goal. 8 years ago, when he was still just a young man, his team had been summoned by their superiors." The commander's words still echoed in his mind. "Keep that guy on the train under tight surveillance. This isn't my request. It's an order from CIA headquarters, from the White House itself." The man glanced at his watch, lost in thought. 8:01 a.m. Since I started at this company, 69,400 hours and 7 minutes have passed. Less than 10 minutes left. Suddenly, the young man operating the monitors frowned. "Captain, something's wrong. The train, it's picking up speed." His panic cry startled the captain. On the screen in front of them, a red alert suddenly began to flash. The captain stood frozen as the Starbucks cup slipped from his hand, crashing onto the floor. The coffee splattered everywhere, staining the polished deck. After a few seconds of shock, the captain whipped out his phone and barked into it. "Boss, we have a problem." A voice on the other end sounded just as panicked. "What?" "A red alert." His face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. At CIA headquarters in Langley in the White House, the president and a room full of high-ranking officials were struck with absolute terror. The commander-in-chief couldn't help but swear. "What the fuck?" 11:30 a.m. South Pacific, Lord Howe Island, Australia. Waves crashed against the reef, and ships were neatly docked along the shore. The captain and his fully equipped Marines cautiously surrounded a man who looked completely ordinary. The captain ordered in a low voice, "You shouldn't have broken the agreement. You stepped out of the safe zone we established." Langley and the White House are very displeased with this, the captain added, emphasizing every word. The man with red hair and silver highlights showed no fear. He pulled out a cigarette, took his time lighting it, and took a long drag. "Let those displeased fools go meet God. Now, let me speak to the person who actually calls the shots." "That's an order." The man smiled at the captain. The captain shouted, "You," but he bit his lip, holding back whatever he was going to say. He carefully handed his radio to the man. The moment he took the radio, the man let out an excited laugh. "Hello, Mr. President." "Uh-huh, 1-2. Stop cursing, or I'll change my mind. My ears are sensitive." Seeing that the president wasn't happy, his voice dropped an octave. "You know, every pawn has an expiration date. For the past 8 years, I've given the U.S. plenty of face. Now I just want to set foot on land and have a smoke." His eyes were sharp as knives. "Let's stop beating around the bush. You know my medical condition better than anyone. Every time my ship restocked, you probably inspected every single potato, let alone my regular medication. Your medical experts must have reported my health and the progress of my illness long ago, right?" The man then laid out his terms directly to the president. "Let's make one final deal. The detonation codes for those 16 warheads I stole from you will automatically expire in 3 months. My request is simple. For the next 3 months, you are not allowed to hunt down any of my subordinates. They will go dark and vanish from this world completely." Boom. The man held up his cigarette, his voice slow but heavy with threat. "This is my final condition. If you agree, we'll pop a bottle of champagne from afar to celebrate. If you don't, boom." He flicked the cigarette, but onto the ground, the smoke rising like a miniature explosion. The man smirked again. "The sound of a bomb going off must be quite a thrill, don't you think? Now I'll ask you one question, Mr. President. Do we have a deal?" Whatever the president said, it was followed by a sharp click as the line went dead. The man handed the radio back to the captain and smiled. "See? Even the president agrees. Come on, let's open that champagne." The captain didn't look happy at all. "You're going straight to hell." The man's expression darkened. "You seem to really hate me." The captain glared at him, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. "My team in 3 departments at Langley have taken down countless heavy hitters, yet for 8 years, we've existed only to serve you. You, Lucifer." The man scoffed in disgust. "Damn it, Lucifer? What a load of crap. That nickname is so cringe and childish. Back home, I prefer to be called Yenluo." A flame seemed to flicker in his eyes. The captain muttered, "Yinluo." "All right." The Marines quickly closed in, surrounding Yinluo. The captain said coldly, "Yinluo, even if you grew wings, you couldn't escape now." Yinluo slumped down onto a rock, casually waving them off. "How could someone like me let himself be caught by the likes of you? Even the big shots of the White House understand, so why don't you? The cancer has already spread to my brain, pressing on my right nerves. Besides, I took some medicine that lets me predict the exact moment of my death." He lit another cigarette and began to count down slowly. "Now, I've only got 5 for—" Hearing this, the captain immediately screamed, "Scatter! Watch out for a desperate counterattack. This guy's a freaking controller." The moment the flame hit the tip of the cigarette, Yinluo reached 0. He whispered, "Hell, here I come." Somewhere in London, a man in a suit, guarded by 4 bodyguards, was screaming into his phone. He cursed with a scowl. "Tell those blood-sucking bastards I don't give a damn about the risks. 100 billion in projected profit is worth going to hell for." But before he could finish, a bullet tore through his skull. The man's eyes widened in shock as he died. The chaotic scene was crystal clear through the scope of a Barrett M82. The sniper was a woman with a stunning figure. Target eliminated. Firefly reporting mission complete, the sniper said calmly. A minute later, Firefly had vanished a rifle and stepped gracefully out of a small alleyway. "Fox, that new toy you made is decent, but the wind speed calculation was a bit off. Fix it for next time." Firefly pulled open a car door. She sat in the driver's seat, her voice dripping with impatience. "But seriously, if it's another mission like this, don't call me. Having to work overtime during my vacation for some bald financial vulture? It's boring as hell." Fox's voice came through the other end. "The mission is over. New orders. All units are to go dark." Firefly asked for how long. The reply came through the static. "Forever." Firefly yelled in protest. "Who gave that order? Damn it, I want to talk to the boss." Fox corrected her immediately. It was the boss's instruction. He sent a recording an hour ago. Firefly refused to believe it, screaming into the phone, "You're lying. You damn Fox, you're definitely lying. If you keep talking this bullshit, I'll kill you myself." But the voice that responded was chillingly cold. "We've followed him for years. You know him. But I know him even better." Firefly couldn't accept the truth. She bowed her head, her body trembling uncontrollably. "He's really gone." His last words were that he hoped we'd all make it to heaven. As for hell, he'd go there alone. "Carry out the order, Firefly. This is our last call. So, see you in the next life." Firefly's tears began to fall. She realized she was listening to Fox's final words before he took his own life. Firefly's eyes went wide with disbelief. She sat frozen in the car for a long time, before opening the door and stepping back out. Carrying her sniper rifle, Firefly walked into the middle of the street. London's sky was unusually gloomy today. She raised her gun and began firing wildly into the crowd. In an instant, she had turned the area into a scene of absolute carnage. People scrambled in all directions, their terrified screams echoing through the air. Firefly lowered her head, a single tear rolling down her cheek before hitting the pavement. She stood there in silence for a long time, before a mad grin suddenly spread across her face. "Hell, I actually really want to see what it's like." Before the police could arrive to arrest her, Firefly pulled out a dagger and plunged the sharp blade straight into her own chest. Her body swayed before she collapsed onto the road. Inside her car, her lone phone remained, displaying a message she had sent just minutes before. South America. A plane, like a giant iron bird, glided over the mountain peaks. A seductive blonde woman with blue eyes rested her fair legs on the head of a middle-aged man. She listened to the phone, her face etched with profound sadness. "I understand." Everyone called her Warbler. The man with duct tape over his mouth let out a muffled, uncomfortable groan. Warbler's expression turned dark as she whispered, "Hell, huh? I've always wanted to check it out." Then, the giant iron bird exploded in the vast sky. On a screen, notifications popped up one by one. Warbler, offline. Blueberry, offline. Iris, offline. Fox, offline. The woman sitting in front of the screen clenched her fists so hard they bled. She reached into a drawer and pulled out a loaded gun. Painful tears streamed down her face as she pressed the barrel against her head. Fox, offline. Fox closed her eyes, trying to stop the tears from falling, and then she never opened them again. Who knows how much time passed before a student sitting in the back row slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself in a classroom. A white-haired teacher called out, "Chinua, come up and solve this problem." The student let out a confused, "Huh?" Class 12A6, 1:45 p.m., December 23rd, 2000. He was young again, wearing a high school uniform, staring wide-eyed at the blackboard. Every student in the class turned to look at him at once. On the board was a math formula he hadn't seen in ages. Chinua smiled and thought to himself, "All right, I have absolutely no idea what I'm looking at." He covered half his face with his hand, frowning slightly. This really is hell. A charming smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. A thought crossed his mind. What is this plot? Half a lifetime gone, yet still a youth. The scene before him was that of a perfectly ordinary high school. Out on the court, boys were playing basketball with everything they had. An orange ball sailed through the hoop with a satisfying thwack. The girls stood on the sidelines, their innocent eyes glued to the game, some cheering enthusiastically. "Go for it." Yinluo, now, Chinua let out a sigh. Life is so ridiculous. The teacher had just finished scolding him, pointing toward the door. "Go stand in the hallway." Chinua's gaze swept over the students, lingering on the pink pencil cases. He whispered, "I've actually traveled back. Strange people, strange sights. So, dear God, is this a punishment or a reward?" Chinua looked up, shielding his eyes from the blinding sun. Just then, a piercing scream caught his attention. "Is anyone there? The school beauty is jumping." He looked up, just in time to see a girl falling straight toward the ground. Chinua moved instantly. He lunged forward, reaching out for her. He was so fast that before she could hit the ground, he managed to grab the hem of her skirt. Then, with a dull thud, Sun Kiki and Chinua crashed to the ground together. She was pinned completely on top of him. Only then did the others start to gather around. The discipline office. Chinua and Sun Kiki walked in. Chinua casually sized her up from head to toe. Sun Kiki also had her eyes wide, stealing glances at him. Chinua's expression soured as he thought. Good thing she fell from the second floor. Any higher, and not even a god could have saved her, let alone me. Ahem! A sudden throat-clearing noise startled them both. The man who walked in was the discipline teacher, Sun Xingli. He frowned and asked, "Did the infirmary check you out? Any injuries?" Chinua replied with a smile, "I'm checked out, sir. I'm fine. I just happened to be standing there when she fell and landed on me. So, you could say I saved her, right?" Sun Xingli turned to Sun Kiki. "You jumped? Why would you jump?" Sun Kiki stammered. I was on the second floor, leaning against the railing to look at the view, and then, Dad, I accidentally fell." Then, as if fearing he wouldn't believe her, she added, "Dad, I didn't jump." Chinua's jaw dropped. She's his daughter? Good Lord, they look nothing alike. Sun Xingli turned back to Chinua. "Chinua, regardless, thank you. I've already cleared it with your homeroom teacher. Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? Should I contact your parents?" Chinua smiled and waved it off. "Sir, I'm really fine. It was just a fall, nothing serious. I'll just go home and rest." Sun Xingli finally looked relieved. "All right, if you feel unwell, let me know immediately." Chinua reached out to open the door, but just as his hand touched the knob, he stopped. He turned back and asked, "Oh, Mr. Sun, there is one thing, if it's not too much trouble." Sun Xingli stepped closer. "Go ahead." Chinua held out his hand and gave a sheepish laugh. "Could you lend me $50? I'm a bit dizzy, so I can't ride my bike home." Later, Chinua arrived home. He had found his address on an old resume and navigated his way to a dilapidated apartment complex. Chinua stepped inside. The hallway was decaying, the ceiling covered in water stains, and the walls plastered with advertisements. Chinua looked around, muttering, "This place really reeks of the old days." He unlocked his apartment and walked in. There was nothing special about the place, except for a photo on the cabinet of a young Chinua with a woman who looked like his grandmother. As soon as he entered, he began searching the place, eventually pulling out 3 notebooks and a few photos. He began digging through the life of this body's previous owner. Name, Chinua. Age, 18. An utterly ordinary student. His mother left when he was little, and his father went abroad and vanished without a trace. 6 years ago, his mother remarried, left behind a few tens of thousands of yuan, and dumped Chinua on his grandmother. 3 years ago, his grandmother embezzled a large amount of public funds to pay off her current husband's debts. Both are still in prison. Even at school, he was a quiet loner with no friends. After reading all the information, a sly grin spread across Chun Nua's face. He rubbed his chin, satisfied. This works. A simple social circle. This identity is going to save me a lot of trouble. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on the wall calendar. He narrowed his eyes and said, "It's the 25th. By now." It was dark. Chun Nua sat in an internet cafe, tapping away at a desktop keyboard, sounding annoyed. This is getting complicated. With a cigarette in his mouth, a flash of worry crossed his face. Only 15 days left. In about 15 days, at midnight, that girl will face the most tragic event of her life. Chun Nua recalled the image of the gag girl, thinking, I have to save her. However, he had no money for a plane ticket, no passport to go abroad, and no visa for Korea. Doing things the normal way definitely wouldn't work. Chun Nua sank into thought. As the moon rose, every window in the apartment complex lit up with a warm yellow glow. Chun Nua sat on the sofa, closing his eyes to clear his mind. Then he snapped them open, his eyes flashing with a burning light. The glass of water, sitting quietly on the table, suddenly began to ripple. Then, the dark room fell back into silence. But elsewhere, Sun Kiki was sitting by her window, listening to music. A sweet song was playing in her headphones. Love really takes courage to face all the rumors and gossip. Sun Kiki thought back to that morning when she was walking down the hallway and was suddenly captivated by the scene below. There he was, Chun Nua, standing all by himself in the distance. Sun Kiki's cheeks flushed a soft pink. It's him. Seeing Chun Nua looking so solitary and aloof made her heart skip a beat. She couldn't tear her eyes away, staring at him as if she were in a trance. She stepped closer, leaning over the balcony railing to get a better look. Suddenly, her hand slipped. She lost her balance, and someone shrieked, "Look, the school bell is jumping off the building." And then, Sun Kiki hid her burning face in her hands, dying of embarrassment. Why did it have to be him? This is so humiliating. Then, her eyes widened as a thought suddenly occurred to her. Sun Kiki grabbed a pen and scribbled a few lines on a piece of paper, finishing it off with a giant heart. The next day, a rumor spread through the school like wildfire. Did you hear? Chun Nua from class 12A6 wrote a love letter to the school bell. As Sun Kiki walked down the hallway, a group of boys immediately started whispering. That's her. Chun Nua really doesn't know his place, does he? Isn't he afraid the dean will break his legs? Overhearing this, Sun Kiki's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. A moment later, she stopped in front of Chun Nua's classroom. He was sitting quietly at his desk, chin resting on his hand, focused on writing something. Sun Kiki stepped inside and walked right up to his desk. Hey, Chun Nua looked up at her. Sun Kiki asked, do you have a minute? What is it? Chun Nua asked back, his voice cold. Her cheeks turned pink as she said timidly, that love letter you wrote me the other day. I read it. Look, I'm really sorry, but I can't accept your feelings. Chun Nua didn't even realize this was some mess left behind by the body's previous owner. He looked away with a faint smirk, thinking to himself, wow, the guy who lived here before really had guts. Chasing the dean's daughter? Talk about living on the edge. Seeing him so indifferent, Sun Kiki pressed on. I'm talking to you. I said, I can't go out with you. Chun Nua simply replied, oh, got it. Sun Kiki added, I hope you won't do things like that anymore. Chun Nua gave another casual response. Sure. Sun Kiki still didn't realize how off the vibe was, so she kept lecturing him. We're still students, and a student's main priority should be studying. Chun Nua kept nodding. You're absolutely right. Then, he tilted his head and asked a question of his own. What was your rank in the midterms? Sun Kiki was stunned by his dismissive attitude and stammered out. 196 teach. He stood up and smiled. Then you really should focus on your studies. If you remember correctly, there weren't even 300 students in their grade. Chun Nua then walked past her without a second thought, leaving her standing there with her eyes wide in shock. He patted her on the shoulder and said, good luck with your grades. Keep aiming higher. Sun Kiki felt like crying. What on earth just happened? Why does it feel like I'm the one who got rejected? During class, the teacher made an announcement. Listen up, class. On the 10th of next month, our school will be holding a joint competition with Yutsai High School in Yanbian. Registration is open now. Check the bulletin board for details. Those selected will need a parent's signature and a 150 yuan fee. Chun Nua perked up instantly. Yanbian, the border. Korea. Seoul. This could be my way out. He immediately raised his hand. Sir, is registration open to everyone? Chen Nuo stood up to ask. The teacher looked surprised. You want to sign up? For the math competition? Is there anything else? Chen Nuo asked, sounding disappointed. The other students covered their mouths, stifling their laughter. The teacher snapped impatiently. Go read the bulletin board yourself. And with that, the teacher moved on to the lesson. All right, let's get started. Open your books to page 46. A while later, while Chen Nuo was catching up on sleep, a few boys behind him were nudging each other. Come on, let's go, or we're going to get an earful. Chen Nuo finally finished his nap and woke up. He let out a long, groggy yawn. He rubbed his neck and groaned lazily, man. This is so boring. Suddenly, a boy with a bowl cut walked over and invited him. Chen Nuo, want to hit the arcade? Chen Nuo shrugged and replied, Sure, why not? I'm tired of sleeping all morning anyway. A little movement would be good. And so, the group headed out to the net cafe to play some games. Only a few minutes into the match, a bright red KO flashed across his screen. The veins on Chen Nuo's forehead bulged with frustration. Lost again. He sighed irritably. This sucks. I'm done playing. Just then, a hand suddenly dropped onto Chen Nuo's shoulder. The guy who approached looked like a total thug, with a scar across his nose and a cigarette tucked behind his ear. He jerked his chin up and asked, You Chen Nuo? Step outside. We need to have a talk. He barked the order. Fine. Chen Nuo followed them into a narrow alleyway. The leader turned to the two boys who had invited Chen Nuo out. You two did good. Now beat it. Yes, sir. The bowl-cut kid bowed and scurried away. Chen Nuo stood there, facing down 5 thugs. He smirked and asked, So what do you want? A blond guy casually lit a cigarette and introduced himself. The name Xiao Dao. You can call me Brother Dao. He took a long drag and started his interrogation. I heard you wrote a love letter to Sun Kiki the other day. Listen, kid, did you ask for my permission before hitting on my woman? Xiao Dao glared at him with a menacing grin. Chen Nuo pictured Sun Kiki in this guy's arms and couldn't help but sigh. A gangster and a school belle. What a cliché, trashy plot. He let out a faint smile. She's your woman? Xiao Dao pulled a dagger from his jacket. He replied, Not yet, but she will be soon. He brandished the knife in front of Chen Nuo's face. Now, you know what you have to do, right? When Chen Nuo didn't respond, a chubby lackey standing behind them barked. Hey kid, he's talking to you. Answer him. I know. Chen Nuo replied with a smile. He glanced around the empty space and said, Well, there's no one else around. So this is a perfect spot. Chen Nuo cracked his knuckles, a flash of killing intent flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Sun Kiki was walking down the street carrying a lunchbox. She remembered her mother's instructions. It's already past 8. Your father is working late again. Kiki, go take this dinner to him. To get to the school. Sun Kiki naturally had to pass through the student bike lot. Her eyes landed on Chen Nuo, a short distance away. He was crouching down, inspecting a bicycle. Sun Kiki was surprised to see how incredibly serious he looked. What is he doing? She wondered curiously. Chen Nuo gripped a wheel lock and muttered to himself. Not this one either. Sun Kiki walked over and asked, Why are you trying to pick someone else's lock? Chen Nuo looked up, his eyes landing on Sun Kiki. His face was pale and drenched in sweat as he said, If I told you I forgot which bike was mine, would you believe me? Sun Kiki obviously didn't buy it. That's a lie. Seeing her turn to leave, Chen Nuo called out to her wait. He smiled and asked, Can I ask you something? Like what? Sun Kiki asked, her cheeks flushing as she stammered. Chen Nuo leaned in close to her face, humming thoughtfully. Her mind was a complete mess. She told herself that no matter what he said, she had to stay, well, cold. Keep the conversation short. But Chen Nuo spoke softly. You could try being a little nicer to me. Sun Kiki froze, caught off guard. Chen Nuo continued. I get it. You're the dean's daughter. You have to maintain your good student image, follow the rules, and avoid any scandalous rumors with boys. But there's no need to go out of your way to be this cold to me, is there? Don't tell me what to do. Sun Kiki tried her best to play the part, but her face was already bright red. Chen Nuo just smiled, his voice filled with a deep sense of understanding. You don't actually mean any harm. You're just young and inexperienced, so your instinct is to put up a cold front to keep me at a distance. That's just how kids are. Once you grow up a bit and develop some social skills, you'll learn how to handle things more gracefully. Seeing her silence, Chen Nuo added, Think about it. I did save your life yesterday. Sun Kiki weakly protested. Falling from the second floor wouldn't have killed me. Chen Nuo rubbed his chin. Maybe not, but it would have hurt. Fine, let's not call it a life-saving debt. But it was still a favor, wasn't it? Xiong. Sun Kiki looked up confused, seeing that he finally had her attention. Chen Nuo asked, "Do you know someone named Zhang Xiong?" "Apparently, he goes by Brother Dao, or something." Sun Kiki frowned in disgust. "I know him. He's cornered me at the school gate twice. My dad gave him a real earful the first time, but he's been showing up again lately. Well, you won't be seeing him for a long time," Chen Nuo stated confidently. "What?" Sun Kiki gasped in surprise. Chen Nuo repeated himself, but his expression had grown much darker. "I said, he won't be bothering you again for a long time. After all, it takes a good 100 days for broken bones to heal." At that very moment, at the hospital, Xiao Dao was lying in bed with a broken arm and leg, his head wrapped in thick bandages. He was crying his eyes out. "How did I catch a cold the second I got admitted?" After dropping the news, Chen Nuo cut straight to the point. "It's nothing. You don't need to know the details. I took care of that little problem for you. But I do have a favor to ask in return. You know about that school trip to Yinbian?" Sun Kiki stared at him. "Why are you asking about that?" Before she could finish, Chen Nuo crouched back down and went back to fiddling with the bike locks. Sun Kiki shouted, "Stop picking other people's locks." She pointed off to the right. "Your bike is over there. The black one, the one that looks like it got struck by lightning." She described it with embarrassing detail. Chen Nuo gave a mischievous grin. "How do you know that? We aren't even in the same class." Sun Kiki turned red and stammered. "I just know, okay? You just know, huh?" Chen Nuo teased with a wicked smirk, feeling backed into a corner. Sun Kiki had no choice but to change the subject. "Why are you asking about the trip anyway?" Chen Nuo went silent for a moment before answering. "I want to sign up, but I checked the notice and I don't qualify." Sun Kiki asked, surprised, "You want to go to Yinbian with the group?" Chen Nuo smirked. "Yeah, to see the snow. Your dad is the dean, so I'm sure you know if there's any other way to get in." Sun Kiki sighed to herself. To see the snow? One second he sounds so sincere, and the next he's back to being a total flake. Then, she pouted her pink lips in frustration. Chen Nuo noticed the gesture and felt a slight flush in his own cheeks, thinking, "This girl, does she have any idea how much damage a face like that can do? You can't just go around making illegal moves like that." Right then, Chen Nuo's stomach let out a very loud growl. Sun Kiki stepped closer and asked, "Haven't you dinner yet?" Chen Nuo put on a pitiful face. "No? Perks of being poor, I guess." "You have such a weird way of talking," Sun Kiki muttered. She looked down and said softly, "I know about your family situation. Even if things are hard, surely you have enough for a meal? If you're really struggling, I can talk to my dad and help you apply for a low-income student subsidy." Sun Kiki looked at Chen Nuo, her voice full of genuine concern. Chen Nuo smiled and asked, "You seem to know a lot about me. Have you been checking up on me?" Sun Kiki immediately bristled. "Shut up. I just heard people talking." Suddenly, Chen Nuo's eyes locked onto something. He pointed at the lunchbox in her hands. "Oh, is there food in there?" Sun Kiki quickly clutched it tight. "This is my dad's dinner." Chen Nuo didn't say a word. He just gave her a brilliant, dazzling smile. A little while later, Chen Nuo was riding his bike with one hand, while the other held a chicken drumstick. He happily munched away, crunch, crunch. "Man, this is good." Meanwhile, Sun Xingli looked at his lunchbox and asked Kiki, puzzled, "Why is there a drumstick missing today? One isn't enough to fill me up." Sun Kiki had absolutely no idea how to explain it. Chen Nuo pedaled home and immediately started doing push-ups. Sweat poured off his forehead as he thought, "This is the best way to train for now. I need to get my strength back as fast as possible." While he trained, the water in the glass on his desk began to ripple. The next day, Chen Nuo was back in his school uniform, standing outside the dean's office. He thought to himself, Mr. Liu isn't actually a regular teacher. He's a staff member sent by the educational company to manage administrative affairs. Chen Nuo stepped inside, his thoughts continuing. This school has the lowest college acceptance rate in the district. It's about to be privatized and bought out by the company. Technically, Mr. Liu is just a corporate employee. Dealing with an employee is easy enough. As he walked in, he saw Mr. Liu with his back turned, staring out the window. Mr. Liu turned around and asked sternly, "You there, student? Is there something you need?" Chen Nuo smiled and got straight to the point. "Mr. Liu, I didn't sign up for the Yinbian trip, but I heard there's a spot for an exchange observer." Mr. Liu immediately dismissed him. "That requires a departmental recommendation, plus signatures from your homeroom teacher and the head of the grade." Hearing this, Chen Nuo quietly slid a piece of paper onto the desk. Mr. Liu asked, surprised, "What's this?" "Don't." Mr. Liu looked at what was inside the envelope, and his eyes froze. It was a gold card. Mr. Liu quickly tucked the envelope away and laughed. My brain must be slipping. I almost forgot. We still have 3 spots left for student volunteers. Volunteers, you understand? The school covers your room and board, but you'll have to help with the logistics. Shinnuo replied immediately. Not a problem. As long as I get to go. Go prepare your personal info, a copy of your student ID, and your national ID. Before Mr. Liu could finish the list, Shinnuo handed them all over. Here you go, sir. Everything is right here. Seeing this, Mr. Liu smiled and nodded. All right, then you're dismissed. The final list for the exchange group will be posted on the bulletin board this afternoon. As he watched Shinnuo walk away, Mr. Liu narrowed his eyes. He stared at Shinnuo's departing figure and thought, this kid is definitely not ordinary. Elsewhere on campus, Sun Kiki walked along with her backpack, letting out a dejected sigh. She thought back to her test paper, covered in red marks, and looked up at the sky, muttering to herself, Sun Kiki, you can't fail again next time. No matter what, you have to at least hit 60 to pass. Her voice was full of misery. Just then, a group of girls gathered by the bulletin board started cheering. The list for the exchange trip is out. Yeah, my name's on it. Mine too. We're going to Yinbian. She remembered Chen Nua's comment about seeing the snow, and her cheeks flushed again. Curious, Sun Kiki walked over to take a look. Sure enough, the name Chen Nua was right there on the board. Sun Kiki gasped. He's really going to see the snow? She turned and sprinted toward the principal's office, shouting, Dad, I want to join the trip to Yinbian. She said it with total determination. Sun Shengli looked confused. Didn't you say before that it sounded boring? Why the sudden change of heart? Sun Kiki scrambled for an excuse. Well, I just thought it would be nice to see the snow. All the spots are filled, Sun Shengli said. Sun Kiki grabbed his arm and started acting spoiled. I don't care. I can go with the school choir. Sun Shengli was even more baffled. Didn't you quit the choir because you hated singing? Now you like it? Sun Kiki puffed out her cheeks and turned away. Sun Shengli was stunned. What do you mean? January 3rd, Jinling train station. Sun Kiki stood in the station wearing a sweater and a scarf. She kept glancing around, searching for Chen Nua. Finally, a teacher called out, Volunteers, come over here and help load the luggage. And there he was, Chen Nua appearing right across from her. Sun Kiki immediately waved at him. Chen Nua walked over and reached out to help with her suitcase. Suddenly, Sun Shengli appeared out of nowhere and blocked him. I've got it. Chen Nua ignored Sun Shengli's suspicious glare and asked with a smile, Mr. Sun, are you here to see us off? Then he turned back to Sun Kiki. Why are you here? I didn't see your name on the list. Sun Kiki frowned. I'm here because I wanted to come. What's it to you? What are you doing here anyway? Chen Nua asked again. Sun Kiki puffed her cheeks out. Seeing the snow? Sun Shengli watched the two of them standing together on the train. So frustrated he literally bit his handkerchief. Why is that brat always around my daughter? How did I miss the chance to lead this trip? Just then, the train began to slowly pull out of the station. Chen Nua stayed quiet, lying on his bunk and flipping through a book. Suddenly, Mr. Liu's voice barked from nearby. Chen, go fetch some water, then clear the luggage out of the hallway. I've got a camera in my bag, so be careful when you move it. Don't break anything. Seeing that Chen Nua wasn't responding, Mr. Liu leaned over and snapped. Hey, I'm talking to you. Chen Nua simply turned another page and asked calmly, I'm here as a tourist, not your mule. Why should I? Teacher, are you sure there hasn't been some kind of misunderstanding? Mr. Liu immediately exploded in a fit of rage. You're just a volunteer. The whole point of being a volunteer is... Chen Nua cut him off mid-sentence. Teacher, I've already paid you for my travel expenses. If you're still unhappy, feel free to write me a receipt. Or better yet, tell the faculty lead to kick me out at the next stop, and I'll just head back to school on my own. He glared at Mr. Liu, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Mr. Liu obviously couldn't go through with that. He spat out through gritted teeth. You've got some nerve, kid. Now, Mr. Liu, don't be like that. We're all out here together. Peace and harmony is the way to go. Chen Nua smirked and offered him a cigarette. Mr. Liu took it, frowning with a huff, and popped it into his mouth. Just then, a sharp click rang out, making Mr. Liu turn pale with fright. He stared at Chen Nua, who was already engrossed in his book, and fumed inwardly. Asterisk, damn it, he turns on me in a heartbeat. And now even the cigarettes are fake. Is this kid even human? Asterisk as the sun began to set. The train finally pulled into Yanbian Station. Son Kiki stepped off the train, fuming. Asterisk, am I out of my mind? Why did I join this trip just because of him? Asterisk right then. A hand reached out and took her suitcase. Chinua tossed a can of Coke to Son Kiki. Here, drink up. Holding the cold can, all of Son Kiki's irritation instantly melted away. Chinua didn't say another word. He just quietly led the way, pulling her suitcase behind him. A smile tugged at the corners of Son Kiki's mouth. She picked up her pace to catch up with him. That evening, Mr. Liu's voice was shrill enough to burst eardrums. What? You want to leave the group for 4 whole days? He was dead set against it. No way. Don't even dream about it. If something happens, I can't take responsibility for that. Chinua silently pulled out his phone and pressed a button. Immediately, his own voice played back from the phone. Teacher, I've already paid you for my travel expenses. If you're still unhappy, feel free to write me a receipt. Or, better yet, tell the faculty lead to kick me out at the next stop, and I'll just head back to school on my own. Then came Mr. Liu's furious response. You've got some nerve, kid. Mr. Liu's face turned ashen. He hissed through his teeth. Are you playing me? You better not push me. You think some recording scares me? I'll report you and have you kicked out right now. He lunged forward and grabbed Chinua by the collar. Seeing that Chinua was still smiling, Mr. Liu's voice grew even louder, laced with a hint of panic. Don't be insane. If this gets out, we're both finished, not just me. Seeing Chinua reach for the recording again, Mr. Liu broke down and dropped to his knees, kowtowing in desperation. Mr. Chun, please. It wasn't easy finding this job. Don't ruin me, okay? Look, I'll give you 200 yuan. Go wherever you want, eat whatever you like. It's on me. Seeing Chinua remain silent, Mr. Liu felt backed into a corner. What? Still not enough? Are you really going to force my hand? Chinua tilted his head and let out a soft puff of air before delivering a swift kick that sent Mr. Liu crashing to the floor. He pinned the man down with his boot, applying so much pressure that Mr. Liu couldn't even budge. He could only tremble and beg. I was wrong, Mr. Chun. Please, just let me go. I'm begging you. At that, Chinua crouched down, lifted Mr. Liu's chin, and smiled. Old Liu, was all this really necessary? I wasn't asking for your permission. I was giving you a courtesy notice. I'm leaving the group. As for the cover-up, I'm sure you'll figure it out. Where there's a will, there's a way. Chinua helped him up. All right then, I'm off. I'm counting on you. With that, Chinua turned and walked out of the room. He popped a cigarette into his mouth and gave a small, encouraging smirk. Hang in there, wage slave. 36 hours later, at the border of Country B and Country N. The air here was far colder than in Yanbian. The trees were stripped bare, and everything was buried under a thick layer of ice and snow. A barbed wire fence stretched out, marking the divide between the two nations. Beads of sweat rolled down Chinua's forehead as he ducked behind a pile of rocks. Cross this, and I'm in Country Inn. It was the dead of night, 13 degrees below zero. By now, a heavy snowfall had blanketed the landscape. Chinua lay prone behind a boulder, not making a sound. His eyes darted to the right side. The searchlight from a nearby guard post swept over his hiding spot. As soon as the beam passed, Chinua moved swiftly to the left. The lights continued their rhythmic sweep back and forth. Snow began to pile up on Chinua's hair as he held his breath, watching the watchtower. Once the light passed again, he used the same tactic to close the distance to the border fence. Having timed the lights perfectly, he cleared the gap in just a few steps. He flattened himself against the ground. Safe landing. Just then, a pair of worn leather boots appeared right in front of him. Chinua's eyes widened as he looked up. Before him stood a man in a guard's uniform, his face twisted with tension and unease. Who's there? The man barked. His hand immediately went for the holster at his hip. At the same moment, Chinua lunged from the ground. He delivered a sharp karate chop to the guard's neck. The guard's eyes bulged, and he couldn't make a sound, a bit of saliva escaping his mouth. Chinua moved like lightning, clamping his hand over the guard's mouth to stifle any noise. Then, he dragged the body away, leaving a long trail in the fresh snow. Meanwhile, other guards sensed something was off and stepped out of the observation post. One guard peered down into the darkness. What is it? Seeing his comrade's concern, another guard offered a reassuring smile. It's just birds, don't be so paranoid. Besides, we have underground sensors down there. The first guard relaxed slightly. True, anyone trying to cross would have to get past more than just us. This untrained body is a real drag. They had no idea. That Chin-Nuo had already climbed directly beneath the observation post. He pulled a pair of wire cutters from his pocket and began snipping through the barbed wire. "This is exhausting," he muttered. His boots crunched in the snow as he pulled out a piece of chocolate, eating it to boost his energy for the minefield ahead. Chin-Nuo dropped to the snow, using his hands and feet to worm his way forward. With just a glance, he could spot where the mines were buried. Asterisk to anyone else, this minefield is a death trap, but for me, it's the easiest line of defense to breach. I ran so many missions here in my past life. I know this place by heart. Asterisk, he continued to push himself forward. A confident smirk played on his lips. If all goes well, 30 more meters, and I'm out of the minefield. Suddenly, his knees slipped. He turned back to check. He was stunned. To catch up with Chun Xian, he carefully brushed away the snow near his knee, revealing an M2 anti-personnel mine. Chin-Nuo stared down at the device. His brow furrowed as he recalled the specs. Asterisk weight, roughly 2.9 kilograms. Highly sensitive, a metallic bounding anti-personnel mine. It jumps 2 meters high with an effective kill radius of 10 meters. If I move my knee, the spring-loaded internal mechanism will trigger and it'll jump straight up. Asterisk. He could even picture its intricate internal structure. There was only one outcome if he messed up, being blown to pieces. Chin-Nuo took a pair of scissors and carefully cut his pant leg. Luckily, he was wearing a uniform. He cut a piece to use as a weighted pressure bag. He intended to drape the cloth over the mine. His brows were knit tight, his expression grim. He meticulously adjusted the fabric, letting it make contact with the mine as gently as possible. The closer the cloth got, the more sweat poured down his face. Finally, the cloth was securely resting on the mine. Chin-Nuo let out a heavy sigh of relief before moving to the next step. Phew, all right, next. He pulled out a piece of mechanical pencil lead. He carefully anchored the two ends of the cloth to 2 small stones on either side. He panted, trying to steady himself. Stay calm. Just stay calm. He slowly clicked the lead out until it was long enough, then decisively snapped it off. He exhaled. Okay, but he wasn't finished yet. Chin-Nuo moved on to the next phase. He had to insert the lead into the safety pin. Holding the tiny piece of lead, he slowly threaded it into the side of the mine. The next step required absolute precision. The air around him felt frozen. Even his breathing seemed to stop. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the next act was beginning, a chorus of the same song. A group of students took the stage and began to sing. Sun Kiki sat in the audience, completely uninterested. Chin-Nuo, you total jerk, she thought bitterly. While everyone else was focused on the stage, Sun Kiki was lost in thought. I haven't seen him for 2 days, back at the border. Chin-Nuo finally managed to slide the pencil lead into the mine's safety pin. He was soaked in sweat, but his expression finally softened. Phew, that should do it. Chin-Nuo stood up, cautiously lifting his knee. The pencil lead had replaced the firing pin, held in place by the weighted fabric from his uniform. He looked up at the sky and muttered coldly, double insurance. I hope fate isn't planning on screwing me over now. You sent me back to this point in time. You wouldn't let me die this early, would you? His gaze snapped back down. With lightning speed, he leaped backward. He landed a distance away and stayed flat. The mine remained silent, not a single movement. He shielded his head, peering cautiously toward the trap. Once he was sure it was safe, Chin-Nuo slowly stood up. He scratched his head and sighed in frustration. An American M2, definitely planted by those bastards from the south. Oomph. Suddenly, he froze, then took off at a dead sprint. I'm definitely settling this debt later, he thought, teeth gritted. He ran at full tilt toward a trench ahead and threw himself inside. Chin-Nuo exhaled. Finally safe. At that moment, the border security forces caught up. They even jumped into the trench to search for him. As soon as they landed, Chin-Nuo and 2 guards found themselves staring right at each other. Damn it, one of the guards cursed and immediately lunged. Chin-Nuo exploded into action. He drove his knee up and delivered a powerful kick straight to the guard's thigh. The guard lost his balance and crumpled. Seizing the opening, Chin-Nuo bolted. He whipped a dagger from his pocket and hurled it at the remaining guard. The guard froze in his tracks, eyes wide as he watched the blade flying toward him. The guard's eyes stretched wide with terror. In his pupils, Chin-Nuo's fierce silhouette was clearly reflected. Then, the dagger buried itself right between his eyebrows. As he fell, the first guard scrambled to his feet, brandishing a knife of his own. Manhwa turned back. One left. The guard was pale with fear, but he blustered anyway, screaming, "Come here, you!" Manhwa wasn't about to back down. He gripped his pen tightly and roared, "You want me? Fine, motherfucker. You think you're so tough." Moving with the speed of a predator, Manhwa blurred past the guard in an instant. Blood suddenly sprayed from the man's mouth as he began to shake with agonizing pain. Tears of pain welled in his eyes as he stammered, "Mom, Mom." The guard collapsed to the ground. Manhwa let out a cold sneer. "Don't get too cocky." After taking them both down, he quickly swapped into their uniforms. With this disguise and a bit of caution, I should be able to slip into the north. Once he was dressed, Manhwa turned and vanished into the night. January 6th, 2001. 1500 hours. Manhwa finally arrived in North Korea. He had changed into fresh clothes and even dyed his hair. He reached out and flagged down a taxi. Getting in, he buckled his seatbelt. To the Yahello River. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, exhaustion washing over him. In my past life, I took a contract to assassinate the business tycoon Sa Jingshuan for $5 million. Manhwa pulled on a pair of black gloves, preparing for the hit. At Sa Jingshuan's villa, guards were on high alert day and night. But Manhwa remembered, it was during this very mission that he first met Li Yingwan. After taking out all the perimeter guards, Manhwa pushed open the door. His eyes landed on a stunning girl in a form-fitting dress. She was pressing the barrel of a black handgun against Sa Jingshuan's head. The 22-year-old Manhwa of his past life stood there, paralyzed. Li Yingwan turned around, a seductive smile playing on her lips. "A bodyguard? You're a little late." Manhwa lunged forward, shouting, "God damn it, you crazy bitch!" Blood sprayed into the air. Hearing the commotion, the guards outside panicked. "He's dead. The boss is in danger." Manhwa grabbed Li Yingwan by the waist, pinning her arms. He hoisted her up and bolted. "Let go of me," she screamed. "Put me down." As they hit the hallway, they ran straight into two guards with their guns drawn. "Stop right there," they roared. More guards began to close in, surrounding Manhwa and Li Yingwan. Without a word, Manhwa opened fire. The two guards in front didn't even have time to react before they were hit and slumped to the ground. The other guards raised their weapons in a panic. "You bastard." Manhwa dodged two incoming rounds with a sharp tilt of his body, then immediately whirled around and fired twice in return. A short while later, Manhwa had brought Li Yingwan to a secluded, simple wooden cabin. As soon as they were inside, he tossed her onto the floor. He looked down at her, his voice cold. "This is my safe house. No one will find you here." Manhwa remembered that back then, Li Yingwan suffered from severe paranoid personality disorder. She spread her legs and smiled up at him. "Is that so? Does that mean you can do whatever you want to me?" But looking at her like that didn't affect Manhwa in the slightest. Li Yingwan reached out to touch his face. Suddenly, her brow furrowed, and a flash of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. She stayed low, launching a lightning-fast attack at him. But as she threw a punch, Manhwa simply leaned aside and dodged it with ease. He delivered a heavy palm strike to the back of her neck. Li Yingwan lost consciousness instantly. Manhwa caught her limp body with one hand. I don't know how much time passed before Li Yingwan finally drifted back to consciousness. She found herself tied up like a bundle and hanging from the ceiling, a wad of cloth stuffed in her mouth. Manhwa sat in a chair, leisurely lighting a cigar. "Quiet down," he warned. It wasn't until the following day that Manhwa finally untied Li Yingwan. "Are you calm now?" he asked. He looked down at her as she lay on the floor and asked indifferently, "Are you really that eager to die?" Li Yingwan didn't even have the energy to move. Her eyes were filled with a strange sense of peace. "Why did you save me?" she asked. "Because I'm pretty? You want to sleep with me?" Li Yingwan stared at Manhwa. The moment the words left her mouth, a gun barrel was pressed against her chin, tilting her head back. Manhwa let out a cold, faint smirk. She looked like a girl completely consumed by fear and hatred. Brutal, reckless, and utterly insane. Li Yingwan trembled from head to toe. Are you really powerful?" she asked hesitantly. Then her voice grew louder. "Like, super powerful, right? I saw you kill so many people last night, and you got me out of there." Manhwa smiled casually. "Something like that. There aren't many people in this world who can stand against me." Upon hearing that, Li Yingwan dropped to her knees. She bowed her head in a desperate plea. "Help me. I need to kill people. If I can have my revenge, I'll give myself to you. I'll do anything. Anything at all." Her voice was thick with resolve, though her hands wouldn't stop shaking. Tears welled in her eyes as she hissed through gritted teeth, "I'm begging you." And so, for 2 long years, Lee Ingwan stayed by my side, undergoing my training. Chen Nua taught her various martial arts techniques and how to master a firearm until her accuracy was precise down to the millimeter. 2 years later, she finally reached her goal. Lee Ingwan held her suppressed pistol and silently approached a girl from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled the trigger. A muffled crack echoed through the air. A brown-haired man on the street collapsed to the ground. His blood mingled with the rain, the crimson streak stark and undeniable for everyone to see. Panic erupted. Someone's been killed. Amidst the pouring rain, Lee Ingwan fell to her knees, her teeth chattering. It felt as if the suffocating knot in her heart had finally been untied. Lee Ingwan threw her head back and let out a harrowing, gut-wrenching wail. Her trembling hands clutched a photograph tightly. "Dad, Mom, Big Brother, I miss you all so much." Just then, a black umbrella appeared over her. Shinno let the rain soak him to the bone just to keep the umbrella over Lee Ingwan. It wasn't until later that I learned what she truly went through on the night of January 6th, 2001. The next day, Lee Ingwan opened her eyes, feeling dazed. Shinno looked down and asked, "You're awake?" He looked at her with a teasing smile. That's the first time I've ever seen someone cry so hard they passed out. Lee Ingwan stayed tucked under the covers, staring at him blankly. Seeing she was awake, Chen Nua stood up to leave. But Lee Ingwan reached out, grabbing the hem of his shirt. Could you just sit here and watch me sleep?" She pleaded softly. "I'm scared. If I wake up in the middle of the night and you're not here, I'll want to grab a gun and end it all." Chen Nua glanced at her and gave a simple grunt of affirmation. Lee Ingwan turned her head away. "Can I tell you the story of Lee Ingwan?" She whispered. Without waiting for an answer, she began. "That night, I remember it was so dark. The wind was howling, and it was freezing. Mom was scolding my brother for getting into a fight at school. And then they burst in. They killed my father, stole all the company assets, and then came for the house. Right in front of me and my mother, they killed my brother, the one who had loved and protected me since I was a baby. Then they brutally violated my mother before stabbing her to death. After that, the man who killed her dragged me into the garden to torment me, right there next to the sunflowers and my mother's body." Shinua asked quietly, "Why didn't they kill you?" Lee Ingwan shook her head. "No, I suppose it's because I was pretty. They want to keep me locked away. While they were transporting me, I found a chance to jump from the vehicle and escape." "What happened next?" Shinua asked. Lee Ingwan hugged herself tightly and continued. "After I escaped, I went to one of my father's old friends. He took me in. Then, one night, he raped me and handed me back over to the original killer. And then?" Chen Nua pressed. Lee Ingwan replied, "While he was on the phone, I used a chopstick to gouge out one of his eyes. And after that," he asked again. "Don't ask. After that, from the age of 16 until I turned 20 and met you, I lived in a living hell." Bitter tears of resentment streamed down her cheeks. She looked at Chen Nua with total sincerity. "From this day on, I live only for you. If you tell me to live, I'll live. If you tell me to die, I'll die. I'll do whatever you say. If you want me to kill, I'll kill everyone in this world." Her eyes were filled with unwavering conviction. "My life has been pitch black for so long. You are the only light I can see, the only light I have left." Chen Nua shook his head. "No, if the world is pitch black, then you must become the light yourself. No one should have to pin their hopes on someone else to be their light. Everyone has the spark to shine on their own, no matter how weak, no matter how small." Chen Nua reached out toward Lee Ingwan and smiled. "So, learn to light your own path. From today on, I'll call you Firefly." He gently patted her head. Suddenly, the driver's voice broke through. "Sir." Chen Nua snapped his eyes open from his deep sleep. The driver turned around to announce, "We've arrived at Yahello." Chen Nua immediately opened the car door and stepped out. A nearby door opened, and a girl who looked exactly like Lee Ingwan stepped out onto the street. On her youthful face, there was no trace of hatred or despair. Chen Nua thought to himself, "Hello, Firefly." Across the street, she was walking ahead of a man, who suddenly bumped right into her. "Ow!" Lee Ingwan gritted her teeth in annoyance. "Damn it." At that moment, Chen Nua walked up and gently pinched her ear, his voice low. "Hey, don't be like that." She whipped her head around and barked, "Hey, who the hell are you?" Chen Nua let go. He tilted his cap up, revealing a handsome and familiar face. Long time no see, Firefly. Li Yingwan, of course, had no idea what Firefly meant. She clenched her fists and asked aggressively, "What are you talking about? Who are you anyway?" "Me?" Chen Nuo reached out, grabbed the hood of her sweatshirt, and pulled it over her head. His eyes were deep as he replied, "Just someone who dropped from the sky to help you chase away a nightmare." Li Yingwan stared at him, slightly dazed, her cheeks flushing red beneath her hood. Then, her expression shifted back to hostility. "Oof." Li Yingwan raised her knee and delivered a sharp kick toward Chen Nuo. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Nuo backed off. She bolted. "Stop, pervert!" she screamed as she ran. "Hey!" Chen Nuo called out, but she didn't stop. "Officer!" She found a nearby policeman and started ranting and pointing at Chen Nuo, clearly wanting him thrown in a cell. But when they turned around, they both froze. "Huh?" Chen Nuo had vanished into thin air. Li Yingwan's eyes widened. "He's gone," she muttered. January 6th, 2001, 1800 hours. NNY National Intelligence Bureau. A voice rang out in the room. This was a classified military operation at the border. Last night, 2 agents ordered to infiltrate the border were killed in the line of duty. Photos of the 2 soldiers were placed on the table. All items recovered from the scene are here. A man in a suit wearing glasses continued sternly. Additionally, roughly 300 meters north of the victims, within our minefield, we discovered an M2 landmine that had been disabled using a very specific technique. The intelligence, photos, and preliminary analysis are all in your hands. Everyone in the briefing room opened their folders. Another man immediately chimed in. "Gentlemen, this is a targeted strike against our military. The northern enemy has their eyes on us." He leaned his hands on the table, his tone heavy. "To ensure the safety of the citizens of Country Inn, High Command has ordered that we must find the operative capable of infiltrating our northern border at any cost and in the shortest time possible." The group shouted in unison, "Loyalty! Loyalty!" Meanwhile, at the northern border, inside a secret border command center, the commander's face looked just as grim. "The southern enemy has arrived. I'm ordering you all. As of now, patrols are upgraded to wartime status. Scour the entire sector and every barracks. We must find the intruder. We cannot let their spies succeed." The veins on his forehead bulged as he roared in anger. Then the commander asked, "Who was in charge of the sector where the incident occurred last night?" A subordinate stammered, unable to speak. The commander didn't care. He issued a cold order. "Have him shot." Elsewhere, Chen Nuo was sitting on a rooftop, enjoying the falling snow. Achoo! He wiped his nose and thought, confused, "I wonder who's thinking about me?" After that, Chen Nuo pulled out a chocolate bar and took a bite. He sighed as he chewed. "Man, I forgot to buy water. I'm parched." Just then, his nose caught a familiar scent. Chen Nuo leaned forward to sniff the air. Smells like chicken soup." He flattened himself against the roof and peeked into the house, secretly observing the scene inside. An older woman's voice rose in irritation. "Why were you fighting at school again?" "My bad, Mom," Li Yingwan said playfully. The 3 family members went back and forth. Li Yingwan's mother and brother were frowning, while Li Yingwan kept making funny faces to annoy them. A radiant smile spread across her face, a smile Chen Nuo had never seen in his past life. Watching her like this, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Chen Nuo's mouth. Right then, a car screeched to a halt in front of the house. Chen Nuo's smile vanished instantly. A man stepped out of the car, surrounded by several bodyguards and thugs armed with knives and guns. "It's starting," Chen Nuo whispered. The group slowly approached the door of the house where the 3 were having dinner. A hand knocked gently on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Liu, I'll get it. I'll be right back." The person at the door was Sun Kiki, her face full of worry. Mr. Liu forced a smile and asked, "Ah, Kiki, what brings you here so late?" Sun Kiki frowned. "Where is Chen Nuo? I haven't seen him in 2 days." Mr. Liu stretched, pretending not to care. "Oh, is something wrong? I was just about to head to bed. I need to find Chen Nuo," Sun Kiki said firmly. "Mr. Liu, I have something to tell him." Mr. Liu was at a loss for words. "But it's really late. It's time for sleep." Seeing his refusal to answer, Sun Kiki grew more anxious. "Mr. Liu, where exactly is—" Mr. Liu was prepared. He hid his phone behind his back, waiting for this exact moment to hit the call button. The phone rang, cutting Sun Kiki off. "Ring, ring." Mr. Liu answered it. "Hello? Ah, Director Sun. Hello, sir. Is there something I can help you with?" Sun Kiki's face went pale instantly. Mr. Liu grinned at her. My goodness, director's son, what a coincidence. Your daughter is... Son Kiki immediately made an X with her arms. She clasped her hands together, pleading silently. Don't tell my dad. I was never here. Oh, it's nothing, Director Sunday. Please, go ahead, Mr. Liu said as he closed the door. Son Kiki turned and ran off as fast as she could, her face flushed. After the door shut, Mr. Liu slid down to the floor, crying inwardly. My old bones. I can't even work a side job in peace. On the other side of town, the men in black burst through the door. The guards charged in with their guns drawn. Li Yingwan, her mother, and her brother stared in shock at the dozens of men standing in their doorway. Li Yingwan's brother lunged forward, shouting, Who are you people? But one of the thugs kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him rolling across the floor. Move! 3 middle-aged men walked in. Leading them was He Zhengji, with Sha Taiyong to his left and that bastard Sha Jingxuan to his right. He Zhengji tilted his head, looking down at the family with cold, soulless eyes. Chen Nuo saw the whole thing. He remembered the man Li Yingwan had held at gunpoint during their first meeting in his past life. He immediately recognized him as He Zhengji. It all started with these 3, the ones responsible for the massacre of the Li family. Sha Jingxuan and Li Yingwan's father, Li Donghe, used to be partners in the shipping business. In the year 2000, as the shipping industry grew, the brothers He Zhengji and Sha Taiyong were secretly running illegal operations, predatory lending, drugs, and organ trafficking. They set their sights on a shipping company owned by Mr. Li and Sha Jingxuan. They tried to lure Chairman Sha Jingxuan into the fold, but Li Yingwan's father refused to be part of it. Ultimately, Chairman Sha Jingxuan conspired with the Twisted Brothers to murder Li Donghe and dump his body in Australia. Inside the house, Li Yingwan's brother was slapped across the face by He Zhengji, collapsing at his mother's feet. Then, Sha Jingxuan reached out and grabbed Li Yingwan, pulling her close. Li Yingwan cried out in pain, her brow furrowed. Chen Nuo watched the scene, remaining silent and motionless. The clock on the wall read 7:32 p.m. Almost time, Chen Nuo thought tensely. Sha Jingxuan licked his lips as he looked at Li Yingwan, his eyes filled with undisguised lust. Let me see just how fresh Li Donghe's daughter is. Chen Nuo's brow furrowed. Right then, a series of strange noises erupted outside, catching everyone's attention. Hearing the commotion, Sha Jingxuan shoved Li Yingwan aside. He walked to the window and pushed it open. As Sha Jingxuan stuck his head out to look, Chen Nuo quickly scaled the wall. What's going on? Sha Jingxuan barked. Just then, the sound of fire sirens and flashing lights approached from the distance. Boss, it's a fire truck, one of the thugs shouted. Damn it. Right at this moment, Sha Jingxuan hissed. Sha Taiyong, who had been silent, finally spoke up. We can't do this here anymore. Take them all. Move. Before the fire truck could get close, He Zhengji's men dragged the family out. It turned out Chen Nuo had snuck into the house next door to trigger the fire alarm. He breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing the house next door was empty for me to use. Then, Chen Nuo slowly climbed down. As he swung down from the second floor, he thought, I need to time it better next time. Based on the timeline, Li Yingwan's father is likely already dead. All I can do now is save his widow and children. This place definitely wasn't ideal for a fight. After landing safely, he chased after them, thinking killing these scumbags is easy, but having a dozen corpses show up in their house would cause too much trouble for the family. I need to change the location. With that thought, Chen Nuo ran into a nearby garage. Moments later, a white car slowly rolled out, merging onto the main road to tail Sha Jingxuan's convoy. Inside the black sedan in the middle, He Zhengji looked out the window, remembering how he had crushed Li Donghe's skull until he died. He thought triumphantly, Li Donghe, you finally met your match. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. You used to treat me like a dog, using fake intel to get more money, fame, and status than me. You even stole the woman I loved and sired those 2 bastards. Sha Taiyong handed him a cigarette. Sha Taiyong asked with a smirk, What's wrong? Still feeling uneasy. He Zhengji struck a light, the flame catching the cigarette. Sha Taiyong said calmly, Once we arrive, that woman is yours for the night. You can do whatever you want with her. He Zhengji took a heavy drag, his eyes filled with a cold, ruthless glint. A contemptuous smirk curled his lips. I don't just want to enjoy Li Donghe's wife. I want to taste his daughter, too. That bastard. Even in hell, he'll still be a loser. He Zhengji reached out the window, and flicked the smoldering cigarette butt away. In an abandoned factory in southern Seoul, Lee Ying-wan's mother spread her arms, trying to shield her 2 children. She pleaded desperately with Lee Jung-ji, "Please, I beg you, spare my family. For the sake of the decades of brotherhood you shared with Lee Dong-ha." Lee Jung-ji stepped forward. Clutching a leather whip, he looked down with venomous eyes. Lee Ying-wan's mother wept uncontrollably. She clasped her hands in prayer, begging him, "Please." But the whip in Lee Jung-ji's hand lashed down without mercy, carrying the fury he had suppressed for years. She instinctively pulled her children close, her frail back taking the full force of the heavy blow. Her skin split, and her white shirt tore open, stained with splattered blood. Lee Ying-wan's mother screamed in hatred, "Lee Jung-ji, why are you doing this? What did we ever do to you? Is your conscience completely rotten?" Hatred also burned in the eyes of Lee Ying-wan's older brother. Damn it! He broke free from his mother's embrace and lunged at Lee Jung-ji. He tackled Lee Jung-ji with all his might, tried to stop him from hitting his mother. Lee Jung-ji punched him squarely in the face. "Get off me!" Then 3 of his henchmen rushed over, raining blows and kicks upon him. Lee Ying-wan sat frozen. "Stop! Please stop!" Her face was drenched in tears. "If this is just a nightmare, please let me wake up soon." Lee Ying-wan furrowed her brows as a memory suddenly surfaced. A young man wearing a red shirt with white strawberries, his face partially hidden by a cap. Back then, Lee Ying-wan had asked, "Who are you?" "What are you talking about?" The youth had smiled, his voice full of sincerity. "Me? I'm someone who fell from the sky, just to help you chase away a nightmare." For a moment, Lee Ying-wan felt like she'd been struck by lightning. Just then, a white car screeched to a halt in front of the factory. The blinding headlights forced everyone to step back in shock. Something seemed wrong with the car. It didn't stop immediately, slamming into Lee Jung-ji's convoy instead. Terrified, Lee Ying-wan reflexively covered her head. Once the sounds of the collision died down, she timidly opened her eyes. The car door swung open. Lee Ying-wan realized with a start that it was her family's car. A pair of red shoes, simultaneously familiar and strange, stepped out. Chen Nuo cleared his throat and coughed a few times. "Cough, cough. I'm telling you, there's something wrong with your family car." Standing before dozens of guns, he remarked nonchalantly, "The clutch is loose, it jerks whenever I accelerate, and the steering wheel is a bit wobbly. It definitely needs a tune-up." Seeing Chen Nuo, a spark of light flickered in Lee Ying-wan's wide eyes. Chen Nuo's gaze was fixed on her, and he gave a gentle smile. "Hey there, we meet again, little firefly." As Chen Nuo stepped out of the car, the air in the factory suddenly went still. Lee Ying-wan stared at him through tear-filled eyes, her face a mask of disbelief. "It really is you." At that moment, Sha Jingxuan broke the silence. "Who the hell are you?" Beside him, Sha Kaiyong couldn't contain his rage. "Kill him." A freckle-faced henchman immediately charged at Chen Nuo with a spiked mace. He circled behind Chen Nuo and raised the mace, aiming for his head. Chen Nuo remained silent, his sharp gaze darting back. He quickly tilted his body to the side as the mace swung through thin air, sending the freckle-faced man stumbling forward. Waiting for the man to fall into position, Chen Nuo drove his knee upward, aiming straight for his jaw. The kick completely deformed the man's face, sending a spray of saliva into the air. A faint crack signaled that his neck had snapped. With a dull thud, the man collapsed to the ground, motionless. Seeing this, both Sha Jingxuan and Sha Kaiyong turned pale. Sha Kaiyong shouted in a panic, "What are you idiots just standing there for? All of you kill him." 5 henchmen brandished knives and rushed at Chen Nuo. But within minutes, Chen Nuo had slaughtered all 10 of them with his bare hands. Chen Nuo's movements were clean and decisive, ruthless and detached, as if he were butchering chickens rather than men. Sha Kaiyong and Lee Jung-ji watched, paralyzed by shock, as blood splattered onto a corner of Chen Nuo's backpack. Every single one of the guards lay dead at his feet. Sha Tsai-yong's eyes bulged, his face ghostly white. Standing amidst the pile of corpses, Chen Nuo turned a murderous gaze toward him. Left with no choice, Sha Kaiyong gritted his teeth and ordered, "Jingxuan, kill him." Lee Jung-ji immediately chimed in, "Yes, yes. Kill him. You are our nation's top elite frontline soldier. He's no match for you." Sha Jingxuan remained silent, his grip tightening on his dagger. Chen Nuo stepped toward Sha Jingxuan, tossing his backpack onto the floor. Chen Nua let out a long breath. Phew. Then a mischievous smirk played on his lips. Let me remind you of something. You're the second person in this world to pull a knife on me. Do you know what happened? To the last person who did that, you're dead. Sha Jingxuan didn't hesitate any longer and lunged at Chen Nua. Chen Nua nimbly dodged to the side. The dagger grazed his right arm, missing by only a few centimeters. A cold wind brushed against Chen Nua's neck. Sha Jingxuan suddenly lashed out with a kick. Reacting instantly, Chen Nua leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Sha Jingxuan's leather shoe slammed into the car, leaving a massive dent in the metal. He gritted his teeth and unleashed a flurry of stabs at Chen Nua's face. But Chen Nua was faster, dodging every single strike in just a few moves. He retreated a few steps, then came to a halt. Chen Nua smiled at him. All right, I've seen enough. Like a fox, he stayed low, closing the distance between him and Sha Jingxuan. Sha Jingxuan roared, swinging his knife. But suddenly, Chen Nua's wrist slammed hard against the man's knife hand. Before Sha Jingxuan could react, the dagger slipped from his grip. Seizing the opening, Chen Nua swung his right hand, and with a sharp shink, he slashed across Sha Jingxuan's chest. Sha Jingxuan's eyes widened as he let out a cry of agony. With a spray of blood, his body collapsed to the floor. Chen Nua raised his hand, a razor-sharp blade pinched between two fingers. He looked down at the man with a frown, and said coldly, clean and simple. He Zhengji gritted his teeth as he watched Chen Nua slowly backing away, intending to flee. Chen Nua watched his retreating back, and asked coolly, think you can get away? He leaned down to pick up the backpack from the floor. He bent his knees slightly, shifting his weight to his right leg in a pitcher's stance. He hurled the heavy backpack straight at He Jingji's head. He Jingji collapsed instantly, blood pooling around him. The backpack burst open, and Sha Kaiyong saw with his own eyes that it was filled with bricks. Bricks? He growled through gritted teeth. God damn it. The bag is full of bricks. Chen Nua turned around and said coldly, what are you looking at? Obviously, these were for you. Now, only Sha Kaiyong remained. He looked at Chen Nua in terror, paralyzed with indecision. Suddenly, his eyes landed on Li Yingwan. He narrowed his eyes, a desperate plan forming in his mind. Sha Kaiyong lunged forward and grabbed Li Yingwan by her clothes. Come here. He pulled Li Yingwan close, pressing a knife to her throat. I don't care who you are, but it looks like you care about this brat, don't you? Let me go. Li Yingwan remained silent, but a single tear escaped and rolled down her cheek. Chen Nua's brow furrowed. He spoke to Li Yingwan. Hey kid, you're scared, aren't you? Li Yingwan didn't answer, but her pale face confirmed he was right. Chen Nua offered a gentle smile, as if to comfort her. Don't be afraid. Seeing his smile, the fear in Li Yingwan's heart seemed to melt away. Chen Nua raised a hand and said indifferently, I didn't plan on using this technique since I haven't fully regained my skills, but I guess I'll use you for practice. He snapped his fingers, making a sharp, crisp sound. Immediately, a cold sweat broke out on Chen Nua's forehead, and his face turned pale. Phew, he exhaled, a powerful aura of pressure radiating from him. He slowly walked toward Sha Kaiyong. For a moment, Sha Kaiyong felt his body freeze. His knife hand wouldn't stop shaking. He screamed, damn it, what's happening? Why can't I move? It feels like something's crushing me. By then, Chen Nua was standing right in front of him. He took the knife from the man's hand and said in a low voice, You're the third person to pull a knife on me tonight. Chen Nua's long fingers expertly spun the blade. He reached out and pulled Li Yingwan toward him, shielding her with one arm. He drove the knife through Sha Kaiyong's heart with the other. He let out a pained gasp. Irk. Chen Nua extended his hand and gave the man's forehead a gentle push. Sha Kaiyong toppled over backward, dying with his eyes wide open. Chen Nua reached out and gently stroked Li Yingwan's cheek, asking softly, Are you scared? Li Yingwan was still in a daze, her wide eyes staring at him blankly. Chen Nua smiled again to reassure her. Don't be scared anymore. Like I said, I'll chase your nightmares away. 2 hours later, at Li Yingwan's house, she was lying on the sofa, covered by Chen Nua's school uniform jacket. She suddenly opened her eyes, a flicker of panic still lingering in them. Li Yingwan scrambled to sit up. She looked down, thinking, I'm home. Just then, a voice came from across the room. You're awake? Chen Nua stood by the table holding a small bowl, smiling. You were in shock. So you passed out. With that, he began gulping down the contents of the bowl. After finishing the chicken soup, Chenhua wiped his mouth, satisfied. That's delicious. He walked over to Li Yingwan and held out his hand. Can I have my jacket back? I put it on you because I didn't want you to get cold while you were out. You were holding onto it so tightly that I didn't want to wake you, so I just left it there. Chenhua explained with a smile. Li Yingwan looked at him, still silent. But as Chenhua reached for the jacket, she held onto it and wouldn't let go. Chenhua sighed helplessly. Hey kid, that's my jacket. Hearing this, Li Yingwan looked reluctant, her eyebrows knit tight. But eventually, she let go. As Chenhua tucked the jacket into his backpack, he told her, I've warmed up some chicken porridge in the pot. Eat if you're hungry. Your brother only has minor injuries, and your mother already applied medicine to them. Chenhua stood up and continued. I spoke with your mother before you woke up. He walked closer to Li Yingwan, smiling. She'll tell you the details later. I advised your family not to call the police. After all, I've already taken care of all the trouble. Seeing that Li Yingwan was still silent, Chenhua reached out to touch her face. But just then, Li Yingwan looked up. Chenhua's hand froze midair. She reached out and touched his hand, then gently took it and pressed it against her cheek. Chenhua was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. Cradling his large hand, Li Yingwan asked softly, Why do you sound so old? You look about the same age as me. Chenhua didn't answer, only offering gentle comfort. Tonight must have been terrifying for you, wasn't it? Oh well, I didn't have much time. If things had been different, I would have handled it better. I didn't want you to have to see all that. Li Yingwan gripped his hand tightly and frowned. If you say it's not scary, then I won't be scared. Then she hesitated for a moment. About that, rubbing her cheek, she looked at Chenhua with suspicion. Can you tell me who you really are? What really happened tonight? You said you fell from the sky. Seeing her innocent question, Chenhua couldn't help but laugh. He ran his hand through her silky hair and gave her head a gentle pat. Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Your mother will tell you everything. Chenhua rubbed his chin. All right, your mother was in a bit of shock, so I use a little trick to help her sleep. She'll wake up in about an hour. As for your brother, he's got quite a temper, so I tied him up. His fingers brushed against her pale ear as he gently reminded her. Make sure you study hard from now on, okay? And don't learn to swear like adults do. Got it? Oh, and no tattoos either. You're too young. No smoking and no drinking. Hey, did you catch all that? Li Yingwan's cheeks flushed. She said firmly, yes. No swearing, no tattoos, no drinking, and no smoking. I'll do everything you said. I promise. But, can you at least tell me your name? Li Yingwan looked up blankly, asking once more. Chenhua gave her forehead a playful flick. What did I say about kids asking too many questions? Seeing him stand up and shoulder his backpack, she asked hurriedly, Hey, Avener, are you leaving already? Chenhua replied nonchalantly, Yeah. What? Did you expect me to stay for the holidays? Li Yingwan stared at his back, unable to look away for even a second. She asked him hesitantly. Can I ask? Are you even human? You aren't, are you? You're an angel, right? Hearing that, Chenhua's face immediately soured. Huh? An angel? I don't believe in God. I believe in Lord Guan. Right then, the suitcase on the floor began to vibrate violently. Chenhua gave an annoyed kick. Stay still, you. Li Yingwan asked curiously. What's in the suitcase? Chenhua replied. He Zhengji. Who else? This guy's still got some use to me. With that, he turned to leave. Anyway, I'm out of here. Take care. Li Yingwan suddenly reached out and pulled him back. Their eyes met, and the air in the room suddenly went still. After a moment, Li Yingwan's face flushed red, and she asked timidly, Will I see you again? Chenhua asked something seemingly unrelated. Do you like fireflies? Li Yingwan smiled and replied, I do. My brother used to take me to catch them in the summer. As she spoke, Chenhua reached out and gently stroked her cheek. With just a little strength, he pulled Li Yingwan into his arms. Then, Chenhua said with a smile, Don't catch them anymore. Li Yingwan buried her face in his shoulder, her eyes squeezed shut. She vaguely saw Chenhua's figure fading into the distance, no matter how loud she called out to him. Dunka dunka dunika. Li Yingwan actually screamed. She opened her eyes and bolted upright in her chair. It took her a moment to realize it had all been a dream. Chenhua's gentle face lingered in her mind. She lowered her head and whispered, He's really gone. Suddenly, Li Yingwan's eyes widened. She rushed to her feet, thinking to herself, The study. Li Yingwan sat down at the desk, her pen scratching feverishly against the paper. She muttered slowly to herself, can't learn to drink, can't. Li Yingwan wrote a few lines, but her mind was a mess. What else was there? Just then, she remembered something. Li Yingwan set her pen down and wrote, "Believe in Lord Guan." But then she wondered, who exactly is Lord Guan? Once she finished writing, Li Yingwan suddenly recalled the logo on Chun Nua's uniform. Right, those clothes. She picked up her pen again and copied the characters from memory. Though her handwriting was shaky, she could tell they were Chinese characters. Li Yingwan looked at what she had just written and said excitedly, "I think this is Chinese. I remember seeing a Chinese dictionary in my brother's room." She immediately stood up from the desk. Li Yingwan reached up, trying to grab the dictionary on the high shelf. She was completely oblivious to the fact that a young man was hanging upside down outside the window. Li Yingwan was focused on looking up the characters for Jiangning, the name of the old Jiangning Senior High, which is now Jinling City. Meanwhile, the young man outside struggled with all his might to get her attention. It was none other than her poor brother, gagged and only able to make muffled grunting sounds. Seoul, He Jingji's secret hideout. Chen Nua put on white gloves and touched the suitcase. He slowly opened the lid and looked at He Jingji lying inside. He Jingji wasn't dead yet, but he was a complete wreck with a massive bruise over his left eye. He was curled up in the suitcase, his joints clearly dislocated, covered in injuries that were anything but light. He Jingji screamed, "Who the hell are you?" Chen Nua reached out and grabbed him by the ankle, dragging He Jingji into another room, ignoring the man's tears of agony. After walking a bit, Chen Nua finally stopped in front of a wooden cabinet. He moved the cabinet aside, revealing a door with a keypad lock. Chen Nua glanced at He Jingji and said, "Let's make a deal. Open it." He Jingji asked tremblingly, "Will you spare me? I can let you die with some dignity." Dignity? He Jingji couldn't believe his ears, his face turning pale as a sheet. Chen Nua explained with a smile, "That's right. You can pick out your finest suit from the closet to wear before you die." Pretty dignified, right? He Jingji's arms went limp, and he began slamming his head against the floor, begging, "Chen Nua, spare me, please. I'm begging you. Please let me go. I have plenty of money. I can give you my cards, all of it. Just don't kill me. I don't want to die." Chen Nua didn't answer, only giving a cold command, "Open it." He Jingji sobbed. "The code is there's a notebook inside. It has records of the iron door opened, and sure enough, there was a ledger inside. There was also a massive stack of cash." Chen Nua reached in and flipped through it. After scanning the pages, he tossed the notebook aside. "I don't give a damn about who owes you money." Then he reached for the stack of bills. "I'll just take some pocket change." With that, Chen Nua stuffed all the cash from the safe into his backpack. As he stood up, his eyes landed on a painting of a boat coming into dock. Chen Nua grabbed He Jingji by the hair and lifted his head. He asked, "Is that boat yours? How fast does it go?" He Jingji replied hesitantly, 30 knots at top speed. Chen Nua smirked. "In that case, let's add one more condition to the deal. I'm taking the boat." Hearing this, He Jingji immediately tried a bargain. "Then you have to spare me. Use it to trade for my life. You can't kill me." Chen Nua raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Deal. I'll spare you. Where's the boat?" Not long after, the boat set out to sea. There was even music blaring on board. Chen Nua shouted happily as he steered. "Who?" A few hours earlier, Han Jingyuan had been tied up tight. He cried out in a panic, "You definitely have a wrong guy. I don't know you. Why do you want to kill me?" His legs and He Jingji's were tied together, with a chain connecting them to a large metal drum. Han Jingyuan glared at him with eyes full of hatred. Chen Nua frowned and said sternly, "I don't have the wrong guy. Han Jingyuan, in a past life, your best friend's daughter, Li Yingwan, came to you for help when she had nowhere else to go. Instead, you raped her and sold her off." Hearing that, Han Jingyuan yelled back angrily, "What past life?" The heavy drum rolled off, instantly dragging both men down into the sea. There was a loud splash as seawater sprayed everywhere. Chen Nua smirked. "Oof, almost forgot. I am King Yama." Just then, some blood suddenly leaked from his left nostril. Chen Nua reached up to wipe it away. As expected, his ultimate technique wasn't something he could just throw around. Forcing it to save Li Yingwan had triggered the side effects. Chen Nua's body began to wobble, and he started stomping wildly on the deck, singing at the top of his lungs, "Who? VK, who let the dogs out?" After singing, Chen Nua flipped the bird. He thrust his middle finger straight toward the sky, sending a silent but very clear message to the author's entire family. Elsewhere, in the Yinbian High School auditorium, Mr. Liu stood on stage and announced loudly, "This is our final group exchange activity. To the teachers in charge from North Jiangning High, please take note. Every single student must be present." Sun Kiki, sitting in the audience, couldn't help but glance at the empty seat next to her. She frowned in worry. Chen Nua's missing again. I haven't seen him in 4 days. If any students were absent, both they and their supervising teacher would face severe disciplinary action. Mr. Liu was currently outside, smoking. He was squatting on the ground with his head in his hands, crying out in distress. How'd I let myself get into this mess? The ground at his feet was littered with cigarette butts. He gritted his teeth and thought tensely, this time, that brat Chen Nua is definitely going to be the death of me. Just then, a pair of brown leather shoes appeared in front of him. It was the head of the exchange delegation, Principal Fong. He asked unhappily, "Luong, didn't you say that student Chen Nua would be here early? It's been half an hour. Where is he?" Luang's face turned pale with fear as he stammered an explanation. He's probably at a nearby internet cafe, playing games. You know how kids his age are, Principal Fong. They get distracted easily. In reality, he was thinking, I'm screwed. Principal Fong checked his watch and frowned. He'd better be. The activity starts in less than half an hour. I've already sent a few teachers and students to help you look. Nothing better have happened to him. Because if it did, he suddenly stopped mid-stride. Principal Fong pointed right at Luang's face and barked, "Never mind you, Luong. Even I can't take the fall for this. Just wait and see how I deal with you if he doesn't show." "Don't worry, Principal Fong. I'm sure he's around somewhere," Luong hurriedly promised. Seeing Principal Fong walk away, Luong even waved. "Safe travels, Principal Fong." Then he lowered his head and hissed through gritted teeth, "Damn it, he's just an assistant principal sent down by the Board of Education to pad his resume. People only kiss his ass and call him principal because they have to, and now he thinks he's a big shot bossing me around." Luong muttered bitterly, his eyes full of resentment. Then Luong clenched his fists. He looked up at the sky and thought fuming, "Chunno, you little bastard, where the hell are you?" Half an hour later, Sun Kiki stepped forward to report to Principal Fong. Principal Fong frowned and asked, "Still no sign of him?" Sun Kiki said worriedly, "Sir, we should call the police. A student is missing. If we can't find him, we need to report it immediately." Principal Fong's expression darkened. He calculated the risks. "No, if I call the police, whether he's actually missing or not, I'll be held responsible as the head of the delegation. Poor management, missing student. If that label sticks, my career is over." Seeing him hesitate, Sun Kiki spoke up again, "Sir, Chen Nua is gone. What are you waiting for? Call the police. What if something happened to him?" Principal Fong guiltily looked away and said in a panic, "Maybe, let's just look one more time. One more time. Surely we missed somewhere. We'll find him in no time." "Sir," Sun Kiki cried out in frustration. Suddenly, as if a light bulb went off, Principal Fong blurted out, "Right." He turned to Mr. Liu. "Luong, you're his roommate. Did he ever mention having any relatives or friends around here? Maybe he went to visit them." Luong, pale-faced, stammered, I'm not really sure." "Well, what about his luggage?" Principal Fong asked. It's still in the room, sir." Hearing that, Principal Fong immediately ordered, "Go check it. There might be an address or contact info inside." Not long after, Principal Fong led a group of people toward Luong and Chen Nua's room. At the door, Luong struggled to find his keys. When he finally pulled them out, his hand was shaking so hard he couldn't get the key into the lock. Seeing this, Principal Fong lost his patience and urged, "Hurry up." Luong closed his eyes tight, seemingly resigned to his fate. Then, the door slowly creaked open. Mr. Liu peered into the room and gasped in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. A foot wearing a slipper stepped out. When Mr. Liu saw this, his jaw dropped, and then his face twisted into a look of overwhelming relief. Tears welled in his eyes, and he bit his lip hard to keep from sobbing out loud. "Thank God, he's back." Sun Kiki saw it too, and she quickly covered her eyes. Chen Nua had just finished a shower and was completely naked except for a towel wrapped around his waist. He stepped out of the bathroom and blinked in surprise. After getting dressed, Chen Nua stood to the side and took a lecture from Principal Fong. He scratched his head and nonchalantly made up an excuse. I went out to find my wife. I want to play games for a bit. Principal Fong was so livid he pointed right at Chen Nua's face. Ridiculous. No discipline. No sense of organization. Absolutely ridiculous. Do you have any respect for the rules? Is this what your teachers taught you? What kind of student are you? Go write a formal apology. You'll read it in front of the entire student body. Principal Fong got more worked up the more he yelled. Seeing Chen Nua get scolded, Luong couldn't help but smirk in secret. Chen Nua immediately shot him a murderous look. Luong was so terrified by that ice-cold gaze that his face went pale, and his smirk vanished instantly. Then he hurriedly tried to smooth things over for Chen Nua. Principal Fong, look, you've given him a piece of your mind, and the activity is about to start. Only then did Principal Fong stop. Consider yourself lucky today. I have things to do. As he saw the man leave, Luong called out after him, Don't worry, Principal Fong. I'll make sure he learns his lesson. I'm just going to use the restroom, and then I'll bring him right over. Once the door was shut, Chen Nua sat down cross-legged and smirked. Old Lu, you're surprisingly loyal when it counts. Luong exploded, ranting at Chen Nua's face. I'm almost dead because of you this time. There's no way I'm escaping a school reprimand now. Chen Nua held up his phone, showing the word deleted on the screen. He showed it to Luong and smiled. To show my sincerity, I deleted that recording. Let's live in peace from now on, okay? I'm a man of my word. You can count on that. Chen Nua flashed a sincere smile, the exact same one he'd worn days ago when he was stepping on Luong's head. Luong narrowed his eyes. I'd be crazy to believe you. That night, at the Yimbian Budget Hotel, Chen Nua walked up to room 502 and knocked a few times. Before long, the door cracked open. The girl who answered was a bit on the chubby side. She asked in surprise, Huh? Chen Nua, what's up? Chen Nua asked, Is son Kiki here? The girl giggled and covered her mouth. She's in the shower. You looking for her? Chen Nua didn't just take her word for it. He poked his head in to check. Son Kiki was indeed showering, and the room was filled with steam. After checking, Chen Nua told her roommate, Tell her I'll be waiting for her on the roof. Then he headed up. By now, light snow had begun to fall. Son Kiki came out fresh from her shower, wearing a light pink jacket, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Chen Nua. Chen Nua unnaturally noticed her. His thin lips curved into a faint smile. Chen Nua smiled and said, Look, it's snowing. Son Kiki didn't say anything, just looked at him sweetly. Chen Nua held a can of Coke in his hand and said softly, Come here. Son Kiki obediently walked over to his side. Here. Chen Nua handed her the Coke. Son Kiki hesitated. It's so late. Drinking this will make me fat. But Chen Nua's eyes drifted quite openly to her chest. A little extra weight isn't a bad thing. It looks good. Son Kiki frowned. You're terrible. She took a sip of the Coke and thought, This is so sweet. Suddenly, Chen Nua spoke up with a smile. You know what? I'm really happy today. Oh, why is that? Son Kiki asked curiously. Chen Nua reached out to catch a few snowflakes. His voice filled with unmistakable joy. Maybe it's because I finally did something I've always wanted to do. Son Kiki's cheeks flush a deep crimson. Are we watching the snow together? Chen Nua gazes into the distance and speaks slowly. I used to hear that life is only beautiful and complex when you spend it making up for regrets. Suddenly, he clenches his fist and raises his voice. Regrets? Screw that. Life is fleeting, like a shadow passing through a doorway. It's over in a heartbeat. If life is a runaway horse, I'm going to be the one holding the reins. Seeing Chen Nua's heroic confidence, Son Kiki can't help but admire him. He looks so cool. Then, Chen Nua turns to look at her, a slight flush on his own face. Kiki, can you promise me something? Son Kiki avoids his intense yet tender gaze, whispering her reply. Sure, what is it? She unconsciously grips her soda can tighter. She looks down at the ground, her mind racing with embarrassment. He wouldn't ask for something too much, would he? At most, I'll let him hold my hand. Kissing is definitely out of the question. Well, if he insists, a peck on the cheek is okay. But a real kiss? Absolutely not. But then Chen Nua scratches his head and gives a dry laugh. Do you know how to write a self-reflection essay? Could you write one for me? Huh. Son Kiki freezes, her face a mask of total confusion. The night passes, and by morning, a thick blanket of snow covers the entire campus. Inside the dean's office, the radio crackles with static. Due to a cold front from the north, Jinling will experience heavy snowfall today. Residents are advised to stay warm and drive safely. Sun Shengli sits in his chair, rubbing his chin anxiously. I just got back from Yinbin yesterday. I hope those kids haven't been getting into trouble. He grows suspicious. And what exactly is going on between Kiki and that Chinua kid? Sun Shengli recalls the scene at the Jinling train station the day before. As the train came to a halt, Sun Kiki stepped off. When Sun Kiki descended, Chinua naturally slipped his arm around her waist to steady her. There was a romantic aura between them that was hard to miss. Chinua was smiling tenderly, while Sun Kiki was blushing furiously. Standing nearby, Sun Shengli cleared his throat loudly. Ahem! He broke the strange, intimate tension between the young pair. Sun Kiki smiled nervously and asked, Dad, I thought you said you weren't coming? Thinking back to her caught red-handed expression, Sun Shengli closes his eyes to rest. A moment later, he pushes his chair back and stands up, looking troubled. Kiki isn't in a relationship already, is she? The bell signals the end of literature class. Sun Shengli makes his way to class 12A6, standing by the window to observe the students inside. He slowly enters the classroom and steps onto the podium. The room falls deathly silent. Whispers ripple through the rows. Holy crap, it's old Sun, the dean. Why is old Sun here? Did someone screw up? Is there some big announcement? I heard there was bad news. Is it true? Where's Mr. Wu? Isn't he coming? We're dead. There's no way we're getting away with anything now. In the middle of the storm, Chinua is wearing a leather jacket, resting his chin on his hand as he naps. Jolted awake by the sudden hush, he notices the silence and feels a wave of unease. Why'd it get so quiet all of a sudden? Something feels off. Chinua glances toward the podium and immediately spots Sun Shengli standing there. A cold sweat breaks out on his forehead as a curse flashes through his mind. Crap, Sun Shengli announces with a stern face, Class, I have a few things to say. Mr. Wu was out yesterday and unfortunately took a fall in the snow. Therefore, I will be taking over his classes for the time being. To get a better sense of where you all are academically, I prepared an in-class quiz. Everyone, give it your best effort. With that, Sun Shengli drops a stack of exam papers on the desk. He pushes up his glasses and adds strictly, anyone who fails will stay after school to shovel snow off the playground. As he says this, Sun Shengli's eyes lock on a Chinua. Chinua frowns, thinking to himself, is it just me? I feel like I'm being targeted. After school, Chinua looks miserable as he tirelessly sweeps snow with a broom. He sighs and mutters to himself, a man's intuition is never wrong. What did I even do to offend old Sun? Just then, Sun Kiki runs over, also holding a broom. She holds up a thermos of hot water and calls out, Chinua. Chinua glances at her and asks in a low voice, what are you doing here? Sun Kiki hands him a thermos. Are you thirsty? I came to help. Watching this from a distance, Sun Shengli is so frustrated he could cry. That brat, my daughter. The next day, Sun Shengli targets Chinua again. Chinua, you're staying behind to shovel snow. Chinua protests weakly, but teacher, I passed the quiz today. Sun Shengli barks back. You copied from your neighbor. On the third day, Sun Shengli points right at Chinua. Chinua, snow duty. Chinua reminds him softly, Sir, there wasn't a quiz today. Sun Shengli snaps. You didn't turn in your homework. On the fourth day, Sun Shengli blocks Chinua at the classroom door. Chinua, go shovel snow. Chinua sighs, no quiz today, and I turned in my homework, sir. Sun Shengli refuses to let him off. Then let me ask you, what day did the 15th National Congress open? Chinua answers instantly, September 12th to the 18th, 1997. And how many delegates attended? Sun Shengli presses. Chinua replies, 2074. Sun Shengli asks angrily, fine, then name every single one of them. Chinua is left speechless. On the fifth day, during a completely different class, Sun Shengli storms in and bellows, Chinua. Chinua lets out a helpless, long exhale. He stands up, already holding his broom. Sun Shengli shouts, what are you doing with that broom? Chinua slaps the broom over his shoulder and says obediently, going to shovel snow, sir. Always ready for orders. But Sun Shengli's expression is different today. A man in a corrections officer uniform smiles and asks, are you Chinua? Sun Shengli introduces him. Yes, Chinua. This is Officer Zhang from the Longden Detention Center. Chinua asks, surprised, is something wrong? Officer Zhang explains, here's the situation. Your mother, Oshiohua, is currently serving her sentence at our facility. She's been making great progress, so her request for a family visit was approved. However, for some reason, you haven't come to see her. Chinua narrows his eyes. That happened before I was reborn. I have no idea why. Seeing his silence, Officer Zhang steps closer. That's why Oshiohua asked me to come find you. She misses you very much. Son, do you really not plan on visiting her? Chinua remains expressionless. Given the family history, it's understandable why he wouldn't go. Sensing the awkward tension, Sun Shengli feels a pang of sympathy. He thinks to himself, this kid must be going through a lot of pain inside. Sun Shengli steps between them. Officer Zhang, he's my student. Let me talk to him. Perhaps you should head back for now. Officer Zhang hesitates. He gives Chinua a sincere look and offers one last piece of advice. Usually, seeing family helps an inmate's rehabilitation. I hope you'll consider visiting her. Sun Shengli frowns. That's enough. He's just a kid. Don't put so much pressure on him. I'm his teacher. I'll talk things through with him. Officer Zhang, you go on ahead. I'll call you if anything changes. Seeing the teacher stand up for him, Chinua is a bit surprised. Old son? Seeing Sun Shengli's firm stance, Officer Zhang doesn't push further. Very well then. Sorry to bother you, teacher. With that, Officer Zhang departs. Sun Shengli closes the office door. His mind is filled with pity for the boy. Such a hard life for a young kid. Sun Shengli sits down next to him. He looks at Chinua and speaks gently. I looked into your family situation through the school records, and I just learned a bit more from Officer Zhang. I didn't realize things were so difficult. You're a smart kid. Think carefully about what you want to do, but don't let it weigh you down. If you need anything, just let me know. Sun Shengli gives him a kind smile. He checks his watch. It's getting late. I doubt there's anyone at your house to cook for you. Come on, you're eating at my place tonight. He smiles. Meanwhile, at the Sun residence, Sun Kiki is sitting on the sofa, munching on a hot piece of corn on the cob. Suddenly, the front door opens. Sun Kiki cheers happily, Dad. You're home. But when she sees Chinua poking his head out from behind him, Sun Kiki freezes. He holds up 2 fingers in a peace sign, giving her a smirk. Yo! Sun Kiki instantly drops her corn, looking like she's just seen a ghost. She spins around and bolts into her room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Sun Kiki covers her burning face, dying of embarrassment. Chinua, why is he at my house? I'm dressed like this, and he saw me eating like a barbarian. Outside, Chinua rubs his chin with a mischievous, cute grin. Seeing Chinua's sly look, Sun Shengli grits his teeth. Well, this was a mistake. I've invited a wolf into my home. He pats Chinua's shoulder and instructs, change your shoes, then go to the living room and start on your homework. A little while later, Sun Kiki finally emerges. She's changed into a cute short dress and asks softly, Dad, why is he here? Sun Shengli frowns. I brought him home for dinner. You two behave and do your homework. Then he intentionally raises his voice for Chinua's benefit. You work at the dining table. Kiki, you stay in the living room. No congregating. A short while later, Chinua is at the dining table, his pen flying across the paper. Seeing him work so hard, Sun Kiki pouts to herself. Oomph. Acting like he's not scared of my dad at all. Chinua flips to the middle of his notebook, tears out a small piece of paper, and crumples it into a ball. He glances towards Sun Kiki and makes a soft sound. Phew. He tosses the paper ball on her table. She opens it to find a note. Your dad is actually a pretty good guy. There's a smiley face at the end. Sun Kiki smiles, thinking, so he approves of my dad? You got it all backward. At that moment, her father is sitting on the sofa behind her reading the paper, every little move they make caught in his sight. Sun Shengli grips the newspaper tighter, fuming. This kid has absolutely no respect for me. It's almost 6:30 now. Phew. Chinua keeps tearing, crumpling, and whistling softly as he tosses the notes. Another paper ball lands on Sun Kiki's desk. She opens it to read. Something's wrong with your dad. He's been reading the same page for 2 hours. Does your dad have a newspaper obsession? Reading this, Sun Kiki can't help but giggle behind her hand. Sun Shengli's hands tighten even more on the paper. His blood is boiling. That little brat has pewed at Kiki 32 times, and Kiki has peeked at him 57 times. Do they think I'm invisible? Finally reaching his limit, Sun Shengli stands up abruptly and shouts, Kiki. Sun Kiki jumps. D-Dad? Seeing his daughter's reaction, Sun Shengli swallows his anger and forces a smile. It's 7:30. Your mom is probably working late. I'm going out to pick up some dinner. With that, Sun Xingli leaves the house. Out of sight, out of mind. I'm never letting Chun Nuo step foot in this house again. Soon, 4 hot dishes are spread across the table. Sun Xingli puts a duck leg in Chun Nuo's bowl. Here, have a duck leg. You're at a growing age. Eat up. Seeing this, Sun Kiki picks up a piece of duck breast, intended to put it in Chun Nuo's bowl. But just as her chopsticks reach over, Sun Xingli glares at her, his eyes burning with intensity. Sun Kiki quickly changes direction and drops the meat into her father's bowl instead, saying sweetly, "Hee hee, this is for you, Dad." 3 minutes later, Chun Nuo is eating like a starving predator, shoveling rice into his mouth without a shred of hesitation. Sun Xingli frowns and reminds him, "When you're done eating, go straight home. It's dangerous out late." Chun Nuo, with his mouth full, squints his eyes and smiles. "It's fine, sir. I'm used to the night." Then he holds his empty bowl out to Sun Kiki. "Kiki, can I have another bowl of rice?" Sun Kiki reaches for the bowl, but Sun Xingli slams his hand on the table and roars, "I said when you're done, you're done." No seconds. A moment later, Chun Nuo is pushed out the door. From inside, he can hear Sun Kiki calling Dad. He looks back with a frown and a helpless smile. Does this count as a preview of the conflict between a father-in-law and a son-in-law? Just then, a woman with glossy, long brown hair appears in front of him. She has a mature, beautiful face with a touch of coldness, and she studies him from head to toe. The beautiful woman has almond-shaped eyes just like Sun Kiki's, though hers are cooler and more composed. Her eyes meet Chun Nuo's for a brief moment. Chun Nuo says nothing and quickly walks past her. After getting some distance, he mutters, "So similar. That must be Kiki's mother." As Chun Nuo reaches the street, a black car is parked by the curb. The person inside rolls down the window and flicks cigarette ash outside. Chun Nuo accidentally inhales a lungful of smoke. He frowns at the car, remembering the scent when he passed Sun Kiki's mother. The smoke from the car smells exactly like the scent on her just now. Chun Nuo turns back to look at the apartment. The lights are still on. Chun Nuo thinks to himself, "Poor old Sunday Monday morning." Chun Nuo is camped out at an internet cafe. He has a cigarette in his mouth, his hands flying across the keyboard. Just as he's in the zone, a hand slams down, blocking his movements. Sun Xingli stands over him, shouting, "Skipping class again." He frowns and adds, "I've been looking for you all morning." Chun Nuo doesn't answer. Instead, he pulls a pack of red cigarettes from his pocket, offers one to Sun Xingli, and grins. "Comrade old Sun, don't be so grumpy. Have a smoke." Sun Xingli snaps, "Where did you learn to be so smooth-talking?" He pulls over a chair and sits next to Chun Nuo, accepting the cigarette. Seeing this, Chun Nuo's grin widens. "Offering a smoke without a light? That won't do." Sun Xingli huffs and snatches the lighter from Chun Nuo, then begins his lecture. "You, stop trying to act so cool all the time. You're turning into a delinquent. In a few years, when you're an adult and you look back, you'll realize how ridiculous and childish this all was." Sun Xingli takes a drag of the cigarette and speaks slowly. "I know you're in that rebellious teenage phase, and your family situation is complicated. You're stubborn and you don't like dealing with people. I get all that. But Chun Nuo, have you never thought about your future?" As he speaks, Sun Xingli looks at him with genuine concern. "Future?" Chun Nuo rests his chin on his hand and looks at him. Sun Xingli's face turns serious, his voice full of sincerity. "How old are you? If you give up now, what are you going to do later? Become some thug on the street? I don't want to see you become a lowlife. If you end up like that, it would break my heart." Hearing this, Chun Nuo just smiles. "Old Sun, you're overthinking it. I don't have the student problems you think I do. I'm just happy being a salted fish." "A salted fish?" Sun Xingli doesn't quite get the slang. Chun Nuo stretches and laughs as he explains. "Honestly, I enjoy these boring days. It's quiet. I'm free. No one bothers me, and I don't have anything to worry about. Eating well and sleeping well is enough for me. In winter, I just want to soak up the sun, watch the snow, and occasionally tease your daughter." Sun Xingli's eyes narrow instantly. Realizing he misspoke, Chun Nuo quickly backtracks. "Forget it. I'm just joking." Then he looks at him earnestly. "Old Sun, you're a good man and a great teacher. But my business, please stop trying to manage it. I'm not going to lose my way. I really just want to relax and live a quiet, uneventful life." "No." Sun Xingli refuses to give up. "You still have to think about your future. How will you support yourself? Chen Nuo thinks about the money he took from He Zhongji and smiles secretly. He still has tens of thousands of dollars in gold bars hidden at home, enough to live comfortably for quite a while. If he pulls off a few more extortions and buys some property in the city center, he can just sit back and collect rent when property values skyrocket in 25 years. He really has no motivation to work. Suddenly, Sun Shengli pulls an envelope from his pocket, hands it to Chen Nuo, and says seriously, "This is a recommendation letter. I went through a lot of trouble to find you a part-time job. I've already negotiated the hours and the pay, so you don't have to worry. If you save up for the next 2 years and don't spend recklessly, it should cover your college tuition. Once you're in college, you can find work to cover your living expenses. It'll be hard, but that life is better than wandering the streets." Chen Nuo listens to the advice while taking the letter. He smiles, a flash of melancholy in his eyes. "Old son, has anyone ever told you that people like you are fools?" Chen Nuo knows better than anyone that 25 years from now, good men like him will be practically extinct in society. Having delivered the letter, Sun Shengli returns to his strict persona. "I can talk until I'm blue in the face, and you still won't listen. Just think about what I said. I have a class this afternoon. I'm heading out. It's dark by the time." Chen Nuo finally leaves the internet cafe. He steps outside and rubs his sore neck. "I'm exhausted, but these last few days of doing nothing have been amazing." Chen Nuo looks up and smiles to himself. "Sorry, old son, but I'm definitely skipping class again tomorrow. I have to deal with Oshihwa sooner or later. I'll head to the detention center tomorrow. After all, this body is her son's. Consider it my way of settling the original Chen Nuo's affairs." The next morning, Chen Nuo arrives at Longdon Detention Center. He stands at the gate holding 2 large bags of food and calls out, "Hello, my name is Chen Nuo. I have an appointment for a visit." A guard announces to the interior, "Inmate Oshihwa, your son is here to see you." Chen Nuo is led to a private area. Through a glass partition, a woman is already waiting. Chen Nuo's mother is in tears. She presses the phone to her ear, her lips trembling. "Shout! Shout, Mo." She covers her face as the tears fall uncontrollably. "Sob, Xiao Mo, I knew you wouldn't want to see me. You must hate me so much, don't you?" Chen Nuo presses the receiver to his ear and looks at her with a smile. "There are things I hadn't figured out before, but I'm okay now. I don't hate you. I'm telling the truth." Hearing this, she froze. "Really, is that true? Truly?" Chen Nuo nodded. "It's true. I brought you some chocolates and cookies. Life in here must be hard, right?" Chen Nuo's mother wiped her tears, her face glowing with joy. "No, it's not hard. I'm doing well here, so don't worry about me. What about you? Are you doing well?" Chen Nuo smiled. "I'm doing great. My teachers and friends all look out for me. That's good. That's a relief." She let out a heavy sigh of relief, looking at Chen Nuo with pure affection. "Xiao Mo, I promise I'll reform and do my best to get out early. Just wait for me. Once I'm out, I'll make it up to you and take care of you, okay?" Right then, a guard announced, "Time's up." Chen Nuo gave a bitter smile. "Understood." His mother hurried to add, "Xiao Mo, there's one more thing I need to ask of you. I know I have no right to ask, but I truly have no one else to turn to. That child is also my daughter, which makes her your half-sister. Could you find it in your heart to visit her?" Her voice was thick with desperation. She's only 5. I'm so worried about her. I keep having nightmares. If it's not too much trouble, could you go see her? If you don't want to, I understand. This is all my own doing. It's my fault." Chen Nuo's eyes widened in shock. "I have a sister?" He let out a soft sigh, met her gaze, and smiled. "All right, I'll go see her." Later that day, Chen Nuo was led to a small grocery store by a young woman. She smiled and said, "This is the place." She was Officer Liu from the local Women's Federation. "I see." Chen Nuo spoke politely to Officer Liu. "I'm going to buy some snacks for the kids, as well as some cigarettes and alcohol." She agreed, "Go ahead." Officer Liu watched him, thinking to herself, "This boy is surprisingly thoughtful." Before long, Chen Nuo finished buying the essentials. As they continued walking, Officer Liu chatted. "I visited her house a few times. Your sister is very well-behaved and adorable. It breaks your heart just looking at her. Given her special circumstances and the fact that her parents didn't leave much behind, the Federation tries its best to raise funds, sending 200 yuan in subsidies every month. I keep a very close eye on those funds every month to ensure they're deposited into the foster family's account." Chen Nuo murmured, "Thank you for all your hard work." He thought to himself. After Oshihwa and that man were sent to prison, their daughter was handed over to the man's younger brother. Based on what Officer Liu said, It seemed his sister's life was much better than his had been after his grandmother passed away. Soon, they arrived at apartment 602. "We're here." Officer Liu knocked twice. Knock, knock. The door cracked open, and a woman poked her head out happily. "Oh, Officer Liu, it's you. Come in, please come in." Once they were inside, Chen Nuo noticed an elderly woman and a child sitting on the sofa. Officer Liu introduced them. "These are Mr. Gu and Annie Fong. Mr. Gu is the child's uncle. And this is Chen Nuo." Mr. Gu frowned, muttering the name. "Chen." The boy gave a polite smile and handed over the gifts. "Sorry for the intrusion. I didn't mean to trouble you. I mainly just wanted to visit my sister." Mr. Gu accepted the bags, and seeing the candy and alcohol inside, he beamed. "Oh, come in, come in. I'll have your aunt bring your sister out. The girl just loves hiding in her room and playing by herself." Annie Fong led Gu Xiaoya out. She whispered to the little girl, "This is your big brother. Say hello." Gu Xiaoya looked up with big, shimmering eyes and stammered, "Be brother." Mr. Gu quickly explained, "She's a bit shy around people and doesn't talk much, but we're raising her well." "That's right." Auntie Fong chimed in. "My husband absolutely dotes on his niece." She gripped the girl's shoulders tightly. "Look at this sweater she's wearing. We just bought it for her. It wasn't cheap." She then tied on her apron. "Old Gu, you entertain Officer Liu and the guest. I'm going to start on lunch. You all should stay and eat with us today." Chen Nuo peeled a banana and held it out to Xiaoya. "Want some?" Xiaoya swallowed hard, clearly craving it. But she still turned to Mr. Gu, looking for permission. Mr. Gu's face paled slightly as he forced a smile. "Your brother peeled it for you. Go ahead and eat." Only then did Xiaoya dare to enjoy the banana. Chen Nuo smiled and opened a bag of candy. "Here, have some sweets too." But just as Xiaoya timidly reached for one, a young boy snatched it away, sticking his tongue out at her. "Yum, candy. More. I want more." "Blay." Mr. Gu acted like it was nothing. Kids will be kids. They're always bickering like this. You get used to it. Chen Nuo went silent for a moment before forcing a smile. "I see. Kids this age are quite the handful. It can't be easy taking care of two of them. You're telling me." Lumin sighed. "It's a lot of work." Just then, Auntie Fong finished cooking. She called out, "Lunch is ready." As they sat around the table, Mr. Gu said warmly, "Come on, eat up. Don't be shy. Make yourself at home." Annie Fong put food on Xiaoya's plate. "Xiaoya, have this. You love chicken drumsticks the most. And little Chun, you eat plenty too. Make sure to visit often." After lunch, near the entrance of the Lifeng residential area, Officer Liu spoke with Chen Nuo. "Your sister is such a poor thing, losing both parents to prison at such a young age. But thankfully, her life seems decent now," she said confidently. "Chen Nuo, don't you worry. Our Federation will keep a close eye on things. We won't let her suffer." He scratched his head and smiled. "I'll leave it in your hands then." She replied, "Don't mention it. I'll be heading back now. I have a lot to get through." As she walked away, Chen Nuo's expression instantly turned cold. Officer Liu was enthusiastic, but she was young and inexperienced. She missed so many details. Chen Nuo's face darkened as he recalled the unnatural behavior of that family. On the balcony, among the laundry, there were no clothes for the girl. It meant she had very few clothes, or they were rarely washed. That sweater she wore looked clean, but the elbows were frayed and covered in loose threads. Plus, the style didn't look like something for a girl. It was clearly a hand-me-down from their son. A 5-year-old child who ate that perfectly, leaving the bowl spotless and gnawing every scrap of meat off the bone. It meant she was never fed enough. He let out a cold, contemptuous sneer. "Humph. Collecting over 200 yuan a month in subsidies must feel nice. They sure have a lot of nerve. No wonder Oshihua was worried enough to ask me to check." Thinking this, he lit a cigarette. Click. He took a long drag and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Phew. Chen Nuo made his decision. Since I've taken so many lives, I might as well do a little good for a change. Shortly after, Chen Nuo returned to apartment 602 and knocked. When the door opened, Mr. Gu looked at him, completely stunned. WH. Behind him, Chen Nuo saw exactly what was happening. Auntie Fong was using a stick to discipline Xiaoya. The girl was sobbing. Hearing her cries, the woman grew even more hysterical. "Stop that crying. Shut your mouth." With that, she rained down blows on the girl. Xiaoya's legs were covered in bruises as she curled up on the floor. "Ah, sob," the woman cursed while she struck her. "You useless brat. I told you to wash the dishes, and you broke one. Tell me, did you do it on purpose?" Mr. Gu panicked and rushed toward Chinua. Why are you back? Auntie Fong noticed Chinua too. He was boiling with rage. Is this how you treat my sister? With one kick, he sent Mr. Gu sprawling to the floor. Arg! Auntie Fong charged at him like a wild animal, screaming, You hit my husband! You dare lay a finger on my husband? Chinua used one hand to shove the old woman aside. Get lost! Chinua walked up to Mr. Gu, grabbed him by the ankle, and dragged him across the floor. The man screamed in terror. Xiao and Mo. Chinua, what are you doing? The grandmother, who had been sitting on the sofa, jumped up aggressively. Let go of my son. She lunged forward and grabbed his shirt. Let him go. Let him go. Chinua's patience snapped. Humph. So you're not dead yet. Your daughter-in-law is beating your own granddaughter, and you just sit there and watch? She's 5 years old. What the hell is wrong with you? The old woman spat back viciously. She's a curse. That brat is a jinx. The older one married my son and birthed that brat. Then my son ended up in prison. Your whole family is a pack of jinxes. Chinua just scoffed. Ah, I see. You're just a miserable old hag. Without another word, he dragged the coward out to the balcony, dangling him over the edge in midair. Help! Someone help! Murder! Chinua glared. Shut up. Say one more word, and I'll let go. He turned back to the two women inside. Stay back. If anyone moves, he drops. The grandmother tried to charge anyway. Auntie Fong frantically held her back. Mom, don't provoke him. She pleaded, her face pale as a ghost. Chun, Xiao Nua, please put my husband down. We can talk this out. Let's just talk. Chin Nua let out a cold chuckle. Humph. Finally talking like a human being, he hauled the terrified, soul-shaken Mr. Gu back inside and tossed him onto the floor. The grandmother rushed over to help her son up, screaming curses. You god-awful monster. You jinx. You bastard child with no father to teach you. I hope you get hit by a car. I hope you choke on your food and die. Auntie Fong joined in the shouting. You're dead meat. What you did is illegal. Do you hear me? I'm calling police right now. Mr. Gu looked at Chin Nua's unwavering face and broke into a cold sweat. He barked. Damn it, both of you shut up. Are you trying to get me killed? He begged. Little Chun, don't be impulsive. Let's talk about this calmly. Calmly. Chin Nua found it amusing. Yeah, now this is more like it. He walked into the kitchen and pulled out the largest meat cleaver. The three of them nearly jumped out of their skins. Ah, Mom. The grandmother shielded the couple. Come on then. Kill me. I'm old enough. I've lived long enough anyway. Chinua couldn't help but laugh at the scene. He slammed the knife onto the table. Relax. I'm not using a knife. Not today. If you don't want to see blood, then answer me honestly. Auntie Fong was still trying to act tough. You brat? Aren't you afraid of karma? Let me tell you, you're going to prison. Chinua wasn't fazed. Instead, he leaned in with a threat. I'm not afraid. I didn't hurt anyone today. Even if the police take me in, it'll just be a warning at most. But when I get out, do you think I won't come back for you? You have a family, a wife, and kids. I have nothing. Next time I come here with a knife, Uncle Gu, do you think I'll hesitate? You want to bet your life on it? Auntie Fong was fuming. Mr. Gu quickly covered his reckless wife's mouth. If you don't want us all dead, shut up. He stood up shakily. Little Chun, what exactly do you want? I just want to vent. But was all that really necessary? We treated your sister. Chinua cut him off immediately. Don't give me that bullshit. Let's make this simple. I'm taking my sister with me. Auntie Fong didn't want to lose her cash cow, but we're her legal guardians. He narrowed his eyes. Isn't it all for that $200 you want a month, right? And whatever money her parents left for her. I don't want any of it. Not a single cent. You keep the allowance. You don't have to give it up. You can even keep collecting the future subsidies. On paper, you're still her guardians, but she's coming with me. She stays with me. Mr. Gu avoided Chun Nua's gaze, looking away. Chun Nua didn't say another word. He just kicked the man's leg, sending Mr. Gu collapsing to the floor in pain. Listen closely. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm telling you how it's going to be. Of course, you're free to see what happens if you refuse. I'm all alone, but you have a family of 4. Your son is 7, right? Auntie Fong's face went white at the mention of her son. She screamed, Go. Take her right now. Just don't ever come back. From now on, we stay out of each other's way. Chin Nua smiled. Fine. I'm taking her, and we'll stay out of each other's way. He walked past the pathetic group and knelt in front of Xiaoya. You might not fully understand yet, but I'm your brother. Your real brother. Do you want to come live with me? We'll eat together, and I promise no one will ever hit you again. Gu Xiaoya's eyes welled with tears. Brother, you want to hit me? Then I'll go with you. Can I? He smiled and wiped her tears. It's a deal. And from now on, just call me brother. Xiaoya hesitated for a second before whispering, Brother. Brother. He suddenly asked, By the way, what's your name? She replied, Gu Xiaoya. Chen Nuo shot a look at the family. He scoffed. Nothing good ever came from a Gu name. You're with me now, so your last name is Chun. From now on, you're Chen Xiaoya. By evening, Chen Nuo happily brought Xiaoya home after buying her plenty of new things. Suddenly, son Kiki called out to him from the doorway. Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo was a bit surprised. What are you doing here? Kiki snapped. Why didn't you pick up your phone? He sighed. The battery died. She then noticed the adorable little girl standing there. Oh, she's so cute. Kiki leaned down with a sweet smile. Who is this little girl? Chen Nuo. Where did you find her? Chen Nuo decided to tease her. Her? She's my daughter. He turned to the girl. Xiaoya, call me daddy. To his surprise, Xiaoya obediently complied, Daddy. Kiki nearly collapsed on the spot. Daddy? Xiaoya looked at the pretty girl in front of her, feeling a bit bad for her, and asked innocently, Brother. Did I say it right? Kiki's eyes narrowed. Brother? She started hitting him playfully. Chen Nuo, you jerk. How dare you lie to me? Chen Nuo couldn't stop laughing. Then he asked, All right, jokes aside, why were you looking for me? Kiki asked a bit sadly. Where have you been these past few days? She scolded him loudly. Do you have any idea how worried my dad has been? He was riding his bike around your neighborhood for days, just trying to find work for you. He came home limping last night, saying he fell off his bike. When I helped him soak his feet, I saw a huge bruise on his leg. Chen Nuo froze for a second. He asked, How long have you been waiting for me? Kiki was confused. Huh? Chen Nuo suddenly grabbed her hand. It's freezing out here. How long were you waiting? Kiki blushed. Just a little while. With that, he naturally pulled her along. Come on, let's go inside. Kiki shyly pulled her hand back. No, I shouldn't. Little Xiaoya watched them with curiosity. Big brother, big sister. Are you two on a date? Am I being a third wheel? Chen Nuo smiled. Well, it gets dark pretty early these days, so it's probably not the best time. Tell you what, let's go somewhere else. Before long, the three of them arrived at KFC. Chen Nuo asked, Does your dad always love meddling in other people's business? She looked down, a bit glum. Not really. Kiki began to explain. A few years ago, when he was the dean, he used to bring a student home for dinner all the time. That kid didn't have anyone. That night, the boy ran to my house, knelt before my father, and sobbed uncontrollably. He kept apologizing, begging my father to stop caring about him, saying he wasn't worth it. My father was devastated that day. Besides, his grades were poor, and he was always getting into fights. One time, while trying to stop him, my father held him back so tightly that the boy pushed him down. Not long after that, something happened to him. He was stabbed to death on the street. Since then, my father stopped being a head teacher. My mother argued with him about it constantly. Without the head teacher position, the bonuses and extra income were gone. Chen Nuo listened, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. I see. Your father sees a shadow of that boy in me. He doesn't want me to follow in those footsteps. He suddenly glanced over and saw Xiaoyi just sitting there, sucking her thumb. Huh? Why aren't you eating? He handed her a chicken leg. Here, eat up. Xiaoyi obediently held it up. You eat first, big brother. He spoke softly. It's okay. I have mine. You eat. Just then, a waiter brought out 2 large ice cream sundaes. Sir, here is your ice cream. Thanks. Xiaoyi looked at the ice cream in front of her, absolutely delighted. She took a bite, found it delicious, and even tried to feed some to Chen Nuo. With tears in her eyes, she pleaded, Big brother, please don't send me back, okay? I won't be a brat. I'll bathe myself and go to sleep on my own. I can even sweep the floor and wipe the tables. Oh, and I know how to wash the rice too. Chen Nuo stroked her cheek to comfort her. Didn't I tell you? You're going to live with me from now on. You never have to go back to that place. Xiaoyi stopped crying instantly. Okay, I'll be good, big brother. I'll be really good. Cuckoo was a bit curious. Chen Nuo, is she really your sister? She's so adorable and well-behaved. She's nothing like you. He patted Xiaoye's head. It's complicated. I can't explain it in just a few words. He suddenly asked, You didn't go home for dinner, didn't Mr. Sun ask? If he finds out you're with me, I'll probably have to sweep the stadium again. Cuckoo frowned gloomily. My parents were fighting today. He was surprised. Isn't it normal for couples to bicker? Cuckoo hesitated. Before, my dad never talked back. I don't know what's wrong lately. My mom is always busy, and every time she comes home, I feel like she's just picking on him, looking for any excuse to start a fight. Chinua teased her. That's grown-up business. A kid like you shouldn't meddle. Kuka knit her brows, acting mature. That's what my dad said. He gave me 50 yuan today and told me to go find a friend to play with, instead of moping around the house. Suddenly, Chinua held out his hand to her. Kuka asked, confused, what are you doing? He joked, give me half. Didn't your dad give you 50? Kuka slapped his hand away with a pop and stuck her tongue out. Oof. In your dreams. A while later, Chinua walked Kuku all the way to her door. She happily waved goodbye to both of them. I'm home. Thanks for walking me back. Xiaoyi waved back. Bye-bye, big sister. Suddenly, Kuka spread her arms wide. Huh? Chinua's mind wandered as he lunged forward. I just walk you home. You don't have to be so moved at you. But Kuka dodged him, leaving him hugging thin air, while she pulled Xiaoyi into a tight embrace. You're just too cute. Why don't you tell your brother you're sleeping at my house tonight? Left out in the cold, Chinua stood there like a statue. Once Kuku was safely inside, he took Xiaoyi's hand. Come on, let's go home. Halfway there, Chinua spotted a car. Inside were a man and a woman. He recognized one of them. It was Sun Kuku's mother. Suddenly, Chinua got a very bad feeling. Early the next morning, Xiaoyi chirped, big brother, wake up and eat breakfast. Chinua finished brushing his teeth and walked out, finding breakfast already laid out. You made this? Xiaoyi beamed. Yes. Chinua muttered. You're only 5 and you already know how to cook? Yes. She asked innocently, what's wrong, big brother? He smiled and sat down. Nothing. Chinua blew on his noodles and took a big slurp. This is actually really good. Xiaoyi reminded him, you have to eat fast or you'll be late for school. Chinua replied, I'm not going to school anymore. If I go, no one will be here to take care of you. He thought to himself, though right now, it feels more like Xiaoyi is taking care of me. Hearing this, Xiaoyi suddenly pursed her lips. What's wrong? She answered sadly, I can take care of myself. I don't want to be a burden to you. Otherwise, you'll definitely end up hating me. And then you'll kick me out. He affectionately patted her head. Don't worry. I could never hate you. Seeing her still looking down, he sighed in defeat. Fine. I promise you, I'll go to school. I give up. Xiaoyi grinned again. Then I'll go get your jacket. After school that day, Chinua went to the bike rack and realized, son of a. He stood there cursing. Where the hell is my bike? Chinua rushed to find the school's security guard. Sir, my bike was stolen. The guard just tilted his head and gave a lazy grunt. Realizing he wasn't going to get any help, Chinua said helplessly, fine, I'll find it myself. A moment later, Chinua wheeled out another bike. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He locked this flashy bike to a utility pole on the side of the road, then hid around the corner to wait. Before long, 2 suspicious-looking men crept up. One kept watch while the other picked the lock. No one's around. Hurry up. Chinua watched them right away. Smirking to himself, they took the bait. A short while later, at the Xianyang district, Wisteria Street. Chinua tracked them there and couldn't help but be impressed. Wisteria Street. I should have known. It really is the most famous second-hand bike street in Jinling, at a shop that bought used bikes. The 2 thieves brought the bike in. The owner asked, new arrival? The thief said confidently, brand new. Look, the oil hasn't even been changed yet. The owner narrowed his eyes. Where'd you get it? The other guy chimed in, don't worry. It's from far away, over in Jiangning. The owner pulled out his wallet. Fine. Same old rules. The man seemed a bit dissatisfied. Hey, this is a new bike. Can't you add a little more? Before he could finish, the owner cut him off. Stop talking nonsense. Right then, at the main entrance of the shop, Chun Nua arrived and started pounding on the door. Bam, bam, bam. Hey, the bald owner asked impatiently, what's with all the banging? What do you want? Chun Nua replied politely, boss, I want to ask you a few things. The man waved him off. Ask someone else. Get lost. Chun Nua sighed. Sigh with that. He threw the iron chain, which he had somehow already removed, onto the ground. Clang! Chinua pushed the door open and kicked the side door shut with a loud bang. The bald man pointed at him. Kid, you looking for trouble? Chinua smiled. Boss, I just want to know where you keep your safe. The bald man, Wu Dalei, wasn't intimidated at all. I'm Wu Dalei. I'm a veteran in this business. When I was young, I did 2 years for assault. I got out 6 months early for good behavior. While I was inside, I was lucky enough to meet a big boss. After I got out, he took me under his wing. I started trading used bikes, buying from petty thieves. Life's been good, and business keeps growing. Over the years, I've learned to value peace. I don't go around killing people anymore. But if I lose my cool, he suddenly grabbed a wrench and charged at Chun-Na. Chun-Nua swung the iron chain, wrapping it around the man's leg. Daily Eye broke into a cold sweat. Chun-Nua gave it a sharp yank. His balls were crushed in an instant. Holy SH! They're broken. Daily Eye lay on the ground, clutching his crotch and screaming. Seeing Chun-Nua approach, he quickly confessed, "The money is in the cabinet." Chun-Nua gave a radiant smile. He took a large stack of cash and walked out with a bag. Wu Daily Eye gritted his teeth. Damn it. He made a call. I know. He roared furiously. Where the hell are you loafing around? Get your asses back here. The shop's been robbed. Chun-Nua then went to a snack stall. Boss. 1 pancake and 1 order of wontons. He opened the bag to check and was quite satisfied. 40 or 50,000. This trip was worth it. As he was eating happily, the roar of engines echoed from a distance. Virum, Virum. A car sped toward him. Chun-Nua smiled and told the stall owner, Boss, add 8 steamed buns to go. I'll be back for them in a bit. Meanwhile, Wu Daily Eye's lackeys had arrived. Boss, are you okay? He was groaning on the ground. Ow, ow, ow. He screamed in rage. Find him. Find that brat for me. Damn it, I'm going to kill him. Kill that little bastard. He was frantic. 60,000. That kid swiped 60,000. That was the money for the motorcycles I'm supposed to buy in 2 days. One lackey asked, Boss, what does he look like? He answered crudely, Damn it, he's just a kid. Average looking, not very old. The lackey asked again, Does he happen to walk with a very casual, carefree vibe? He was startled. Yeah, exactly. Damn it, how did you know? The lackey pointed at the door in horror. Boss, look over there. Does that look like him? Chun-Nua had actually returned to the shop. Daily Eye roared, Damn it, why are you back? Chun-Nua smiled like a rogue. I never said I was leaving. My bike is still here. I just went out to grab a bite. Daily Eye was shaking with rage, cursing under his breath. Mother, he ordered, Get him. Kill him. Lock the doors. Lock them. Don't let him escape. The money is on him. Chun-Nua stood his ground, completely unfazed. The main doors slammed shut with a clang. Chun-Nua was surrounded by 10 men. He tossed the money bag onto the ground. A man with a wrench charged at him. You little SH. Chun-Nua was lightning fast. He grabbed the man's wrist and, with a swift motion, snapped it right at the joint. Crack. The man fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Daily Eye watched from the side, swallowing hard. Chun-Nua picked up the wrench and marched toward the rest of them. Wu Daily Eye shouted, Go. Get him. A dozen seconds later, it was over. His lackeys were all sprawled on the floor. Daily Eye had a huge lump on his head and a blackened eye. I'm screwed. I picked a fight with a mad dog. Damn it, this guy isn't human. He fights way too dirty. Daily Eye knelt on the ground, pleading, Big brother, I've seen what you can do. Look, can we just call this a misunderstanding? Chun-Nua smiled. No way. I know you're not convinced. Instead of having you call more people to find me later, we might as well settle this once and for all today. I'll give you time to call your boys. I won't touch you until they all get here. How's that? Daily Eye wept like a baby. Big brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. I really was. I give up. I still want to stay in business. I surrender. Please, just let me go. Keep the money. You've already beaten us to a pulp. It was just a bike. Big brother, it's no big deal. Chun-Nua smiled, rubbing his chin. I'm bored of riding a bike anyway. Fine. Find me a motorcycle, something light. Daily Eye agreed instantly. Yes. As long as you show some mercy, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. He excitedly pointed at a bike. Big brother, I just got this one last week. I overhauled it from top to bottom. Even the paint is new. It's a genuine Japanese Yamaha. I even installed the exhaust myself. What do you think? Chun-Nua was silent for a moment, then said, It's missing a helmet. Daily Eye quickly replied, I have one. I have everything. He pulled out a carbon fiber helmet with an anti-fog visor. I was going to keep this bike and this helmet for myself. They've never been used. Please, big brother, take them. Take them and enjoy. Chun-Nua took the helmet. Now you're talking. He suddenly threatened. I was going to let you off the hook. But you and I have a personal grudge. I hate bald guys the most. You guys shave your heads just to act like thugs. What's the point? Trying to scare kids on the street? Daily Eye was in tears. No, I'm just balding. A moment later, Chun-Nua was on the motorcycle, the engine roaring coolly. Vroom vroom. While riding, Chun-Nua spotted a familiar figure. He slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching as he stopped right in front of her. Sun-Kuka jumped. What are you doing? I'm warning you. We're at the school gates. If I scream, people will come running. Chen Nuo took off his helmet. Yo, Cuckoo was shocked. Chen Nuo, where did you get this motorcycle? He handed her the helmet. Put it on. I'll take you for a ride. I'll have you back before Mr. Sun finishes work. She made a face. It's freezing outside. What ride? Suddenly, he noticed something. Hey, that brooch is really pretty. Cuckoo looked down, annoyed. Where are you looking? He asked further. Where did you get it? She said happily. A friend of my mom's gave it to me. A few days ago, my mom took me to dinner with some of her friends. A gentleman gave it to me as a gift. He frowned. That thing isn't cheap, is it? Cuckoo thought about it. How expensive can a brooch be? Besides, my mom said it was okay to accept it. Chen Nuo didn't have the heart to tell her. He thought to himself, you don't know, but your mother definitely does. This is Van Cleef and Arpels. In an era where a monthly salary is only a few hundred yuan, how is a 5-figure item not expensive? He pulled a package out of his pocket. If you don't want to ride, fine. Take this. Cuckoo asked curiously, what is it? Chen Nuo winked. Good food. With that, Chen Nuo started the engine and roared away. Virum. Cuckoo opened the box and saw several steamed buns inside. She couldn't help but smile. He must have kept them against his chest so they wouldn't get cold. Meanwhile, in Hacheng, at the home of Li Yingwan, Li Yingwan, wearing a school uniform, stood before a mirror repeating the same line. Hello everyone. My name is Li Yingwan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello everyone. My name is Li Yingwan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello everyone. My name is Li Yingwan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Her older brother was outside her room, ear to the door, listening to her practice. Hello everyone. My name is Li Yingwan. He turned to ask his mother, Mom, are you really sending my sister to Jiangning to study? She replied happily, yes. It was her idea. For the sake of our family, she has to go there and find that young man. Over at the school, Sun Cuckoo went to the head teacher's office to find her father. She pushed the door open. Dad. Sun Xingli laughed and scratched his head. I've been so busy sorting out the classes for the new semester. It's been hard on you, bringing me dinner every day. She handed him the food. Eat quickly, Dad. Don't let yourself go hungry. She tried to push him toward the sofa. Dad, go sit on the sofa and eat. Sit there and see what it feels like to be a boss. He burst out laughing. Me? A boss? As Cuckoo watched her father eat, she nervously looked at the class assignment sheet on the desk. She stealthily picked up a pen and added a few strokes. Scratch, scratch. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. She had written Chen Nuo's name and hers into the same class, Class 6. Meanwhile, at the school gates, it was the end of the school day. Students were saying their goodbyes. Mei, Xing Xing, see you next year? Yeah, I hope we're still in the same class. Definitely. Winter break is finally here. Guys, let's party. Hey, anyone want to pull an all-nighter at the internet cafe? At Sun Cuckoo's house, Sun Xingli praised Chen Nuo. Your final exam scores were quite good this time. I hope you keep up the hard work. Remembering how he had scrambled to copy the answers, Chen Nuo scratched his head and smiled. No problem. Mr. Sun asked worriedly, oh, right, Chen? Cuckoo told me you brought your sister home? Are you taking care of her by yourself? That won't do. You're still young and you have school. Where will you find the time to look after a child? He replied casually, I can just skip class. Mr. Sun was so annoyed his lip curled. Is it appropriate to say that in front of your head teacher? He continued, I'll look into it for you. There must be a kindergarten she can attend. Didn't your family tell you? You acted without thinking. Even if you're raising your little sister, you should have handled the paperwork properly. I remember in my past life, when I raised those fireflies, there were no kindergartens. I just let them grow up wild. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Sun turned to Kiki. Your mom must be back. She opened the door, a bright smile on her face. Mr. Sun made the introductions. This is your Aunt Yang. Hello. Chen Nuo greeted her politely. Good to meet you, Aunt Yang. Then Sun introduced Chen Nuo to his wife. This is one of my students. Chen Nuo. Hello, dear. Yang Xiaoyi said before tying her hair back. I'm going to take off my makeup and then start on dinner. Time passed, and soon it was Friday morning of the new semester. Chen Nuo walked Xiao Yi to the kindergarten gates. Inside, a chorus of kids was wailing. Mommy, I want my mommy. Wah, I want to go home and watch TV. I'm speechless. I noticed Xiao Yi was trembling too. I tried to comfort her. You'll be here from Monday to Friday. I'll come pick you up every weekend. Okay, today is just your first day, so just get used to it for now. Xiao Yi nodded obediently. Okay. She looked up, her eyes wide. Big brother, you'll really come get me every weekend, right? Of course, I reassured her. I'll even be here to pick you up after school today. A little later, Chun Nua arrived at his own school. He pushed the door open and checked the sign, grade 6. Right room. I scratched my chin, confused. I almost forgot. They reshuffle the classes for the new semester. No wonder there are so many new faces I don't recognize. Hey, Chun Nua, over here, a classmate shouted. Everyone was laughing and teasing Kiki. Flustered, she said, "Stop it, guys. Class is about to start. Get back to your seats." Chun Nua set his things down at the desk next to Kiki. She looked surprised. You're really sitting here? He raised an eyebrow. Is that a problem? Right then, the bell rang. Ring, ring, ring. Mr. Sun stepped up to the podium and made an announcement. I'll be your homeroom teacher until graduation. So, he suddenly called out. Chun Nua raised his hand. Present. The teacher pointed to a desk in the back. You? Move to the back. This semester, I'm having the other teachers and students keep an eye on you. Don't even think about skipping class. The whole class erupted in laughter. Ha. Chun Nua thought helplessly. Mr. Sun, was that really necessary? As Chun Nua headed to the back, the boy sitting there, who was secretly reading a novel, pleaded in his head, Don't come here, don't come here. I don't want to get dragged into his mess. I just want to read my book in peace. As soon as Chun Nua sat down, the boy turned around with a miserable look. Look, man, even if you're chasing the school bell, don't overdo it, or you're going to get me killed. Chun Nua glanced at the book the boy was holding, The Mind Detective. I prefer Jin Yong's White Horse neighing in the West Wind. That one's good, but I could never get into a deadly secret. The boy's eyes lit up instantly. Exactly. Chun Nua, I didn't realize you were a man of culture. This boy's name was La Chung. After class, Chun Nua went to the kindergarten to pick up Xiao Yi. Big brother. The teacher was at the door, saying goodbye to each child. Slow down, everyone. No pushing. Watch your step. Xiao Yi's face lit up when she saw Chun Nua. Big brother. She started to tear up. Wah! She lunged into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Chun Nua was baffled. Did someone bully you in there? She wiped her eyes. No. I was just scared. Scared you wouldn't come back for me. Chun Nua chuckled. How could I ever do that? Come on. I'm taking you out for a free meal. After walking for a bit, Xiao Yi suddenly asked, Are we going to that big sister's house? He looked at her, surprised. How did you know? She gave him a mischievous look. She likes you. Chun Nua was a loss for words. What do kids like you know? A moment later, they cycled over to where Kiki and La Chung were waiting. Chun Nua, she called out. He returned the bike to La Chung. Thanks for the bike, La Chung said, then stared at Xiao Yi in shock. Huh? Is this your sister? He handed her a piece of candy. Here, have some chocolate. I'm your brother's friend. You could just call me Big Brother. Xiao Yi looked at Chun Nua. Chun Nua gave her a small nod. Go ahead. With his permission, she happily took it. Thank you, Big Brother. La Chung beamed. Your sister is adorable. I wish I'd asked my parents for a sister back in the day. He sighed. My dad spent the first half of his life obsessed with making money. He married late, and I was born late. He had me when he was 40, and now he's 57. Chun Nua teased him. Well, you were certainly a late life blessing. Kiki suddenly spoke up, looking shy. I was supposed to have you and Xiao Yi over for dinner tonight, but my dad has to work overtime. Apparently, the District Education Bureau is coming for an inspection on Monday. Something about staffing reforms, so we'll have to reschedule. Right. La Chung chimed in. Actually, that works out. I'm bored at home by myself anyway. Let's go hit the arcade. A huge game center just opened over in Dongshan, and there's a KFC inside. We can play all we want, and dinner's on me. They headed to the game center together. After La Chung finished exchanging tokens, he said, I'm going to play some racing games. You three play together. Chun Nua was still getting used to this kind of friendship. Kiki suggested excitedly, Chun Nua, let's play the basketball shootout. Sure, he agreed. I'll be right back. Just need to use the restroom. Take my sister with you. As soon as Chun Nua left, a group of street thugs walked in. One of them, Little Blade, was visibly drunk. Blade, you having a good time? One of his lackeys asked. Hell yeah, he bragged. Glad I've got brothers like you. I just got my cast off of the hospital this morning, and you guys are already out here celebrating with me. You've got real loyalty. Suddenly, one of the henchmen pointed. Blade, look over there. Isn't that? Drunk, Little Blade squinted. Damn it. He saw Kiki playing basketball. He licked his lips like a predator. Damn, today really is my lucky day. By the time Chun Nua returned from the bathroom, Kiki and his sister were surrounded. Xiao Yi saw him and cried out, Big Brother. He's here. Chun Nua grabbed Little Blade by the shoulder. Out of the hospital already, Blade? The thug spun around. fuming. Are you blind? Can't you see your daddy's busy? His eyes nearly popped out when he realized it was Chun No. Holy crap. One of the clueless lackeys pointed a finger in Chun Nua's face. Back off. Blade is talking to his future lady. Who the hell are you? What? You here to beg for peace? La Chung stormed over. Who's this? You want to pick a fight with my friend? He looked at Chun Nua. Don't sweat it. Who's making trouble? The henchman barked. Screw you. You're looking for a beating. La Chung taunted him. Come on then, hit me. My dad is La Dashin. See what happens if you touch me. Go ahead, do it. Hearing that name felt like a ton of bricks hitting them. Little Blade's face went pale. Your boss LA's son? It's a misunderstanding. Total misunderstanding. Look, man, your friend and I were just having a friendly chat. Tell you what, out of respect for Boss La, we'll be on our way. La Chung yelled out, Brother who? There's someone here trying to hit me. You gonna let that slide? A man playing cards at a nearby table looked up. A guy with a buzz cut stood up abruptly. The hell? What's going on, Chung? This was Brother Who. He walked over. You okay? La Chung feigned distress. If you'd been any later, I'd be in trouble. This guy said he wanted to beat me up. Little Blade turned white as a sheet. No way, I never said that. The guy who actually spoke up didn't dare breathe. Brother Who grabbed him by the collar. You've got some nerve, kid. Little Blade panicked. Big brother. It's a misunderstanding. All of it. Without a word, Brother Who slapped him across the face so hard his head snapped to the side. Brother Who swung his hands left and right, delivering a flurry of slaps. Smack! 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 Little Blade cried out. I didn't say I'd hit smack. Another one. Smack! Little Blade begged. I'm sorry, big brother. I said I'd show Boss La respect. Brother Who didn't listen and threw him to the ground. Respect? Who the hell do you think you are? A small fry like you isn't even worthy of showing my boss respect. He barked at them, chasing them off. Scram. Then his face softened as he gave La Chung a friendly wave. All right, Chung, I'm heading out. Give me a shout if you need anything else. La Chung waved back happily. You got it. He turned to his two stunned friends. He just scratched his head and grinned. Forgot to mention, my dad owns this arcade. Chun Nua laughed. So you're a rich kid, huh? You look more like an underworld prince. La Chung puffed out his chest. Prince? Nah, I usually don't use my dad's name to scare people. But if anyone bullies you from now on, I've got your back. A wave of warmth filled Chun Nua's chest. Thanks. Watching La Chung smile at Xiao Yi, Chun Nua thought, I never expected La Chung to be La Dashin's son. La Chung asked the girl, hungry? Let's go get some KFC. Chun Nua's expression suddenly darkened. To someone who grew up in Jinling like him, the name La Dashin was very familiar. He used to be a sand dredger at state-owned gravel plant. Later, he struck it rich, using his underworld connections to build a massive empire in the Jiangning district. But those who live by the sword usually meet a bitter end. When a more powerful force targeted him, La Dashin's final years were miserable. Based on the timing, the La family probably only has a year or two of glory left. La Chung happily picked up Xiao Yi. Let's go. Chun Nua watched him. He thought to himself, but La Chung is actually incredibly humble. He just likes reading novels and treats everyone with kindness. He's a good person at heart. That evening, they returned to Mr. Sun's office. Kiki knocked. Dad, open up. There was only silence behind the door. She frowned. That's weird. All the other office lights in the school are off, but he's not home. Where could he be? Seeing her reach for her keys, Chun Nua suddenly had a thought. I need a favor. I have to go out tonight, and I can't leave my sister home alone. Could she stay with you for a bit? Do you mind looking after her? Kiki was surprised. Huh? Where are you going this late? He sighed. Don't ask. I'll come pick her up tomorrow morning. With that, he left Xiao Yi with Kiki and headed out. Chun Nua made his way to the Golden Flower Fencing Club, where Yang Xiaoyi worked. It was past closing time, so Mr. Sun had to be nearby. As he scouted the area, he spotted a black car, the same black Passat from a few days ago. At the same time, Chun Nua saw Mr. Sun sitting nearby, smoking. Just then, a man walked out of the building. Safe travels, sir. We hope to see you again soon. That man was Dao Weishan. Mr. Sun stood up and approached. A bodyguard blocked him. What do you want? Dao Weishan waved him off. Let him through. Chun Nua watched the two of them talk. His curiosity piqued. What is Mr. Sun doing? Mr. Sun handed Dao Weishan a briefcase. Take this for now. Dao Weishan shoved the briefcase away with a loud thud, sending the cash inside, spilling across the ground. He spat out a curse. Get lost. Dao Weishan stepped over the bills. calling Mr. Sun trash as he left. I'll pay you back everything, Sun Shengli hissed through gritted teeth. Every last cent. Dao Weishan's car sped away. Mr. Sun didn't even pick up the scattered money. He slumped to the ground in silence. Right then, Yang Xiaoi pulled up, pedaling her bike as fast as she could. Huff, huff, she panted, rushing to her husband's side. Shengli, son, Shengli looked up, his expression blank. Then he silently lowered his head and closed the briefcase. Xiaoi, look at what you've done. He raised his hand. This is all because of you. Before she could even speak, she screamed. Then hit me. Just hit me. But Mr. Sun couldn't bring himself to do it. He just let his hand drop, defeated. Sigh. Xiaoi grabbed his hand, pleading, Shengli, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Can we please just go home and talk? Watching them leave, Chen Nua's mind was racing with questions. Mr. Sun was the one giving the money. This wasn't what he expected. Monday arrived at the school. Chaos broke out at the front gate. There's trouble at the gate. A massive banner was hanging there. Dean Sun Shengli is a fraud. Pay back what you owe. Someone was shouting into a megaphone. Sun Shengli is a scoundrel. He refuses to pay his debts. He's not fit to be a teacher. Students gathered around to watch the drama, whispering among themselves. Chen Nua shoved through the crowd. Excuse me, let me through. Kiki stared at the scene, her face turning pale. As she and Chen Nua watched, Sun Shengli walked out from the school. He was shaking with rage. What is the meaning of this? I told you I'd pay you back. I still have 2 days. Why are you making such a scene? He handed them his briefcase. This is all I have right now. Just take it and go. Dean's son shouted. This is a school. Stop disrupting the peace. Take the money and get out of here. The man smugly took the briefcase and checked inside. Dean's son, it's only right that you pay back what you borrowed. We didn't want it to come to this either. Satisfied with the cash, he called out to his men. All right, boys, let's go. We'll be back in 2 days. Kiki cried out in terror, Dad. Dad. Chen Nuan knew Mr. Sun wouldn't want his daughter to see him in such a pathetic state. He didn't turn around. He just said quietly to the gathered students, stop staring. Class is starting. Get to your rooms. But the students wouldn't stop mocking him. Look at him pretending. What a hypocrite. He acts so dignified, but he's just a deadbeat. Debt collectors showing up at school. Who knows what else he's been up to? Mr. Sun, the image of the perfect teacher you spent half a lifetime building crumbled to dust in an instant. The scene shifted to the classroom. La Chung whispered anxiously, Chen Nua, is Sun Kiki okay? Chen Nua replied, Mr. Sun said he had to handle some things at home, so I let her go with him. There's too much gossip right now. She shouldn't be here. He suddenly made a request. La Chung, can you do 2 things for me? Sure, he agreed immediately. What's up? Find out who those debt collectors were. Even loan sharks don't usually make a public spectacle like that. Since your dad is who he is, his guys should know everyone in that business in Jiangning. Find out which crew they belong to. Okay. La Chung nodded. That's easy. I'll have brother who makes some calls. But why are you asking? You're going to help Mr. Sun? How? Chen Nua smiled. I'm going to pay his debt. La Chung frowned. Got it. And the second thing? He gave a bright grin. Cover for me with the teacher. Just say I'm cutting class. With that, Chen Nua stood up. I'm heading out. He patted La Cheng's shoulder. Text me when you have the info. An hour later, Chen Nua pulled up to a building on his motorcycle. La Chung worked fast. He got off the bike. Guohua Finance. 3rd floor. This is it. Standing in front of the door, Chen Nua knocked. The same guy from the school gate opened the door. Yeah? What? Chen Nua replied calmly. I'm looking for someone. The guy narrowed his eyes. Ooh, his face went cold. You. Before the guy could react, Chen Nua delivered a crushing kick to his stomach. Thud. Ugh. The force of the kick sent the man flying back, crashing into a table. Clatter. Who the hell is that? Chen Nua stepped inside, ready for a fight. Bring out your knives, bring out your guns. Actually, forget it. You guys probably don't even have guns. Do me a favor. If you're going to fight back, give it everything you've got. I'm in a bad mood, and I really need to vent. The thugs charged at him, fuming. You brat. Chen Nua swung his arm, slamming one of the goons into the wall. Boom. Chen Nua grabbed a thermos of hot water from the table and hurled it at them. You guys look filthy. Let's get you cleaned up. The scalding water splashed over them. Anicap, the man screamed in agony. Chen Nua pulled out an iron chain. Not enough blood yet. Try harder. The thugs grabbed clubs and swarmed him. Get him. Kill this bastard. A few minutes later, Chen Nua was still standing in the middle of the room, while the thugs lay scattered across the floor. He grabbed a red-haired guy by the hair, dragged him to a chair, and sat down. If I'm not mistaken, you're the one in charge. The redhead stammered, unable to form words. I. Chen Nuo continued. I know you're not the big boss. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. You'd better answer truthfully. I hate being lied to. It makes me very angry. Understand? I understand. Chen Nuo grabbed the man's hand and snapped it back. Crack! The guy screamed in pain. Chen Nuo said coldly. That was the first question. I didn't like your answer. You were too quiet. Then, he applied more pressure, making the man scream even more piercing. Wah-ack! Chen Nuo looked satisfied. Much better. Now let's try again. What's your name? His face was turning purple. I'm Daping. Chen Nuo asked, have you ever committed a crime? Seeing the man hesitate, Chen Nuo snapped his hand again. Crack. Ayakak. Yes. I served 3 years. For what? Aggravated assault. Chen Nuo nodded. Good. See? We're starting to understand each other. Now, tell me, do you have a safe here? Yes, we do. Chen Nuo pulled out a backpack, demanding, fill this up with cash. If it's not full, I'll start taking parts from you to fill the space. A moment later, the backpack was bulging with money. Chen Nuo smiled. This really is the most efficient way to make money. He asked one final question. Where are the debtor files and the contracts? The man felt his knees, begging. Please, let me go. I can't touch those. The boss will bury me alive. Without a word, Chen Nuo grabbed his hand again. Terrified out of his mind, the man pointed to the cabinets behind them. I'll tell you. Second drawer of the filing cabinet. Chen Nuo rummaged through it and found a ledger. Inside, it showed Sun Shengli's debt, 150,000 yuan. Found it. Chen Nuo tucked the ledger into his jacket, then tossed a lighter into the cabinet, setting the rest of the documents ablaze. A guy with a bowl cut looked up and threatened him. Do you have any idea who my boss is? You touch those files, you're cutting off his income. You're signing your own death warrant. Chen Nuo turned back. And who is your boss? Xiao Guohua. Chen Nuo asked. And do any of you know who I am? The man went silent, thinking, how are we supposed to know who you are with that mask on? Chen Nuo ordered, hand over all your phones. After leaving the office, he locked the door with an iron chain. Click. He tossed all their phones away. Xiao Guohua. Later that night, at the Toad KTV, a short, stout man stumbled out, supported by a staff member. It was Xiao Guohua. As he walked, he brooded over the day's events. Just who had the guts to do this? Luo Daxian? Xiao Mianhua? Fu Daqing? It didn't seem like them. Their current businesses didn't have any conflicting interests with his. There was no reason for them to offend him. The manager smiled and asked, President Xiao, should I help you to your car? Xiao Guohua replied irritably, no need. He was still distressed over the company's affairs. This was likely the work of some crossing dragon, some powerful outsider passing through who decided to take a swipe at him. Even a crossing dragon has to bow their head before Xiao Guohua. He had already ordered his men to mobilize everyone. Even if you have to flip Jiangning upside down, find that kid for me. Xiao Guohua walked out, opened the car door, and sat inside. Slam. He told the driver, Old way, take me home. Having said that, Xiao Guohua closed his eyes to rest. Over 10 minutes later, he suddenly jolted awake. He looked around, his face turning pale instantly. This isn't the way home. He forced himself to stay calm, took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and handed it over. Brother, want to smoke? Chen Nuo spoke indifferently. I'm driving. Maybe later. Xiao Guohua grabbed the window crank, rolled it down, and tossed the cigarette out. They were already outside the city. He opened his briefcase in a panic. Brother, are you short on cash? Or is there something you can't resolve? He tossed a stack of bills onto the front seat. Don't look down on it. This is all I have on me. Consider it a token of friendship, one traveler helping another. If you're in trouble, just say the word. In this territory, I have a bit of influence. We don't need to take things to such extremes, don't you think? Chen Nuo listened, then praised him. Boss Xiao, you certainly speak like a man of honor. Xiao Guohua was drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, I thought it was a random mugging, but he knows who I am. He's targeting me. Xiao Guohua forced a smile and suggested, Brother, there's no need for this. Is it not enough money? Just name your price, and I'll get it to you immediately. Chen Nuo replied, Not bad. You actually have the charisma of a mob boss. No wonder you built such a reputation. Xiao Guohua looked at the road outside, his heart racing. If we keep heading into the mountains, I'm dead for sure. This won't end well. Chinua guessed what he was thinking and spoke up. I suggest you don't try to call anyone. This place is remote. Even if your men find us, it'll take them at least an hour. That's more than enough time for me to dig a hole and bury you. Xiao Guohua stammered. Brother, it doesn't have to come to that. You're wronging me. How could I possibly? Chinua slammed on the brakes, stopping the car in the middle of the desolate outskirts. He turned around. Then I'll take the liberty of having a little chat with you. Boss Xiao. Boss Xiao, give me a cigarette. He took the cigarette and lit it. Boss Xiao, you've been busy with business lately, haven't you? I heard you've got a little mistress tucked away in an alley who gave you a chubby baby boy last year. Xiao Guohua's face drained of color as he tried to hide it. Just busy with random things. Chinua smiled. If you're tired, take a break. Don't worry about those messy affairs for a while. Rest for a few days, play around with some girls, have fun with your kid. It'll be good for you. Xiao Guohua was dazed. Yes. Brother, do you think a month's rest is enough? Chinua replied. Boss Xiao makes tens of thousands a day. Losing a whole month is too much of a loss. Not worth it. Let's say 2 weeks. I heard Southeast Asia is quite warm right now. Xiao Guohua hurriedly agreed. Right? I'll have someone book the tickets tomorrow. I'll take the whole family to Thailand for a trip. Chinua decided to let him go. Then our exchange ends here. I won't be driving you home. Call a car yourself. With that, he pressed the button to unlock the car doors. Xiao Guohua bolted out like a gust of wind. I won't bother you anymore, brother. Keep the car. Feel free to drive it. Watching the car, turn around and leave. Xiao Guohua breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Then he noticed something. He saw a hole that had already been dug nearby. Xiao Guohua recoiled in shock. Holy shit. If I'd said one wrong word just now, that hole would have been for me. His drunken stupor vanished instantly. He frantically called his men, his face pale as he screamed into the phone. Hello, Lao Si, it's me. Call back everyone who went out. And that business from earlier today? Don't ask about it anymore. Yeah, damn it, I told you to call it back, so just do it. Stop talking. That's it. We're not looking for him anymore. I'm taking the loss on today's matter. Oh, and book me plane tickets to Thailand. The Singapore-Malaysia-Thailand 10-day tour. My treat, the whole crew is going. Stop all business at home too. A few days off won't kill you. Everything stops now. Damn it, what's that word again? Oh right, team building. Team building, you get me? Meanwhile, at the Xinlian supermarket chain, Teacher Lu stood at the checkout counter. That card Chinua used to bribe him for the Yanbian trip. He finally had a chance to use it. He was carrying a giant shopping bag. The cashier finished scanning and said, Sir, the balance on this card is insufficient. Teacher Lu confidently pulled out some cash. Yeah, I know. It's 6 yuan short, right? I'll pay the rest in cash. The card machine beeped, and the cashier's next words made his face turn white. You're short 504 yuan and 20 cents. Teacher Lu's jaw dropped. What? His face went pale as he asked. Damn it. How much is actually on this card? She checked and replied. The remaining balance is 1 yuan and 80 cents. In the end, Teacher Lu had to settle for a small bag of items, walking out of the supermarket feeling both embarrassed and heartbroken. Chinua, act like a human for once. Suddenly, he spotted Sun Shengli in front of the Conlai International Hotel. Old Sun? He rubbed his chin. It's this late. What is Old Sun doing at a hotel? Damn, is he checking in? That old guy. I wonder what kind of mischief he's up to. Forget it. I'm just being a busybody. Why do I care? Just as he thought that, he caught a glimpse of someone out of the corner of his eye. It looked like Chinua. Teacher Lu quickly turned his head. Chun. Hey, I think I just saw Chinua. Am I seeing things because of that brat? At that moment, inside a VIP room in the hotel, Dao Weishan sat at the dining table with a cigarette in his mouth, smiling. Shengli, you're here. Have a seat. Sun Shengli frowned. Dao Weishan. He sat down and asked, Why did you ask me here so late? What do you want? Dao Weishan gave a cold laugh. Old Sun Shengli. How many years has it been since we sat at the same table? Dean Sun lit a cigarette. Must be over 15 years. Ever since you went abroad. I didn't expect you to come back. Dao Weishan replied. Actually, I came back last year. Didn't Yang Xiaoi tell you? I came back to invest in a project and happened to have some dealings with the department Xiaoi works for. Dean Sun narrowed his eyes. A coincidence? Quite the coincidence indeed. Dao Weishan stopped beating around the bush. He said bluntly, Fine. We've been friends for decades. No need for small talk. I admit I brought the project back on purpose, then I met Xiaoi, and we had some fun. Sun Xunli pressed him. So it was all a trap? You said a trap for Xiaoi to walk into? He replied slyly. You're hurting my feelings. I only suggested a few investments to Xiaoi to help her earn some pocket money. Sun Xunli asked. And then? He didn't flinch, answering, and then she got addicted. I helped her open an offshore account in Country M to invest. I didn't expect her to be so bold, investing that much money at once. Old Sun, the market is unpredictable. Xiaoi was too impulsive. Dean's son slammed the table and stood up in a rage. She only dared to invest that money because you intentionally led her on. She doesn't understand the market. You gave her a taste of success to bait her, then helped her open an account to trade on her own. That's the derivatives market in Country M. Once she was in too deep and facing a forced liquidation, she realized she couldn't handle it and came to beg you for help. And how did you save her? You gave her the company's project investment account and let her embezzle hundreds of thousands. Dao Weishan, you set this whole thing up. An investment account where she could embezzle hundreds of thousands at once. Without your signature as the general manager, how could she have gotten the money? Now, on paper, she's the debtor. She's the one who signed for the funds. As soon as she got the money to cover her derivatives loss, your company suddenly demanded a settlement right after the new year. What company demands an immediate settlement right after a holiday? Sun Xunli roared. You calculated every single step? Just to push her to her death, didn't you? Xiaoi likes taking risks, but she's not that reckless. If you hadn't told her you had inside info and that it was a guaranteed win, would she have dared to invest that much? She only did it because she trusted you. After listening to the exposure, Dao Weishan still smiled and replied, Sun Xunli, don't say another word without evidence. Why do you think she trusted me so much? He lit another cigarette. If she had gone abroad with me all those years ago, none of this trouble would exist. I'm a Jinling man. I have things I can't let go of. Sun Xunli was furious. Dao Weishan, have you no shame? Xiaoi is my wife now. He replied nonchalantly. You think I'm talking about Xiaoi? Sun Xunli froze, then stuttered. What are you saying? His body went limp, and he slumped into his chair. I don't understand what you're talking about. Dao Weishan mockingly prodded him. Look at you. Old Sunday years ago, I said you were smart, but you were always half a step behind when it came to people. No, actually, you already understand. You've just been too afraid to think about it deeply, haven't you? Sun Xunli pleaded in a panic. Don't say it. Stop talking. Dao Weishan suddenly said. 2 years ago in Country M, a friend sent me a photo, and I couldn't take my eyes off it. Blood is thicker than water. On this matter, you don't have a choice. And neither do I. It was a photo of Xiaoi and Kiki. You think I came back to steal Xiaoi? Oomph. With my current status, am I lacking women? He stood up and said through gritted teeth, Old Sun, I didn't want to come back either. But a few years ago, I fell seriously ill. After I recovered, the doctor told me I could no longer have children. What do the medical books call it? Teratospermia. Sun Xunli declared angrily. Kiki is my daughter. Dao Weishan roared back, refusing to back down. Your daughter? Old Sun, look at Kiki. Does she look anything like you? From the moment I saw her photo, I knew. That is Dao Weishan's bloodline. There's no mistake. A memory of their wedding day flooded back. The two of them happily holding hands, receiving blessings. Congratulations, congratulations. Then Xiaoi was pregnant, and he was by her side, hearing her joke. Look at you, acting like a child. Then came the moment he received Kiki from the nurse. Congratulations, it's a girl. And as the girl grew up, he rode a bike to pick her up from school. Today is your birthday. Mommy prepared your favorite food. These memories caused Dean's son to clutch his head in pain. His mouth moving incessantly. No. Kiki has to be my daughter. Dao Weishan said cruelly. I know you treat them like they're your life. Xiaoi caused a disaster. When she saw the company was about to audit and freeze the books, she panicked and told you. You couldn't bear to let anything happen to her. But all your savings were gone. You swallowed your pride and begged everywhere, managing to scrap together over 100,000, but it wasn't enough. You had no choice but to go to loan sharks for another 150,000. Only then did you have the 300,000. But it still isn't enough. Old Sun, you cornered me last night, wanted to give me that money so I'd settle the company's books first. But do you really think I'd do that? Sun Xunli roared. What exactly do you want? Dao Weishan replied despicably. I want Kiki. I want her daughter. No, I should say I want my daughter. Dean's son spoke sternly. Impossible. Stop talking nonsense. Kiki is my daughter. I don't believe a word of your lies. Dao Weishan laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Still haven't given up? Do you want me to find someone to do a DNA test? Fine. I'll let you see the truth clearly then. At that moment, someone pushed the door open. Dean Sun was shocked to see it was his wife. Old Sun. The notebook in Xiaoyi's hand fell to the floor. Dao Weishan became even more excited. Now everyone's here. Everyone's here. He moved to grab her hand. Come here, come here. Tell old Sun, whose daughter is Kiki. Xiaoyi said in a panic. She screamed. Why are you doing this? I don't know anything. Sun Shunli threatened. Let her go. He didn't budge, only letting out a huff. Dean Sun couldn't take it anymore and lunged forward. I told you to let go of my wife. Then, he landed a heavy slap on Dao Weishan's face. He gnashed his teeth and rubbed his cheek. Fine. This slap, consider it payment for raising Kiki for over a decade. I won't hold it against you. Dean Sun couldn't stay calm. He grabbed his wife's shoulders and questioned her. Xiaoyi, tell me. Kiki, she's my daughter, right? She's my daughter. She knelt on the ground with a thud, tears streaming down her face. Old Sun, I'm so sorry. I was already pregnant when I married you. But he went abroad and abandoned me. I didn't know what to do. And then, Sun Shunli lowered his head. And then you accepted me. Xiaoyi collapsed in pain. Old Sun, you're a good husband, a good father. I'm the one who failed you. Sun Shunli was drenched in sweat, but his heart felt like ice. He forced a smile and said to Dao Weishan, Fine. You've seen the scene you wanted to see. Dao Weishan, I will never hand Kiki over to you. Give up on that. He helped his wife up? Let's go. Dao Weishan blocked them. Wait. He threatened. The company will freeze the books next week at the latest. If you walk out of this door tonight, get ready to watch your wife go to prison. Saying that, he pulled out a black card. There's $1 million in here. It can solve your current situation. Take this money and start over. As for Kiki, I can take her to Country M, put her in the best schools, give her a life of luxury. She can have a completely different life. He placed a stack of documents on the table. You just need to sign these 3 contracts. Acknowledgement of paternity, voluntary termination of parental rights, and a guardianship transfer agreement. Old Sun, I know your personality. You can't decide right now. I'll give you 3 days. Within these 3 days, come find me. One hand signs the papers, the other hand takes the money. After Dao Weishan returned, he was ecstatic. Ha, this feels great. Better than 4 years ago when I crushed that guy who opposed me and then used money to throw his daughter onto my bed. He calculated maliciously while showering. Once Kiki is in Country M, Sun Shunli, your day of death will come. You have to pull the weeds out by the roots. I have to crush you completely. The shower turned off. A single drop of water fell with a drip and the bathroom door opened. Creak. Dao Weishan stepped out, drying his head, only to suddenly find Chen Nuo sitting in the room. Who are you? Chen Nuo held a gun, sitting with his legs crossed. Hello. Good evening. He trembled and backed away. My friend, don't take the money. If you need cash, we can negotiate. Chen Nuo slowly stood up. No, I don't need money. I need justice. Seeing the threat, Dao Weishan desperately screamed for help. Someone help. Chen Nuo frowned, and the man was instantly frozen, stopping right before he could reach the door. Dao Weishan's face turned white with fear. What's happening? Why can't I move? Moreover, I can't breathe. Chen Nuo walked over, dragging him to the dining table. You can't run. Don't waste your energy. He snapped his fingers, and the spiritual energy dissipated. Dao Weishan clutched his throat, coughing violently. Cough, 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 cough. He said in terror, What did you use? Magic? Sorcery? Chen Nuo slowly poured a drink. I don't know if you're unlucky or if Old Sun is lucky. If I hadn't come to this world, I'm afraid all your schemes would have come true. He filled a glass and pushed it in front of Dao Weishan. Here, drink it all. Seeing that Dao Weishan had finished the drink, Chen Nuo got to the point. Now let's talk about Old Sunday. He was shocked. You're here for Old Sun? That useless, dirt-poor loser? He said seriously. Actually, I've met plenty of bad people. You aren't the worst, but you are the most disgusting. Old Sun is just an ordinary man who never thought of hurting anyone. Even when he's mistreated, he just endures it, wanting nothing more than a peaceful life with his wife and child. But a man as honest as him? You wanted to crush him like a cockroach and humiliate him. You shouldn't have done that. Chen Nuo's anger flared. Damn it, did he dig up your ancestors' graves in a past life, or something? Dao Weishan's face was pale. Friend, let's talk this through. I'll stop immediately. I won't take the kid. I swear, I'll never bother old son again. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. I'll go back to Country M right now. I'll prove it to you. Director Zhao, it's me. Cancel the plan to freeze the company's books immediately. Yes, stop it. Do it now. After hanging up, he even showed it to Chen Nua. Look, I've done it. I've let Sun Shengli's family go. You can't kill me. I have a passport from Country M. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble. Chen Nua burst out laughing. It's useless. I don't trust you, because I know you're kind of scum too well. I was a bad guy myself, after all. Dao Weishan tried to justify himself again, but a spark of light flashed from Chen Nua's fingertip. He immediately felt himself suffocating, foaming at the mouth. How can you kill me? I have so much money. He whispered. You just took a hot shower and followed it up with a glass of strong liquor. Fine. When you're found, they'll just think you died of a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Looking at Dao Weishan's purple face, Chen Nua said one last thing. When you're on the Naiha Bridge drinking Meng Po's soup, remember this. In your next life, don't bully honest people. The next day, at the school's bike rack, Chen Nua walked past and let out a curious hum. It's old son's bike. He proceeded to wheel Dean's son's bike away. Old son, stealing your bike. It's not because I want to bully an honest man like you. In Dai Lu's repair shop, he was lounging around when he suddenly got a bad feeling. Damn it, why does my right eye keep twitching today? When he saw Chen Nua pushing a bike in, Dai Lu panicked immediately. Holy, his lackey stepped forward to greet him. Hey brother, looking for a bike? What kind do you need? Chen Nua didn't say much. Tossed his backpack on the table, lit a cigarette and sat down. It really is more comfortable here. The lackey roared angrily. Damn it. Where did this punk come from? Are you treating me like I'm invisible? Dai Lu rushed over, kicking him. Damn you. Who gave you permission to talk to the big boss like that? Having said that, he turned respectfully to Chen Nua. Boss, oh boss, what wind blew you here today? Whichever bike you like today, just take it. He smiled and replied, I don't need one today. I'm just borrowing your place to wait for someone. Dai Lu forced a smile and said, Boss, just a second. I'll go brew some Longjing tea for you. He even started massaging Chen Nua's back. Boss, does that feel good? Chen Nua relaxed into it. Yeah, not bad. Dai Lu wailed internally. What did I do to deserve this? I went from being a big shot to being an errand boy. At that moment, Dean's son happened to walk by. He called out loudly, Old son. He turned his head in confusion. Chen Nua, why are you here? Skipping class again? Chen Nua immediately got into character. I have to work part-time to earn my tuition, sir. This is Brother Lu, our boss. He's enthusiastic, generous, and values loyalty. He's a truly sincere and kind person. I'm working for him and learning a bit of the trade. Chen Nua shot him a glance. If he dared to say one wrong word, he was dead. Dai Lei could only manage a stiff smile and play along. He's working for me part-time. Dean's son smiled and said, Then I'll have to trouble you. This boy is a bit mischievous, but he's not bad at heart. He's a kind soul. Please guide him. If he doesn't listen, feel free to criticize him. Dai Lei didn't know what to say, so he just asked casually, Brother son, are you looking for a bike? He scratched his face. My bike was stolen last night. It's inconvenient to go out without one these days, so I thought I'd come to the second-hand market and buy a cheap one to use for now. Dai Lei replied enthusiastically. Then you've come to the right place. Since you're a friend of Chen Nua's, I won't take a profit from you. I'll just charge you the cost price. Dean's son said bashfully. How can I let you do that? Just sell at the regular price. It's fine. I can't take advantage of you like that. Chen Nua caught sight of a bike with a 200 yuan price tag nearby. He kicked the sign away and said, Old son, how about this one? The owner is clearing stock, so it's only 80 yuan. The Lei had no choice but to play along. 80? Forget that. 55, and it's a deal. Chen Nua winked at him. Brother Lei, didn't you say this morning that you had to go back to the office to check the books? The Lei didn't even have time to react before. Chen Nua added, Brother Lei even runs a small private lending firm. He's a righteous, law-abiding man. His business is no small feat. Lei pursed his lips. Am I a loan shark now? Chen Nua frowned. If you're doing it, just own it. The Lei looked like he was about to cry. Big brother, are you just writing this script on the fly? My acting is terrible. I can't keep up with your rhythm. The Lei was forced to accept the role. Right, okay. It's all thanks to the love of the people and help from friends in the industry. In business, I only care about one thing, honor. Director Sun was clearly interested. He said, could I get your phone number? It'll be easier to contact you if I ever have a need. Once Director Sun had walked away, DeLay asked fearfully, Big brother, was my performance okay just now? Chen Nuo replied, Brother Lei, I can tell that a man like you is destined to strike it rich. A moment later, they were at DeLay's shop, inside his combined bedroom and office. DeLay stood by his side and asked, Big brother, is there anything else? Just say the word. At that moment, Chen Nuo opened his backpack. Inside was a mountain of cash stolen from the loan sharks. DeLay's face went pale. Big brother, I'm just a used car dealer. With this much money, I don't have the guts for robbery or murder. Chen Nuo laughed. I'm not asking you to do that. That teacher's son who just left? Find a way to loan him this money. 200,000. DeLay caught on. I get it. You want to set a trap and swindle him out of his house deed. Chen Nuo slapped him. What the hell are you thinking? Who wants his house deed? Just find a way to let him borrow the money. DeLay was confused. Huh? Chen Nuo demanded, you still need to sign a contract. Otherwise, he won't believe it. But don't make the terms too harsh. Keep the interest low and set it up as an installment plan. Make the term 18 years or something, whatever you want. In short, the terms have to be so attractive that he'll be dying to take your money. If you screw this up, I'll be coming for you. DeLay sighed. Understood. Don't worry, big brother. Wait, this amount is wrong. There's way too much here. Chen Nuo shrugged. There's 300,000 here. The extra 100,000 is yours. 60,000 of that is to pay you back for the bike and the money I took last time, plus medical expenses for your boys. Take the rest and fix your head. You're too young to be going bald. If you treat it now, maybe it'll actually grow back. DeLay's eyes immediately welled up with tears of gratitude. He moved to hug Chen Nuo's leg. Big brother, you're truly too kind. Others only see my fierce bald head, but only you can see the pain in my heart. Chen Nuo looked at him with utter disgust. Damn it, can you stop wiping your snot on me? DeLay waved at him happily. Take care. Come visit often. His lackey asked curiously, Boss, who is that guy? You're serving him like he's our ancestor. DeLay immediately began to lecture him. What do you know? We've met a man of destiny. We have to hold on tight. Back when I was in prison, it was because I didn't have a sharp eye for people. Now that I'm out, I have this shop. If I serve this ancestor well, I'll be soaring to the top in no time. The scene shifts to the Jiangning investment office. The secretary handed documents to a general manager. Sir, the investment proposal from the company and country has been sent over. Please take a look. The manager nodded, praising the deal. The terms are very generous. This could be considered a key project for the year. If we pull this off, we'll have met over half of our investment targets for this quarter. The secretary suddenly remembered something. But there is one more request. The daughter of one of their board members wants to come here to study, so they've asked us to help with her enrollment. Based on her age, she's likely in high school. The manager agreed without hesitation. That's not difficult. They're investing so much money to build a factory and provide jobs. Contact the Education Bureau and provide the investment side with info on the best schools in the district, then coordinate with them. The secretary replied, they've already chosen a school. They specifically asked for one in particular. The manager asked curiously, oh, which school? She whispered, I heard they want to enter number 8 high school. The manager was a bit bewildered. Where did that school rank in the city last year? 3rd from the bottom. Meanwhile, at Lukou International Airport in Jinling, the girl driving the car gave a warm welcome to the guest. Mr. Anderson, we'll take you to the hotel first. Anderson took off his glasses and demanded, no, take me to the police station immediately. I want to see Dao Weishan's case file. I need to report to headquarters as soon as possible. That evening, back at the hotel, he made a phone call to report in. It's me. I visited the hotel where Dao stayed and reviewed the police records. The person on the other end of the line asked, what's your assessment? He answered, regarding the death of gold digger number 16. Preliminary findings suggest it was a standard accident, a cerebral hemorrhage after a hot bath while intoxicated. The other party replied, if it was just an accident, then close the case early. He was just a peripheral earner for us. Don't waste too much energy. Anderson disagreed. But Dao's death carries a trace of hostility that makes me very uncomfortable. I'm requesting a further investigation. I need 2 sets of documents. First, the gold digger's credit card and spending records for the last 6 months. Second, a list of calls made before he died. The person on the line replied cryptically, fine, I can provide those. But don't cross the line. We don't want to make things worse. Our project in this ancient country has only just begun, and Dao is only the first man we sent. Remember, we must stay in the shadows. Furthermore, the death of gold digger number 4 in country Inn has been upgraded to a major investigation. They really need your help over there. After an hour of continuous investigation, he called headquarters again. I've discovered a suspicious point. Before his death, Dao Weishan was in frequent contact with a woman named Yang Xiaoi. She was also one of the last people he saw before he died. No, the other party disagreed. Are you suggesting this was a crime of passion? That woman and her husband are ordinary people. They wouldn't have the ability to kill a gold digger. Fine. If you don't find anything else in 3 days, return. Country Inn needs you. The next day, below Sun Keek's house, Chinua was walking Kiki home. He stopped his bike and worriedly touched her forehead. How did you suddenly get a fever? She answered weakly, my heater broke, so I caught a cold last night. As he helped Kiki upstairs, she said, my parents probably aren't home. Chinua smiled to himself, thinking that after the debt collection incident at school, old Sun had taken sick leave to avoid the gossip. Naturally, he was out meeting Brother Lei to discuss the loan right now. As soon as he helped Kiki into the house, Chinua realized someone was inside. He laid her on the bed and looked around alertly. To think someone would dare break into a house in broad daylight. Keek's mind was a hazy mess as she looked at him. He was right there, so close. While she was dazed, Chinua gripped her shoulders firmly. Don't fall asleep. Where's your cold medicine? Take it first. Kiki was startled. Huh? It's in the vanity drawer in my parents' room. Chinua pushed the door open and stepped inside. Teleportation. The intruder definitely had some skills. He walked over to the cabinet and pretended to rummage through it. Where is that cold medicine? Anderson stood behind him, watching silently. Shoulders relaxed. No sense of alertness. He's just an ordinary person. Chinua could also sense that the man was an expert. Moreover, he was a foreigner, not a common thief. At that moment, he picked up a box of medicine. Found it. Chinua stood up, and Anderson immediately leaped up, clinging to the ceiling with a handful of needles in his hand. Chinua closed the door and gave the medicine to Kiki. Here, take this. Chinua looked warily out the door, feeling the pressure vanish. The man was gone. He gently patted her back. Go to sleep. Kiki was dazed and wanted to reply that she wasn't sleepy, but she drifted off immediately after. Chinua opened the door to investigate and saw the window was slightly ajar. It seemed the man had snuck in through the window. He walked over, pulled the window wide, jumped straight down, and left. Back at the International Hotel, Anderson was looking at a chart on the wall. He crossed out Director Sun's name and muttered, could it really have been an accident? Chinua was currently clinging to the outside of the building, watching him. Anderson suddenly turned his head. There wasn't a soul outside. At the tangerine noodle shop downstairs, Chinua walked in and ordered Boss 1 bowl of dry noodles, extra meat, and a soft-boiled egg. The owner replied, you got it. Just a moment. Chinua peeled garlic while murmuring to himself. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Anderson from the ABC organization. Should I bury him? I already buried him once in my past life. After all, regarding ABC, it was a B-rank underground organization that had been established for over 55 years. The organization possessed several extraordinary individuals with remarkable strength and had carried out many missions that could never see the light of day. The members were all eccentrics, such as the leopard doctor, Anderson. Their strongest member was their leader, a night-class esper known as the captain. Additionally, the organization had roles known as gold diggers, who specialized in interacting with the mundane world, building social networks, and making money for the organization. Dao Weishan was one of those gold diggers. 3 years from now, in his past life, in 2004, Chinua had wiped out ABC in a fit of rage after they tried to blackmail him. From then on, the name Yama became legendary in the underworld. This time, ABC had once again crossed paths with the reborn Yama. Chinua thought for a moment and then frowned. No, that won't work. If something happens to Anderson, Old Sun's family will surely suffer. As for destroying ABC, I'm already sick of life in the underworld. In this life, I want to live differently. If others don't cross me, I won't cross them, since Old Sun's name has been crossed off. Sigh, Anderson, consider yourself lucky. The next day at school, a friend threw a ball toward him. Chinua caught it, and a kid from another school quickly jumped out. I'm the Elijah of the varsity team. No one can stop us. Chinua jumped high into the air. You talk too much. The ball swished through the net. A perfect shot. The girls on the sidelines screamed incessantly. Chinua. Chinua, you're so handsome. So cool. Kiki stood by and watched, her cheeks flushing red. He really is handsome. After the game, he walked toward Kiki. She happily held out a bottle. Here, this is for you. Chinua took the bottle, which was still steaming, and was left speechless. I'm in the prime of my youth. So why am I living like a middle-aged man, soaking goji berries in a thermos? Kiki cautioned him. My dad says you shouldn't drink cold water after exercising. Otherwise, you'll regret it when you get stomach problems in your old age. My dad also says goji berries are good for the kidneys. Just then, a loud shout echoed from behind. Chinua. But the painful thing was, he knew exactly who it was. Sigh. I'm just a guy who came in late. A thug who looked older than a student marched up aggressively with a metal chain. You're pretty arrogant, kid. I've had my eye on you for a long time. Chinua wondered, who are you? The lackeys crowded in to answer for him. This is Zhang Shenglin, known in the streets as the Chun Haonan of Causeway Bay. He's the one and only big brother of our school, Brother Haonan. Chinua smiled and cupped his hands. So it's Brother Haonan. I've admired you for a long time. Inwardly, he was full of contempt. What a delusional idiot. Brother Haonan sneered and threatened him. Today, even if Jesus shows up, you aren't getting away. I said so. Suddenly, a girl rushed out of nowhere and hugged Chinua tight. Appa! Li Yingwan charged in like a whirlwind, clinging to him and cooing, Appa, I finally found you. Second brother blessed me. Seeing the scene before him, the chain in Brother Haonan's hand fell to the ground. Damn it, another school beauty has been defiled. Chinua's jaw dropped. What the? Where did this firefly come from? Keek's face darkened. Am I being cheated on? Chinua could feel Keek's burning anger behind him, and his head immediately began to ache. Where did these long legs come from? How do I handle this? Should I tell her I have a twin brother? Or, no, calling out to Kiki for help would be impolite. It wouldn't work. It's too insulting to her intelligence. He turned his head toward Brother Haonan, smiling. Fine, Brother Haonan, you'll have to take one for the team. At that moment, Chinua pushed Ingwan away. He suddenly shouted, You think being a senior makes you a big deal? You think being a gangster is cool? You think I'm afraid of you? Today, I'm taking your dragon head cane. I'll show you that in the underworld, everything you do comes back to haunt you. With that, he lunged at Brother Haonan with a whistle. A single kick landed right in his gut, sending him sprawling. Chinua crouched down and whispered, I'm taking you to the hospital. Otherwise your head is going to burst. Brother Haonan also screamed in pain. Get me to the hospital. I'm dying here. Chinua quickly hoisted Brother Haonan onto his shoulders and ran off, leaving the two girls behind, both trying to call after him. Chinua. Appa. The lackeys were left scratching their heads in confusion. Did the boss just fake an injury to get carried away? Seems like it. Man, Chinua is brutal. Meanwhile, the two girls ran to the school gate. Appa. Chinua. Ingwan was panting. Appa, where did you go? While she was stumbling about, a hand suddenly covered her mouth, preventing her from calling out. MMPH. MMPH. Chinua had already dumped Brother Haonan in a trash can. He signaled Li Yingwan to be quiet. It's me. He let her go, and before he could ask her what she was doing, Yingwan excitedly threw herself at him. Appa. Chinua blocked her, annoyed. Stop playing around. Appa. He said irritably, stop with the Appa stuff. You're causing trouble for me. Tell me, how did you find me? She blinked. I remembered the Chinese characters on your jacket, so I asked my mom to transfer me here. I was just finishing the enrollment paperwork in the principal's office when I saw you and yelled out, Appa. Then I heard a commotion at the gym and found you. Chinua held his head in his hands. It was that simple. What a mouth. He asked, you don't want to cause me trouble, right? She answered obediently, yes, yes. He demanded, then I'm setting some rules for you. Can you follow them? Ingwan immediately agreed. I'll do whatever Appa says. He gave his first command. Good. First, you are absolutely not allowed to reveal that I saved your family and country in. Second, Ingwan thought to herself, does that mean I'm the only one who knows his secret identity? He continued, second, we need to make up a story about how we met. Third, I won't be speaking in language in public, so you need to go learn Mandarin. Well, that's all I can think of for now. I'll get back to you later. Ingwan hurriedly chased after him. Appa, are you leaving? He replied, sweating profusely, yeah. Someone else is chasing me, and I can't exactly ignore her. Over on the side, Kiki sat on the curb. Recalling the scene of Ingwan hugging Chinua, she felt deeply wronged. Chinua, how could you do this to me? Sniffle. Just then, a handkerchief was held out to her. Chinua appeared, asking with a smile, why are you crying? Kiki angrily snatched the handkerchief. That girl, why did she hug you? He rubbed his chin, thinking, when a girl corners you with questions, never choose to answer directly. Whatever you say will be wrong. I have to break the logic and take control of the conversation. He asked back, "You're crying over that?" Kiki tilted her head. "Do you know her?" Shinhua could only answer, "You could say we've met." Kiki immediately asked, "How? How do you two know each other?" Shinhua continued to deflect. "Did you see anyone else when you ran out?" She said blankly, "No. I was too busy chasing you." She pushed herself up. "Where's that girl? Didn't she also chase you out?" "She was even ahead of me." Shinhua evaded the question. "I didn't see her come out." Kiki refused to let it go. "Don't ask me. What is the relationship between you and her?" He was falling into a major crisis. This girl is persistent. She's not easy to fool. Right at that moment, Mr. Liu ran over, saving his life. Shinhua. "Ah, Kiki, I found you both. Are you two okay? Come back with me quickly. Mr. Fong is about to explode." Mr. Fong was currently lecturing everyone. "Students like you are dangerous. You are walking a path of crime. All you do is fight and cause trouble, even brandishing weapons in public." "How impressive." Mr. Liu returned and said timidly, "Mr. Fong, I found them." Seeing Shinhua, he clicked his tongue tiredly. "This kid again. I haven't forgotten that incident at the border." With that thought, he asked angrily, "What just happened?" Shinhua replied immediately, "They were ganging up on me. I couldn't win, so I ran." The teacher accused him. "Why didn't they hit anyone else? Why was it only you? You bear part of the responsibility, and you won't escape punishment." Shinhua raised an eyebrow and sneered. "I didn't expect to be bullied by a teacher too. You want me to stay and take the punishment with them, right?" The man was even more furious. "What kind of attitude is that to show the principal? Do you want me to call your parents?" Shinhua shrugged, turned around, and walked away. "No need to trouble the school. I'll tell them when I get home." Mr. Fong watched him walk away, so angry he was ready to burst. You lawless brat. I don't believe your parents can't handle you." Mr. Liu leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Mr. Fong, Shinhua's parents are divorced. His father is in America, and his mother is in prison." Kiki was still brooding, thinking unhappily, "He just left? My question still hasn't been answered." After escaping, Shinhua was feeling pretty good. "Damn, I'm a genius." That night, at Sun Keek's house, Shinhua and Director Sun were talking. He said, "Shinhua, I didn't call you over for anything major. I heard a new student from country in transferred to the school. Do you know her?" He looked at Kiki. Her eyes were swollen. She had definitely cried at home and been interrogated by old Sunday. Thinking fast, he made up an excuse. "It's actually quite a coincidence. A few days ago, I was at Brother Lay's shop learning how to fix cars. Her car happened to break down nearby, and I helped fix it." Director Sun was skeptical. "That girl is a foreigner, and she's not that old. Was she just walking around by herself?" He answered smoothly, "Of course not. There was an adult with her, but they didn't speak the language well. They couldn't explain themselves clearly." He was still a bit suspicious. If they couldn't speak the language, why was she so enthusiastic after meeting you once? Shinhua answered conceitedly, "It's probably because I'm handsome." Director Sun actually found that believable. Shinhua was indeed a good-looking boy. Kiki had said the girl from Country Inn was also beautiful, and at their age, a mutual attraction was normal. He thought happily, let them talk all they want. If they catch feelings, it'll just keep him away from my little cabbage. With that in mind, he said, "All right, that's all. You should head home." Kiki quickly chimed in, "Dad, I'll walk him out." At the front door, Shinhua turned around and said, "All right, go back inside." Before he could finish, Kiki lunged forward and hugged him. I didn't get to hug you like she did this afternoon." They looked at each other, their eyes full of emotion. Sun Kiki clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and then turned and ran away, shouting, "See you tomorrow." Shinhua silently watched her leave, thinking being a little chubby isn't so bad. He left, leaving the hallway empty. In a narrow alleyway, Chun Haonan sat by a trash can, holding his head in agony as he thought, "Who am I? Where am I? What happened?" When the music started playing, he screamed in terror, "That's right. I'm Haonan. Shinhua, you and I are enemies." Suddenly, a powerful hand was raised high and then brought down hard across Chun Haonan's face. His jaw dropped, a look of utter confusion on his face. Haonan's father pointed at him and yelled, "You little brat. You're afraid to come home after causing trouble, aren't you?" The principal came all the way to our house. He grabbed him by the collar, dragging him away while shouting, "I'm going to beat you to a pulp today." Chun Haonan grabbed his father's hand as he was being dragged, thinking, "Shinhua, with old debts unpaid and new ones added, I'm putting this slap from my old man on your tab." The substitute teacher, Mr. Wu, pointed to a female student standing nearby and introduced her. This is Li Yingwan, a transfer student from Country Inn. He looked down at the class and said, she'll be studying with us for the time being and has been assigned to our class. Li Yingwan clasped her hands together, bowed sincerely, and said, hello everyone, I'm Li Yingwan. I'm very happy to be here. Mr. Wu looked around. Li Yingwan, take that empty seat next to Chin Nua in the back row. Hearing this, Sun Kiki immediately stood up and said loudly, teacher, our new classmate is a foreigner, and her Chinese might not be very good. Sitting in the back, I'm afraid she won't be able to hear the lectures, and she won't be able to see the board clearly either. The student in the seat in front turned to look at Chun Nua. He whispered, look at that, the war has begun. Bro, remember to thank me later. He covered his face with his hand and looked to the side. Immediately after, he made a suggestion to Mr. Wu. Teacher, let her have my seat. I'll move back a row and sit with Chun Nua. Mr. Wu agreed. Fine, let's do that. The student with glasses saw Li Yingwan sit down and immediately waved. Hi, my name is... She quickly put a finger to her lips, puckered them, and gave a soft shit to quiet him. Shoo. Right after that, Li Yingwan opened her pencil case, revealing a statue of Lord Guan inside. She clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and said devoutly, thank you, Lord Guan, for your protection. The boy with glasses turned back and shouted, did you guys see that? The student behind him patted his shoulder and said, you have to respect the religious beliefs of our foreign friends. The bright sunlight shone down on the ground. The cafeteria was packed during lunch. Chin Nua looked at the meager meal in front of him and sighed. This dish seriously doesn't have a single piece of meat. Sun Kiki walked over to him, carrying a tray piled with food and a small bag. She allowed a soft huff. She sat down next to him and pushed the bag toward Chin Nua, her face flushing as she spoke loudly. Eat this. It's braised pork belly buns. Stop eating that cafeteria food. My dad said, they don't even wash the rice here. He reached out and took a bun from the bag. Chin Nua took a huge bite and spoke happily. This is delicious. A girl nearby laughed and called out, Kiki, come over here. Just as Sun Kiki left with her tray, Li Yingwan approached Chin Nua with her own tray and called out, Appa, so this is where you were. The girls nearby waved and shouted, Kiki, we're sitting here. She carried her tray over and replied, coming. Li Yingwan sat down beside him. Her voice bright as she asked, Appa, what are you eating that's so good? His mouth was full as he answered, buns. She grabbed his arm and smiled pleadingly. I want some too. Then, Li Yingwan opened her mouth and looked at him, saying ah. Suddenly, dark clouds seemed to gather as Sun Kiki, radiating a murderous aura, stormed back toward Chin Nua. Li Yingwan didn't care. She kept her mouth open, clinging to his arm as she leaned in. Appa, just one bite. Don't be so stingy. Chin Nua's face turned pale. Seeing Sun Kiki's white-knuckled grip on her chopsticks, he stammered, Li Yingwan pressed closer, putting on a pitiful expression. Please? Cold sweat poured down his face. As he gritted his teeth, thinking, what do I do now? Suddenly, a furious shout rang out from outside. Chin Nua. He immediately turned his head, filled with relief. Huh. I'm saved. Chun Haonan, sporting a haircut from his father, stormed into the cafeteria and yelled, Chin Nua, you're not getting away today? I'll. Hearing this, Chin Nua threw his chopsticks hard toward him. Chun Haonan marched toward him in a rage, not noticing the chopsticks under his feet. He shouted, I won't forgive. He lost his balance. His face twisted in shock. The next second, Chun Haonan's feet slipped, and he landed in a perfect split. He immediately let out a pained roar. Damn it. Seeing this, Chin Nua smiled, just like a double-barrel cannon. He stood up at once, approached Chun Haonan, and asked with feigned concern, Hey, classmate, are you injured again? The moment he saw Chin Nua's face, he remembered the scene from last night when Chin Nua threw him into the trash can. Chun Haonan replied while crying bitterly, No, I'm not. He leaned in close and smiled. No, you are. Chin Nua's arm clamped down on his like a vice, refusing to let go. Chin Nua picked up Chun Haonan in a bridal carry and walked out, laughing loudly. Brother Zhang, don't be afraid. I'm taking you to the infirmary. Filled with despair, he thought to himself, out in the streets, reputation is everything. I've become a laughingstock yet again. My once mighty status is completely gone. At the same time, in the waters of Country Inn, a small boat floated on the vast sea. Anderson stood on the deck, reporting over the phone. We found the body of gold digger number 4. He Jingji. He frowned as he listened to the response. Yes, I know. My investigation has made some progress. I'll send the results back as soon as possible. No, there's no need for revenge. I'm just a gold digger. But I believe certain actions are still necessary. Anderson raised his hand and shouted, we must send a signal. Anyone who touches our people pays a price. He put on his sunglasses, turned to look at the body on the deck, and sighed with a smile. Ah, you mere mortals. Elsewhere. Chin Nuo had his hands in his pockets as he spoke with a cold smile. Old son, it's not that I want to skip class. Only an idiot would stay in that classroom with those two girls. If I want fried rice, I have to go to Tongzi Street. He looked toward the gate of the Xiangyang residential area. Immediately after, Chin Nuo frowned in confusion. What's this? He looked at the mess inside the shop and smiled. Looks like someone came here to cause trouble. He grabbed a pack of cigarettes and approached a man nearby to ask, Hey, do you know where the owner of the bike shop across the street went? The man selling buns took a cigarette from Chin Nuo and asked suspiciously, You here for a bike? Don't bother waiting. He was kidnapped early this morning. He frowned and raised a hand, whispering, I heard it was Li Qingshan's men. Once you fall into his hands, there's no telling if you'll make it back. Hearing this, Chin Nuo fell into thought. Li Qingshan, at the resort on the south side of the city. Wu Daliai's legs were tied, and his head was being dunked into the pool. A man wearing a jade thumb ring was calmly drinking tea nearby. Li Qingshan held his teacup and looked at the group, ordering, Has he reconsidered yet? A red-haired thug grabbed the rope and pulled it up with force. A battered Wu Daliai was dragged up, crying for mercy. Boss Shan, what you're doing is against the rules. He closed his eyes, tears streaming down as he wailed, Grandpa Li, stop dunking me. Please have mercy. I won't try to keep the shop anymore. Fine, but you have to leave me 2 stalls. I have a family to feed. Li Qingshan frowned and snapped contemptuously. What right do you have to bargain with me? That big brother you knew in prison? He's back in for the second time, sentenced to over 15 years. His crew is gone. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have made a move on your shop so easily. Suddenly, a lackey from outside was sent flying into the room by a kick. Chin Nuo, wearing a helmet to hide his face, walked in and called out playfully, Oh, looks like you're having fun. The red-haired thug on the second floor immediately let go of the rope holding Wu Daliai. He fell into the water with a painful groan. Ah, Li Qingshan raised a hand, glaring at Chin Nuo. Where did you crawl out from? It's been years since anyone dared to play this game with me. He walked in step by step and shouted, You don't have a safe here, so there's no need for words. We'll talk after I'm done beating you. Li Qingshan calmly brought the teacup to his lips, took a sip, and ordered get him. The lackeys took the order, let out a collective roar, and charged. Chin Nuo raised one hand and grabbed the throat of the first man to reach him. Shouting, huh? A split second later, the man fell into the pool with a terrified look. He quickly sank into the water, letting out muffled cries. One after another, the rest of the crew followed him into the water. At this point, Li Qingshan hurriedly gripped his chair and stood up. Friend, why tire yourself out with fighting? I think we can negotiate. Suddenly, his face turned incredibly pale. Chin Nuo raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Li Qingshan's chest. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed. He walked closer and said, No, you don't want to. Then, Chin Nuo's loud shout rang through the courtyard. Brother Lei, hang in there. I'm here to get you. Wu Daliai could only manage a weak groan in response. Inside the Xiangyang residential area, the lights were bright. His voice rang out. If Big Brother hadn't saved my life today, I'd be dead. Chin Nuo held his chopsticks and frowned at Wu Daliai. Your boss is in prison. There's no leader, and the crew has scattered. What if Li Qingshan comes looking for you again? I can't be your bodyguard forever. Wu Daliai, with a mouthful of noodles, replied, I want to gather the guys back together, but I don't have the reputation or the money. His face was bruised as he whispered, Supporting this many people costs hundreds of thousands a year. Besides, I can't just feed them for nothing. I have to give them work. They can't just fight every day. My current business can't support them. Chin Nuo sat across from him and said loudly, Keep talking. He frowned and said, I can't keep buying stolen bikes forever. It's a major problem. One day, there'll be a crackdown, and I'll end up in prison. So, I want to try and become an agent for an electric bike brand this year. Hearing this, Chin Nuo smiled and thought, in the next 2 years, the electric bike market is going to explode. Brother Lei isn't as brainless as he looks. He knows how to plan for the future. He asked, That's one way. If I give you 500,000, can you handle this? Wu Daliai, who was mid-bite, immediately shouted in excitement, I can. I'll add my savings to make it 700,000. That's enough to take over the shop next door and get a dealership license. I can even bring back my old boss's brothers. Even if I can't beat that old dog Li Shan, he'll have to think twice before touching me. Chen Nuo looked him straight in the eye and said, fine, I'll give you the money tomorrow. It's settled then. Wu Dalai immediately smiled and promised, you got it. From now on, I work for you. You're the boss of this business. Hearing this, Chen Nuo flatly refused. No, I'm not investing. Consider a loan. Just pay me back when you have the money. Wu Dalai stood up, his whole body trembling as he shouted, Big brother, you really are my savior. I have nothing to repay you with, so I'll just have to give you my body. Hearing that, Chen Nuo immediately turned to leave and shouted, no loan for you. On the small path. Wu Dalai's pleas echoed. Big brother, I was wrong. That evening, in front of the high school gate, Li Yingwan appeared beside a black car. A boy with green hair approached her holding a letter, stammering, Li Yingwan, remember how we did that biology experiment together today? I wrote you a letter. Li Yingwan gripped her bag strap and asked, do you like me? Then, she stepped into the car. Li Yingwan began tearing the letter apart. She turned back, tossed the shredded paper out, and said coldly, but I don't like you. Nearby, Luo Cheng was pushing his bicycle and said to son Kiki, well, looks like quite a few hearts were broken again today. He smiled at her and reminded, son Kiki, you'd better step up your game. Son Kiki bit her lip and replied, what does his popularity have to do with me? Besides, isn't she just trying to cling to Chen Nuo? But no one even knows where Chen Nuo is right now. She climbed on her blue bicycle, turned back, and shouted at the top of her lungs, he doesn't know, but I do. That night, son Kiki pedaled to the Xianyang gate and saw Chen Nuo and Wu Dalai walking out. She shouted, Chen Nuo. He walked quickly toward her and asked with concern, Kiki, what are you doing here? Son Kiki narrowed her eyes and let out a heavy breath. I heard from my dad that you found a part-time job, so I guess you were skipping school to come here. Her cheeks were flushed red from the cold. Chen Nuo glanced at Wu Dalai behind him and thought, cycling from Jiangning to here takes at least an hour. It's still a bit cold this early in spring. He turned to Wu Dalai and asked for a favor. Brother Lei, help me find a thick jacket. Wu Dalai immediately smiled and replied, you got it. Chen Nuo reached out and took her hand. He stepped closer, holding Sun Kiki's hand, and asked softly, are you cold? She was so embarrassed her cheeks turned crimson as she stammered, no, I'm not. Then, they both saw Wu Dalai walk out with a jacket, shouting, it's a Zenweezy brand. I just bought it, never worn it. It's got thick padding and it's windproof. He looked at Sun Kiki and asked curiously, who is this beautiful girl? Chen Nuo turned and introduced her. Oh, her name is Kiki. She's old Sun's daughter. Hearing this, Wu Dalai thought, such a little beauty. No wonder Chen Nuo helped old Sunday. He's got eyes for the daughter. He draped the jacket over Sun Kiki's shoulders and whispered, here, let brother Nuo help you. She shouted in embarrassment, people are watching. Hearing this, Wu Dalai immediately scratched his head and yelled, oh, I have things to do. I'm going back inside. Chen Nuo reached out and gently pinched Sun Kiki's cheek. I'll take you home. She dazed out for a second and whispered, okay. Sun Kiki sat on the back seat, leaning against his shoulder, listening to the music in her ears. In Hacheng, at Li Yingwan's house, a white car stopped in front of the main gate. A pair of legs in black high heels stepped out of the car. The butler saw her and immediately called out, Madam. Li's mother, Jiang Yingzi, looked toward the house. She pushed the door open and walked in. Jiang Yingzi looked up and murmured, I'm home. She looked at the empty house and thought, I managed to take back my husband's company. But managing it is still so difficult. I have to throw away my feminine weakness now. I have to become even stronger. Anderson stepped out from a corner and called out loudly, Madam Jiang Yingzi. Jiang Yingzi was startled and barked, who are you? He smiled at her and introduced himself. You can call me Anderson. My purpose today is simple. I just want to ask you a few questions. Jiang Yingzi shouted in a rage, I don't care who you are. Get out of my house right now. Or I'm calling the police. Anderson held up a syringe and looked at her with a smile. It seems you have no intention of cooperating. He looked at her and spoke slowly. However, I have ways to make you tell me the information I need. I apologize. My next actions might be a bit offensive. A short-haired woman covered Jiang Yingzi's mouth with her hand and said, don't worry, we'll be quick. An hour later, her eyes were vacant and soulless. Anderson sat nearby and began narrating. A teenager single-handedly saved her entire family. The daughter transferred schools to find that teenager. And gold digger number 11 in Yao Weishan's network, Sun Xingli, just happens to be a teacher at that school. He frowned, thinking of a scene where Chun Nuo was helping Sun Kiki, and said, I think I know who that teenager is. When Anderson stood up and ordered, We're leaving immediately, the short-haired woman asked, What about her? He turned his head and said coldly, Until we find a new gold digger. Let her temporarily manage the assets He Zhengji left for us. Clean up properly. I don't want anyone to know we were here from her memories. Elsewhere, Chen Nuo was walking with Gu Xiaoya. The little girl sucked on her finger and asked softly, Brother, am I your little puppy? Hearing this, he looked at the girl in confusion. Gu Xiaoya tilted her head and explained, A boy walking his pet dog can make girls like him. Today you walked me across 10 streets, and 53 big sisters gave you their phone numbers. Chen Nuo turned his head in annoyance and questioned her. Where did you learn such twisted logic? Gu Xiaoya looked away and answered, My classmate told me. She has 8 boyfriends at kindergarten. She's super cool. He frowned in frustration and thought, Looks like I need to pay a visit to that kindergarten and have a talk with the principal about school discipline. Suddenly, up ahead, Li Yingwan waved her hand at him and shouted, Appa? She approached Chen Nuo and asked curiously, Appa, is this your sister? I heard from a classmate that you had a sister. She's so cute. Seeing Gu Xiaoya hide behind him, he immediately comforted her. Don't be afraid. This is my friend. Say hello. Li Yingwan bent down and introduced herself. Hi there. My name is Li Yingwan. I'm your brother's future wife. Can I play with you? Gu Xiaoya tilted her head, showing a shy face as she answered. My name is Chun Xiaoya. The two began their back and forth. I'm 18 this year. The little girl stammered her reply. I'm 5 years old. Li Yingwan immediately added, I'm a year of the ox and also the year of the rat. Gu Xiaoya heard this and said, I'm a year of the rat. She held up a finger and said, I believe in Lord Guan. The girl quickly replied, I believe in Goddess Guanyin. Then Li Yingwan pointed a finger at Chun Nuo, standing nearby, and called out, I call him Appa. He's the head of our household. Chen Nuo held his head in his hands, thinking in despair, I really shouldn't have let her watch those variety show skits these past 2 days. Before we went upstairs, the light in Chun Nuo's room was still on. Li Yingwan was sitting and eating noodles. She moved the egg in her bowl to Gu Xiaoya and said, This is for me. The little girl smiled and moved it back, shouting, Then this is from little Yi. She covered her face and shouted in excitement. Ooh, it's a fried egg of love for my sister. What do I do? What do I do? This is going to be the best thing I've ever eaten. Suddenly, a spark flashed in Li Yingwan's eyes as she looked at Chen Nuo. She clasped her hands together and looked at him with a sincere face, calling out, Oh, right. Appa, you told me to practice tongue twisters before. I've finished my practice, so that's why I dare to come find you. Chen Nuo was startled and thought, Huh? That fast? He immediately said, Let me hear it then. Li Yingwan clenched her fists and began, I haven't eaten or slept just to practice. Ahem. She closed her eyes and began reciting softly. 800 spearmen marched up the north slope. Artillerymen ran in rows to the north. Gu Xiaoya looked up and said to him, Brother, I think she got it wrong. Li Yingwan immediately shouted in agitation, What? How could it be wrong? I practiced so hard. Chen Nuo stroked the girl's head and said, Little Yi, show her how it's done. Gu Xiaoya's face turned red as she began to recite loudly. 800 spearmen marched up the north slope. Artillerymen ran in rows to the north. After Li Yingwan heard this, she shouted in shock, Wait a second. Everyone says it like that? The girl looked up and confirmed, Yes, that's how we're taught. Chen Nuo looked at her and shouted, See, I didn't lie to you. All the kids here say it like that. Go on, little Yi, give her another one. Gu Xiaoya held up 2 fingers and shouted happily, Little white rabbit, ears standing tall. Li Yingwan's defeated scream echoed from Chen Nuo's room. Little Yi, give me one more. Lord Guan, save me. It was completely dark now. A car appeared in front of Li Yingwan. The driver opened the door and said respectfully, Miss, please get in. Chen Nuo shouted to her from behind, Remember, don't come looking for me until you've mastered it. He turned to go back inside, murmuring, Finally, I might get some peace for a while. Suddenly, Chen Nuo was startled and let out a confused, In the distance, Chen Nuo's figure appeared in the crosshairs of a sniper scope. An alpha with long pink hair tracked him through the binoculars and reported into the comms. Alpha reporting. Li Yingwan has left. The target has gone upstairs. Nothing unusual. Alpha continuing surveillance. Ignore Li Yingwan for now. Our target is this young man. In a black car nearby, a voice asked suspiciously, "Are you sure this Chun Nua is the same teenager who appeared in Country Inn?" The short-haired woman in the back looked at Anderson and asked, "Maybe we're following the wrong person." He frowned and glanced back, snapping, "My deductions are never wrong. Prepare to move. Tonight's investigation is being upgraded to a capture mission. Whatever his goal is, or whether he's an enemy of the organization, catch him first. We'll get the answers later." The short-haired woman picked up a tablet and asked, "Understood. Doctor is at the back door. Cheetah is at the 6 o'clock position down the street. Do we move now?" Hearing this, Anderson began assigning tasks. Alpha is on sniper duty. We'll handle the frontal assault. He sat in the front and calmly ordered, "Tell Doctor and Cheetah to stand by. If the target escapes, move in 5 minutes." The short-haired woman whispered the command. "Alpha, prepare to open fire in 5 minutes." Suddenly, she heard a strange static interference in her ear. Chun Nua picked up the headset and spoke to the person on the other end. "Sorry about that." He stepped on the Alpha and smiled. "That Alpha you're talking about? I'm afraid he won't be talking to you right now." Chun Nua adjusted the headset and made a request. "Get over here quickly. I don't have much time. I still have to go wash the dishes." The Alpha pinned under his foot struggled and cursed. "You're dead meat tonight. You messed with ABC." He stepped harder on his chest, making the man groan in pain. "Grah." Chun Nua looked down with contempt and barked, "If you're a weakling, don't try to show off." Suddenly, a sound from the distance made him let out a surprised, "Oh?" A beep rang out. Anderson appeared, followed by Doctor and the short-haired woman. He looked at him and shouted, "Let him go." Chun Nua looked at Anderson calmly and asked, "And if I don't?" He immediately raised his hand and pressed his earpiece, ordering, "Cheetah, go grab that little girl." "Okay." On the roof of Chun Nua's building, Cheetah sat on the railing. Hearing the order, he immediately shouted, "Copy that." Cheetah quickly climbed down the side of the building. The lights were still on below. Gu Xiaoya sat alone, waiting quietly. Chun Nua narrowed his eyes and growled, "Are you threatening me?" "Anderson, you've made a fatal mistake." He slammed his foot down onto Alpha's chest, then kicked him forward with a powerful strike, shouting arrogantly, "First blood." Anderson roared in fury, "You bastard." He adjusted his earpiece and barked at Cheetah on the other end. "Cheetah, do it. Kill the girl." Chun Nua raised his hand, manifesting an invisible force that surged toward Cheetah, who was crawling along the opposite wall. Binding runes rapidly coiled around his body, pinning him down as he cried out in terror. Chun Nua stood perfectly still, dragging Cheetah across the gap from the opposite building. "Ah!" the man screamed in a panic. Chun Nua reached out and grabbed Cheetah by the throat, snapping it with a smirk. "Double kill." Anderson's brow furrowed in shock. To snatch Cheetah from over 20 meters away. That power. "Damn it," he cursed. "He's a controller. Jam him." The black-haired girl clasped her hands, exhaling waves of purple noise that spiraled toward Chun Nua. He raised a hand, slightly intrigued. A mental shockwave. A glint of blue light flashed in his eyes, followed by a cold snort. "Oomph." In an instant, she collapsed to the ground, clutching her head, bleeding from every orifice until she went limp. Chun Nua sneered, leaving her corpse behind. Triple kill. Desperate, Anderson lunged at Chun Nua with a knife, screaming, "Go to hell." Chun Nua raised his hand, using his power to freeze Anderson's lunge midair. "Don't be in such a rush," he said calmly. "You're the last one." Chun Nua tilted his head, narrowly dodging a scalpel thrown by the doctor. He made a mocking face at the man and shouted, "Doctor, long time no see." The doctor raised another scalpel, asking suspiciously, "You know me?" Chun Nua caught the blade between two fingers. Suddenly, blue streaks of light pierced the doctor's arm, forcing a pained shriek from his lungs. "Arg, my arm!" The doctor collapsed to the ground, and as Chun Nua approached, another scalpel crept silently toward his back. He tilted his head to the side, snatching the blade out of the air with a chuckle. "Blade manipulation? I dealt with that in my past life." Chun Nua deftly twirled the scalpel in his hand before driving it deep into the doctor's neck. Quadra kill. Then, he turned his gaze back to Anderson. "Now it's your turn." Backed against the wall, Anderson looked down, cursing under his breath. "Damn it. Oh God, what kind of monster did I provoke?" When Chun Nua's voice whispered mockingly behind him, trying to run. Anderson's face turned ashen with pure terror. Chin Nua's hand shot out, gripping Anderson's throat in a vice-like squeeze. He hoisted him high into the air and snapped his neck, shouting gleefully, "Pentakill." He climbed into Anderson's cruise vehicle, driving off with their bodies in the back. Chin Nua picked up a phone and dialed a number. He held the phone to his ear and heard an excited voice on the other end. "Anderson, calling so soon? I assume things went smoothly." Chin Nua chuckled. "Captain, I'm afraid I have bad news. All 5 of your men, Anderson included, are dead." He watched the car, carrying the bodies, slowly sink into the water. "If it's convenient, send someone to collect the remains of your subordinates, and try to keep it tidy." Chin Nua's expression hardened. "And after that, tell your people in East Asia to take their corpses and get the hell out. Somewhere in the Virgin Islands." The captain screamed into the phone. "Who the hell are you?" Then he asked in confusion, "Yama?" Back in his room, Chin Nua stood in silence, lost in thought. The captain had lost an elite squad. He wouldn't be foolish enough to act again anytime soon. Chin Nua placed Gu Xiaoye on the bed, thinking to himself that he still needed to protect little Yi in secret for the next few days, just to be safe. In the bathroom, he looked at the tiny pores on his back seeping fluid and groaned in annoyance. Standing under the shower, he noted that he was still far from his peak. Taking out a few bottom feeders had actually drained his stamina and caused a backlash. However, his strength was returning faster than expected. He wondered what level he had reached. He let out a faint smile. "Whatever. My strength was never meant to fit into their little system anyway. My power is more like a glitch in the game, just like in my past life." 2 days later, during lunch break, Chin Nua was slumped over his desk when Li Yingwan ran in, shouting, "Appa!" She smiled, clutching a thermos. "Appa, I brought ginseng chicken soup. Drink it while it's hot." He immediately shot her down. "I'm not eating." Li Yingwan handed him a spoon. Pleading softly, "Just a little, Appa. My mom says chicken soup is the best thing for a cold." She blew on a spoonful and held it to his lips. "What do you want for dinner tonight? I can get you some seafood tofu soup." He smiled and made a request. "Add an order of crab roe noodles. I've been craving them. Oh, and a bowl of cold noodles too." The bespectacled boy sitting in front of them trembled with rage, cursing under his breath. "That shameless jerk. He's actually placing orders now. Does being handsome mean you could just do whatever you want? This poor girl is practically begging him, and he's just taking advantage. I can't believe he's such a freeloading leech." Li Yingwan stood up with a bright smile. "You got it, Appa. I'll get right on it." Chin Nua looked at the soup on the desk, thinking that the taste wasn't half bad. A moment later, son Kiki arrived carrying a bag of clothes. "Put these on," she nagged. "I heard you coughing in class. It's freezing out, and you're already sick. You need to bundle up." He reached out to take the clothes. Chin Nua unfolded the garment and asked, "Kiki, did you steal this from your dad? Does old son even know it's gone?" She snapped back irritably, "My dad's asleep at home. He won't notice one missing sweater." "Good grief, just put it on." Chin Nua suppressed a smile, thinking to himself that the sweater was hideously ugly. Son Kiki covered her mouth, her eyes welling up with tears as she muttered about him drinking someone else's chicken soup. His expression softened as he called out. Son Kiki watched him pull the sweater on, asking softly, "Do you want to ask the teacher for a few more days off? You don't look well." Chin Nua began to calculate. It was time to get to work. "Yeah," he said thoughtfully. "It just so happens that Brother Lei's shop just got a new shipment of cars, and he's negotiating with the manufacturer. I want to go on a business trip with him to learn the ropes. It'll be good experience for the future." Son Kiki blinked. "A business trip?" He reached out and patted her head. "Don't worry, it's only for 3 or 4 days. I'll be back by next weekend. Think of it as a vacation. It might even help me recover. As for little Yi, I'll have to trouble you to look after her this weekend." "Of course," she replied. "I'll pick her up next Friday." March 20th, 2001. Kathmandu, Nepal. The streets were deserted. Chin Nua slammed a thick stack of cash onto a table. He looked up at the clerk and said, "I need to get to Lukla, then to EBC." Chin Nua gave him a cold stare and added firmly, "I'm in a hurry. Make it happen." The clerk replied coolly, "I have some old friends. Taking a helicopter to EBC tomorrow. You know, it isn't cheap. I'll have to ask if they're willing to take on an unexpected stranger." Chin Nua placed another stack of cash on the table. The man's demeanor shifted instantly. "Those friends of mine are very generous. I'm sure they won't turn away a young mountaineering enthusiast from East." March 21st, 2001, 9:40 a.m. Lukla Airport. A few people were waiting for their flight when a man shouted, "All right, girls, let's get moving." 18-year-old Neville Devonshire turned impatiently to ask, "Uncle Ben, can we go yet?" Dad said we had to wait for one more guest. 24-year-old Lacoste Devonshire stood silently to the side. Benjamin looked up at the approaching helicopter and shouted, "Looks like our late guest has arrived. Let's get on board first." Chun Nua, wearing a red puffer jacket, stepped off the helicopter. "Sorry I'm late," he said. Neville's father held a fake passport that had been bought locally for $50. "The guest Wilson mentioned? I'll need to see your passport first, young man." Chun Nua smiled. "No problem." The man asked, "What's your name?" "Chun Yang, 21 years old, from Hong Kong," he replied. Neville's father handed the passport back with a smile. "Your English is excellent, and your accent is spot on. Have you spent time in London?" Chun Nua took it back. "I've visited a few times. I'm a big Arsenal fan." The man reached out his hand, looking at Chun Nua. "Huh, we're all Arsenal fans here. Welcome aboard, Mr. Chun." As they shook hands, Neville's father spoke clearly. "Let's be clear, you're only paying for the flight. We are not responsible for your actions or anything that happens to you once we land. Once the helicopter hits the ground at EBC, our professional relationship is over." Chun Nua smiled. "Of course, I'm just here for the ride." Listening in, Lacoste Devon Hill scoffed internally. Looks like a total amateur." She analyzed him with an irritated frown. Anyone with even a bit of climbing experience knows not to waste battery life like that. Once we hit the forward base camp, charging anything becomes a nightmare. She stared at Chun Nua, her gaze full of scrutiny. "He's scrawny, too. Doesn't look like a climber at all. And he's late. No discipline. He's probably just here for the Everest name without having a clue how dangerous it is. Vain and ignorant." Chun Nua took off his headphones and asked tentatively, "Excuse me, you look very familiar. Is your codename Hummingbird?" She thought back to the magazine cover and replied, "That's right. I guess you've seen my features." Chun Nua offered a brief compliment. "Of course. You're very beautiful." Lacoste smiled. "Thank you." Chun Nua glanced to the side, thinking of Neville. He recalled their meeting in his past life. Hummingbird. That became Neville's codename later on, a tribute to her sister Lacoste who died saving her. In his previous life, the entire Devon Hill family met with tragedy tomorrow, and she was the only survivor. That was how the story of Hummingbird and I began. March 22nd, 2001. Mount Lhotse. A group of climbers in rescue gear struggled toward the summit. Benjamin shouted down to the group, "Keep going, everyone. We're almost at the climbing point." Neville's mother drove her ice axe into the snow, fighting for balance. Benjamin looked at his specially designed blade, thinking that today it would finally serve its purpose. Neville's mother saw Benjamin sliding down with a knife and screamed in horror. "Benjamin, what are you doing?" He grabbed the safety rope connecting the two and sliced through it with a sharp jerk, shouting, "Once you two are dead, I can finally inherit everything." Lacoste and Neville watched in agony as their parents plummeted off the cliff. "Dad! Mom!" Benjamin stood above them, brandishing his dagger. He gave a cold laugh. "Don't worry, I won't let your family be separated for long." Neville screamed in terror, "Uncle, stop!" Lacoste turned back to her sister below, calling out, "Neville!" She lunged upward with all her strength, a sad smile on her face. "Survive!" Neville reached out, screaming, "No!" Lacoste tackled Benjamin around the waist, dragging him down with her. He cursed in a panic. "You crazy bitch! If you want to die, don't take me with you." Benjamin tumbled off the cliff, letting out a desperate, pathetic wail. "Aff!" Lacoste looked at her sister and shouted, "Neville, stay alive." Neville's voice broke as she wailed, "Sister." 2 months later, Neville held a knife, watching two men shake hands below her. "The deal is done," one shouted. She hissed through gritted teeth. "You've taken everything from me. This estate is all I have left of them. Why do you have to take this too?" She charged. She buried the blade into the white-haired man's back, screaming, "You're not selling my home." The other man shrieked in terror. "Murder? She's a murderer." Later, a guard shoved her into a prison cell, barking, "Get in there." The guard's face twisted into a sick grin. "I heard you're a rich little lady. The warden is going to love you." Outside, Lucifer stood with a gun in his hand. "Kill the warden," he thought. "I need to stop taking these low-level contracts. It's bad for my reputation." He kicked the door open, aiming his weapon. A shrill scream echoed. The warden, holding a leather whip, licked his lips as he looked at Neville kneeling before him. Come on, sweetheart. Let me hear you scream. Suddenly, Lucifer fired a single shot into the man's chest. The warden collapsed, wheezing for help. Neville slowly stood up, her voice trembling with rage. You tortured me for 6 years. She wrapped her arms around the warden's neck, squeezing with all her might. 6 years of hell. Lucifer draped his coat over her shoulders. Here, put this on. He hoisted her over his shoulder. Little bird, little hummingbird. As he carried her out of the prison, he murmured, Hummingbird. I'll remember that. Returning to the present. Shinhua steeled his resolve. In this life, you won't be Hummingbird. You'll just be yourself, Neville. The date was March 22nd, 2001. Forward base camp. Neville's father looked at Shinhua. Have a safe and pleasant trip, young man. We'll be at the camp for the next few days, so if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Shinhua pressed a small gift into Neville's hand. A little something for you, he said. She looked down at the chocolate bar in surprise. As she watched him walk away, she wondered if it was just a coincidence. How did he know this was her favorite brand? Lacoste whispered, I don't like that guy. Neville asked, why not? Lacoste huffed, hands on her hips. Because he had the nerve to ignore my beauty and only look at you. Up on the cliff. Benjamin shouted down to the group. Keep it up, everyone. We're almost there. Suddenly, a knife appeared, slicing through the rope above. Screams erupted from the group. My God, what are you doing? As the rope snapped, terror took over. Stop. Use your ice axe. Use the axe. Hold on. Don't let go. But Neville was already falling. Shinhua's hand shot out, catching her midair. He pulled her close, whispering reassurances. Don't be afraid. He looked into her eyes. With a warm smile. I've got you. Her vision filled with his smiling face before everything faded into darkness. Amidst the vast, snowy peaks, a single red tent stood out against the white. Neville woke up with a start inside. Shinhua was waiting, holding a spoon of warm water. He held the bowl toward her. Drink up. It wasn't easy getting this heated. Drink it before it gets cold. Wrapped in blankets. She stammered. You. Her eyes widened as the memories rushed back. Neville bolted upright, screaming, Dad, Mom, Lacoste. Shinhua stared at her, his voice cold and flat. Neville, haven't you woken up yet? There is no one else here. No father, no mother, no sister, and certainly no Uncle Ben. His voice continued, relentless. They are all figments of your imagination. You are completely alone. She watched in shock as her memories shattered, dissolving into nothingness. April 17th, 1997, he said quietly. Your parents, famous climbers, died in extreme weather while attempting Everest. Then there was Lacoste. June 3rd, 1999. Trying to fulfill your parents' legacy, she fell during a training run on Lhotse, after accidentally cutting her own climbing rope. And on July 21st, 2000, your uncle Benjamin, who tried to force you to sell your inheritance to pay his debts, was shot by you in self-defense. You were acquitted, but Shinhua looked her dead in the eye. Neville, your mind snapped that day. You split your parents, your sister, and your uncle into 4 different personalities to pretend the tragedy never happened. Her eyes went wide with disbelief. Shinhua began to dismantle the illusion. Everything you experienced was just you. Have a safe and pleasant trip, young man. We'll be at the camp for the next few days, so if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. That was you. I guess you see my features. That was you. All right, girls, let's get moving. That was you too. He placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice rising. Just last month, you were expelled from Westminster for missing too many classes. The day before yesterday, you used your sister's identity and passport to join a training program. You paid for everything and brought everyone here by helicopter. I paid you for the ride. This afternoon, while you were climbing, you hallucinated on the cliffside. You were the one who took the knife to the rope. In reality, it had been Neville herself cutting the rope while everyone screamed in horror. My God, what are you doing? Hold on. Don't let go. Use your ice axe. Shinhua closed his eyes, remembering his past life. Back then, Neville had cut the rope, severely injuring 2 teammates before being committed to a mental asylum. My mission then was to assassinate her. But the director of that asylum was a sadistic monster. That part was real. In another time, Lucifer had stood outside that office with a gun, killing a noble who's also a mental patient. I really need to stop taking these low-level jobs. Shinhua returned to the present. That is the truth. I'm sorry for dragging you out of your dream. But little hummingbird, you were drowning in a nightmare of your own making. It looked beautiful, but it was nothing but a dark abyss. Tears began to stream down Neville's face like rain. She buried her face in his chest and cried out in grief. Chin Nua looked down at her, his mind drifting to the past. In his previous life, Nivelle's mind had completely shattered after years of torture under that perverted old director. She never found her way out. In this life, I will help her banish that nightmare forever. The following day, Nivelle and Chin Nua stood in silence before her family's graves. He watched as she reached up and unfastened the necklace from around her neck. "You taking it off?" he asked, puzzled. She hung the necklace on an ice axe and said, "My father, mother, and sister, they all stayed on this mountain, and this mountain will always remain in my heart." Chinua looked at Nivelle Devonhill. "I've taken care of everything. I spoke with the members of your climbing team to calm them down. You suddenly cutting the safety rope with a knife gave them quite a scare. Luckily, no one was hurt." She looked up, sounding a bit dejected. "Did you tell them I was crazy?" He chuckled and shook his head. "No, I told them you were suffering from high-altitude sickness and were having hallucinations. They agreed not to press charges. Of course, in exchange, I gave them some of the gear you brought along." Nivelle Devonhill looked up at him and whispered, "Thank you." She gazed at him for a long moment, then spoke louder. "I've decided I'm going to donate my parents' estate to start a foundation for mountain climbing." Chin Nua smiled, giving her a nod of approval. "That's a great idea. Don't keep all that money to yourself. It'll just attract the wrong kind of attention." Nivelle Devonhill looked at him, her voice testing the waters. "So, once we leave here today, will we go our separate ways and never see each other again?" Chinua replied calmly, "Probably not." Her cheeks flushed a soft pink, and she remained silent. Chinua took a step forward and spoke up. "I know what you want to ask." Nivelle called out, "I knew you wouldn't tell me." She turned to face him, opening her heart. "Honestly, if you had actually done something to me last night, I wouldn't have refused you at all." Chin Nua's eyes lit up with sudden excitement. "Oh, in that case, how about we stay here for one more day?" Nivelle Devonhill crossed her arms over her chest and replied, "Too late. You missed your chance." He raised a hand as he walked ahead, offering a farewell. "All right then, lady. I guess I won't be seeing you around." Her lips tightened slightly. Chin Nua stopped, sensing something was wrong. Nivelle Devonhill rushed forward and wrapped her arms around his waist, shouting, "Just say the word, and I'll follow you. I'll go anywhere. I won't ask who you are, and I don't care what secrets you're hiding." He let out a long sigh. Chin Nua turned around and took her by the shoulders. "I want you to have your own life, a good, bright, normal life. Go be your own extreme sports expert, Nivelle." Nivelle reached out toward him. Chin Nua placed his hands on her hips, thinking to himself, "As for the hummingbird, I'll just keep her in my memories where she belongs." She was silent for a long time. Suddenly, Nivelle Devonhill's face turned bright red, and she screamed, "Your hands! You're touching my butt." He laughed and raised both hands in the air. "Haha, sorry. Pure instinct." She started walking ahead, muttering, "Well then, goodbye." Chin Nua watched her figure walk away in silence. Ending things like this in this life is actually for the best. Back at her bedroom, Sun Kiki lay on her bed, trying to count sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 100 sheep. She tossed and turned, unable to find peace. She let out a frustrated cry. "Ugh, why can't I sleep?" She started over. 1 sheep, 2 sheep. She watched the imaginary sheep jumping before her. 31, 32, 33. Suddenly, a sheep with Chin Nua's face turned around and bleated. "Bah!" Sun Kiki bolted upright, fuming. "That jerk Chin Nua. Tomorrow is my birthday, but he won't answer his phone, and he's totally out of reach. It's not like he's on a business trip abroad or something." Then she whispered softly to herself, "But then again, he probably doesn't even know it's my birthday." Suddenly, something hit the window pane with a sharp clink. Sun Kiki looked toward the window, letting out a confused "huh?" She reached out and pulled back the curtains. Looking down, she gasped with excitement. "It's Chin Nua." She quickly grabbed her phone and texted, "What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" He replied with 3 words, "Open the window." She shot back, "Not a chance. I'm ignoring you." She saw him send another message. Pouting, "Open the window." She replied instantly, "Umph." "No." Sun Kiki glanced back at the window, feeling a pang of doubt. It went quiet. Did he actually get mad and leave? Suddenly, the phone in her hand buzzed. Buzz, buzz. She looked down to see a message on the screen. "Little Kiki, happy birthday." Son Kiki hugged the phone to her chest, smiling brightly. So he did know. He remembered. She happily threw open the window and looked out. In that split second, Chun Nuo froze, his eyes widening in shock. Holy crap! The pebble in his hand had already slipped. Kiki stared in horror as the window pane right next to her shattered into pieces. Oh no, she thought. That's my parents' room. Chun Nuo stared at the broken glass, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I forgot to control my strength and accuracy. In that room, the lights flickered on instantly. Son Kiki slammed her window shut. Chun Nuo laughed nervously and made a run for it, leaving her parents' angry shouts behind him. Who is it? How heartless! Breaking someone's window in the middle of the night. A few days later at school, two young men stood before a door. Director's son, we're here to resign today. You should reconsider the terms we offered. Sun Shengli looked at them and replied, fine. Then he turned and shut the door on them. Sun Shengli turned away, closing his eyes and sighing. Sigh. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, forcing him to turn back. As soon as Sun Shengli opened it, Chun Nuo poked his head through the gap and grinned. Hiv, this soon. I'm here. He forced his way inside, shouting, don't close the door, old son, it's me. The director gasped in surprise. What are you doing? Chun Nuo shouted. I'm here to replace your window. I even brought the glass shop owner with me. We can't let him make the trip for nothing, right? The man in the hat was indeed the owner. Sun Shengli glared at Chun Nuo sitting beside him. This little brat. He broke Keek's window in the middle of the night. I need to give him a piece of my mind. Chun Nuo turned to him, fishing for information. On my way up, I ran into Mr. Liu. Sun Shengli nodded. Oh, he was with Director Zhao from the education company. They came to discuss some business. Chun Nuo frowned. Is the company asking you to renew your contract? Surprised, the director asked. How did you know? I just guessed, Chun Nuo replied casually. But in his mind, he knew that by the end of this semester, the school would transition from public to private. Old Sun was the only teacher in the school to ever win an Outstanding Teacher Award. Those capitalists would definitely try to keep him as a trophy to attract students. He looked at Sun Shengli, calculating his next move. You didn't sign? Is the pay too low? The director closed his eyes. They offered a significant raise. A spark of curiosity lit up Chun Nuo's eyes. Huh? Sun Shengli snapped at him. You little rascal, why are you so obsessed with money? Chun Nuo chuckled softly. Comrade Sun, don't get so worked up. You still owe me 200,000. He flashed a sly grin, thinking to himself, little rascal, if I were a bit bolder, your daughter would be on maternity leave by now. Sun Shengli pushed up his glasses. Furthermore, isn't it class time right now? Why are you skipping? Chun Nuo raised his hands in defense. I'm just here to fix your window. I'm leaving right now. Finally, the office door slammed shut behind him. Chun Nuo stood there, pondering. It seems it's still about that loan shark incident from before. Old Sun is a man of pride, and people at school are still gossiping. He's not in the right headspace to teach. He stroked his chin with a smirk. It just so happens the school is organizing a field trip this Saturday, and Old Sun is one of the chaperones. I should give him a grand welcome back to put his mind at ease. Elsewhere, a group of girls were playing together. Everyone started shouting, rules are rules. Let's play. Saturday. At the park, Gu Xiaolei stood between two people, blindfolded, and yelled, Kiki, Oni, I'm coming for you. Luo Chung sat beside Chun Nuo, muttering, it must be nice having a sister. Makes it way easier to pick up girls. Chun Nuo leaned his head on his hand. You're young, you don't understand. Women are nothing but trouble. Luo Chung rolled his eyes. You talk like you've actually had a lot of them. On the other side, Gu Xiaolei grabbed Li Yingwan's leg and cheered, gotcha, it's Oni. Watching the scene, Chun Nuo felt a sense of relief. Good thing I thought to bring little Leaf along, otherwise this would have been a headache. Chun Nuo stood up and started walking away. Oh right, keep an eye on them for me. I'm going to step away for a bit. In a quiet corner, Chun Haonan sat hugging his knees, his eyes blank as he sighed. Sigh. Chun Nuo called out, hey, it's Chun Haonan. The boy looked at him, retorting, I'm not Chun Haonan anymore. My name is Zhang Linsheng. Chun Nuo asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Music drifted from nearby. I know my fate has run its course like drifting weeds. I dare not dream of more. A group of girls suddenly swarmed around four other boys, imitating fans of F4. F4. Dao Mingxi. Huazele. We love you guys. Seeing this, Chun Haonan's face darkened. The era of the street life isn't popular with kids anymore. Brotherhood is just a joke now. It's time for me to retire. Chen Nuo laughed. F4 is just a fad. It'll go out of style eventually. Men with narrow visions are always like this. He turned to him with a grin. By the way, Zhang Linsheng, do you know how to swim? Chen Haonan mumbled. No. Hearing that, Chen Nuo wore a mysterious smile. You can't swim? Well, then I guess I'll owe you another favor. He suddenly stood up and used his power to hurl Chen Haonan into the lake, shouting, I'll make it up to you later. As the boy struggled in the water, Chen Nuo immediately cried out, Mr. Sun, help. A student fell in. Old Sun Shengli stripped off his jacket. Shouting where? Luo Chung saw Chen Nuo holding him back and yelled, let go. I can swim. Let me save him. Chen Nuo replied, so what? Mr. Sun, hurry. The director jumped in, shouting, don't any of you students come in. Stay back. He swam straight toward the sinking boy. He pulled him back to the shore, smiling. Hang in there. Kid, you're okay. Just as Sun Shengli was about to climb out, he suddenly lost his balance and nearly fell back in. Dad! Sun Kiki saw him soak through and being helped by Chen Nuo. She asked in a panic, Dad, are you okay? Chen Nuo threw an arm around Sun Shengli's shoulders, raising a fist and cheering. Mr. Sun is amazing. The surrounding students joined in, their voices echoing together. Mr. Sun is the best. Mr. Sun is so cool. You're a hero, Mr. Sun. Luo Chang turned to Chen Nuo, questioning him. Why didn't you let me go down earlier? Mr. Sun is old. That was dangerous. Chen Nuo patted his shoulder, thinking to himself, sorry, buddy, you almost stole the spotlight. He smiled and said, with me here, nothing bad was going to happen. Chen Nuo waved his hand high, calling out Li Yingwan. She turned and ran over to him, asking curiously, oh, what's up? Chen Nuo whispered, your family invests in KTV businesses around here. You must know some of the local media outlets, right? A few days later, on the front page of the Jiangning Evening News, a headline read, Brave Teacher Saves Drowning Student. The news was on TV too. Teacher Sun Shengli from number 8 middle school at Qinghu Park. Jinling News. Local teacher heroically saves drowning student. An experience-sharing conference was even held. Sun Shengli, the model teacher of Jiangning District, giving a speech. At Old Sun's house, Director Zhao was all smiles as he spoke to Sun Shengli. Mr. Sun, the head office gave strict orders. I have to keep you here. We can discuss the benefits, and we're making you the senior class head and grade level leader, plus assistant to the principal. That's basically a vice principal role. The contract is ready. You can sign anytime. At over 40 years old, Old Sun had unexpectedly reached the peak of his career. After school, Chen Haonan hung an amulet around his neck, thinking, every time I run into that bastard Chen Nuo, I get bad luck. From now on, I'm taking the long way around if I see him. He spotted Sun Kiki's back and wondered, Sun Kiki? Doesn't she live in the faculty housing? This isn't the way to her house. He watched her enter a shop and thought, Wu Dailei's bike shop? Is she buying a bicycle? Inside the building, Wu Dailei laughed. Brother Nuo? He went out to eat at the noodle shop at the end of the street. He should be back soon. Why don't you call him? She turned to leave, saying, that's okay. I'll go find him. Seeing her come out, Chen Haonan immediately hid. Sun Kiki held up a purple bag, thinking, oh, I forgot to bring a small gift for Brother Lei. It's thanks to him that Chen Nuo got this job. Chen Haonan raised his hands, panicking. Crap, I'm trapped. There's nowhere to hide. I have to use my ultimate move. Chen Haonan looked down and pretended to tie his shoelaces, chanting in his head. You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. Sun Kiki's voice rang out. Oh, aren't you Zhang Linsheng? He scratched his head awkwardly, smiling. Yeah, you remember my name? Sun Kiki said loudly, you're pretty famous at school lately. Chen Haonan's eyes welled up with tears, as he wailed, only because my name is always linked with your dad's. Sun Kiki crossed her arms, looking at him suspiciously. Why are you here? You aren't following me, are you? He waved his hands frantically. No. I just live nearby. Wang Laohu sat in his car, watching the two below. Is that them? Kong Huadong, in the passenger seat, replied, they must be from a shop. That bald guy, Lei, said it was a student and a girl who often visits him. It must be these two. Wang Laohu immediately ordered, move in. The two men got out of the car, shouting in unison, fast. Drag him into the car and go. The thugs grabbed them as they cried out, help. Kidnapping. Kidnapping. Sobi. Wang Laohu glared at Chen Haonan, threatening, kid, I heard you're pretty famous and a real tough fighter. Right? Chun Haonan bit his lip, his mind racing. Kong Huadong pointed at him. Very famous? Good at fighting? Even we've heard of Brother Haonan's reputation in the city. Brother, even if you're retired from the streets, the legend still lives on. If you don't want to make a scene, just get in the car quietly. Our boss wants to meet you and have a proper chat. You wouldn't want anything to happen to this girl, would you? Chun Haonan's teeth clenched. Old son saved my life. I can't just stand by and do nothing. I might be retired, but I can't lose my sense of honor. He pointed at one of them and barked. Don't you dare touch her. Kong Huadong lost his patience. Then get in the car. The white car sped off, leaving a purple bag behind. Moments later, Chun Nual walked up with his hands in his pockets. Wu Dailei saw him and smiled. Yo, brother Nual, you're back. Then he added with concern, oh, isn't Kiki with you? She came looking for you just now. I told her you were at the noodle shop, so she went that way. You didn't see her? Chun Nual was startled. Groaning, there's no way I missed her. I stopped by the supermarket for a bit. I'll go look for her. A few minutes later, Chun Nual appeared on the street where she had vanished. He stared silently at the bag lying on the ground. This is Keek's bag. Chun Nual reached down to pick it up. At the backyard of Jiafeng Hall, a white car pulled in. Inside the main hall, Li Qingshan was seated when a voice called out. Hall master. His subordinates led Chun Haonan and son Kiki inside. One of them shouted, we've brought them. Chun Haonan looked around, confused. Where are we? Son Kiki was gagged, making muffled pleas for help. The thug beside her snapped. Shut up. Keep making noise, and I'll end you. Li Qingshan picked up a teacup. Since you're here, take a seat. He frowned and said, first of all, I actually admire you. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth, cursing. In 25 years, I haven't suffered a loss like this. I was in the hospital for 15 days with damn pneumonia. I nearly had 4 fluids pumped into my bones. Chun Haonan thought, puzzled, who is this guy? Why did he bring me here? I don't know anything. Li Qingshan's voice continued. My injuries still haven't healed. Young man, don't you have anything to say to me? Chun Haonan broke into a cold sweat. You should drink more warm water. Li Qingshan spat out his tea in shock. The surrounding men immediately drew their weapons, surrounding Chun Haonan and shouting, arrogant brat. What? Take him out. Damn it, cripple him. Chun Haonan jumped, terrified. Oh crap, are they going to hack me to death? Li Qingshan shouted and raised a hand to stop them. He reached for another cup of tea. Young man, we haven't properly introduced ourselves yet. He let out a loud laugh. I am Li Qingshan. The brothers on the street give me a little face and call me Hall Master. Which faction do you roll with, little brother? Chun Haonan scratched his head. I'm Chun Haonan from number 8 middle school. Li Qingshan spat out his tea again. Thinking, Chun Haonan, do you think I haven't seen Hong Kong movies? The old man turned his head and shouted, if you don't want to talk, there's no rush. We'll have plenty of time to get to know each other. Bring it out. A suitcase was flipped open, revealing stacks of neatly packed cash. Li Qingshan tilted his head. It's not much, just 500,000. Considered a greeting gift for a fellow brother. Chun Haonan stared at the money, baffled. All this money? Is it really such a good deal? Suddenly, the old man's voice dropped. But there is one thing I want to buy. Li Qingshan glanced at Chun Haonan and said loudly, all I want is one of Lei Guangto's arms. Agree, and you can take the money whenever you want. Within 3 days, chop off Lei Guangto's right arm and bring it to me. Hearing this, Chun Haonan jumped in shock and shouted, what? An arm? Li Qingshan replied firmly, just one arm. Li Qingshan looked at the trembling son, Kiki, who was sobbing quietly, and said, for these 3 days, I'm afraid your little girlfriend here will have to stay with me for a bit. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. I'll make sure she's well fed and cared for. I guarantee not a single hair on her head will be touched. In 3 days, bring the arm and take her back. Chun Haonan frowned, mentally analyzing the situation. What the hell is going on? Who is Lei Guangto? And why do they need an arm? Big brother, I haven't even finished my homework yet. Wait, he just called son Kiki my girlfriend. Could it be? He frowned and gritted his teeth, looking at the crowd. Chun Haonan pinched his thigh, calculating his next move. But I can barely even stand up right now. If this keeps up, I'm dead. He suddenly started, thinking, wait, who did they mistake me for? The face of Chun Nua appeared in Chun Haonan's mind. Him? He can actually make a real underworld boss treat him with such seriousness? Li Qingshan smiled at him, probing, friend, is it hot? Why are you sweating so much? Chun Haonan cried out inwardly. Am I about to be found out? Am I about to die? His life suddenly flashed before his eyes. I was born into an ordinary family. My father was unemployed and worked odd jobs at a garage for pocket change, while my mother worked as a janitor at a clothing market. When I was a kid, the other children would scream at me, Zhang Linsheng, want to play with toy cars. He doesn't have any cars, his dad is too poor to buy them. His family is dirt poor. I took a secret glance behind me and cursed them under my breath. Not long after, I found a way that was both free and kept people from looking down on me, violence. Chun Hanum looked at a boy and cursed loudly. Damn it, you were the one who walked into me. The lackeys behind him joined in, Brother Zhang. Hit him again. I've been tired of looking at this guy for a long time. If Brother Zhang says it's black, it's black. If he says it's white, it's white. You dare talk back? I knew that behind my back, people still looked down on me, seeing me as nothing more than a street thug. But at least they didn't do it to my face anymore. Two girls looked at him and whispered, see that? Zhang Linsheng just gave Lin Tong a beating. That Lin Tong guy is always putting his hands on girls. Someone finally taught him a lesson. One monster takes down another. Neither of them is any good. When I was 15 or 16, I lost my weapon to fight the world, violence. Useless anger changed nothing. A girl shouted at him, Zhang Linsheng, I've liked you for 3 years. You're not a bad person. Chun Hanum could only reject her. But I don't like you. You're not my type. Internally, he thought, I like her a little, but dating is definitely too expensive. Later, I met the girl I secretly loved. I put on the mask again, carefully hiding the pathetic boy named Zhang Linsheng. He turned to look at Sun Kiki. Someone beside him shouted, Hey, Zhang Linsheng, what are you looking at? She's the dean's daughter. She's out of our league. He watched her walk away, thinking from today on, I'm Brother Hanum, and she's my girl. It's just a pity that in the end, Brother Hanum couldn't protect his girl. Maybe this is the only chance in my life to actually protect her. Chun Hanum opened his eyes, and Sun Keek's figure became clear. He thought, I hate this hidden, shameful life. He turned to Li Qingshan and called out, Give me a smoke. Chun Hanum lit the cigarette, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and said coldly, 500,000. Isn't enough. Hearing this, the old man burst into laughter. Good. You've got guts, skill, and you're greedy enough. I like that about you. After it's done, I'll double it. Chun Hanum reached out and grabbed the handle of the suitcase full of cash, standing up. He stood up to leave and said, I'll take the job. I'll be back for her in 3 days. If a single hair on her head is missing, there will be hell to pay. Chun Hanum walked over to Sun Kiki and said, Kiki, don't worry. I'll get you out of here. What I promised. I will definitely do. She was startled. Promised? Tenno. Li Qingshan's house was brightly lit. Chun Hanum carried the suitcase, walking out with trembling legs, thinking, Chun Nuo, that's right, I have to find Chun Nuo immediately. Just as he turned around, he saw him rushing over on a motorcycle. He cried out in surprise, Huh? Chun Nuo? Chun Hanum shouted, Chun Nuo. Chun Nuo turned to look at him and asked loudly, Oh, why are you here? How did you recognize me? Chun Hanum looked at him, saying, while cursing in his heart, Damn it, I'd recognize you even if you returned to ash. Chun Hanum carried the suitcase to Chun Nuo and explained they kidnapped Sun Kiki, an old guy named Hall Masterly. They mistook me for you. Kiki is fine for now, but they gave me 500,000 to buy the right arm of someone named Lei Guanto. He asked calmly, Kiki is inside? He nodded. Yeah, she's okay for now. Hearing this, he commanded, Fine. Go home. Chun Hanum looked at Chun Nuo's back and shouted, Hey, can I help with anything? Should I call the police? Or find some people? He turned back and said, Go home. What happens next isn't something you should be involved in, Brother Hanum. As soon as Chun Hanum left, a long-haired man put a knife to Sun Keek's throat and said, Boss, this girl is really something. Maybe we. Li Qingshan interrupted him with a hint of impatience. Aren't there enough women here for you to let off steam? Over the next 2 days, get more people to watch Lei Guanto closely. Bring high-definition cameras. Once something happens to him, make sure to record the kid making his move. The long-haired guy grunted, and then what? Li Qingshan gave a sinister smile, and then? Then we call the police, of course. We are law-abiding citizens. Do you think Li Qingshan's money is that easy to take? 500,000 for Lei Guanto's arm, plus 10 to 15 years in prison for that kid. Now that's a fair price. Once he's behind bars eating state meals, this whole thing is settled. As for his girl, you can do whatever you want with her. The men below heard this, and couldn't stop laughing, competing to flatter Li Qingshan. As expected of the boss, a master move. Not like us meatheads who only know how to fight and kill. Boss is amazing. Boss is brilliant. Li Qingshan pointed to his head and continued proudly. Times have changed. If you only know how to fight, you have no future. In your spare time, try using those walnut-sized brains of yours. The roar of a motorcycle suddenly echoed in Li Qingshan's ears, startling him. Chun Nuo, wearing a helmet, burst in. Everyone immediately tensed up, scattering to the sides and gripping their weapons. Li Qingshan looked over and asked coldly, Brother Hanum, back so soon? And you even changed out of the clothes you were wearing earlier. Chun Nuo strode in, answering naturally, I'm afraid of being photographed. Last time we met in a hurry, and I didn't see a safe in this building. But now that I'm in your den, there's bound to be one, right? Li Qingshan laughed coldly. I admit you're a good fighter, but you're not the best I've seen. Last time you caught me off guard. This time, with one shout, 50 men in this house will become your enemies. Can you take on 50 at once? I don't think so. As he spoke, he pulled a cigarette from his pocket and slowly lit it. Chun Nuo held up 2 fingers provocatively. 2 minutes. Let's see if you finish that cigarette first, or if your men hit the floor first. Li Qingshan took a puff, exhaling white smoke into the air, and replied raspily, arrogant. I suppose I'll get to see something new today. The best fighter I ever saw was when I was 40, doing jade business in Myanmar. He was a bodyguard for a big boss. Now, that was a true master. As soon as he finished speaking, the lackeys below raised their knives and clubs, shouting, Get him, boys. Everyone swarmed forward, attacking Chun Nuo. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan continued his story in the tone of a seasoned veteran. I saw that man fly over roofs and walk on walls with my own eyes. His fists carried the sound of the wind. One punch could snap a wooden pole as thick as a bowl. At the mines in Myanmar, that master faced over a dozen men with knives alone and still sent them scattering like ducks. But so what? 2 years later, that big boss was ambushed at the mine. That master had 2 guns pointed at his head and was beaten until his face was unrecognizable. That's why they say no matter how high your martial arts are, you're still afraid of a cleaver, no matter how good your kung fu is. A single bullet will take you down. Li Qingshan took 2 more puffs, sighed, and added, Nowadays people talk with power, connections, and brains. A man standing alone, no matter how well he fights, is just a knife for someone else to use. He suddenly looked up and was immediately scared out of his wits. Before his eyes, his men were sprawled all over the floor. Only Chun Nuo stood there tall and proud. Li Qingshan's confidence evaporated. His face turned pale as he stammered, How is this possible? In a panic, he reached into his jacket for his gun. Chun Nuo slowly approached and said, You're a man of status. So surely you have a brain to think with. If I don't let you pull that gun today, you'll never be satisfied. Go on, draw it. Bang! A gunshot rang out along with Li Qingshan's roar die. Smack! A very soft sound followed, and Chun Nuo's 2 fingers had actually caught the incoming bullet. This surreal scene flashed by. Chun Nuo lunged forward, grabbing Li Qingshan by the collar and lifting him off the ground. He lectured the old man. For some people, the times don't change because they are the times. Do you submit? Li Qingshan replied, tremblingly, I submit. Through the helmet, Chun Nuo's voice was ice cold. I gave you the chance to fire, and I let you shoot. Now it's time to end this. I don't care about underworld business, and your issues with Lei Guantou have nothing to do with me. But you're not an idiot. You know what needs to be done. Li Qingshan nodded like a woodpecker. Yes, yes. From now on, you are my lord. Whatever you say goes. Chun Nuo let go, slowly releasing a sizzling aura, and said, However, that shot you just fired at me, I can't act like it never happened. Spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. With that, he sent a surge of electricity into Li Qingshan's legs, making the old man let out an agonizing scream. Aya! After handling everything, Chun Nuo picked up Sun Kiki in a princess carry, gently comforting her. It's okay now. Don't be afraid. Chun Nuo had her sit on the back of his bike and roared away. Chun Hanum watched their retreating backs in silence, a wave of sadness and self-disappointment washing over him. In the end, I still couldn't do anything. Chun Nuo, you must protect Sun Kiki well. She's your girl now. On the way back, Sun Kiki was silent for a long time before asking tentatively, Are you still Chun Nuo? You seem so different, so strange that I hardly recognize you. Chun Nuo's deep voice replied, Is changing a bad thing? Sun Kiki's eyes were now filled with tears, her voice choking with sobs. It's good, I guess. You used to be so gloomy, always keeping people at a distance. Now, you shine so much brighter. But I'm scared. Chinua asked coldly. Scared of what? Sun Kiki suddenly hugged Chinua tightly from behind, crying as she spoke. Just now I saw you. You took down so many people. When did you become so powerful? Chinua, what have you been through? Why does it feel like you're drifting further and further away from me? You're like a mysterious boss, and I'm just an ordinary girl. What will become of us? Even if you don't like studying and won't get into college, I still like you. When I'm in college, I'll use my free time to visit you at Brother Lay's shop. When I graduate, I'll find a job near you and cling to you every day after work. In my mind, Sun Kiki began to paint a simple picture of the future. She imagined her life after work, going to find Chinua. Wu Daily would greet her with a smile. Ah, Kiki is here. Chinua, stop working overtime and go out with Kiki. Where are you two getting married? Don't waste the girl's youth. Sun Kiki would blush at the joke. She slowly told him about her fantasy. If we get married, we'll work hard to save money, buy a small house, and live with Xiao Yezi. Then I'll have a cute baby, just like Xiao Yezi. After work, the two would sleep in the same bed. Chinua would smile and say, Why aren't you sleeping? Why do you keep staring at me? Sun Kiki would answer with a look of happiness mixed with regret. I'm afraid I'll forget you in the next life, so I want to remember you a little better. Whatever you're in the next life, even if you're a puppy or a grasshopper, I'll find you. Chinua would scold her affectionately. You're the grasshopper. In this future plan, Sun Kiki also thought that if they had extra money, they'd go shopping, see movies, and walk hand in hand through the square. Time would pass until their hair turned white. Even if you grew old and senile and forgot everyone, I would still remember you. They would live simply like that, growing old together. Then, Sun Kiki would hold Chinua's hand and ask, Old man, are you still going to work at Brother Lay's today? Chinua would ask dazed, Brother Lay? Who's that? Sun Kiki would also be a bit confused, suddenly forgetting, Oh, who is Brother Lay? Wait, who am I? Chinua would tease her toothlessly, You're my son, Kiki. What about me? Do you still remember who I am? Sun Kiki would reply firmly, You're my Chinua. The beautiful vision in her head made Sun Kiki worry it would never come true. Her crying grew louder. Wah. But now, I can't even imagine a future with you anymore, wah. Chinua sighed and braked. He took off his helmet and looked at the tearful girl with gentle eyes, calling her name. Kiki. Sun Kiki looked up, letting out a small ah. Chinua paused for a moment, took a deep breath, let go of the handlebars, and suddenly cupped Sun Kiki's face, pressing his warm lips against hers. Chinua held the small girl tightly in his arms, with only one thought in his mind. Your simple life, your family, your pure feelings. I will do everything in my power to protect them. Don't worry, when you wake up, I'll still be the Chinua you knew. A stream of energy slowly seeped into Sun Kiki's mind. Chinua had actually used hypnosis on Sun Kiki. While it wouldn't cause total amnesia, it would make her temporarily forget a specific memory. As long as Li Qingshan didn't come back and no one triggered the memory, Kiki could forget what happened today forever. Chinua knew that not just Sun Kiki, but Brother Hanum would also need to be hypnotized to prevent him from slipping up around her. 1 month later, at Jinling International Airport, Li Yingwan had returned to her family's embrace. Seeing her mother, Jiang Yingzi, Li Yingwan ran to hug her neck affectionately. Mom, I missed you so much. Jiang Yingzi asked softly, Is the task I gave you finished? Li Yingwan replied, Yes, I told him. We'll invite him to dinner later to thank him in person. Jiang Yingzi gently pulled her daughter back, asking with a hint of tension, How far have things progressed between you and him? Li Yingwan paused for a moment and answered, We're still just friends. Jiang Yingzi was a bit disappointed. In other words, no progress. Never mind. Let's get ready for the party tonight. That evening, Li Yingwan's family waited for Chinua as scheduled. Seeing him arrive on his bike, Li Yingwan cheered happily, Mom, Chinua is here. From masters to servants, the entire Li household bowed deeply, showing their immense respect for Chinua. Jiang Yingzi said, Your status is sensitive, so it wasn't convenient for me to make a scene at school. I could only have Yingwan invite you over. I hope you understand. Their behavior made passers-by feel very strange. What country are they from? What are they doing? Chinua said awkwardly, Let's talk inside. They invited Chinua straight into the VIP lounge. Jiang Yingzi thoughtfully poured the drinks. I heard from Yingwan that you don't like our country's liquor, so I had someone prepare Yanghe Baijiu, a specialty of our province. I thought offering a local the local spirits wouldn't be too forward. This enthusiasm made Chen Nuo suspicious. Treating me like this, they probably want a favor. Jiang Yingzi picked up Li Yingwan's glass to pour some wine, saying, "You should have a little today, too." Mother and daughter raised their glasses, bowing respectfully before Chen Nuo, and said, "Cheers." Chen Nuo looked at the two of them and drained his glass in one go. The liquor hit his throat and immediately exploded with heat. Jiang Yingzi couldn't help but exclaim, "Hua Country's white liquor is truly strong." Chen Nuo looked at them and could only sigh. "Downishing Baijiu in one go on your first try. If you two pass out, how am I supposed to carry you?" Jiang Yingzi was drinking when she suddenly stood up to do something. The scene shifted back to the night Chen Nuo hypnotized Sun Kiki. After being hypnotized, Sun Kiki woke up as if from a dream. She frantically told Chen Nuo about it. "Chen Nuo, I had a dream. I dreamt you turned into a world-class hero and went somewhere far away. I was chasing you and crying, but I couldn't catch up no matter what. I was so sad." Chen Nuo gently touched the tip of her nose and scolded her affectionately, "Silly girl." Sun Kiki had forgotten everything that had just happened. She stood up and exclaimed, "Ah, why am I here? I remember going to Brother Lei's shop to find you." Chen Nuo pretended to be surprised. "Really? I don't remember a thing." "Oh no. Am I going to get senile dementia later?" Sun Kiki repeated, "You don't remember? You asked me to take you for a ride to catch some air, and then I fell asleep. Oh, I've decided. From today on, I'm keeping a diary." Chen Nuo walked toward his bike and grabbed his helmet. The two got on the bike, and Chen Nuo said, "Let's go home." Sun Kiki suddenly asked, "Your house or mine?" This unexpected question made Chen Nuo go, "Huh?" and freeze. Sun Kiki waved her hands frantically, "No, it's nothing." Back at the dinner at Li Yingwan's house, mother and daughter knelt before Chen Nuo. Jiang Yingzi said, "This glass of wine is our Li family's sincere gratitude for your kindness. By right, the men of the house should show this gratitude, but my son's health hasn't been good lately, so I couldn't bring him." Chen Nuo replied awkwardly, "There's no need for this. Please stand up. Li Yingwan and I are friends of the same generation, and you are my elder. This isn't appropriate." Jiang Yingzi said with determination in her eyes, "No, it is. I heard from Yingwan that you were the one who brought He Zhongji to justice. You avenged my late husband, whose grudge was as deep as the sea. This kowtow is to thank you for settling that score. Furthermore, if you hadn't stepped in that time, the Li family would have been wiped out. So, coming here today, one reason is to thank you properly, and the other is that I have a matter regarding Yingwan to discuss with you." Chen Nuo took the opportunity to say, "Actually, I have something to say to you too, about Li Yingwan." Jiang Yingzi spoke her intention first. "Please, let this girl stay by your side." Chen Nuo was stunned, because this decision was the exact opposite of his intention. He was about to ask her to take Li Yingwan home. Jiang Yingzi looked at Chen Nuo and pleaded, "Please let her follow you. I know he might be reaching too high, but she can be your servant or your slave. This is the Li family's sincere offering. Please, you must accept." Li Yingwan didn't expect her mother to say such a thing. She whispered, "Mom, what are you saying?" Chen Nuo asked seriously, "Are you sure you know what you're saying?" Jiang Yingzi replied immediately, "I am certain." Chen Nuo said coldly, "Do you realize how absurd and ridiculous your words are?" Jiang Yingzi lowered her head in apology. "I understand perfectly." Chen Nuo pressed further, suspiciously, "Have you run into some trouble lately?" Jiang Yingzi shook her head. "No, this is the only way the Li family can repay your kindness." Chen Nuo stepped forward and helped the woman up. "Repaying kindness? There's really no need for that." Saying that, he looked over at Li Yingwan and saw her crying like a river. Chen Nuo went back to the table, poured himself a full glass, and drained it. When he was done, he slammed the glass down on the table. He said in a low voice, "I accept your gratitude." Having said that, he turned around and left decisively. Jiang Yingzi rushed after him, calling out, "Master Chen Nuo." Li Yingwan also called out with a sobbing voice, "Appa." Seeing Chen Nuo walk straight out, with no intention of turning back, Jiang Yingzi knelt down and pleaded with all her might, "Master Chen Nuo, the request I made is completely serious. Please reconsider." The only response she got was the loud slam of the door. Jiang Yingzi looked at the door in disappointment and said, "Master Chen Nuo is angry." "Mom." Li Yingwan slowly approached, calling out. Jiang Yingzi snapped irritably, "Shut up." Li Yingwan sobbed uncontrollably, her tears falling like rain. Jiang Yingzi reached for her daughter and whispered, Don't blame me for being cruel. Our family is currently like floating weeds without roots. Your father is gone, and I'm carrying the family business alone. It's too difficult and dangerous. Your brother is still young. It will take at least 10 more years for him to grow up. Our family cannot be without a backer. If you can't become one of his people, then be a good girl and follow me back home. At this moment, a calculating glint appeared in Jiang Yingzi's eyes. She continued, I'll find a way to lean on a tycoon. Our background isn't good. With those tycoons, you couldn't reach a high status. At most, you'd be a mistress. Are you willing to accept that? At least this young man. He cares about you. And you like him too. Li Yingwan said through tears, but you didn't have to offer me up like a piece of merchandise. Can't I just be with him like a normal couple? Why did you have to call me a slave or a servant? Jiang Yingzi hugged her daughter and sighed. Silly girl. He clearly has no intention of being with you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said goodbye that night without even leaving a name. If my daughter hadn't been smart enough to remember that Chinese logo, we never would have found him. That's why we are the ones begging him. As long as it works, even if we have to give up our dignity and cling to him for dear life, we must hold on tight. For your brother's sake, you must do this. The scene changed to the Imperial KTV, a place of debauchery for the wealthy. The sign out front publicly listed services like KTV, foot baths, and massages. At that moment, a group of people walked out, all of them hot, sexy girls. One girl leaned close to a man and said sweetly, Boss Yen, remember to come see me next time. Boss Yen laughed with satisfaction. Definitely. Next time, bring your sisters too. One of you isn't enough fun. Ha ha ha. A blonde girl waved from behind Boss Yen, her voice coquettish. Boss Yen, you said it. Don't go home and forget. A teenager behind them looked very nervous, his heart filled with longing. The blonde girl glanced at Chun Haeunam with a look of pure disgust. Sensing that unfriendly gaze, Chun Haeunam turned and walked away. This place really didn't suit him. On his way, he ran into two girls working the streets. They smirked and teased him as he passed. The girl with orange hair covered her mouth and giggled. Isn't this Annie Luo's boy? Ha, he's actually pretty handsome. The black-haired girl next to her chimed in. Caught your eye, did he? I'd love to take him home myself. He's way better than those young punks I usually deal with. The orange-haired girl laughed loudly. What are you talking about? Look, his whole face is turning red. You're right. A pink-haired girl named Xiaohe appeared and stood beside Chen Haonan. Stop bullying him. Look, he's too scared to even look this way. The black-haired girl's laughter rang out. Xiaohong, look at you. You were too slow, and now Xiaohe's beaten you to it. Xiaohe stepped forward, flicked Chun Haonan's chin, and teased. Good boy. Don't just wander around. Go wait in the break room for Annie Luo to finish her shift. And keep your eyes to yourself. You're too young to be acting like those dirty old men. After teasing Chun Haonan, the three girls walked off together. Let's go, let's go. Mr. Wong is waiting. Chun Haonan watched them walk away, subconsciously swallowing hard, his eyes filled with longing. His mind was completely occupied by the image of the girl named Xiaohe. He tried splashing cold water on his face to snap out of it. Walking out of the restroom, he was still muttering to himself. Her name is Xiaohe. Just then, someone called out to him from ahead. Lin Sheng. His mother walked over holding a broom, speaking excitedly. Going home first. Some guests booked a private room for the whole night, so I'm staying late to clean. I can finally earn an extra $50. Once I'm done at dawn, I'll grab some rest in the duty room. Chun Haonan pressed a bottle of water into his mother's hand and whispered, Mom, don't overwork yourself. You're cleaning the farmer's market by day and working as a janitor here by night. You aren't getting any proper rest. His mother smiled and replied, I'm not tired. Hurry home and get some sleep. You have school tomorrow. Leaving the KTV, Chun Haonan watched the wealthy guests and sighed. It must be nice to have money. According to his mother, the booking fee for a single night here was more than her entire monthly salary. Chun Haonan didn't leave immediately. His gaze was vacant as he stared blankly at the KTV for some unknown reason. After a while, he snapped back to reality and mocked himself. What exactly am I waiting for? At that moment, a piercing scream rang out. It echoed from inside the KTV. Hey, why is she running? Block her, quick! A tall man grabbed Xiaohe's arm, his tone both furious and annoyed. I knew you were trying to slip away. What's the deal? You were happy enough to butter me up in the private room and take double the tips. You said you'd stay with me tonight, so why are you sneaking out? This is totally unprofessional. Xiaohe yanked her arm back, trying to negotiate. Brother Wong, My sister came to visit tonight. She had to leave in a hurry, so I forgot to tell you. Next time, I'll definitely make it up to you, okay? Wang Laohu lost his patience. Cut the crap with me. I've booked you for 3 days, and every single time you pull this stunt. Xiaohe lowered her voice anxiously, promising, "Oh, it's not what you think, Brother Wang. How about tomorrow? Tomorrow, dinner is on me." Wang Laohu swung his arm, brushing her hand away and roaring, "Piss off. You stood me up 3 times now. You think I'm a joke? If I don't handle you today, I'll have no dignity left." Wang Laohu grabbed Xiaohe by the hair and began dragging her away. "You rotten bitch." Xiaohe screamed in terror. Brother Wang, please don't." As they struggled, there was a sudden thud. A water bottle slammed directly into Wang Laohu's face. A man's arm reached out, grabbed Xiaohe's hand firmly, and they bolted. It was Chun Haonan. Taking advantage of the confusion among Wang Laohu's group, he pulled Xiaohe away. "Run now." From behind them came Wang Laohu's enraged roar. "God damn it." Wang Laohu's men charged after Chun Haonan and Xiaohe. "Bastard, stop right there. Stop. Get them." Using their superior numbers, Wang Laohu's men quickly surrounded the two. Wang Laohu stepped forward, saying contemptuously, "No wonder you kept rejecting me. You've been keeping a little cub on the side? I want to see who's brave enough to meddle in my business." Xiaohe, fearing Wang Laohu would take his anger out on the boy, pushed Chun Haonan's hand away and shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Do you have a death wish? This has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. Go." Having said that, she ran toward the group of men and pleaded in a low voice, "Big brother, I have no relation to him. He's just a delivery boy. Don't take it out on him." Fine. Can we just go get some late-night snacks now?" One of the men let out a lewd laugh and pointed to Wang Laohu behind him. I don't call the shots. Let's see what Brother Wang has to say." Panicking, Xiaohe turned and shoved Chun Haonan hard, scolding him, "I told you to leave. Are you deaf? Move. What does this have to do with you? Why are you interfering?" Chun Haonan looked dazed and stammered. Wang Laohu gave a cold laugh. "Oh, still acting tough, are we? Let me see what this little cub of yours looks like." But when Wang Laohu saw Chun Haonan's face, he froze as if struck by lightning, paralyzed on the spot. One of his lackeys, oblivious to the situation, stepped up and asked, "Brother Wang, what's the plan? Should we take him out?" Wang Laohu suddenly exploded in a fit of rage, turning to scream at his subordinate. "Take him out? Take your mother out. All you know is how to take people out." Internally, Wang Laohu was trembling with fear. "Oh God, why is it this little harbinger of death? That day at Jiafeng Hall, I saw this kid take down over 70 people with my own eyes and even break both of the Hall Master's legs. It turned out he had mistaken Chun Haonan for Chun Nua, who had been the one to fight that day." His face turned pale with fear, and with a thud, he dropped to his knees to apologize. "Sir, no, great big brother, I really didn't recognize you just now. I'm sorry. It's all a misunderstanding. I really didn't know he was your woman. I was wrong. I'm leaving right now." Chun Haonan asked, confused, "You know me?" Wang Laohu immediately kowtowed and replied, I do. Even if I didn't before, how could I not know you now, Brother Haonan? You're Brother Haonan, right? I was wrong. I won't dare do it again." After several kowtows, Wang Laohu scrambled to his feet and led the retreat, screaming at his men, "Move it! Do you want to die?" Chun Haonan scratched his head, thinking to himself, "What's going on? Has my reputation as Brother Haonan already reached this level?" Xiaohe was stunned, but also felt a hint of admiration. She asked, "Who are you exactly?" Chun Haonan thought in confusion. "Honestly, even I'm not sure who I am anymore." Rumble. The sky suddenly turned pitch black with clouds, followed by a crack of thunder. Seconds later, a torrential downpour began. Xiaohe sat on the back of Chun Haonan's bicycle and said softly, "Take me home." The scene shifted to the front of an apartment door. There was a knock on the door. Chinua opened it to find Li Yingwan standing there, soaked to the bone like a drowned rat. He asked coldly, "It's this late. Did your mother tell you to come?" Li Yingwan nodded. "Yes." Suddenly, she took a deep breath and added with a firm tone, "And I wanted to come myself." Chinua pulled Li Yingwan inside and asked, "You didn't run here through the rain, did you? Where's your driver?" Li Yingwan replied pitifully, "The driver brought me, but when I got downstairs, I was too scared to come up. I just paced back and forth downstairs for a long time." Chinua took out a set of clean clothes and handed them to her. "Pacing in the rain? Are you stupid? Go take a shower and change." While Li Yingwan was showering, Chen Nuo made himself a bowl of instant noodles. He ate while thinking irritably. We didn't even touch that table full of food, just had 2 drinks and left on a sour note. Damn it, what a mess. A moment later, Li Yingwan stepped out after her shower. The collar of the shirt was loose and hung low, revealing her full, tempting curves. Li Yingwan walked out, worrying to herself. The things Mom said tonight must have made Appa look down on me. Chen Nuo continued slurping his noodles while glancing over. What are you standing there for? Come sit down. He grabbed an apple and handed it to her, gesturing for her to eat. Seeing her slumped mood, Chen Nuo comforted her. Don't take what your mother said tonight to heart. Li Yingwan replied miserably. Appa, but Mom said if I can't be with you, then I have to go back with her. Chen Nuo said, going back isn't necessarily bad. Staying in China isn't a long-term solution for you anyway. Suddenly, Li Yingwan covered her face and burst into tears. You don't want me around you, do you? You don't like me. You like that fat girl, don't you? You want to chase me away, right? What? Mom said if you don't want me, she'll marry me off to some tycoon. What? Chen Nuo patted her head like he was soothing a child and laughed. You're a grown woman. Why are you such an ugly crier? Just lie to your mother then. Tell her you're already with me. Li Yingwan sobbed. How can I be a lie, Wah? Appa, why can't I be your woman? Wah. At the same time, Chen Haonan had finished walking Xiaohe home. He accidentally heard crying coming from the room next door. Wah. Then he heard Chen Nuo's voice. It's the middle of the night. If you keep bothering people, they're going to complain. Li Yingwan's pampered crying got even louder. Wah. I'm so sad. Just let me cry a bit longer. Wah. Chen Haonan looked disgusted and huffed. Humph, what a total scumbag. Only knows how to make women cry. Ignoring the person in that room, Chen Haonan turned back to Xiaohe. He scratched his head shyly and said, I'll head out now then. Just as he took a step, Xiaohe called him back. Wait. Chen Haonan turned and asked, what is it? Xiaohe ran over, took his face in her hands, and kissed him. When she was done, she stood at the door, closed her eyes, and said to him, Thank you. Next time you walk me home, I'll invite you inside. Good night. Chen Haonan stood there dazed, raising a hand to wave. Good night. The door closed. Chen Haonan walked away with a look of pure ecstasy. That one kiss made him feel like he was losing his mind with joy. He punched his neighbor's door and yelled, Hell yeah. Inside, Chen Nuo thought it was an angry neighbor and reminded Li Yingwan, See? You're bothering people. There's the complaint. Chen Nuo opened the door to apologize, but only saw a figure running away. He felt a bit confused because that back looked incredibly familiar. He went back into the room and asked Li Yingwan, Finished crying? Let's go. I'll take you back. Li Yingwan stammered, Can I not go back today? She hesitantly wiped her tears and continued. Mom asked me so many questions today. She asked how long I've been here and how far things have progressed with you. Chen Nuo swallowed nervously and asked, How did you answer? Li Yingwan replied, I said I was practicing lip reading. She lowered her head, hiding her embarrassment, and continued, If I go back tonight, Mom will definitely ask a lot more, and I don't want to hear it. Can I stay here tonight? Chen Nuo didn't chase her away this time. He said, You can sleep in Xiao Ye's room today. She's at the dorms and only comes back on weekends. He sighed inwardly, thinking, the little firefly is still as stubborn as she was in her past life. Who knows what Li Yingwan was thinking, but she suddenly shouted, Appa! She charged into Chen Nuo's room, marching ahead boldly. Without a word, she sat down on Chen Nuo's bed and refused to move. Chen Nuo crossed his arms and looked at her, asking coldly, Is this what your mother taught you? Li Yingwan waved her hands frantically. No. Yes. Chen Nuo raised an eyebrow and teased, Oh really? Li Yingwan took a deep breath, stopped denying it, and admitted frankly, So what? Appa, why don't you like me? I'm not a child anymore. Am I not beautiful? Don't you want to sleep with me? In Chen Nuo's mind, he heard the exact same words from Li Yingwan in his past life. Am I not beautiful? Why don't you want to sleep with me? Fine. Suddenly, Chen Nuo's expression changed, and he stepped forward. He braced his hands on the bed, and Li Yingwan instinctively lay back. She kept reassuring herself. Appa will be very gentle. After waiting for a long time without any movement, Li Yingwan peeked with one eye. What is Appa doing? Why hasn't he started yet? When she opened her eyes, she saw Chen Nuo still standing there. He clapped his hands and smiled, saying something completely nonsensical. Done. It was only then that Li Yingwan realized Chenhua had used the bedsheets to wrap her up like a human burrito. She screamed, "Huh? What are you doing?" "Appa," Chenhua said triumphantly. "Stop screaming and just sleep like a good girl. If you keep shouting or struggling, I'll throw you out the window and hang you up by a rope." "I mean it." Li Yingwan tried her pampered act again and asked, "Appa, am I not beautiful? Why don't you like me?" Chenhua rubbed his chin and replied meaningfully, "Well, there are feelings deeper than just liking." Li Yingwan asked doubtfully, "What feelings? Is it love?" Chenhua didn't answer, only gesturing for her to sleep. "Tell me." Li Yingwan refused to let it go. All she got in response was Chenhua's snoring. "Zzz, zzz." Li Yingwan called out, "Appa, you're faking it, aren't you?" The only response was more snoring. The next morning, when Li Yingwan woke up, Chenhua was already sitting there reading a book. He looked over and said to her, "You're awake? Go brush your teeth and wash your face. Then head home." Li Yingwan tugged on his arm, acting cute. "But my mom, she's very sharp. Since nothing happened last night, I'm afraid I won't be able to fool her. I don't want to go back." Chenhua smiled and said, "I have an idea. Turn around. This might hurt a little, so bear with it." Li Yingwan shyly turned around. Chenhua raised his hand and gave her a hard slap on the butt. Smack! Li Yingwan screamed in pain. "Appa, you! That hurts!" She rubbed her sore backside, complaining with a pout, "It hurts so much. How could you be so mean to me, Appa?" Chenhua was busy savoring the sensation in his hand, thinking, the feeling hasn't changed. I gave this little firefly quite a few lessons back in our past life, too. He turned back to Li Yingwan and said, "Your mother will understand once she sees the handprint. Actually, one more for good measure would be better. Do you usually feel sore? When you see her, try to remember this feeling and act a little." Li Yingwan asked blankly why. Chenhua answered vaguely, "This, you'll understand later." On Wednesday afternoon, Chenhua went to the kindergarten. The children were chirping happily as their parents picked them up. "Goodbye, teacher." "Goodbye, kids. Have a great weekend. And don't forget your homework." Little Gu Xiaoya held Chenhua's hand, singing as she walked. "I'm just afraid I'll fall in love with you. I don't dare let myself get too close." Just a moment ago, her teacher had pulled Chenhua aside to warn him, "Xiaoya seems a bit too mature for her age lately. Please make sure she isn't watching age-inappropriate movies at home." Right? Chenhua couldn't help but feel awkward and could only nod in agreement. "Yes, teacher. I'll definitely pay more attention." Hearing the lyrics Xiaoya was singing made Chenhua reach a decision. "Looks like I need to put a lock on the TV remote." Just then his phone rang. The screen showed little Firefly calling. As soon as he picked up, Chenhua asked, "What is it? Did you manage to fool your mother?" From the other end came Li Yingwan's panic scream, "Appa, come here, quick. Something's happened to my mom." Hanging up the phone, Chenhua pressed his lips thin, thinking, why did something suddenly happen to Jiang Yingzi? Kiki was forced to attend extra classes by Old Sun, and Old Sun is busy at school right now, so there's no one at home. I can only drop Xiaoya off at Brother Lei's place for now. With that thought, he said to the little girl, "Xiaoya, I'm taking you somewhere fun today. I'll pick you up later. Is that okay?" Gu Xiaoya nodded obediently. "Okay." After arranging things for Gu Xiaoya, Chenhua rushed to Li Yingwan's location. He arrived at room 888, where two expressionless bodyguards stood guard. Inside, he found Jiang Yingzi lying on the bed, her face ashen and completely drained of color. He immediately asked, "What happened?" Li Yingwan replied, "Mom took a nap after a shower at noon, but she didn't wake up this afternoon and suddenly developed a high fever. We called a doctor, but they couldn't find the cause." Chenhua observed Jiang Yingzi closely. He frowned, thinking seriously, "Her breathing is erratic, and there's a strange smell in here. Why?" Chenhua looked around and asked, "Has this room been sprayed with disinfectant?" Li Yingwan replied, "No." Chenhua didn't say much else, only that he was going into the bathroom to check. Producing a cotton swab from nowhere, Chenhua poked it into the small holes of the shower head. He brought the swab to his nose, and the result was immediate, confirming his suspicions. He walked back out and said to Li Yingwan, "It's poison. Someone poisoned her. This substance is water-soluble. Someone snuck in and coated the shower head with it. When she turned on the hot water, the heat dissolved the toxin, allowing it to seep into her body through the water." Li Yingwan was so worried she started crying again. "What do we do now, Appa?" Chenhua comforted her, "Don't be afraid. Your mother's condition isn't critical yet. As long as she isn't exposed to the poison anymore, she'll slowly recover. With me here, I won't let anything happen to her. After comforting her, Chin-Nuo gave a serious instruction. But we have to pretend we don't know anything. From now on, you mustn't trust anyone except me. Not even the bodyguards you brought with you. Li Yingwan replied trustingly. Yes, I only trust Appa. A moment later, she calmed down and asked, Appa, so who exactly is trying to hurt my mom? Chin-Nuo replied, that's what I'm going to settle. Take good care of her. I'm going to take a walk around the area. Today, Chin-Nuo really felt like burying someone. Leaving the hotel, Chin-Nuo walked and thought. This assassination method uses a chronic poison. To ensure success, they would definitely leave something behind to monitor the target's every move. That way, if something unexpected happens, they can easily intervene, which means those two bodyguards are the primary suspects. But after what happened with He Zhengji, Jiang Yingzi isn't stupid enough to trust people of unknown origin. The floor of the hotel directly across is the best vantage point to monitor Jiang Yingzi's floor. The poisoner is definitely hiding between the 8th and 10th floors. 10 minutes later, Chin-Nuo entered the hotel across the street and went to the only vacant room, which still had a for rent sign on the door. After checking several places, this was the only one left. The other rooms were either occupied by active companies or under renovation. Moreover, the viewing angle from this room was perfect for monitoring Jiang Yingzi. It was the ideal spot. Using a trace of his aura to scout, Chin-Nuo turned the handle and opened the door. Caught you. Sure enough, there was a camera inside. Its lens pointed directly at the hotel where Jiang Yingzi was staying. Whoosh! The sound of a blade cutting through the air echoed by Chin-Nuo's ear. Fortunately, he was highly alert and tilted his body to dodge the sneak attack. Not only that, he launched an immediate counterattack, forcing a shrill cry from his opponent. A small cut on the neck was enough to scare the man out of his wits. The assailant clutched his throat and questioned, Chin-Nuo, who are you? Chin-Nuo fiddled with the pull tab of the soda can and let out an Korean, and a southern accent at that. Chin-Nuo smiled. As he teased the man in front of him, I'm Jiang Hudong. Having his identity stolen made the real Jiang Hudong swear in rage. Damn it. Chin-Nuo glared at him, slowly releasing his aura to intimidate him. Lower the temper. 10 minutes later, Chin-Nuo had seized Jiang Hudong's luck, but he expressed great disappointment. What kind of luck is this? Didn't get anything useful. A fake passport, a hotel room card. I hope you kept the good stuff at your hotel. Chin-Nuo found a small guest house and rented a room. Once he was sure he was alone, he pulled out a USB drive. Looking at the drive in his hand, Chin-Nuo muttered, it seems like everything is coming back to the starting point. He plugged the USB into a computer, and a line of text appeared on the screen. Official commission, seeking to purchase a giant octopus. The bigger the better, high price offered. Chin-Nuo clicked the login button. The specialized dark net of the underworld. How nostalgic. Seconds later, all sorts of information appeared on the screen. Ability users in the underworld were divided into 4 ranks based on strength. Knight Metal, Knight, Controller, and Overlord. In his past life, Chin-Nuo's strength was at the controller level. The Kraken website offered me a high salary to be their security consultant, $10 million a year, and I only had to step in once a year to help the site deal with potential threats. Here's your $10 million in the site's gold account. Yama, pleasure doing business with you. Chin-Nuo had happily accepted it, saying, thanks, boss. But compared to the premium gold account, Chin-Nuo preferred the black sub-account Ford had bought for him. Recalling his past life, Chin-Nuo began to log in. The username was Blade458. No creativity, no personality. I'll change it. Heartbreaker of young maidens. You can tell it's a handsome guy just by looking. Suggested addition of $2 million. After a few seconds of operating, Chin-Nuo obtained the ID, Heartbreaker of young maidens. Account rank, black card. Balance, $2 million. Withdrawals and transfers, enabled. A commission form, assassination. Transaction confirmed. Target, Jiang Yingzi. Target's basic info attached. Completion criteria, death of target. Commission duration, 15 days, 11 days remaining. Reward, $500. No. US dollars. Mission rank, D. Mission status, incomplete. After reading the info, Chin-Nuo confirmed Jiang Yingzi's mission. With 11 days left, no other commissions would be given to anyone else during the mission period. Jiang Yingzi was safe for now. All right, denizens of the dark net. Your king of spamming is back. A series of posts began to appear on this black market platform. Old fish caught big fish posted. Seeking to buy concentrated uranium weapons. U-235 concentration 97%. Need over 1 kg. Buying price $500,000 per kilogram. DM me. Chin Nuwa used the Heartbreaker of Young Maidens account to reply. First, marking my spot. The original poster, Old Fish, immediately cursed. Are you insane? Another intelligence consultant account, named Leviathan Blade, wrote, heard the U.S. is building a new military prison at Guantanamo Bay. Anyone have details? DM me. Willing to trade equivalent info. Chin Nuwa used his account to ask, planning a prison break? Hey, you're young. Don't walk the path of crime. Another post by the Intel account, Quack Quack, read, Starry Sky Queen, a commander-class powerhouse, left a mark at the Tower of London, suspected to be challenging the Blade Knight Order. Will the Blade Knights become the second A-rank organization to fall to Her Majesty? Chun Nuo replied as Heartbreaker, fresh off the plane, still in the U.S. Why bother following that old hag Starry Sky, Queen's gossip? Is there anything actually good to see? Yet another post appeared. Private commission from a user named Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Scandalous file on Country M's presidential candidate. Male and female video. Don't need that 90-second clip. I want the updated version. Then, Heartbreaker of Young Girls comments, I don't really get it, but I have a friend who really wants to see that 90-second one. After scrolling through more comments, Chun Nua's account receives a notification. Clicking it open, Chun Nua lets out an a gold-level big shot. An arrival from my past life? No less. Under the comment, coming uninvited, just landed, still in the U.S. What's so great about the gossip of that old hag, Star Queen? By Heartbreaker of Young Girls, someone replied. Star Queen. Damn it. Who are you calling an old hag? Heartbreaker of Young Girls immediately fires back. I call him like I see him, Granny. Star Queen keeps cursing. Are you sick? Heartbreaker of Young Girls snaps back. You got the cure? Star Queen replies furiously. I'll kill you. Heartbreaker of Young Girls immediately provokes her. Bring it on. Take a bite out of me, Grandma. Chin Nua uses his god-tier typing speed, launching a relentless counterattack. Star Queen curses again. FUCK, you just wait. Heartbreaker of Young Girls keeps up the flirtatious trash talk. Never had a request like that before. Fine, I'm already in bed. Which position does Big Sis like? I'm down for whatever. Star Queen sends a string of exclamation marks, clearly speechless. At that same moment, in an ancient villa in some alternate space, Star Queen, whose real name is Lu Gigi, is throwing a tantrum, screaming, I'm going to tear you apart. As she screams, she fires her gun repeatedly to vent her rage. A woman's voice asks, Miss, what on earth has you so angry? Lu Gigi replies resentfully, some piece of trash on that damn octopus monster site offended me, but according to the site's privacy policy, I can't find a guy. It's simple, I have a way. You're talking about Oxhead and Yo Yetong. To explain, let's go to Chun Nua's little classroom. Everyone knows the internet is a multi-layered structure, divided into the surface web and the deep web. The dark web is usually seen as a subset of the deep web. Octopus Monster is the most mysterious dark web among them. You need a specialized USB to log in. The USB colors are divided by user rank, black, silver, and gold. The Octopus Monster site has 3 major characteristics. First is its extreme security. It never leaks any client information. Right now, Lu Gigi, who was insulted online and couldn't take it anymore, picks up the phone. Octopus Monster, I'm offering 10 million. Plus, I'll personally catch a giant octopus for you. I want Heartbreaker of Young Girls information immediately. The other end refuses flatly. Don't try to bribe me with your unspoken rules. Second, the site is incredibly powerful. They have a massive technical team and high-priced security consultants. Chin Nu-all remembers in his past life, Ford said the site was too strong to hack, and they even wanted to hire him as a security consultant. Chin Nu-all gave a cold laugh. They wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, pay off a threat, and hire a lackey at the same time. Third, the site's interface hasn't changed in 15 years because the operators are obsessed with octopuses. Official commission. Need to buy a giant octopus, the bigger the better, high price. There are 4 pin tasks on the login interface to consider later. This is exactly why ability users like to deposit money into this site's accounts. It's safer than any bank. Sadly, it would be great if I could hack it. The girls under Chin Nua's wing told him more than once. Boss, don't be discouraged. All the money we earn is yours. In his past life, December 23rd, 2021, Maple Coast in Country W, a small town. It was winter then, covered in a dreamlike layer of white snow. Inside a house, a girl was quietly listening to the phone. His last message was, silence for everyone. See you in the next life, Oxhead. Someone on the other end cut in. Yes, I'm on a mission. Talk later. This girl was the 20-year-old Oxhead. Looking at the darkened phone screen, she thought dazed. So is he really dead? He still loved calling me Oxhead like that. I really hated that name. Oxhead looked at the man in front of her and said coldly, a man like you has built up quite the karma. Hiding here to write and paint. Hoping to drop the butcher's knife and become a Buddha? But in this world, nothing is ever that easy. Of course, I'm no messenger of justice. I'm killing you because someone paid for your life. $1 million bounty, and I personally took the hit. Hearing this, the man trembled all over, offering a deal. I'll give you more money, as much as you want. Just don't kill me. Oxhead replied expressionlessly, you have money. You're a fugitive swindler from back home who made off with hundreds of millions. If it were me here today, maybe you could have bought your way out with a few dozen million. Pausing for a moment, Oxhead frowned and emphasized, but that's useless with me. King Yama wants you dead. I'm just here to collect your soul. Setting down her pen, Oxhead picked up her gun and pointed it directly at the kneeling man. Continuing, when you reach the underworld, remember me. I am the soul-reaping envoy of King Yama. A gunshot rang out and the man fell. Oxhead got in her car and turned on the music. A soft melody began to play. Oxhead stared silently at the message she sent that received no reply. Just a few words. Oxhead, signing off. Tears fell along with the pain in her heart. Oxhead muttered to herself, if there are green mountains in the heart, why bother following others to see cherry blossoms? But if the green mountains are gone, what is there left to miss? The music in the car continued. Why do the birds go on singing? Oxhead jerked the steering wheel hard, sending the car flying off the mountain road and over the cliff. The car and the driver plunged into the water together. At that moment, happy memories flashed through Oxhead's mind. Oh, this road? Sigh, from now on, I'll call you Oxhead. But Milky Candy sounds better. No way. I want to be King Yama. You can't have him without Oxhead. Then who's Horseface? I don't know. We'll find someone suitable later. In this life, Neo Yedong is focused on her computer. After a while, she asks Lu Gigi, teacher, does this look okay? Lu Gigi grins from ear to ear, patting Neo Yetong's head. Ha, as expected of my smartest student. The screen shows a flame war on a website. Burning Heart. Want to buy an unedited photo of that old hag star queen, price $10,000. DM me if you have it. User Little Mandarin replies, brave soul, good luck. An account named The Sky is Falling writes, this might be the last meal this guy ever eats. Snowy Tea Garden joins in. Can I say I want to see it too? Steel Queen comments, I have a feeling the OP is actually in love with Star Queen. CC E sighs, oh boy brother, I see it too. Akio spams, just get together already. Helen White teases, the OP is so cute, definitely a girl. Looking at the dialogue, Neo Yedong says, that post Burning Heart just sent is our best breakthrough. Under the post, an account quickly replies, claiming to have photos. Dadao Wind. I have Star Queen's bare-face photo, but 10,000 isn't enough. We can negotiate if you want to buy. Burning Heart replies, are you stupid, or am I? If Star Queen really had bare-face photos, how could they ever leak? Your fishing skills are trash, Annie. Burning Heart. Blocked, don't thank me. Phil the Scholar comments below, an enemy of Star Queen? I'm sick of that old hag too. I have a plan. Interested in talking? Burning Heart calls him out immediately. Too weak, go home and practice. Blocked, don't thank me. Neo Yedong says proudly, I used 2 low-level accounts first to intentionally get caught, giving him the psychological suggestion that fishers are low-level and easy to spot, making him let his guard down. Next, based on his previous replies, I posted 4 new topics. Telekinetic assassination research, nuclear arsenal intel exchange, analyzing the strength of masters, and a deep dive into ability users who mysteriously vanished in recent years. Finally, this guy showed up in the telekinetic assassination post. I guess this person might be a telekinetic. The account Dracula Prime asks, how do you use telekinesis to control the blood flow in target's heart, slowly causing damage by opening and closing their heart valves, making it hard to detect? Burning Heart immediately replies, if the target is a patient with a heart stent, The difficulty drops even more. Just use telekinesis to control the magnetic field, mimicking a micro-MRI effect to change the shape of the stent. Dracula Prime replies instantly, "Friend, we're on the same wavelength. DM me to talk?" Burning Heart takes the bait, replying, "Okay, DM. Yeah." Neo Yedong screams with joy. Lu Gigi asks excitedly, "Did he take the bait?" Neo Yedong replies, "Not quite yet, teacher, but I've successfully made contact." Lu Gigi says angrily, "Find a way to squeeze his personal info out of him. I'm going to find this guy and break every bone in his body." Neo Yedong looks at the computer screen, evaluates for a moment, and says, "Yes, but on this site, everyone's identity is protected. Everyone is very cautious. Getting real-life info will take time. I had to use 9 accounts just to get him to bite. I don't know if I'm too smart or he's too stupid." Pausing for a moment, Neo Yedong continues, "Teacher, I'll keep playing to his interests, slowly making him feel like he's found a kindred spirit, so he lets his guard down. In a month or 2 at most, I'll find a way to create a commission and see if he bites." Lu Gigi replies happily, "Great, hurry up. I have to go out soon. There's a very interesting kid I need to check out. Maybe I'll take on another disciple." Just then, a notification pops up. Someone has replied to your message. Neo Yedong cries out in surprise. He'd met me. In Neo Yedong's inbox, Dracula Prime messaged, "Friend, the idea of using telekinesis for magnetic resonance is great, but how to reduce the energy drain and narrow the impact zone? We should study that more." Burning Heart replies below, "Of course. So, when are you going to show me that bare-faced photo of Star Queen?" The person on the other side of the screen makes Neo Yedong go ballistic. It's her turn to snap. She grabs her gun and blasts her computer. This bastard. How'd he see through me? The scene shifts back to the motel where Chen Nuo is staying. After trolling online for a while, especially after interacting with the Dracula Prime account, he stretches, giving a smirk. "Humph, you want to play with me? Milky Candy, oh Milky Candy. Even if you're reborn, I'm still your boss. I know all your alt accounts inside and out." Calculating the time, Milky Candy should be about 9 now, meaning she's been under that old hag Star Queen for less than a year. Speaking of Star Queen, Chen Nuo pauses, then suddenly breaks into an amused, slightly threatening smile. Heh, this feeling. It's truly nostalgic. Checking out the motel, Chen Nuo goes to Wu Dailyi's house. "Lale, thanks for today. Was Xiaodai good?" Wu Dailyi rubs his bald head and smiles. "She was an angel. If I hadn't wasted my youth messing around, I'd probably have a daughter this age too." "Nuo, I want to ask a favor." Chen Nuo asks curiously, "What is it?" Wu Dailyi stammers awkwardly. "I want to adopt Xiaodai as my goddaughter." Seeing Chen Nuo's face darken, Wu Dailyi quickly explains, "I don't have any bad intentions. I just really like her. If she calls me dad and you still call me Lao Lei, everyone's happy. Or she calls me dad and I call you grandpa, and we're even. Okay." Chen Nuo hurls his laptop bag straight at Wu Dailyi's face. Chen Nuo curses, "Piss off." Chen Nuo clearly doesn't agree. He takes Gu Xiaodia's hand and says, "Say goodbye to Uncle Lei, kid." Gu Xiaodai waves, "Goodbye, baldy uncle." Even after being hit, Wu Dailyi doesn't dare get mad. Even saying, "Drop by with Xiaodai when you're free, Nuo." Chen Nuo doesn't promise, but looking at Gu Xiaodia's reaction, she seems to really like Lao Lei. It might be convenient to leave her with him in the future. On the way home, little Gu Xiaodai chirps, "Big brother, why is the bag in your hand so heavy?" "What's inside?" Chen Nuo replies, "A laptop." She asks again, "What's a laptop?" Chen Nuo answers patiently, "It's a type of computer." Again, "Where did it come from?" Again, someone sponsored it." Just like that, they reach home. In a flash, it's the next day during PE class. Sun Kiki keeps seeing the scene of her and Chen Nuo kissing in her head, thinking dazed. "After that day, I keep dreaming about us kissing by the lake at night. It feels so real, not like a dream at all. Kissing him, it must feel like that, right?" As she thinks, she looks at Chen Nuo's lips, her face filled with resignation. Sigh. "After tutoring this weekend, I won't be able to be with him anymore. No, I have to be more proactive than before. I'll treat him like my boyfriend. I can't let Li Mappy have her way." Having made up her mind, Sun Kiki says suggestively, "My dad isn't home today. He's away on business." Chen Nuo straightens up, looking greedy. "Yo, you saying that just woke me right up." Sun Kiki pouts, "But I have to go to Teacher John's place tonight for extra Chinese lessons, specifically for the essay section." Chen Nuo says without hesitation, "I'm going with you." Sun Keek's eyes widen in shock. What? But I have to study. Chen Nuo walks over, whispering, it's fine. Just keep your eyes on me. Darkness falls, and the lights in the residential buildings have long been on. The Chinese teacher, Jiang Gang, asks gently, Kiki is here. You're very punctual again. Sun Kiki replies happily, your house is on the 3rd floor, and mine is on the 5th. Being this close, of course I'm on time. Chen Nuo, standing beside her, also greets him cheerfully. Hello, Teacher Jiang. Oh, Jiang Gang frowns slightly. You're Chen Nuo, right? Why are you here? He thinks to himself, oh, the school's famous rebel. He's got guts, following Kiki all the way here. Lao Sun is too indulgent, letting this kid take a mile when given an inch. Chen Nuo replies softly, I heard Kiki was getting tutored here, so I came by to say hi and wish you a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Jiang Gang looks confused. Dragon Boat Festival? It's only April. Stop talking nonsense. His eyes flash with scrutiny. Chen Nuo, just speak plainly. Teacher Jiang, can I come in and talk to you privately for a moment? Afterward, the two go into the kitchen. Chen Nuo doesn't beat around the bush, saying directly, Teacher Jiang, I want you to be my homeroom teacher next year. Kiki said your teaching level is top tier, and I want to study hard too. He gently places a thick envelope on the table. So, do you think I could join your class? A moment later, he runs out happily. Oh, right, Kiki? There was something I forgot to ask you. Jiang Gang stays in the kitchen, weighing the envelope. This kid knows how the world works. This envelope is much thicker than the other students. Sai, what should I do? This kid clearly has other motives. Then he walks out of the study, coughing slightly. Ahem, let's begin. Chen Nuo will be joining us for today's lesson. Oh, Chen Nuo, did you bring your Chinese textbook and workbook? Chen Nuo replies happily. It's fine, I can share with Kiki. A few minutes later, Jiang Gang asks seriously, are the meanings of this character clear to everyone? Now, each of you give an example using the character Ju and explain its meaning in that context. The other students scramble to discuss. Ju Shou Tu Zhu. Here Ju means the action of lifting. Ju Zhong Ruo Qing. It also means lifting. Chen Nuo joins in. Ju and Qi Mei. Teacher Jiang is a bit displeased, glaring at him. Speak if you must, but why are you looking at Sun Kiki? He continues. What about the character Xiang? Bu Xiang Shang Xia. Lingren Xiang Can. Chen Nuo's eyes still haven't left Sun Kiki. Answering infatuatedly. Xiang Jing are you been? Teacher Jiang is fuming. The character Bai means bright color, describes purity, many meanings. Chen Nuo, if you dare say by Nianjie Lao, I'm kicking you out. Chen Nuo doesn't hesitate, replying immediately. Mei Hong Chi Bai. Rosy lips and white teeth. Just then, there's a knock at the door. The door opens, and Shun Haonan's father leads him in, walking in enthusiastically. Teacher Jiang, sorry to disturb you. I don't expect much. If he just passes the college entrance exam, I'll be satisfied. Not at all. You're too modest. After speaking, he suddenly turns around and kicks Haonan hard. Learn well from the teacher. You hear? If you don't listen, I'll beat you to death. Jiang Gang says calmly to Haonan. Come in. Don't just stand there. Go sit down. He looks at his small study desk, thinking, 5 people now, he'll have to squeeze in with someone. When Haonan sees Chen Nuo, he's stunned. Oh my god, why am I in the same class as this troublemaker? Chen Nuo, meanwhile, is overjoyed. Brother Haonan, oh brother Haonan, you really are my lucky star, a godsend. Thinking this, he immediately volunteers. Teacher Jiang, let him sit in my spot. I'll squeeze in with Kiki. Jiang Gang rubs his head helplessly. It's fate. It's heaven's will. Chen Nuo greets him warmly. Brother Haonan, you're here for tutoring too? Had dinner? Hey bro, this question is about defining nouns. How about you teach me how to draw do fu as a rapper? Unfortunately for him, Haonan is currently praying inside. Stay away. Stay away. Stay away. It isn't until the sky is completely dark that the group is dismissed. Jiang Gang reminds them caringly. Kiki, redo the reading comprehension at home. Zhang Linsheng, your foundation is weak. Memorize more ancient poetry and classical prose. That can pull up your score significantly. You two should learn from those two and build a good foundation. When it's Chen Nuo's turn, the teacher is silent for a moment. Chen Nuo looks at him excitedly. Teacher Jiang, what should I watch out for? Jiang Gang sighs softly. Be careful on the way home. Chen Nuo is speechless. He follows behind Haonan, asking incessantly, Brother Haonan, where are you going? Are we going the same way? Haonan replies irritably. Not the same way. Shin Nuo keeps babbling. Sigh, you say it's not the same way before I even say anything. Do you have a problem with me? That's not good. Remember last time you hurt your crotch doing the splits? I was the one who carried you to the infirmary. Thanks so much. Chen Haonan really can't stand this nonstop chatter. He starts running, taking 2 steps at a time. Hey, why are you running? After running a long way, Haonan stops, panting hard. Bottom line, I have to lose this jinx. He doesn't know why, but if he just hated him before, now he's terrified of him. He wipes the beads of sweat from his forehead, a voice in his head warning him. Don't mess with this guy. You can't handle him. You can't. Suddenly, a motorcycle roars past, braking sharply next to him. Haonan looks and freezes. God, it's that handsome guy's bike. Shin Nuo calls out to him cheerfully. Bro, hop on. I'll give you a lift. Maybe the allure of the motorcycle is too great because Haonan actually gets on. But he doesn't dare get close to Chen Nuo, sitting carefully on the very edge of the seat. Chen Nuo says enthusiastically, Hold on to me. I'm about to speed up. It might get bumpy. Don't fall off. Haonan has no choice but to hug him. Damn it, this is embarrassing. He thinks enviously, if only I had a bike like this, I'd take Xiao He and just ride off into the horizon. Following Haonan's directions, they arrive at a nightclub. What are you doing here? My mom is a cleaner here. I'm here to pick her up. What time does she finish? In a bit. Shin Nuo waits with him happily. Last time Kiki was kidnapped by Li Qingshan, brother Haonan helped out. I owe him for that. Besides, I hypnotized his memories afterward. He suddenly asks, like bikes? A moment of romance, or full throttle? A moment of romance. Andy Lau is the man. Know how to ride? A little. I've ridden my uncle's bike. Just not very well. Chen Nuo generously tosses him the helmet. Give it a try. If you wreck it, it's on me. He thinks to himself, consider this a chance to pay back that debt. Letting him go to class twice, 1 field trip against the Win gang incident. Yeah, I still owe him 3 times. Half an hour later, Chun Haonan roars back, screaming, Oh my god, that was amazing. I'm hooked. He says gratefully to Chen Nuo, Thanks for letting me ride your bike. This must be expensive, right? Like it? If you do, I'll let you borrow it for a few days. Haonan is shocked. What? Aren't you afraid I'll wreck it? Oh, almost forgot. If you're going to look the part, you need the full gear. Keep it all. Ride it whenever you want. Just stay safe. Hearing this, Haonan is a bit touched. Hey Chen Nuo, why are you suddenly being so nice to me? The misunderstanding between us, you said it yourself. It was a misunderstanding. It's settled. We're friends from now on. Haonan asks confused. Friends? Right, from today on, we're friends. Keep the bike, just be careful. Haonan's heart flutters. Friends? Zhang Linsheng, I'm so happy. Chen Nuo, on the other hand, is very satisfied. Brother Haonan, that expectant look in your eyes doesn't look like you're waiting for your mom. Let me see which girl you're actually meeting. Brother Haonan looks at himself in the mirror, can't help but sigh. Fine feathers really do make fine birds. Suddenly, a group of people chases a girl toward them. Run. Keep running. Think I won't crack a bottle over your head. Haonan looks and realizes the person being chased is Xiao He. He quickly rushes forward to protect her. Xiao He, it's me. Brother Haonan, they're bullying me. Let's get out of here. Sadly, it's too late. The group has already caught up. Damn it, you still want to run? Thanks for the help, brother. But when they see clearly who is standing next to her, they all turn and bolt as fast as they can. The leader is shaking with fear. I'm dead. Shit. Black helmet, black leather jacket, black gloves. Haonan steps forward bravely. You're bullying Xiao He? Who are you? I. Speak up. I can't hear a word through this helmet. Chui Dabong remembers being beaten before for the same reason. I'm not happy with your answer. Your voice is too soft. He immediately drops to his knees, reporting loudly. I'm Chui Dabong, 29 years old. I have a record, served 2 years. Boss, is that loud enough? Boss, please let me go this time. I didn't know. I really didn't know this woman belonged to you. Haonan doesn't understand. Thinking, why is he reacting so strongly? But in Chui Dabing's eyes, this silence is terrifying. I'm screwed. This silent act means he's planning an even more brutal torture. He grits his teeth, thinking, only one way. Having decided, he grabs a nearby wine bottle and smashes it over his own head. Boss, I was wrong. Please, listen to the sound of this bottle breaking and have mercy. Haonan is even more confused. What is going on? They went from attacking others to hurting themselves? He's probably going to the hospital next, and I don't have any money. He doesn't want this guy near him, afraid of catching whatever mental illness he has. So he chases him away. Fine, get lost. Chui Dabong immediately tucks tail and runs. Going right now. Damn it, where is everyone? You two bastards sure vanished fast. Chu Shaoling looks at his hero saves the beauty act, mesmerized. Brother Haonan, take me home. You can come inside today. Haonan's face turns beet red as he stammers. Huh? Inside? At the same time, in another place, a group of mob bosses are discussing things. Nah, is it really that weird? You said he can catch bullets. Is he even human? He's definitely not human. That's why you need to know. That's why I'm in this mess. I don't even dare think about revenge. Black helmet, black leather, black gloves. It's obvious he's one of the big boss's men. Suddenly, the phone rings. Xiao Guohua picks up irritably. Chui Dabong, calling this late. Is it an emergency? Boss. I found that guy. Chui Dabong explains tensely. It's him. The guy who robbed our company and killed our brothers. The guy in the motorcycle helmet. I know how to find him now, boss. Want revenge? Let's bring the whole crew. I don't believe we can't take him. Xiao Guohua goes ballistic. Get lost. Get the hell out of here. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. If I find out you're still there, get your ass back here right now. Just then, at Xiaoyi's place, she and Hao Nam are tangled together on the sofa. After a long, passionate kiss, Chu Shaoling says coquettishly, "Why are you being so animalistic? You're so rough, like you want to eat me alive." I'm sorry. She gives him a tender kiss on the lips. I'll let you off the hook. By the way, what's your name? Hao Nam stammers. How? Zhang Linsheng. Chu Shaoling smiles contentedly. My name is Chu Shaoling, but I prefer people to call me Xiao He. It sounds more innocent and intimate. How are you so tough? Last time, that Brother Wong guy ran away because of you, and now it's Chui Dabong. Chui Dabong works for Xiao Guohua, so he's no small fry. And that Brother Wong guy is even more dangerous. He's one of Li Qingshan's men. You know Li Qingshan, right? He's from Jiafeng Hall. People call him Masterly. Hearing this, Hao Nam is shaken to his core. Something about today just doesn't feel right. Li Qingshan, Jiafeng Hall, Masterly. Hao Nam suddenly shoves Chu Shaoling away. She cries out in surprise. Ah, what are you doing? A flood of memories suddenly rushes into his mind, leaving him stunned for a moment. He quickly bolts out of the room. I remember everything now. Hey, what's wrong? Where are you going? 2 days later, outside the technician's house, Chu Shaoling stands alone in the lobby, waiting. Xiao He. Hao Nam sees her as he walks by and approaches. What's wrong? The moment she sees him, Chu Shaoling bursts into tears and throws herself at him. Where have you been the last 2 days? I was so scared. I looked everywhere and couldn't find you. I didn't even have anyone to talk to. Hao Nam thinks to himself with difficulty. I went to investigate what really happened at Jiafeng Hall that day. Li Qingshan is crippled now. I'm scared that Chenua will find out I've regained my memory. And this new friend of mine, who is he really? But he stays silent and just hugs her. I missed you. Xiao Hong, my best friend, she's dead. I want to visit her family. Can you come with me? The two of them head to the hospital where Xiao Hong's mother is. Hao Nam says in a low voice, Xiao Hong's father is a gambler, and her mother has kidney disease. She's been in the hospital for dialysis all year round. Xiao Hong had no choice but to work at the technician's house, but it still wasn't enough, so she turned to loan sharks. I told her a long time ago not to take their money, but what choice did she have? In the end, when she couldn't pay it back, they went to her place and her work to cause trouble. They hounded Xiao Hong until she couldn't take it anymore. Looking at Xiao Hong's mother lying in the hospital bed, Chu Shaoling sighs. She's so pitiful. Yeah, women always seem to have a cruel fate. Chu Shaoling talks kindly to the older woman. Auntie, I was your daughter's best friend. I know everything she went through. Please try to stay strong. You're a good girl. You're about the same age as my daughter. She had such a hard life. Don't cry, Annie. If you cry, I'll start crying too. Please take this money. It's the least I can do. Hao Nam walks out tiredly, giving them some space. His heart feels like it's being crushed by a heavy stone. But he doesn't realize that as soon as he leaves, 2 men walk into the ward. Immediately, the sound of an argument breaks out. Are you people even human? She just died, and you're already here for the debt? Is there no justice? Oomph. You think a debt dies with the person? You wish. You're loan sharks. Don't you care about the law? The 2 men say aggressively, whatever. A debt is a debt. It's 80,000 yuan. That's not pocket change. If you're short right now, you can pay in installments. I'll take whatever you've got, even hundreds. They spot the stack of cash on the table. That'll do nicely for a start. Xiaohe snaps back. Where did 80,000 come from? Xiaohong told me she didn't borrow nearly that much. Besides, if you want to talk about debt, take it to court. You're loan sharks. What you're doing is illegal. They just sneer. Legal or not, I don't care. Look, girl, I'm warning you. If you aren't family, don't stick your nose in. If you want to play heroes so bad, why don't you pay the debt for them? Hearing this, the blood rushes to Haonam's head. You guys are crossing the line. Who collect a debt like this? That's not how the code of the streets works. The debt collector gives him a cold glare. The code? Kid, do you even know what the code is? The world is a dangerous place. If it's not your business, stay out of it. I've made myself clear. I'll be sending someone to collect the rest. They walk out arrogantly. Let's go. Xu Xiaoling tries to calm him down. Don't do anything rash. That's not the way. We have to figure something else out. Haonam turns away in pain. I'm going downstairs for a smoke. His mind is a tangled mess. As the thugs pass him, one flips him off mockingly. Hey kid, trying to talk code with me? Has your hair even finished growing in yet? You think you understand the streets just because you watched a few movies? Haonam glares with hatred at their retreating backs. Are you angry? You are, right? But so what? Zhang Licheng, you aren't Xin Nuo. You're nobody. You can't do a damn thing. He grinds his teeth in self-loathing. I can't do anything. Suddenly, a truck roars out of nowhere and slams directly into the thug's car. People immediately swarm the scene. A car crash. Call an ambulance. Can he even be saved? Even if they survive, they're crippled for life. Only Haonam feels like his body is no longer his own. It's Xin Nuo. It's Xin Nuo. Inside his mind, Xin Nuo says seriously, Haonam, the things you want to do but can't, I'll do them for you. If the world is this cruel, then I'll just wipe them all out. A few days later, everyone is gathered at Teacher Jiang's house to study. Jiang Gang gently closes his book. That's all for today's lesson. There's something you all need to discuss with your families when you get home. He looks a bit worried. There's a set of review materials we need to buy. The school might use them next semester. There, 50 yuan a set. I have an old classmate who works in the relevant department, and he can get them for cheap. If you're okay with it, you can buy them through me. It'll be 40 yuan a set. Xin Nuo is the first to happily pay up. Teacher, I make the calls at my house. I'll take a set. Oh, and I'll pay for Sun Keeks as well. But since the bill he hands over is too large, Jiang Gang looks a bit awkward. Let me get you your change. Wait a second. Xin Nuo casually pulls out more cash. Teacher Jiang, don't worry about the change. Here's another 20. Pay for Zhang Linqing's set too. After paying, he waves cheerfully at the teacher. Well, Teacher Jiang, we'll be heading out now. All right, get home safe. Sigh. Jiang Gang looks at the money in his hand and can't help but sigh again. Sigh. His wife walks in and sees him like that. What's wrong? He replies, my conscience is bothering me. I've been teaching all these years, and this is the first time I've ever done something like this, taking a cut from my students. I feel terrible. Song Xiaoyan gently takes his hand. I know this is hard for you, but the school sells those materials for 50 and you're getting them for 40. The students are still saving money. I know you're unhappy, so let's not do it again. My illness doesn't really require such expensive medicine anyway. We can switch to something cheaper. No, I'll do whatever it takes, but I won't let your treatment suffer. Meanwhile, in the hallway downstairs, a group of students is whispering. Can you believe Teacher Jiang? Profiteering off his own students. There's 60 kids in our class. If everyone buys a set, imagine how much he's raking in. Xin Nuo suddenly claps them on the shoulders and says earnestly, I think we should stop the gossip. Buying review materials is a school requirement, not something Teacher Jiang made up. He's helping us get them cheaper, which saves us money. If you don't like it, feel free to go buy them at the school for full price. Haonam stands beside him and nods in agreement. I think Xin Nuo is right. Xin Nuo looks at him, grateful for the support. By the way, I haven't seen you around lately. Where have you been? Did you ditch the bike and run off? I had some stuff to handle at home. How's the bike running? Great. Haonam's voice suddenly drops. Xin Nuo. Thanks. For what? It's just a bike. Regardless, thank you. I'm really glad to have a friend like you. A few days later, Xin Nuo is reviewing his contracts. The assassination mission for Jiang Yingzi has expired. If there are no surprises, the client will likely repost the hit. He needs to settle this problem once and for all. The system displays, mission issued. Target, Jiang Yingzi. Target info attached. Objective, ensure the target's survival. Location, China. Duration, 30 days. Reward, $500,000. Completion criteria. Ensure the target survives for 30 days and encounters no danger. Additional requirement. Maintain absolute secrecy. Hide your identity and protective actions. Do not let outsiders discover you. Manhwa size. Luckily, the Octopus Monster website has great security and hid the client's ID. If the Empress of the Stars saw this, she'd probably track him down in Jinling to kill him herself. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Ding, 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 ding. A contract has been accepted. Seeing so many people signing up for the mission, Manhwa is a bit stunned. Is the economy really that bad? 6 people accepted the hit in just a few minutes. He calmly evaluates the candidates. Let's see who to pick. Life's fleeting. I'll go with you. Might as well pick someone local. The chat system opens. Life's fleeting. I'm currently in China. It'll be easy for me to carry out the mission. Client, please read the target's details. When can you arrive? Life's fleeting. Reading now. Jinling. Client, that's right. Life's fleeting. I can be there within 24 hours. Client, good. Protect her from the shadows. Do not reveal your identity unless absolutely necessary. Manhwa calculates his plan. With Life's fleeting and himself, one in the light, one in the dark, it's double the insurance. Nothing should go wrong. Plus, he's staying in room 1108, right below Jiang Yingzi. He could be upstairs in an instant if anything happens. He rubs his chin, lost in thought. First, I need to plant bugs in the rooms near her floor. That way, nothing will escape my ears. 3 hours later, he realizes something is wrong. The room is filled with nothing but filthy sounds. He's horrified. Holy crap, I forgot it's the weekend. It sounds like a rapid-fire cannon in there. Manhwa hurriedly dials his phone. Hello, is this 110? Out of my conscience and responsibility as a good citizen, I want to report a scandal. This hotel has people engaged in. Please come check it out. Bring everyone. Only after reporting it does he look back. The R-rated imagery finally stops. The world is finally getting some peace and quiet. The next morning, Manhwa looks exhausted. Damn it. The first half of the night was just a temporary ceasefire, but the second half was a full-on revenge war. Hearing a knock, he goes to check. It's Li Yingwan. She says sweetly, Appa, I brought you breakfast. Here. She gently hands him some pastries. Appa, why you have dark circles under your eyes? Didn't you sleep well? Manhwa looks at her slender figure, practically drooling. Maybe I should just enjoy the moment. Li Yingwan looks at him with shimmering eyes. Appa has that hungry wolf look in his eyes. Is it finally going to happen? But Manhwa unexpectedly kicks her out of the room, leaving her confused and crying. Appa, what's wrong with you? Manhwa sighs softly. Sigh, that's at least 3 years in prison. A young man's body is just too full of energy. I'm courting disaster here. Just then his phone rings. System message. I have arrived. Everything is normal. Meanwhile, at Westminster School in England. In a classroom, a teacher asks Nivelle Devonhill, so you've decided to drop out? Yes. I don't think staying here will help me find my path in life. Your illness just got better. I thought you'd return to finish your studies. Nivelle, your grandfather and I are old friends, and your father graduated from here. I really hoped the Devonhill family wouldn't have a dropout. Nivelle Devonhill replies softly. But in my opinion, pursuing my life's direction is more important than anything. I hope you won't try to convince me otherwise. Teacher. Fine. Regardless, it's good to see you back in the sunlight. By the way, have you found your direction? It's where it's meant to be, she answers firmly. The teacher smiles at her. God bless you. Later, in Nivelle's room, she frowns at her reflection in the mirror. I never liked this uniform. Her sister appears right on time. Don't forget, our whole family wore this uniform. Nivelle de von Hilfrons. We agreed. The daytime belongs to me. Lacoste Devonhill gives a doting smile. All right, whatever you want, my cute little pumpkin. So where are we heading next? Nivelle answers resolutely. To Hong Kong, to find Qinyang. Meanwhile, in China, a female assistant reports, Chairwoman Jiang, you're still needed to preside over tonight's meeting at the industrial park. Jiang Yingzi nods. Got it. Let's get moving. But as they drive off, they hit a traffic jam. A man on a bicycle keeps pace beside them. Hey, I gotta get to work too. Don't worry, the soup is simmering. Remember to turn the heat down and add the wood ear mushrooms at the end. Yeah, I know. Work first. The cyclist looks into the car and smacks his lips. Foreigners really don't understand how it is here. Driving during rush hour? Amateur move. He sticks close to their car. See? Stuck. You aren't even as fast as me on a bike. Eventually, They reach the industrial park. Jiang Yingzi is giving her report, emphasizing one last point. Going forward, China will be our group's primary focus. Everyone needs to give it their all and manage their sectors well. Li Yingwan isn't listening to a word. She's busy texting Chen Nua. Appa, we've left the hotel. Appa, we just passed an intersection. The traffic is terrible. Appa, we're almost at Mom's company. Okay. Appa, Mom and I are getting out. She says she has a late meeting tonight. Appa, where are you? Don't worry, I'm right here. After the meeting, Jiang Yingzi asks her, what are you chatting with? Chen Nua. Carry on then. Come on, let's go get some food. As the two of them head toward the elevator, Jiang Yingzi asks curiously, how have things been between you and Chen Nua lately? Li Yingwan remembers being shoved out of his room and huffs unhappily. Her mother is confused. Chen Nua, who has been following them secretly, clicks his tongue. Jiang Yingzi, twisted melons aren't sweet. Haven't you heard that Chinese proverb in Country Inn? That being said, my $5 million bodyguard fee isn't for nothing. He suddenly senses something. Lust for blood. The moment the elevator doors open, a middle-aged man in a janitor's uniform is standing there, holding a sharp knife. Just as he's about to strike, a masked man blocks him. The masked man immediately closes the elevator doors. Elevator's broken. Don't come in. As soon as the doors close, the assassin strikes. I've had my eye on you for a while. Who walks around dressed like that? You finally showed yourself. But the masked man counters instantly. Crane strike. He continues his assault. Iron Mountain lean. The assassin is stunned. Chinese Kung Fu. He roars. Don't underestimate me. You only got that hit in because I was careless. The masked man stays calm in his stance. You think you can scare me? Dream on. The two of them clash. Bang, 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 thud, thud, thud. Before long, the assassin flees. Damn it, he's a pro. But he's immediately grabbed by the masked man. Where do you think you're going? Let me finish what I started. The assassin quickly pulls out a handful of throwing darts. Haven't you heard not to corner a desperate man? At this range, I bet you can't dodge these. The masked man struggles to dodge the projectiles. By the time he recovers, the assassin has vanished. Damn, he's fast. He sighs. This $500,000 salary really isn't easy money. Chen Nua watches from the side, critiquing. Life's fleeting dresses like a street performer. He looks like an easy mark. At midnight, in an internet cafe, the masked man goes online to report. Life's fleeting. Target was ambushed today. There was an assassination attempt in the elevator. I engaged the suspect, but couldn't detain him. Client, description. Life's fleeting. Male, Chinese speaker, lean build. Wore a mask, so I couldn't see his face. High skill level, knows Kung Fu. Uses throwing darts. Client. Continue protection. Life's fleeting. I intercepted him today, so he knows the target is guarded. He'll be more careful next time. The man sighs softly. Boss, I'm a bodyguard, not a bounty hunter. I almost broke my back today. This is cutting into my other business. Who's going to compensate me for that? He gets an immediate reply. Client. I will create an opening for him. Stay alert and find a way to catch him. Life's fleeting. If you help me catch him or just pin him down for a bit, I'll consider it a job well done. I'll add another $100,000 to the reward. Life's fleeting. Understood. I'm at your command. Fine. You're the one with the money, so you're the boss. The next day, Li Yingwan takes her mother out to the street again. She's incredibly nervous. Appa, there won't be any danger, right? She recalls Chen Nua's words. Li Yingwan, take your mother to that same barbecue place we went to yesterday for lunch. Appa, didn't you say we should change locations for every meal? To keep them from finding a pattern and poisoning us. Chen Nua said confidently. Just do as I say. Eat lunch there and eat dinner there too. Don't change locations. Li Yingwan thinks firmly. Appa must be protecting us from the shadows. Jiang Yingzi notices her dazed expression and asks with concern. What's wrong? You've been distracted all day. No, it's nothing. Suddenly, sensing a bad omen, Jiang Yingzi shoves Li Yingwan aside. Mom, watch out. An out-of-control car is barreling straight toward them. Right then, the masked man appears and stops the car with his bare hands. The man shoves the car away and coughs. Cough, cough. Ambushers jump out from the roadside to attack. Not good. The man immediately uses a lion's roar, followed by a few simple moves that scare the ambushers so badly they practically wet themselves and flee. Li Yingwan rushes over. Mom, thank God you're okay. After that, the masked man leaves, leaving a very confused Jiang Ingzi behind. Meanwhile, the assassin has fled to a secluded area. Good, no one followed. He climbs into a car and tells his accomplice, "This target is a hard nut to crack. Let's get out of here." His accomplice immediately drives off. Inside the car, both are frustrated. "We failed." "Yeah, but third brother isn't in the van anymore. He must have jumped out early to set an ambush. We'll just have to wait for his news." Little did they know, someone was tracking them from behind. A short while later, at Kim Tuong Auto Repair, the two are waiting when the third man returns. Third brother is back. That fast. Third brother sighs. Failed again. After second brother missed, the target was picked up by a special vehicle. "I didn't get a chance. Seems to have a pro guarding them. I got hurt yesterday too. We need more money for this hit." The leader says reluctantly, "Fine, contact the client. We're willing to risk our lives, but the pay has to match. Go check on fourth brother. He needs his bandages changed." Third brother speaks sadly to fourth brother, who is lying in bed. "Fourth brother, we failed again today. Damn it, I should have listened to you. The opposition is too tough." But the moment he touches the blanket, a massive electric shock surges through him, making him scream in agony. Chinua sits up and sneers. "This thing is actually pretty useful." The other two stare wide-eyed. Who the hell are you? Where's fourth brother? What did you do to him?" Chinua lazily rubs his shoulder. "He's under the bed. I'm only going to ask you one thing. Don't bother. We aren't telling you who the client is. That's against the rules." "Who said I was asking about that? I want to know what rank your octopus monster account is. Also, how much money is in it?" Second brother doesn't hesitate. He grabs a weapon and charges. "Kill him." As he lunges, Chinua pulls out his stun baton. The moment the current hits the weapon, it travels instantly. Since his weapon is metal, he gets fried before he can even make a move. Chinua spoke with disdain. "You idiot. Metal conducts electricity." The other man saw this and hesitated for a moment, seeing as his own weapon was also made of iron. A thought suddenly struck him, and he threw his weapon aside, charging forward with bare hands. "Die." Chinua calmly jabbed his electric baton into the man. Humans are also conductors, and mine happens to be an ability-enhanced version. "Tighten those sphincters." Watching him collapse to the ground, Chinua asked coldly, "Are you the leader? Who's the client? I bet you won't talk." They shook their heads. "We don't know. We really don't. You know about that website? You're definitely not an outsider. The client's identity is protected." "How can we know?" "Boss, there's no need to be afraid anymore. This kid has no intention of letting us live." The leader laughed loudly. "Face it. Can you even hold us?" "You're right. None of you are making it out alive. Any last words? You're definitely going after the client, aren't you? When you handle him, do us a favor and stab him a few extra times for the four of us." Chinua was puzzled. "Why?" "Because he's a damn scammer. He never mentioned there'd be a master like you guarding this place. If we'd known, do you think we would have come here just to throw our lives away?" Chinua smiled with satisfaction. "Fine, I promise you. I'll stop using the baton and give you all a quick, painless death." Elsewhere, a masked man was coughing incessantly. Cough, cough. He complained while opening the door. "I'm getting old. It's not easy making money these days, risking my old life like this. I never thought I'd see the day I'd have to retreat to a safe house to recover." Suddenly, his phone rang. "Hello? Yeah, I'm fine. I just called to let you know I'm safe. Everything went well today." He continued. "Huh? Braised pork with chestnuts? Sigh. I'm not even home. Why bother making that?" Fine, go ahead. If you can't finish it, put it in the fridge. I can have a few bites when I get back in a couple of days." Right. When you turn off the stove, add half a spoonful of sugar. Don't put too much. Didn't your physical this year show your blood sugar was a bit high?" Okay, I got it." Then the man took off his mask, revealing a middle-aged uncle. "Honey, you've suffered so much with me all these years. 25 years ago, I promised to take you around the world, but 10 years ago, I ended up dragging you to rock bottom. The prestige of the martial world is beautiful, but the smile of one person is enough to make all that scenery fade. Isn't that strange?" Fushing Habishuo. That night, he went online to report. "Fushing Habishuo, I'm injured. I'm out of commission for a while." Client, the mission was completed ahead of schedule. You can clock out. Client, all right, go to the Jinxiang Auto Repair Shop at 444 Donglin Road. Yeah, there are 4 bodies inside. Dispose of them. Fushing Habishuo, the targets? You handled them? Client, yeah, I took care of it. I'll add another 20,000. He did a quick calculation. It didn't seem too far from here. A gentle bird perched on a sign. Chen Nuo looked at it. A wild lark in the city? That's rare. Then, he saw the mysterious man head back out. He whistled to call the bird over. Chen Nuo was surprised. So that bird is Fuxing Habituo's eyes and ears. It's a good thing I suppressed my aura from the start, or I would have been spotted. The mysterious man sprinkled a medicinal powder over the corpses of the assassins. Haha, corpse-dissolving powder. The traditional way for a professional. Afterward, he leisurely headed home. Job's done. An hour later, he reported, Fuxing Habituo, it's all taken care of. We can end the mission now. It was a pleasure. Client. Excellent. Fuxing Habituo. Then pay up. We agreed on an extra 12,000. Client. Sure, I'll transfer it now. Check your account. I made a decent amount this time. He thought contentedly. Even though I almost lost half my life, Xiaoyan's medicine money is secured. I'll even make it home in time for that braised pork. Life is good. Suddenly, his eyes glued to the computer screen. What? Am I seeing things? Ding. Your account has received $12 from an anonymous account. Current balance, $10,012. He asked in confusion. Fuxing Habituo, the amount is wrong, isn't it? It was supposed to be 12,000, not $12. Did you forget a few zeros? Client. It's correct. I said 12,000. I didn't say which currency. Fuxing Habituo, but that still shouldn't be $12. Client. 12,000 Vietnamese dong converts to about $11 and 67 cents. I rounded it up for you. Fuxing Habituo, how can you be so dishonest? System notification. Message failed to send. This user does not exist. He was so furious he started cursing. Shameless. Utterly shameless. Vietnamese dong? Why didn't you just say Zimbabwean dollars? System notification. Your account has received $500,000 from the system. Current balance, $510,012. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God the mission fee was held in escrow by the system. Otherwise, I'd be heartbroken. Damn it, that bastard swindled me out of 12,000. The next day, Chen Nuo thought, I thought there'd be 4 USB drives for the 4 of them. Too bad there's only one. He plugged the USB into his glasses. ID, 1,000-pound cauldron. As expected of the 4 brothers from the repair shop, an account balance of $880,000. I didn't lose out this time. I paid Fuxing Habituo $550,000 and took back $880,000. Easy money. The chat system popped up. 1,000-pound cauldron. The mission is difficult. The target is protected by a master. The difficulty is higher than expected. I need more money. Client. That's against the rules. 1,000-pound cauldron. Then find someone else. Client. How certain are you? 1,000-pound cauldron. Once the money is in hand, I'll be certain. Client. The mission is already posted. The price can't be changed. I'll transfer it to you once you finish. 1,000-pound cauldron. Do you take me for fool? What if you disappear afterward? Half up front. Chen Nuo pondered. No, I can squeeze even more out of this. Later, a system notification appeared. Your account has received $250,000 from the system. Current balance, $1,130,000. Chen Nuo stretched. So many sponsors. This octopus monster website really is a money tree. Maybe I should post a hit on myself and just kill whoever shows up one by one. He turned to Gu Xiaoya, who was sitting nearby. Xiaoya, get ready. Uncle Sun said today is a holiday and wants us over for dinner. Okay. Sun Shengli happily welcomed them inside. Just coming for dinner is enough. Why did you buy such expensive liquor? It's not easy for you to make money. Take it back to the supermarket later. Chen Nuo spoke sincerely. I already opened it, Uncle Sunday. We can't return it. Let's have a drink. Sai will share it. This kid. Chen Nuo raised his glass cheerfully. Cheers. Let's keep them coming. They downed glass after glass. Bottoms up. Empty the cup. Sun Shengli was getting a bit tipsy and started rambling. Kid, you have to work hard. Yes, Uncle Sunday. I'm working very hard to earn money. Sai, I don't expect much from your studies anymore. Your mind isn't there. But you must stay on the right path. Earn clean money, otherwise, he said, otherwise, how can I feel at ease leaving Kiki to you in the future? Son Kiki spoke up shyly, Dad. His wife frowned slightly. Old son, you've had too much to drink. But Sun Shengli persisted. I have not. Sai, I can't hide it anymore. This kid is too clever for his own good, and our daughter is so stubborn. She's being led around by him. What else can I do? Suddenly remembering something. His voice turned stern. But let me tell you too, no dating before graduation. Chinnuo replied playfully. Yes, sir. But what about after graduation? Sun Xunli coughed a few times. After graduation, Kiki will be in college. I won't be able to control things as much then. Chinnuo looked at him seriously. All right, Uncle Sun, I promise you. Before Kiki graduates, we won't cross any lines. See, look at him. I told you this kid isn't normal. He's a total fox. Yang Xiaoyi glared at him. Old son, you're drunk and talking too much. The kids are still young. Why bring up this nonsense? Who knows what will happen in the future? Sun Xunli gave a kind smile. I don't understand much, but this kid has been raising his sister and earning his own way since he was young without straying from the path. Our Sun family isn't greedy or elitist. As long as a kid has good character and works hard, I won't look down on him. He was completely drunk now, his limbs wobbling. I won't look down on him. Yang Xiaoyi stood up helplessly. Kiki, look after our guests. I'll help your father to his room. He's wasted. Chinnuo didn't want to cause her more trouble, so he said, Kiki, I'll take Xiaoya home now. Chinnuo, my mom. I understand. Parents always want their children to succeed and have a good life. Son Kiki looked at him earnestly. Chinnuo, believe me. I'm not afraid of hardship. I'm not afraid of anything. As long as I'm with you. I know. I believe you. He then took his leave. Yeah. He dropped Gu Xiaoya off and headed to Teacher Zhang's house. Hello, ma'am. I'm Teacher Zhang's student. Since it's a holiday and I was just at the Sun residence, I wanted to drop by and visit Teacher Zhang as well. Song Xiaoyan replied happily. I remember you. You're the student who often comes for extra help, right? Come in, come in. Oh dear. Why did you spend money on all these gifts? She invited Chinnuo in for a drink. Old Jiang went to the pharmacy to get some medicine. Ma'am, is Teacher Jiang unwell? Don't be so formal. My name is Song Xiaoyan. You can just call me any Song. Your Teacher Jiang. He strained his back moving some things a few days ago. He went to buy some medicated patches. He should be back soon. Chinnuo replied. Annie Song, are you brewing herbal medicine? Yes, my health isn't great, so I take traditional medicine to manage it. I don't dare brew it while your Teacher Jiang is teaching in the evening. I'm afraid the smell will bother everyone. Song Xiaoyan looked at him for a moment and remarked. Actually, I've heard of you. Chinnuo, right? The brave boy who's dating old son's daughter. Honestly, why shouldn't 17 or 18-year-olds be in love? In our day, we'd be married by now. That old son can be so frustrating sometimes, always interfering. I think you're a great kid. Chinnuo thought happily. Annie Song is really friendly. Time ticked by, and as the clock struck 1, Song Xiaoyan suddenly slammed the table. Huh, what manner of demon is this? She stood up and began to perform. The beauty of Hangzhou is unparalleled in this world. Ah, by the banks of the West Lake, rare flowers and exotic herbs fragrance the air through all 4 seasons. Chinnuo was startled. Huh? Typing lyrics? Why the sudden change? Song Xiaoyan even grabbed a glass from the table and smashed it on the floor. Dear audience, last time we left off with Zhao Zilong, charging alone in a Cao Cao's army, 7 times in and 7 times out. What a hero, Zhao Zilong. Leveling his spear and spurring his horse, he pointed at Cao Cao and bellowed. You old rogue, spare me your words. Chinnuo was stunned. Is she being possessed by Lu Lanfang? Oh man, this is bad. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, the lark in the house let out a cry, catching his attention. It was only then that Chinnuo noticed something unusual. The lark mask. Jiang Gang returned home just then. Xiaoyan. He immediately took out a vial and held it to her nose. Quick, breathe this in. He tended to his wife with great care. It's my fault. Of all the times to go to the pharmacy, I had to be gone when you had an episode. I'm fine now. I just forgot to take my medicine earlier. Chinnuo asked worriedly. Teacher Jiang. Annie Song's condition. It's an old illness from years ago. Jiang Gang explained softly. She used to be in a theater troupe. It's because of this illness that I retired to stay home and take care of her. It's a strange ailment. It flares up every day at 1 in the afternoon and lasts for an hour. Once the hour is up, it fades on its own. We can only manage it by timing her medication. We missed the window today. Sorry you had to see that. Not all, sir. I was actually lucky enough to hear my master's wife sing a bit of the legend of the White Snake. Her voice is truly professional. He quickly stood up to leave. Well, Teacher Jiang, I won't disturb Annie Song's rest any longer. I'll take my leave now and visit again another day. Master's wife, please finish the whole song for me next time. I apologize for the poor reception today. Yes, Bring your sister along next time. I will. Later, as the clock hit 2, Mrs. Song had returned to normal. Old Jiang, did I embarrass you in front of your student? Not all. Chenu even said he'd come back to hear you sing the full song. That kid is quite the character. Next time he comes, I'll have to charge him admission. He has a good heart. Sigh, old son is lucky. Jiang Gang replied, maybe not. I heard Yang Xiaoyi doesn't like Chen Nuo at all. Our families have been friends for years, and we know Xiaoyi. Arrogant and picky, nobody is ever good enough for her. But this boy Chen Nuo, I think he's great. He made a special trip to visit us today, and he's very thoughtful during the holidays. If things ever get difficult between him and Kiki, help him out if you can. They're both good kids. Jiang Gang looked at his wife tenderly. I will. Definitely. In this day and age, there aren't many students left who truly respect their teachers. Song Xiaoyan lay weakly on the bed and said to Jiang Gang, Sigh, I've been a burden to you all these years. I really like Chen Nuo's little sister, too. She's such a darling. He hurried to support her, saying caringly, Don't talk like that. Song Xiaoyan said sadly, With this illness, I haven't been able to give you a single child after all these years. Whenever I see someone else's lovely daughter, I can't help but feel a pang of longing. Jiang Gang comforted her. It's all right. It's been so many years. I've long since moved past that. With or without children, we're old now. Let's not dwell on it. Jiang Gang added with a look of concern. If we don't have children, we don't have to worry about some brat coming along and stealing our precious daughter away after all our hard work raising her. Look at old son. His hair has turned so gray these past 2 years just worrying about Kiki. Seeing his worried expression, she teased. I think that boy Chen Nuo is a lot like you were when you were young. Remember? Back then, when my father heard I wanted to be with you, he swore he'd never agree. Leaning on his cane, he scoffed. That brat can't be compared to me. Jiang Gang said proudly. When I passed my exams that year, he was so happy he celebrated for days. In the end, he gave me his daughter and passed down all his family's secret techniques. That's what I call a total victory. Song Xiaoyan burst out laughing. Look at you, so full of yourself. He said, once I finish this job, I can rest for another year or two. 500,000 USD is enough for several years of your medicine. Song Xiaoyan said worriedly. Yeah. When you went out for work a few days ago, my heart was in my throat. I was so afraid something would happen to you. Jiang Gang said, No more. No more jobs. I ran into a tough opponent this time. It actually scared me a bit. The client even tried to set me up. I'm still a bit ticked off. But thinking about the bodies I disposed of today, one of them had fought me before, and his neck was completely snapped. That settled my anger. This martial world is just too dangerous. The next morning, Chen Nuo walked down the street holding a steamed bun. Thinking to himself, who would have thought Teacher Jiang was Fuxing Habituo? The well water doesn't interfere with the river water, yet we didn't even recognize our own. He recalled their chat. Girl heartbreaker. Old man, my account got hacked a few days ago. Here's the 20,000 I owed you. Fuxing Habituo. Transferred. Check it. Fuxing Habituo. Are you messing with me? Fuxing Habituo. Holy crap. You actually sent it? Girl heartbreaker. Happy? Fuxing Habituo. Get lost. Girl heartbreaker. Chen Nuo thought. Good thing I returned the money I scammed from Teacher Jiang last night. He's probably hiding under his covers grinning right now. He looked toward the crowd of morning exercisers and square dancers in the distance, and saw Jiang Gang practicing in a corner. Teacher Jiang. After finishing a form, the old man said with satisfaction, Good. Chen Nuo ran over cheerfully. Teacher Jiang, that form was beautiful. Teach me. Jiang Gang said with a look of annoyance. No. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Chen Nuo started acting. He hunched over, looking pitiful. Sigh. I've been sickly and frail since I was a child. A fortune teller said I wouldn't live past 20. Teacher Jiang, do you really have the heart to just watch me die? He remained firm. Lies. Keep digging that hole. Chen Nuo began clutching his stomach and coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing the blood on Chen Nuo's hand, which he had intentionally shown, Jiang Gang wavered. I'm really sick. Chen Nuo continued his act. My life is miserable. My father left. My mother is in prison. Maybe it's better if I just pass on early. There's no joy in living like this. These words seemed to touch Jiang Gang's heart. He sighed. Fine, I'll teach you. I don't know medicine, so I can't cure you, but I can teach you some basic martial arts and breathing techniques. It'll be good for your health, at least. He walked over to support him. Chen Nuo, what exactly is wrong with you? Chen Nuo turned and asked, Teacher Jiang, do Do you have a tissue? Jiang Gang asked curiously. What for? Chen Nuo held up his bloody hand and grinned. Chili oil mixed with ketchup. It feels a bit sticky. Jiang Gang was so angry, he pointed right at Chen Nuo. You lied to me. Chen Nuo continued to tease him. Teacher Jiang, I'll tell you a secret. Steamed buns dipped in a mix of chili oil and ketchup are actually delicious. Jiang Gang fumed. I'm not teaching you anymore. Chen Nuo immediately shot back. You're a teacher. How can you go back on your word? He waved goodbye. Teacher Jiang, I'm heading to school. I'll be here right on time tomorrow morning. Chen Nuo thought to himself. Having one more skill is always good. Besides, my ability has a fatal flaw. Maybe Teacher Jiang can help me solve it. The next morning, he dragged Zhang Linqing along. Teacher Jiang, I brought Zhang Linqing too. He heard me talking about martial arts yesterday and was so jealous he practically begged to come along. Zhang Linqing grumbled. Huh? I begged you? Didn't you call me at midnight and force me to get up early? Chen Nuo kicked Zhang Linqing's leg, sending him tumbling to the ground. Chen Nuo continued. Anyway, teaching 1 is teaching 2 is just a bonus. Look at Linqing. He might be a martial arts prodigy. Why don't you just take him in while you're at it? Zhang Linqing was dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Jiang Gang complained. A martial arts prodigy? Do you think they just grow on trees? Chen Nuo replied immediately. Well, we're already here. Whether we're thoroughbreds or mules, you'll know once you take us for a spin. He sighed. Whether you have the talent or not, I'll know after one test. Follow me and do a Tai Chi form. He began to practice. Focus on a stable stance. Follow my breathing rhythm. 3 long, 1 short, 2 wide, 1 narrow, 1 inhale, 3 exhales. Beside him, Zhang Linqing wobbled, unable to keep his balance, and fell flat on his face. Looking at him, Jiang Gang thought, what kind of prodigy is this? He's a block of wood. Seeing Zhang Linqing fall, Chen Nuo couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hee. Jiang Gang yelled angrily. Chen Nuo, get over here. Jiang Gang began teaching Chen Nuo some moves. This Chen Nuo isn't exactly a prodigy either. He's better than Zhang Linqing, but still quite ordinary. Watching the two of them, Jiang Gang felt a headache coming on. If this keeps up, I'm going to have a stroke. He spoke up. You two practice the basics first. Horse stance. I'm going for a walk. The two of them began the stance. Jiang Gang turned and barked. No slacking off. You hear me. As soon as he was gone, Chen Nuo relaxed and massaged his aching muscles. He's gone. Meanwhile, Zhang Linqing persisted, despite his legs shaking from exhaustion. Chen Nuo ordered Zhang Linqing, don't get up. Keep holding the stance. He asked in confusion, why? You get to slack off, but I have to practice? Chen Nuo gave him a narcissistic look. It all comes down to the face. I'm handsome, so I get a pass. You're ugly, so you practice until you drop. Zhang Linqing was speechless. That night, Zhang Linqing was completely wiped out and fell into a deep sleep. Very early on, Chen Nuo used his internal power to give him a boost, helping him recover faster. Kid, don't let my efforts go to waste in the future. A few days later, Chen Nuo was practicing his breathing in front of a glass of water. He thought, Teacher Zhang's breathing technique is actually quite interesting. This flow of energy is purely external, but still too crude. Even if I mastered it, I couldn't break a glass from 3 meters away. Then again, it's just a basic technique. Life isn't a wuxia movie. A loud, continuous knocking sounded at the door. Chen Nuo was puzzled. Who's being so rude? He opened the door to find a stranger standing there. Who are you? The man introduced himself. Gukong. We met once a few years ago. Chen Nuo finally remembered. He replied cheerfully. One of the Gu family members. I remember now. Gukong, right? Are you out of prison? Gukong asked sternly. Where's my daughter, Gu Xiaoya? Gukong barged into the house arrogantly. What? Not gonna let me in? Let's talk inside. He sat on the sofa and said excitedly, this is soft. You're living the high life, aren't you? This TV, this AC, none of this is cheap. Who would have thought? A few years ago, your mother had to sneak money from our house just to support you and your grandmother. I was pretty generous for not stopping her. Chen Nuo sat opposite him, arms crossed, and asked seriously, stop the nonsense. Tell me plainly, what do you want? Gukong burst out laughing. Haha, interesting. Gukong's expression shifted. The kid I remember from years ago couldn't even lift his head. He was timid and scared. I didn't expect you to become so fearless. Fine, I'll get to the point. Where's my daughter, Gu Xiaoya? I'm taking her with me. Chun Nuo sneered. Taking her where? To the goo house? You just got out of prison. Can you even take care of her? Or do you plan to leave her at home while you go out drinking, handing her back to that piece of trash brother of yours? Or perhaps to that mother of yours who hasn't kicked the bucket yet? Gu Kang's face turned red with rage as the truth hit home. He stood up and pointed at Chun Nuo. Kid, watch your mouth. My brother is an honest man, but I sure as hell am not. Acting like a thug isn't going to work on me. Chun Nuo understood his game. Fine. I know your type. You don't give a damn about your daughter. Tell me how much. Gu Kong didn't hesitate. 3,000. As soon as money was mentioned, Gu Kong sat back down and smiled. 3,000, and I'm gone. Xiaoya can stay with you, and I'll never bother you again. We'll go back to how things were. Chun Nuo agreed to his terms. Fine. 3,000, right? I'll give you an extra 1,000. Gu Kong was shocked, huh? Chun Nuo stood up and said, Today is Wednesday. Xiaoya will be out of school soon. You're coming with me to pick her up. Then, in the capacity of a father, you're going to treat her to a meal. Finish this, and you'll get another 1,000. Take it and go. They arrived at Gu Xiaoya's school together. The little girl came running out, beaming. Big brother. He immediately turned to her and said, Xiaoya, look who's here. Gu Xiaoya's eyes began to well up. Daddy, Daddy. Gu Kong played his part perfectly. Xiaoya, it's Daddy. The little girl rushed to Gu Kang's side, clinging to him and sobbing uncontrollably. Daddy, Daddy, wah. He let out a sigh. Yeah. He picked her up and pulled her into a tight embrace. Gu Kong tried to soothe her. All right, stop crying. Xiaoya, be a good girl. Chun Nuo spoke up, his heart aching for her. How could she not cry? You're a father, but you were never there. Do you have any idea how much she suffered at your brother's house? She never felt a father's warmth. The little girl poured out all her pent-up grievances to Gu Kong. Between sobs, she cried, Daddy, Uncle hit me, and Annie wouldn't let me eat. Wah. When I wet the bed, Annie locked me in the bathroom and poured cold water on me. Daddy, wah, where did you go? Where's Mommy? I miss Mommy. Why didn't you come for me? Gu Kong could only hold her and repeat, There, stop crying. She continued to whimper. Wah. Chun Nuo couldn't bear to watch anymore and gently patted her back. Xiaoya, don't cry. Your dad and I are going to take you out for something delicious, okay? Outside a fried chicken shop, Gu Xiaoya happily offered a drumstick to Gu Kong. Daddy, you have some. He immediately declined. You eat it, I'm not hungry. Gu Xiaoya excitedly showed off to her father. Daddy, I made so many friends in class, and they all love playing with me. My teacher likes me too. She even gives me snacks. But he seemed to be enduring nothing but sheer boredom. Sitting across from them, Chun Nuo thought to himself, a parent's absence is a void that nothing I do can ever truly fill. In Gu Xiaoya's earlier memories, Gu Kong hadn't always been like this. Looking back, that family once had its share of happy moments. Gu Kong used to truly love and cherish her. When she was very little, our Xiaoya is so smart, she's already walking. He would let her sit on his shoulders as they played. Xiaoya, where shall we fly to today? Her mother would watch anxiously, reminding him, be careful, don't let her fall. Things only turned out this way because Gu Kong fell deep into gambling. His humanity slowly eroded until he barely resembled a man anymore. The sounds of the gambling den echoed. He was completely immersed. Your chips are all gone. Gu Kong remained defiant. Who says? These are all my chips. That evening, the three of them walked out of the shop. Gu Xiaoya had fallen asleep in Gu Kang's arms. He let out a long breath. Phew, finally done. He handed the girl over to Chun Nuo and said hurriedly, We good? I did what you wanted. Now I'm leaving. Chun Nuo asked, confused. You're leaving already? Gu Kong replied, The job's done. Of course I'm leaving. Looking down at the child who longed for a family day and night, Chun Nuo asked, She's your own flesh and blood. Shouldn't you take care of her and make it up to her? Gu Kong flared up. Listen here, kid. Are you trying to lecture me? You're still wet behind the ears. What the hell do you know? Chun Nuo watched Gu Kang's reaction with utter disappointment. He said quietly, If you weren't Xiaoya's father, I wouldn't even be speaking to you. Gu Kong, I'm telling you this for the last time. If you have a shred of conscience left, stay and be a father to her, even if it's just for one weekend. He turned and walked away, lighting a cigarette. Weekend, my ass. Do you have any idea how much shit I have to deal with? Damn it, I've got an important meeting with some associates tonight. Enough nagging. I took the money, now I'm gone. Chun Nuo watched him with eyes full of fury. Gu Kong, I gave you a chance. I paved the way for you. I've done right by my sister. Beep. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Beep. Brother Lei, I need a favor. It's urgent. Let's do it tonight. At a legitimate-looking karaoke bar, Xiao Yong snapped angrily. Damn it. You're late. I told you 10 o'clock sharp. My boss is about to head out. Gukong lowered his voice, speaking softly. I couldn't catch a cab. Sorry about that, Brother Yong. As they entered the room, a fairly young boss sat there, flanked by two girls. Xiao Yong introduced Gukong. Boss Wong, this is Tiger Wong, the top general under Hall, Master Li of the Jiafeng Hall. Go ahead and ask anyone. Everyone in Jinling City knows a big name like Boss Wong. Gukong held his glass with both hands and said respectfully, Boss Wong, let me toast you. Xiao Yong immediately put in a good word. Boss, this is a friend I met while I was inside. We shared a cell. He's sharp, knows how to read the room, and gets things done. Tiger Wong picked up his glass. All right, since your friend is Xiao Yong's, I'll give you some face. They clinked glasses. I'll be counting on you for a living in the future, Boss Wong. Tiger Wong brushed him off smoothly. Lately, the underworld hasn't been an easy place to make a buck. He watched Gukong drain his glass with a calculating gaze. Xiao Yong thought nervously. It looks like Boss Wong is still unhappy about him being late. After finishing his drink, Tiger Wong stood up. I'm heading out. Gukong spoke up immediately. Boss Wong, I've already taken care of the bill for the room. He put his arm around the girl next to him and said, Xiao Yong, your friend isn't bad. Bring him to the office to see me tomorrow. Gukong was instantly overjoyed. Thank you, Boss Wong. Xiao Yong breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, I was breaking a sweat for you. I'll call you tomorrow afternoon. Don't you dare have your phone off. Gukong smiled and replied, Don't worry, Brother Yong, I'll definitely show him what I'm made of. Watching Xiao Yong leave, Gukong finally let his anger flare. Damn it, that cost me 1,200. That Shinhua kid seems to have some cash. I'll have to find an excuse to pay him a visit in a few days. He saw a girl approaching. What's your name, sweetheart? She purred. My name is San. Gukong immediately felt like having some fun. San said, Is this your first time here, big guy? As long as the price is right, any of us girls are game. He gave a smug, devious grin. Take good care of me, and money won't be an issue. That night, at the Junwei guest house, the two of them entered the room, arms around each other. San tried to dodge his advances. I'll take a shower first. Gukong said excitedly. Haha, all right. He stepped into the bathroom, his heart racing with excitement. Damn, I was cooped up in prison for way too long. Tonight, I'm letting loose. Suddenly, a scream erupted from outside. Gukong cursed, what the hell? Hulu kicked the door open and roared. I'll give you the hell. You dare lay a hand on my sister? Gukong froze. Shit, it's a setup. Hulu grabbed him by the hair and dragged him out. Gukong stammered in fear. Big brother, you've got the wrong guy. Sanson stood outside, looking terrified. Big brother, I don't know you. I'm not your sister. He asked her, Your name is Li, right? She replied, confused, Huh? My name is San. Hulu slapped her across the face in a rage. What did you say? Say it again. Sanson clutched her stinging face and cried. Yes, you're right. My name is Li. I'm your sister. He looked at Gukong triumphantly. I told you I didn't have a wrong guy. Now let's talk. How are we going to settle the debt for you bringing my sister to this hotel? Gukong was shaking like a leaf. Damn it, they're setting me up and even recruiting actors on the fly? I've only been out of prison for a year. Is this what the streets have become? Hulu thought to himself. Brother Lei said to hit him just enough so the medical bill hits 4,000 yuan. I gotta be precise with these KPIs. The next afternoon, covered in bruises and bandages, Gukong limped out of the hospital. Damn it, I've been played. I just got out of prison. Who would I even have a beef with? It has to be that kid. He sent someone to do this. His phone rang. Before he could even answer, Xiaoyang's voice roared through the line. Where the hell have you been? I've been calling all afternoon. I gave you face by taking you to see the boss. Told you to come to the office for a chance. And you? Look at the pathetic mess you are. Don't blame me for cutting ties. Gukong hurried to explain. Brother Yong, listen to me. I was set up last night and beaten to a pulp. I just got out of the hospital and my phone was dead. He asked suspiciously, set up? By who? He answered immediately, a goddamn brat. I had it all wrong before. At the Jiafeng Hall, Tiger Wong said, I get it. It's your ex-wife's kid? Haha, you're this old and you got played by a brat? Tell me, does this kid have a lot of money? Gukong replied instantly, a ton. The appliances in that house are all high-end brands. His grandmother must have left him a massive inheritance when she passed. Tiger Wong was satisfied. Very good. He thought to himself. Ever since the hall master's legs were crippled, he rarely comes to Jiafeng Hall. I'm temporarily in charge. But that old man is too cunning. He won't let me touch the money. How am I supposed to get things done without cash? Tiger Wong walked over and patted Gu Kang's shoulder. Listen, brother. Xiao Yong brought you here, so I'm definitely going to help you out. I'll have someone dig into his background. He nodded frantically. Thank you, Boss Wong. In the park early the next morning, Jiang Gang watched Zhang lynching practice. Not bad. You're starting to look the part. After a few days of training, he realized that Zhang Linxing actually had some talent. His comprehension was a bit slow, and he wasn't the brightest, but his physical condition was top-notch. His bones and meridians were prime material. He thought grumpily, then look at that Chinua kid. Skinny as a rail, and his attendance is spotty at best. He didn't show up again today. I'm going to have to give him a real talking to. Just then, Chinua approached from behind. Master Jiang, I'm here. Jiang Gang snapped at him. Is this how you show up to train? Look at you, all lazy. Go, get into a horse stance. Chinua gave a wry smile. Yes, sir. Gu Xiaoya peeked out from behind him. Uncle Jiang. His face instantly softened. Jiang Gang said kindly. Oh, look who's here. Little Xiaoya came to visit. The little girl asked, confused. Uncle Jiang, why are you yelling at my brother? Jiang Gang replied awkwardly. I just have a loud voice. I wasn't yelling. Don't be scared, Xiaoya. He picked her up with an affectionate gaze. Come on. Uncle Jiang will take you to buy some treats. Gu Xiaoya bragged happily. Uncle Jiang, my daddy came home last week. Jiang Gang was surprised. Your daddy? She said excitedly. Yes, but he left again. Big brother, said daddy, went on a business trip far away and won't be back for a long time. Chen Nuo walked over to Zhang Linsheng, who was still in his horse stance. Working hard, I see, kid. Zhang Linsheng was immediately annoyed. He told Chen Nuo, Master Jiang told me yesterday that he wants to do an official initiation ceremony to give me formal status. I was going to tell you yesterday, but you didn't show up. He replied nonchalantly. Then we'll just have the ceremony. A meal, a tea offering, the whole bit. Zhang Linsheng continued. Master Jiang said we don't need the meal, but we have to pay respects to the patriarch and light some incense. Oh, and he mentioned the tea service. Chen Nuo remained calm. Then let's do it. Zhang Linsheng suddenly realized something. So, after this, we'll be fellow disciples? That makes me the senior disciple, and you my junior. Chen Nuo scoffed. Keep dreaming. I'm the senior disciple. You're the second disciple. He asked, confused, but I'm older than you. Chen Nuo countered. I joined before you did, and besides, I'm the one who brought you in. At that moment, Jiang Gang, standing behind them, happened to overhear Chen Nuo sing, Remember, from now on, you have to call me senior brother. Jiang Gang's anger flared again. He roared, Chen Nuo. Even Gu Xiaoya, who was in his arms, jumped in surprise. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at him. Uncle Jiang is being scary. Jiang Gang immediately lowered his voice, suppressing his anger. He said gently, Now, Chen Nuo, I was only gone for 5 minutes, and you've already stopped your stance. That's not going to work. Chen Nuo smiled back. I was just discussing the initiation ceremony with my junior disciple. He asked suspiciously, Junior disciple? Chen Nuo corrected himself immediately. Right, I was discussing it with my senior brother. Jiang Gang said seriously, Fine, I don't care what you discuss. But in my sect, you won't be the first disciple. Before I moved to Jinling, I took a disciple back in my hometown. Technically, he's the senior disciple for both of you. Chen Nuo patted Zhang Linsheng's shoulder. Second senior brother. I guess that makes me your third junior brother now. He asked, puzzled, huh? Why? Why are you suddenly not the senior brother anymore? Chen Nuo covered his face, wanting to cry. You idiot. He thought, it's a shame my powers can't help fix your brain. At the same time, an assistant knocked on the door. Old Qin, open up. The car is here. Inside the car was General Manager Zhao. He immediately pressed the button to open the gate. Strange. Is GM Zhao coming to the school on a weekend? Seeing GM Zhao respectfully open the car door, Old Qin was stunned. Whoa, GM Zhao is personally opening the door. Just what kind of big shot is this? The car door opened, and a pair of legs in high heels stepped out. That powerful aura made Old Qin gasp in admiration. This big shot can be described in one word, sophisticated. A homeroom teacher made an announcement. The final exams are next week. Today is Monday, so you only have 2 weeks left to prepare. You got to work hard. After class. I almost forgot, there's a school-wide assembly this afternoon. Assemble on the sports field at 2 o'clock in your morning exercise formation. The school is being restructured next week, and leadership from the education group is coming for an inspection. Chinua sat in class and said to son Kiki, "Help me ask for permission to leave this afternoon." She asked worriedly, "What? You're skipping again?" Chinua said, "Something's up at Brother Lay's shop. I'm going over to help." Seeing her pouting face, Chinua quickly explained, "Hey, I'm going to help you deal with your little rival. Once Jiang Yingzi's business is handled, I'll send Li Yingwan back home. You won't have to see her anymore." He thought to himself, "Good thing I didn't let Li Yingwan come to school this month. Otherwise, who could handle her being attacked?" The school assembly was underway. In the future, we will step-by-step expand the school's lecture halls and dormitories, rebuild the cafeteria, and renovate the library so that our school can hold its head high and walk toward a bright future. Principal Fong was giving his speech. He turned to ask Shun Xiao, who was sitting on the judges' panel, "Would you like to say a few words?" She replied coldly, "No need." She lowered her sunglasses to observe the crowd. Shun Xiao had thought she could use her role as an inspector to meet that kid, who seemed quite mysterious. Sitting on the field, La Qing whispered to son Kiki, "Kiki, that woman must be someone really important. Look at the clothes she's wearing." She looked up at the panel. "That plaid coat." La Qing said, "That's Burberry. A coat like that costs over 10 or 20,000 yuan. Son Kiki was stunned. "Why is it so expensive? Isn't that like wearing half a house on your back?" He explained, "It's a world-renowned brand, considered British royal tier. Of course it's expensive. And I've noticed something strange." She became even more curious. "What?" Based on his observations, he said, "Even though she's wearing sunglasses, I get the feeling she's constantly scanning our row, like she's looking for someone. Do you think she's looking for Chin Nuo? After all, we've had a tycoon from country in come looking for him before. It wouldn't be strange if a British noble traveled 1,000 miles for love." Son, Kiki warned him, "Shut your mouth before you jinx it." At Chun Nua's house, he sat cross-legged on a chair, working on his laptop. "Before the deadline to assassinate Jiang Yingzi, I need to use the Qianjin Ding account to contact that person. The client has poked me twice, but hasn't received a reply. If the other side realized the mission failed and the account was compromised, why didn't they cancel the mission earlier? Unless..." The computer made a sound, and the system gave a soft notification. "Your mission has expired." He stared at the screen excitedly. Here it is. A new commission. Time for the girl's heart igniter to make a move. The client didn't reply to messages or cancel the mission early. They probably guessed that Qianjin Ding wasn't up to the task, but they were hoping for a stroke of luck, so they waited until the mission expired. Reading the mission type on the system panel, assassination, mission target hidden. After successfully accepting the mission, the execution time is 5 days, and the reward is $3 million, which can be split among multiple people. Note 1. This is a multi-person mission. The client has set a limit of 6 people to complete it. A successful assassination will grant 70% of the total reward, with the remaining 30% split based on the client's evaluation of each person's contribution. Note 2. The mission reward exceeds $1 million, reaching system grade B. Users should carefully consider the mission difficulty to avoid errors. Shin Nua grew even more excited. The client will definitely repost the mission immediately and raise the requirements to attract more capable individuals. The system gave him a choice. Do you wish to request this mission? Shin Nua prepared to click yes. The girl's heart igniter, professional assassin, 100% success rate. Ding. Shin Nua thought for a second. There was actually one more thing he wanted to say, but if he wanted to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, he should probably stay polite. Now, he just had to wait for them to choose. Half an hour later, a notification popped up. Ding. Your request has been accepted by the client. Click to view mission files. Ding. You have accepted a grade B mission. Upon completion, your account rank will be promoted to silver. Shin Nua was a bit surprised. I can rank up? Am I finally moving past being a background character? Mission target. Jiang Yingzi. Personal info attached. Shin Nua had already guessed as much. Sure enough, in the temporary group chat, the client said, the mission must be completed in 5 days. I will distribute the rewards based on everyone's contribution. Let's have a successful collaboration. The girl's heart igniter. Don't you worry, sugar daddy. Consider the job done. Shin Nua thought smugly, I've hit the jackpot this time. 6 people going to kill Jiang Yingzi. I bet you guys would never guess the mole is sitting right next to you. But to make sure there are no mistakes, I still need one more layer of insurance. Meanwhile, at Master Zhang's house, he was frantically typing on his keyboard. Qianjin Ding. My friend, interested in making a little extra cash? The mission location is in Jinling. It's the same protection job as last time, guarding the target's safety. Fu Sheng. Do you even need to ask? Your Qianjin Ding, 20,000 yuan, remember? Fu Sheng. Do you even need to ask? Fu Sheng. Do you even need to ask? Get lost. I'm blocking you. Qianjin Ding. Don't be mad, brother. This time the reward is 3 million. No, US dollars. I won't go through the website. I'll pay half up front as a deposit. The computer notified, Ding, you have received 1,500,000. No, please check. In a group chat, Fu Sheng, do you even need to ask? Last time you took out 4 guys by yourself. With you there, why do you even need me? Qianjin Ding, no, you've got great skills. Why is Jiang Gang being so generous this time? Great skills doesn't sound like a compliment coming from him. He stood up and thought to himself, all right, I'll go ask old son for some leave. We've got some money saved up, but I can't just sit around and watch it disappear. This mission is local anyway, so it won't get in the way of me looking after Xiaoyan. Back at the hotel, Lu Tet was soaking in the bathtub. My dear young girl's heartburner, I'm so looking forward to our meeting. I wonder just how shocked you'll be. Suddenly, her phone rang. She answered excitedly. Oh, my sweet little disciple. It's only been a few days. Do you miss me already? Niu Yadong's voice crackled over the line. Master, the other side agreed to our quote. I bled them for everything they're worth this time. So you absolutely have to finish this commission. Don't you dare mess this up. Thinking of the luxury that awaited her, Lu Tet said enthusiastically, my little treasure, once we finish this job, I'll take you to Las Vegas. We can buy all the booze we want, hit the casinos. You can even go see the pole dancers. Niu Yadong immediately complained. Master, I'm only 9 years old. I'm still forming my moral compass. Stop telling me about that weird stuff. She replied airily, oh, come on, don't be like that. I started stealing sips of wine when I was 9. On your last birthday, I even snuck a little rum into your birthday cake. Didn't you think it was delicious? Niu Yadong screamed so loudly into the phone that she had to pull it away from her ear. Lu Tet, don't you ever do that again. I'm quitting. I'd rather go find that old sorcerer. He even promised that if I just called him master once, he'd give me all his precious books. She hesitantly brought the phone back to her ear. Now, my sweet disciple, don't be mad. You're my smartest student. Niu Yadong kept shouting. Giving me alcohol behind my back is going to stunt my brain development. Lu Tet, you crazy woman. With that, she hung up. She's actually mad. Oh boy, this is a tough one. How am I going to win her back? Maybe I should go steal the unpublished manuscripts of Harry Potter for her. The phone rang again. Lu Tet rushed to answer, saying happily, my little marshmallow, I knew you couldn't stay mad at me. The girl screamed, even louder. I was just so mad I had to hang up on you. I only called back so I could be the one to hang up on you again. She stood up, wrapped a towel around herself, and stepped out of the tub, catching her reflection in the mirror. Sigh, what a headache. Let's just get this over with so I can go home. I hope that kid in Jinling doesn't disappoint me, my potential new disciple. The next morning, Lu Tet woke up with a slight hangover, but a headache was nothing compared to her top priority, finding the young girl's heartburner. She hurried out, deciding to just wander around since there was no new intel. Meanwhile, Li Yingwan pulled Jiang Yingzi outside. Mom, let's go out and play. If we stay in this room all day, I'm going to lose my mind. She thought to herself, Big Brother texted me saying a group has started trying to assassinate Mom. I need to lure the killers out so I can go on a rampage. 2 doors opened simultaneously. Lu Tet spoke up. What a beautiful little sister. Heading out to play? Li Yingwan smiled back. You're very beautiful too, Mississippi. Yes, I'm going out with my mom. As she led Jiang Yingzi away, Lu Tet's cheerful goodbye echoed behind them. Have fun, she said with interest. What coincidence. Such a shame for such a pretty little girl. As night fell, Chen Nua sat by a window on the top floor of a restaurant, keeping watch. These assassins sure are patient. Li Yingwan has been walking Jiang Yingzi around all day. Haven't they found him yet? He looked down. In the park across the street, Master Jiang was also out with his songbird, but his vantage point definitely wasn't as good as mine on the second floor. In the park, Jiang Gang had released his bird to keep watch. It's past 8 o'clock. Looks like today will pass peacefully. Just then, he suddenly noticed something. His bird had landed on a woman's hand. Well, now this is interesting. Lu Tet spoke to the bird on her hand. It's been a while since I met an Esper who can talk to animals. Good bird, tell me, where is your master? The little bird chirped something to her and flew off. Lu Tet immediately gave chase. If I follow Jiang Yingzi, I'll definitely find the young girl's heartburner. Seeing her walking toward him from a distance, Jiang Gang grew wary. She's strong. Just looking at her makes my body go stiff. Cold sweat is breaking out. This feels like the pressure an animal feels when facing its natural predator. Lu Tet said smugly, so this is what you look like. Today, I just happen to be in the mood to pick up a side mission, and it turns out you took it too. It must be fate. She lunged with a strike, her power aimed directly at Jiang Gang. Old man, haven't you called out enough? Mr. Young Girl's Heartburner. He raised his arms to block, asking in confusion, what are you talking about? Who is the Heartburner? A lightning-fast blow slammed into him. Upstairs, Chen Nua was casually drinking a beer. That should be it for today. Master Jiang. He looked down and saw Jiang Gang being attacked. Master Jiang. Good God. He shouted in shock. Why is that crazy woman here? And she's targeting Master Jiang. Where are those 5 assassins? He recalled the temporary chat group. Client, mission to be completed in 5 days. I will distribute the reward based on everyone's contribution. Happy hunting. Young girl's heartburner. Don't worry, boss. Consider it done. Young girl's heartburner. Hey guys, does anyone have the target's location? Share it with me. He suddenly realized. The first letters of those users' names spelled out Starry Sky Queen. Holy crap. He immediately sent a message requesting backup. Move. Now. Sent. He rushed downstairs in a panic. That shameless old hag. She took out all 5 of them. Jiang Gang collapsed to the ground in pain, blood coughing up from his mouth. Lu Tet lifted her foot. He gasped, wait, is there some kind of mistake? She stomped her foot down, and the ground instantly shattered. He scrambled to dodge. Lu Tet said angrily, I pushed everything else aside today just to find you. You're dead meat. But he was still trying to explain. You got the wrong person. I'm not. She closed the distance instantly. Jiang Gang's body was shaking uncontrollably. Facing such demonic speed, he could only rely on his years of martial arts instincts to barely hold her off. Lu Tet slammed a palm into Jiang Gang's back, then gripped his shoulder, sending a surge of power through her palm into his frame. He tried to strike back, but she blocked him effortlessly. Jiang Gang was sent flying into the nearby bushes. Lu Tet jumped for joy, her face beaming with pleasure. Yes. Yes. Now, this is what I call a good time. Jiang Gang lay in the bushes, asking weakly, you're not. Wait, let's be clear, what the hell is a heartburner? What are you talking about? She said calmly, huh? You're the young girl's heartburner. He shouted angrily, heartburner my foot. I, Jiang Gang, have lived an honorable life. I only love my wife. Whose house did I burn? Whose heart did I set on fire? Jiang Gang said, I've never even heard of that name. Seeing how desperately he was trying to explain, Lu Tet was stunned. Huh? Could it be? I actually got the wrong person? Suddenly, a beer bottle came flying at her from behind. She spun around and caught it. An accomplice? Child play. The bottle slowly began to crack. Lu Tet dodged just as the bottle exploded. More bottles came flying in quick succession. She immediately deployed her psychokinetic shield. Then, something else came flying at her from behind. She used her other hand to block it. A feint, with both hands occupied, defending against attacks from 2 sides. Lu Tet realized too late that they had escaped. They were all gone. She screamed in rage, now I'm really pissed off. I didn't catch the heartburner, and even a mission target got away. Who the hell ambushed me? Her phone started ringing. Ring, ring, ring. Lu Tet irritably tossed her phone aside. Ah, my sweet disciple, you've finally decided to pay attention to me. Niu Yedong's screaming continued. Lu Tet, what the hell are you doing? Didn't you go to Jinling for the major mission I took? Why did I see you logging into your alt account and taking a small side job without my permission? Are you insane? Lu Tet replied timidly, well, my sweet disciple, don't be mad. Niu Yedong got even more heated. How can I not be mad? Do you have any idea how much work I put into building the Starry Sky Queen's gold standard reputation? How could you lower yourself to take a measly $2 or $3 million job? How am I supposed to charge high prices for you in the future? She said helplessly, but didn't we have a fight yesterday? I thought you weren't going to talk to me for days again. I'm all alone here. I'm almost out of money. My money is usually managed by you. And since you were mad, I didn't feel right asking for any. I just I just took a small job to get some pocket money. Sweet disciple, your master knows she was wrong. I won't do it again. The girl still shouted, Humph. You're not doing that mission. I already canceled it. I worked so hard to push your rates to the top of the market. Finish the main job and get home. You're a grown woman. Stop running around outside for no reason. With that, she hung up. Lu Tet thought sadly, oh dear, I forgot to tell my little marshmallow that I found the heartburner. Oh well, keeping my disciple happy is more important. She's been really dissatisfied with me lately. I can't provoke her anymore. Having a genius disciple is such a chore. At the same time, Chen Nuo called Ling Wan. Yeah, it's fine. You and Mom shouldn't go back to the hotel for a few days. Find somewhere else to stay. The assassin this time is very powerful. I need to investigate what's really going on. He treated the injured Jiang Gang, thinking to himself, what is Lu Tet doing in Jinling? She wouldn't even blink at a mission like assassinating Jiang Yingzi. And even if she lost an online argument, she wouldn't come offline just to beat someone up. Besides, we were halfway across the world from each other. After treating the wounds, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhausted. Luckily, Master Jiang only had external injuries, though his lungs took a bit of a hit. Probably internal damage from being forced to fight a powerhouse like the Star Sky Queen. I've helped stabilize his internal energy. Once he wakes up and rests, he should recover quickly. Even unconscious, Jiang Gang was grumbling resentfully, damn it. I'm not a heartburner. You got the wrong guy. Chen Nuo felt awkward. Master Jiang, I really didn't mean to set you up this time. He speculated silently. No, Lu Tet is in Jinling for something else. As a commander-class powerhouse, one of the top 5 in the Underworld's combat rankings, she could wipe out an A-rank organization with a wave of her hand. She doesn't need to personally step in to squash an ant. I just hope her presence here has nothing to do with the people I'm protecting. After all, I couldn't beat her even in my prime. With my current strength? Well, 2 words, we're screwed. He arrived at Old Gua's eatery. Old Gua, 1 bowl of braised beef noodles, large. Extra egg and extra meat. Old Gua lazily refused. We're about to close. Chen Nuo said casually, add a plate of stir-fried mutton with green onions, thin noodles, and easy on the cilantro. The man immediately perked up. You got it. Did you just get paid? That's a lot of food. He replied cheerfully, Old Gua, your noodles are just too good. If I don't eat them for a few days, I start craving them. He glanced toward the door. Crap. It was Lu Tet walking in. She brushed past him. Chen Nuo immediately acted scared. Boss, you should change the garlic in this bowl. I don't know how long it's been sitting there, but it's all dried out. He stole a glance at her sitting at the next table. Don't panic. This woman definitely isn't here for me. She didn't see my face when I rescued him. This is just a coincidence. I can't be too calm either. I have to act like a normal guy seeing a beautiful woman to avoid suspicion. At that moment, Lu Tet struck up a conversation. Hey, am I pretty? He replied awkwardly. She asked curiously, you're pretty handsome yourself. Are the noodles here any good? Chen Nuo smiled. They're okay. The owner's just a bit stingy. With the meat. She replied, you're a cute kid. Finish your noodles and go home. Chen Nuo was a bit surprised. Huh? Oh. Old Gua brought out the bowl of noodles. We're out of onions, so no stir-fried mutton. Eat up and go home. An hour later, Chen Nuo was still head down, eating his noodles. Old Gua sat nearby watching TV, complaining, why are you eating so slow today? Hurry up, I need to close. Lu Tet sat nearby and sighed. Sigh. Boss, aren't you going to ask me what I want to eat? He said nonchalantly, we didn't come here to eat noodles. So why would I ask? She said angrily, I can't pay? Your customer seems to be enjoying them so much, I want to taste too. Old Gua said calmly, can't you wait for my customer to finish and leave first? Can't wait? Lu Tet was losing patience. I have a flight to catch. It's getting late. Old Gua said slowly fine. He lightly tapped a pressure point on Chen Nuo's back, knocking him out instantly. He slumped over the table. Then, Lu Tet said with interest, you really are just like they say. You have an interesting way of doing things. A few years ago, I heard that you... Old Gua replied, whatever you heard definitely wasn't anything good. No, it was very interesting. Lu Tet said, I heard a genius appeared in the Snow Realm sect, a young man who took the world by storm. The old sect leader gave him both the sect's treasure and his own daughter. In the triennial Snow Realm tournament, this son-in-law defeated everyone and became a top disciple. I heard that man's last name was Gua. He picked up a cigarette and lit it. All right, that's enough. The man you're talking about is me. She asked, confused, but why did you run away afterward? Your old sect master wanted to groom you as a successor, but you fled before the tournament and injured 7 or 8 of your fellow disciples. Because of the heavy losses, the sect lost the competition miserably. They even lost several mineral veins. That wasn't very nice, was it? If I hadn't heard about the terrible things you did, I wouldn't have taken the commission to come here. Olgwa suddenly shouted in agitation. What do you know? They were forcing me to get married. Lutet said, but you were already their son-in-law. Olgwa shouted, they had 6 daughters. I only liked the 4th one, but they kept trying to force the 5th one on me. He said miserably, could that 5th one even be called a bride? Do you have any idea what she looked like? She weighed 350 pounds. Damn it, I was a natural talent. I hadn't even been in the sect for 3 years before the master who brought me in was no longer my match. After the sect leader took me as his disciple, I spent 15 years building a reputation for the Snow Realm sect and securing countless benefits. I had a bright future, dressed in fine silks, settling debts of blood and gratitude alike. And then someone grabs you by the neck and forces you to marry a girl you've only met a few times since childhood, whose arms are thicker than mine and who eats 10 times more than me. She looked like a cross between Mike Tyson and Liu Zixin. Tell me, wouldn't you run? Wouldn't you want to hit someone? Chun Nuo, only pretending to be unconscious, listened to the story. Holy crap, that's hilarious. Lutet stood up and said calmly, I see. But I've already taken the job, so I can't just let you go. I'll just have to make things difficult for you. She raised her hand to attack, but Olgwa dodged just in time. He said seriously, let's take this elsewhere. Don't wreck my shop. At the foot of Nyosho Mountain, a bright light flashed. Olgwa was knocked to the ground. Cough, cough. She said indifferently, aren't you going to surrender yet? Just come back with me. He struggled to sit up. I worked way too hard to escape that hellhole. I'm living the good life here. Who asked you to meddle? How much did the Snow Realm pay you? Lutet replied, 1 mineral vein. Olgwa laughed loudly. No one in that sect is any good. Back then, I risked my life for them, and they were never that generous. Now, they're willing to pay that much just to catch me. She continued to advise him, you should just surrender quietly. It's not like you're going there to suffer. Olgwa stood up and lunged at Lutet. Without freedom, I'd rather die. He launched a barrage of attacks, but he couldn't break through Lutet's shield. She grabbed him by the wrist. The force was so great that Old Quatch's hand couldn't even budge. Give up, you're no match for me. He spat back, get lost, as the power surged from her grip into Old Quatch's arm. He screamed in agony, Aicak. She tried to reason with him. If you don't surrender, I'll have to get serious. I never wanted to hurt you. She raised her other hand, preparing to strike. Shut up. Liu Shasha dodged his desperate counter with ease. With a single move, she sent Old Quatch flying. She slowly approached. You really are no match for me. Your strength is solid and your talent is great, but I am a commander. You are still 1 step away from this realm. Just surrender. I don't want to maim you. I'm only capturing you, so you can marry the daughter of Shu, not so you can die. Old Quatch remained stubborn. Marry your own sister. Liu Shasha snapped. Insolent. She launched a strike, and he raised his arms to block it. Liu Shasha's technique slowly began to spread through his entire body. Old Quatch realized, this is bad. He screamed in terror. Jade transformation. Liu Shasha said triumphantly, the Shu's secret arts won't hold out against my flames. You're just wasting your energy. If you keep burning like this, it'll damage your foundation. He thought to himself, she's right. My only choice now is to hide for a bit. Old Quatch turned and bolted. You think you can escape? Old Quatch scrambled and jumped into the stream. She stood on the bank, shouting at him. You, get up here right now. Old Quatch shouted back from the water. You come down here. The two began bickering. Get up here. No, you come down. Chin Nual watched them from a distance, hidden away. Old Quatch is roughly as strong as I am. If I were in his shoes tonight, the result would be the same. But this astral queen has a fatal weakness. Survival isn't an issue, but I wonder if Old Quatch will catch on. Chin Nual already knew this woman had a severe phobia of water. She would never set foot in it. Old Quatch kept provoking her. Wow. Don't tell me this woman doesn't know how to swim? Liu Shasha stammered. So what if I can't swim? He smirked and swam further out. Then you can forget about catching me. She growled, fine. You've officially pissed me off. She began to channel her power. Chin Nual was horrified. Holy crap. Liu Shasha was actually lifting an entire tree, intending to hurl it into the water. He never expected that out of all the trees, she'd pick his. Chin Nual was currently hiding on the very tree Liu Shasha was dragging toward the river. I'm screwed. Old Quach was also stunned by this crazy woman. Just give me one chance, and I'll drown you like a rat. Chen Nuo was dragged into the water and tried to sneakily swim away. Lu Shasha continued to taunt him. Go on, keep talking. I'm listening. Before she could strike, Old Quach used a technique to splash a massive wave toward her. The tree began to sink. Oh boy, I'm gonna drown. Suddenly, another massive surge of power knocked Lu Shasha off balance, sending her falling. She desperately clung to the trunk. Ea, glub glub glub. A tall woman with a ferocious face screamed as she charged toward Lu Shasha. At that moment, Lu Shasha surfaced, coughing violently. She whispered weakly, "This is it. I'm useless in the water. I can only try to hold on." The tall woman delivered a palm strike to Lu Shasha's back, making her spit out a mouthful of blood. "How dare you hurt my husband?" Lu Shasha asked in confusion. Who are you?" "Ah, that palm strike. That was a technique from Shu's sect. I recognize you." The woman ignored her, hugging Old Quach and asking anxiously, "Darling, are you okay?" Old Quach collapsed into his wife's arms. "I'm okay." Lu Shasha realized, "You're the fifth miss of the Shiwawu sect. Then why are you attacking me?" "I came here to help you bring this man back, to be your husband." The woman cursed even louder. "This is my husband. Why would I need to capture him? Besides, I'm not the fifth, I'm the fourth miss." "The fourth miss?" Lu Shasha was baffled. "Between you two sisters, what's the difference?" The fourth miss lunged at Lu Shasha again. "What do you mean, what's the difference? My husband only loves me. We eloped together, and then I heard from my family that the sect master hired a master to drag him back." She let go of Old Quach, leaving him to struggle painfully in the water. "Ow, glub glub, save me glub. I'm out of strength." She kept screaming at Lu Shasha. "It's you bitch. You hurt my husband. I'll kill you." She grabbed Lu Shasha by the hair. Lu Shasha was exhausted and could barely speak. "You guys," the fourth miss snapped. "Us what? You hit my husband, so I'm going to kill you. It's only natural that I destroy your cultivation." Lu Shasha tried to block the incoming hand. "This is bad," but she couldn't stop it. The woman pressed 2 fingers against Lu Shasha's forehead, knocking her unconscious instantly. She drifted away, floating on the surface. She dragged both Lu Shasha and her husband back to the shore. The fourth miss asked anxiously, "Darling, are you okay? Does it hurt?" Old Quach was aching all over. "Stop patting me. A few more hits, and I'll actually be dead. Don't talk nonsense. How could getting beaten up not hurt?" The fourth miss pouted. "Ah, darling, I brought medicine for you." "Oh no, honey, I was hiding underwater and the medicine got ruined." "Oh, I'm so stupid. What do we do now?" He said, "It's fine. Let's deal with this bounty hunter first." His wife had an idea. "Should we just kill her?" Old Quach replied, "Might as well. This woman is incredibly skilled. Even I wasn't her match. I don't know which master the family hired, but since we've already made an enemy of her today, we should kill her to avoid future trouble." As the two approached Lu Shasha, a voice suddenly boomed, echoing from all directions. "Killing is but the blink of an eye. Where mercy can be shown, it should be shown. Killing is but the blink of an eye. Where mercy can be shown, it should be shown. You two have escaped. Just leave. Why must you take a life? You two have escaped. Just leave. Why must you take a life?" The two jumped in shock. The fourth miss shouted, "So she has an accomplice. Stop hiding in the shadows. Come out and face me." Old Quach, terrified, told her to get down, and she quickly ducked. "Don't move. This is a master." The two stood back to back, faces pale with fear. Old Quach called out cautiously, "Which friend is this? Where are you from? Come out and speak." The fourth miss whispered nervously, "Darling, I heard Nyosho Mountain is a sacred Buddhist site and the birthplace of a certain sect. Could it be?" Chen Nuo, playing his tricks from behind, found this increasingly amusing. "Oh, is that so?" He continued the act. "Ba, heaven possesses the virtue of loving life. Ba, heaven possesses the virtue of loving life. Benefactors, creating too much karma is futile. Benefactors, creating too much karma is futile. Listen to this old monk's advice and stop here. Listen to this old monk's advice and stop here." The two looked around in terror. The voice seemed to come from every direction. The opponent clearly didn't want to show his face. "We do not know which high monk of Nyosho Mountain this is, but please state your name." The voice rang out again. "You have simply disturbed the mountain's peace today. Benefactors, please return quickly." Old Quach immediately agreed. "Fine, I will heed the high monk's advice. Let's go." The two hurried away. Only then did Chinua appear. This is a mess. Her spiritual energy was hit so hard it's in complete chaos. With her in this deep a coma, it'll be a long time before she wakes up. You idiot. If that woman was on land, you could have crushed her with a single breath. She hits you, and you don't even hit back? You even took it on the back. You're so afraid of water, you'd throw your life away. If that's not stupid, I don't know what is. Carrying you like this, you better not fall in love with me. Actually, I should probably change how I'm holding her. After some struggling and an hour later, Chinua held a gray t-shirt in his hand, hesitating. This should fit, right? He slowly began to unbutton Lu Qiqi's clothes. Sigh, I'm really not trying to take advantage of you. Chinua's fingers moved carefully. As each button came undone, her skin was revealed beneath the damp silk. She'd been in the water for so long, she was soaked through. Plus, who knows if this natural water is even clean? It definitely isn't. He stammered, his face turning red. I really didn't mean to. Chinua gently picked her up and carried her into the room. She's a bit dirty. I should probably wash her and change her clothes. He gave Lu Qiqi a quick wash. Splash. Rustle. Chinua carried her out of the bathroom, muttering to himself. Yet, in his heart, he couldn't bring himself to hate Lu Qiqi. He'd had so many grievances with this woman in his past life, but he couldn't just ignore her now. Chinua gently laid her on the bed. You're sleeping in Yizi's room tonight. Professor Jiang is in mine. I guess I'll have to suffer and sleep on the sofa. He checked Lu Qiqi's condition, sensing her aura. Her spiritual energy is recovering very slowly. At this rate, she'll be out for 2 or 3 days. Chinua crossed his arms helplessly. Who would believe that the great astral queen almost died tonight? He gave a bitter smile. Her biggest weakness is water, a secret I learned in our past life. Chinua recalled that rare accident. Back then, the two were on a mission in Antarctica and ended up falling into the ocean when the ice cracked. He dived in to pull her to safety, wondering, are you really this pathetic just because you're afraid of water? At our level, soaking in the water for a few hours shouldn't be a problem. Lu Qiqi coughed and sputtered. Did you just touch my butt? He was stunned, huh? I was just saving you. You were clinging to me like an octopus and I couldn't get you off. I must have just brushed against it. Lu Qiqi glared at him. So you did touch it. She delivered a kick to his face as a warning. Chinua took an unfair kick right to the face. Tumbling backward. I did touch it. Lu Qiqi went ballistic. If I say you felt me up, then you felt me up. After that accident, he felt so wronged. He still remembered that grudge to this day. So dramatic. You kicked me just for accidentally touching her, but I saved your life, you know. Chinua slyly approached Lu Qiqi with a devious grin. Let's see if I can touch it again. Go ahead and kick me now. He reached out and touched Lu Qiqi's firm backside. I'm not just touching it. I'm giving it a squeeze, too. Suddenly, he saw her eyes snap open. He let out a terrified yell. Holy, when did you wake up? Lu Qiqi suddenly called out to him affectionately. Husband. Chinua quickly retracted his hand. Shouting what? He was in a total panic. Wait, what did you just call me? Lu Qiqi sat up, looking thoughtful, trying to remember what she had just said. What did I call you? She instinctively pulled away, asking guardedly. Where is this? Who are you? Why can't I remember anything? Lu Qiqi clutched her head as it throbbed with pain, groaning in agony. I can't remember who I am. I just had a dream. I heard a woman's voice constantly calling someone husband. Was that me? She seemed haunted by another woman's soul, repeating the words. Husband, how are you? Are you okay, husband? Does it hurt? Husband, I brought medicine for you. Oh no, husband, I was hiding in the water and the medicine got ruined. Oh, I'm so stupid. What do I do now? After Lu Qiqi finished her story, she looked lost. And then I opened my eyes and saw you. You were touching me. Chinua didn't believe her, thinking to himself, did she really lose her mind? Lu Qiqi asked seriously, you know me. You know who I am, don't you? Where are we? He found her reaction very strange. You really don't remember anything? Suddenly, Lu Qiqi lost control, her anger rising as she released electrical magic. Tell me where we are. She fired a bolt of electricity, screaming as she pushed Chinua back. Tell me. Chinua couldn't react in time to her sudden change. You sure flip moods fast. She lunged at him, roaring, tell me who I am. Lu Qiqi grabbed Chinua by the throat, threatening him. Who are you? What is this place? She screamed maniacally. Why were you touching me while I was sleeping? Chinua felt like he was suffocating. Her grip was incredibly strong. How can I talk if you're choking me? She grabbed his wrist and immediately slammed him onto the ground. His back hit the bed, snapping it in half. Her magic was surging, spinning out of control. Speak. Who are you? Who are you? Are you a bad person? Were you trying to hurt me while I was asleep? Chin-ah stammered with what little breath he had left. In such a desperate situation, he could only resort to one final trick. I'm not a bad person. I'm your husband. Chin-ah was terrified by her rage. This lightning woman is brutal. She's trying to kill me. She instinctively loosened her grip and slowly calmed down. Husband? He felt deeply wounded. I've lived 2 lives only to be pinned down by a woman. What a disgrace. Yeah. Lu Chi-Chi panicked. Then who am I? Where are we? Chin-ah struggled to sit up, slowly coaxing her. Wifey, don't rush. Just listen to my explanation. Listen to what I have to say. Chin-ah started spinning a tale to distract her. Your name is Lu Yi. This is our home. We've been married for over a year. We were living very happily until one day. You put on a look of deep sorrow. You started having mental episodes. Every few days you get sick and forget everything. You treat me like a stranger and smash everything in the house. Hearing his sincere tone, she began to believe him and felt ashamed. Did I really? He cunningly used the pitiful husband act. Yes, you were that terrible. But I never blamed you, honestly. A day of marriage is 100 days of grace. As long as it isn't an affair, I can handle anything. Chin-ah laughed internally. Feel the guilt. Once her guilt peaks, she'll be even easier to manipulate. He pointed at the debris. See? This furniture is all new, right? But look how old our room is. Why would we buy new furniture for such an old room? Because you smashed all the old stuff during your episodes. Lu Chi-Chi felt embarrassed and guilty. Even the bed in this room is broken because of me. To make his words even more convincing, he thought of a plan. Come here, I'll take you to see Dad. He's been sick for many days. The two stood outside the room. Chin-ah told her he'd had a stroke. We've struggled so much to pay for his treatment, yet you kept smashing things. Our family wasn't wealthy to begin with, and now it's even harder. He patted her head and whispered, You still don't fully believe me, do you? Oh, right. Since we're married, we should have photos and documents, right? Sai, those are all gone. A few months ago, you had an episode and burned them all in a fire. She was still somewhat lucid and asked suspiciously, Then how can you prove we're married? Chin-ah leaned in and whispered in her ear, On your body. Well, right there, you have a red birthmark. She thought to herself, He even knows about my private spots. Could he really be? Lu Chi-Chi asked again. Then husband, what's my name? He smiled and replied, Louis, of course. Chin-ah did this as a small bit of revenge. Serves her right for being so picky and difficult. She sobbed, Husband, I was wrong. I broke everything again and almost choked you to death. He wiped a tear from her cheek, comforting her. It's okay. A day of marriage is 100 days of grace. Just don't let it happen again. Chin-ah turned away, smirking. When strength fails, acting saves the day. I was a bit panicked, but I finally fooled her. He coaxed her for a bit, and she eventually fell asleep with her head on his lap. Chin-ah checked her temperature. Her breathing was steady. Finally, she's asleep. He released some magic to make her feel more comfortable. Let her sleep a bit deeper. Chin-ah slung her over his shoulder and headed for the door. Lu Chi-Chi, I've been very merciful. I really did save your life tonight. He took her elsewhere. Half an hour later, at Neosho Mountain, Chin-ah set Lu Chi-Chi down on the grass. While she was deep in sleep, he whispered, I'm not abandoning you. This whole thing has spiraled out of control. I was in a rush, so I lied and said I was your husband, so you trust me. I even mentioned that private spot. If you suddenly woke up, 10 lives wouldn't be enough to survive your wrath. He finished his instructions and stood up. If you were reasonable, I'd save your life, you'd spare mine, and we'd be even. Too bad a crazy woman like you doesn't listen to reason. You might even hurt the people around me. Chin-ah walked away without looking back. Sai, enough talk. Let's go. I just want a peaceful life this time. I've saved who I needed to save. I don't want to spend the rest of my life being hunted by you to the ends of the earth. He hadn't gone far before a series of worries popped into his head. He was worried Lu Chi-Chi might be in danger. Nothing will happen to her, right? She might be the astral queen, but she's an idiot. Maybe if the next bus doesn't come, I'll head back. His heart was racing, his thoughts urging him on. Chin-ah turned around. Fine, I'll go back for a second. Just one peek. He soared into the air, flying back toward where she lay. Based on what he knew from his past life, that woman was completely unhinged and relied entirely on her assistant, shounen. Now she was injured, amnesiac, and dumped in the middle of nowhere. Chen Nuo panicked, his whole body trembling. Damn it, where is she? He called out her name, hoping for a response. Lui. Chen Nuo jumped into the freezing lake, searching for her. She wasn't there either. He stood on a tree branch and looked around, quickly scanning the entirety of Nyosho Mountain. It was only about 4 or 5 kilometers from the new university district. There were no large predators on the mountain. She couldn't have been dragged off. There were no footprints on the ground either, so no one else could have taken her. Chen Nuo jumped down, panting as he tried to guess. I practically flipped this whole mountain over. Did she wake up, get her memory back, and leave on her own? Chen Nuo silently prayed for her safety. I hope so. I'll go home and post a provocation on the White Race Weirdo forum. If she doesn't reply today, I'll have to ask Brother Lei to search all of Jiangning. If she's not in Jiangning, we'll check Jinling. After thinking it over, he headed home. Half an hour later, at the base of his apartment. Damn it. If I knew I was going to be this worried, I wouldn't have left her out in the wild. It would have been better to just dump her at the airport and call Xiao Naitong to pick her up. He cursed his own carelessness. No matter how cautious you are, there's always a slip-up. Why didn't he think of that then? She called out to him. Hubby. He froze when he saw Lu Chi-Chi standing inside the house. Crap. She tracked me all the way to my front door. Chen Nuo played along, asking, where did you go? I woke up in the middle of the night, and you were gone. I've been looking everywhere for you. Lu Chi-Chi stammered, but tried to stay calm. I don't know. I just woke up by the lake. I was so scared, so I ran back here. Chen Nuo nodded. It's good that you're okay. Wait, no, what am I saying? Am I losing my mind? He asked Lu Chi-Chi, how did you find your way back home? She replied, I'm not sure. I woke up by the lake and was terrified. I cried for a bit, and then I just followed your scent. I kept searching until I found this place. Chen Nuo remembered. He was the one who released magic to make her fall asleep. His scent? She remembers him. Damn it, there's no escaping this time. How the hell am I going to end this hubby act? Chen Nuo asked Lu Chi-Chi, are you hungry? Come on, let's go inside, and I'll make you some noodles. It's the middle of the night. Nothing is open anyway. He tested the waters. Do you remember anything else now? She confessed. I don't remember anything from before I woke up. Lu Chi-Chi suddenly turned serious. Can I ask you something? Chen Nuo answered awkwardly. Sure. She asked. We aren't exactly normal people, are we? Lu Chi-Chi looked at the broken bed, the shredded blanket, the teddy bear with its stuffing hanging out, and the cracks in the surrounding walls. We were fighting in this room last night. Even if I don't remember the past, could normal people really do this much damage? She recounted the situation, voicing her doubts. I woke up by the lake, but I was able to pick up your scent almost instantly. I don't even know how to describe that kind of power. And the way back, I ran so fast. I don't think a normal person could do that, right? Lu Chi-Chi pleaded playfully. Won't you tell me? Chen Nuo had a massive headache as he searched for a vague excuse. Sigh, it's a long story. She encouraged him. Don't rush, hubby. Take your time. I'll listen while I eat. Chen Nuo screamed internally. Here we go again. Time to start making things up. If I tell a bad story, I might get yelled at, but if I screw this one up, I'm dead. He began his tale. It was 10 years ago, during a season when the flowers were in full bloom. A 10-year-old boy was being hunted by villains and fled into the deep mountains. A young Chen Nuo ran for his life, while Wu Dalei chased him from behind. Mommy, save me. Fairy lady, where are you? Save me. Noir, don't run so fast. I haven't even had breakfast yet. My back hurts, my legs are tired. I can't keep running. Chen Nuo motioned toward the vision. A young woman living alone as a beekeeper in the mountains saved the boy. She was kind enough to adopt him and teach him martial arts. Lu Chi-Chi transformed into the image of a gentle fairy. My name is Xiao Lunu. From now on, I am your master. He knelt and clasped his hands in respect. Greetings, master. Please accept your disciple's bow. After spending so much time together in the lonely mountains, two solitary souls eventually grew close. They finally crossed the line of propriety and entered forbidden territory. Chen Nuo acted the part of the young scholar, putting his arm around Lu Chi-Chi's shoulder and whispering, Auntie. Her face flushed as she replied, Nur, I don't want to be your master anymore, and I don't want you to call me Auntie either. That was how their relationship truly began. From that day on, I called you Luer. Lu Chi-Chi listened, completely convinced. Ah, hubby, everything you're saying sounds so familiar. Chin Nuo seized the moment, playing on her emotions to sell the lie. It's because we lived through it. Later, you fell ill, and since my father needed care as well, we went into seclusion. Chin Nuo breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God I knew her in my past life, and knew she was obsessed with martial arts novels. Lure sounds a bit strange, but Lu Qinyang isn't bad either. She wore a skin-tight outfit made of pure white feathers, revealing her ample curves. With horns on her head and a seductive gaze, she spoke in a sultry voice. Nur, break free from the shackles of morality with me. Come to paradise. In reality, Lu Qiqi grabbed his hand and bared her heart. Nur, these past few years must have been so hard for you, taking care of me while also looking after our father. His illness, Chin Nuo replied. Luer, as long as I'm with you, it's all worth it. He suddenly remembered something important. Right, I have to get teacher Jiang to the hospital quickly. If he wakes up here, I'm screwed. Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. Lu Qiqi was wearing a black embroidered cheongsam with a striking velvet flower pinned to her chest. Luer, Nur, hee. She paused, becoming alert. A woman's voice? Outside, Chinua was on the phone with the girl. Daddy, I'm still so scared. Daddy, are the assassins who wanted to kill Mommy gone yet? Daddy, I miss you so much. Can I come to your house to find you? He replied awkwardly. No, don't rush. It's not a good time right now. Once I've handled everything. Lu Qiqi stood behind Chin Nuo with a basin of water and a towel, startling him. Whoa, he thought to himself. Damn it. As expected of a top commander, she moves without making a sound. She asked him in a gentle tone. Hubby, who are you talking to? Was that a girl's voice I heard? Huh? Chin Nuo scrambled for an excuse. Oh, it was just the neighborhood management calling about the electric bill. Lu Qiqi seemed surprised. Oh. He asked calmly, what are you doing? She explained, Hubby, I finished cleaning up the mess from last night, and breakfast is ready. I felt useless, so I wanted to do something to help you. Lu Qiqi thoughtfully wanted to care for the father he had invented. I'll help wash Dad's face. I might not be able to do much else, but I can at least help look after a patient. Chinua thought worriedly, no way. What if washing his face wakes teacher Jiang up? And seriously, have you ever actually cared for anyone who uses cold water to wash a patient's face? I have to get him out of here now. Chinua quickly grabbed the basin. There's no need for that. I was just about to take him out to the hospital for a checkup and some physical therapy. We don't have much money, so he can't stay overnight. We have to keep commuting back and forth. Lu Qiqi felt that as the daughter-in-law, she couldn't just ignore her father-in-law. I'm coming too. He desperately tried to find another excuse. Your condition makes you react badly to hospitals. Being in that environment might trigger an episode. It's better if you stay behind. She obeyed. Chinua gave Lu Qiqi a task. If you really want to help here, peel all these potatoes in the kitchen today. She replied excitedly. Okay, no problem. I'll do a great job. He carried teacher Jiang on his back and said goodbye. Good. Stay home and don't wander off. Watch some TV if you get bored. I'll be back soon. Lu Qiqi nodded like a dutiful little wife. Okay. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Song Xiaoyan was dressed in traditional Tang attire, carrying a birdcage. She thought, this nightingale is old Zhang's eyes and ears for his missions. The bird came back last night, but he didn't. She pedaled her bike, bringing the cage to his house. She had tried calling him too. At first, no one answered, and then the phone was turned off. For a cautious family man like old Jiang, this was not normal. Song Xiaoyan stood in front of Chen Nua's door. The nightingale had flown to this balcony. Inside, Lu Qiqi was clumsily struggling to peel the pile of potatoes. She heard a knock at the door. Thinking he was back, she called out happily, Hubby. Song Xiaoyan looked at her, suspicious. What a seductive-looking woman. She asked Lu Qiqi, where's my husband? Lu Qiqi stared blankly, not understanding. Song Xiaoyan flared up, thinking teacher Jiang was having an affair. Where's my husband? Lu Qiqi was confused. Huh? She asked directly, who is your husband? And why are you barging into someone else's house? The older woman looked around and then apologized awkwardly. I must have the wrong place. I'm so sorry. Song Xiaoyan frowned. Did I really get it wrong? That's impossible. Lu Qiqi was sympathetic. It's okay. But it's almost 1 o'clock. Why isn't my husband back yet? The birdcage in Song Xiaoyan's hand hit the floor. Lu Qiqi became alert. What are you doing? The woman turned away, ignoring her. Song Xiaoyan spoke as she slammed a potato onto the table. When speaking of the world's affairs, that which is long divided must unite, and that which is long united must divide. In Zhou County, there were 3 heroes. The eldest was named Liu Bei, also known as Xuanda. The 3 brothers met and became close, and though they did not seek to be born on the same day, they vowed to die on the same day. She continued. The 3 brothers bowed and swore an oath of brotherhood to work together for the common good. Together, they protected the Tang monk on his journey to the west to retrieve the scriptures. Lu Qiqi didn't understand. She thought this woman was just like her, suffering from a broken mind. And now she's fallen down. Song Xiaoyun kept mumbling as she headed for the door. On the road to the west, there are 81 tribulations, demons and ghosts, and deceptive beauties, layer upon layer of trials. Listen to me, everyone. Lu Qiqi felt pity for her. She looks so pitiful. She has the same illness I do. I can't just leave her like this. She followed her and asked, Auntie, where do you live? Can we contact your family? Why don't I take you home to rest? The woman replied, Family? My family is waiting for me to pick them up. Lu Qiqi was worried she would do something reckless, so she followed. Auntie, where exactly are you going? The 2 of them arrived at school. Song pointed and said, to pick up my daughter from school. Lu Qiqi was confused. Huh? Song Nyang kindergarten. The woman confirmed, yes. Wang Laohu puffed on a cigarette. He smirked at the man in the back seat. So your daughter goes to preschool here? Gu Kong replied, yes, that's right. Wang Laohu grinned wickedly. Good. You go in and get her later. Your wife's son that we grabbed. Doesn't he have a strong bond with your daughter? If we take her too, do you think he'll refuse to pay? The driver asked, boss, does this count as kidnapping? If they call the cops, none of us are getting away. He lit his cigarette and cursed. Use your brain? How is this kidnapping? Gu Kong is the biological father and legal guardian. A father taking his own daughter isn't kidnapping no matter how you spin it. The driver suddenly pointed out the window. Boss, look. Holy crap, that girl is gorgeous. Wang Laohu didn't believe him and roared. Women. That's all you ever think about. We have serious business today, don't go looking. He was immediately captivated by Lu Qiqi's beauty. My God, she really is stunning. The group got out of the car together. Wang Laohu ordered, hurry up, don't dawdle. Lu Qiqi said to the woman, I'll wait for you here then. Song replied, okay. He only had one thought. She's even prettier up close. You could tie up every girl at the Night Glow Club, and they still wouldn't compare to this masterpiece. Wang Laohu was annoyed. It's a shame the school is so crowded right now, or I'd snatch her up too. Gu Xiaoya asked innocently, Daddy, where's Big Brother? Didn't you say we were going to eat together? He quickly replied, your brother's waiting for you. We're taking you to eat, and he'll be there in a bit. Song Xiaoyan saw the little girl and gave a radiant smile. Oh, Yezi? The girl greeted her happily. Song Nyang. She opened her arms to receive her. Gu Xiaoya called out, what Nyang? Haven't we changed what we call you? The girl ran towards Song Xiaoyan with open arms. Godmother. Wang Laohu asked Gu Kong what's going on. He replied, I don't know. He barked like a thug. Hey, who are you? What do you think you're doing? She didn't back down and shouted back, who are you? Wang Laohu immediately lowered his voice. We're friends of the father. Gu Kong chimed in. I'm her father. She looked suspicious. Her father? Gu Kong was terrified as Song Xiaoyan grabbed him by the collar. Hey, what are you doing? She was certain she needed to settle this, fearing for the girl. I've never seen you before. You aren't going anywhere. Gu Xiaoya, is this your father? The girl replied, yes, godmother. This is my daddy. Song Xiaoyan and the man fought over Xiaoya. No, she's not going. I'm taking her home. Gu Kong fought back desperately. I'm taking her home too. The little girl was dizzy and helpless. Oh boy, are godmother and daddy playing tug-of-war? Little Yezi is being pulled like a noodle. Gu Xiaoya comforted Song Xiaoyan. Godmother, daddy is taking me to find my big brother. She panted and asked for clarification. Your brother? Oh right, your brother. Yes, where is he? Wang Laohu threatened aggressively. Hey, are you looking for trouble? Song Xiaoyan refused to let go. No, my daughter is coming with me. He looked around and came up with a plan. This old lady is strong. There are too many witnesses here to make a scene. Wang Laohu decided to act. You're a godmother, right? Fine, come along too. Lu Qiqi, watching from distance, walked over. Wait a minute. She stated, I'm worried about Andy. I'm coming too. He saw her and immediately changed his attitude. Fine. Get in the car. It's just a meal. The more the merrier. Everyone in. Lu Qiqi thought to herself. I was curious about what they were saying, but for some reason, the words just flew past my ears. I couldn't hear a thing. Wang Laohu gave a lecherous grin. Damn it, it's a double blessing. I came here to find a gold mine, and I end up with a top-tier beauty for free. He began planning how to have her. Crap, I'm going for it today. Whether I use charm or force, drugs or drinks, I'm taking a bite out of this prize. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo returned. Lu Chi-Chi, I'm back. He looked around and saw she was gone, becoming worried. Where is she? The potatoes aren't even finished, and she's not in the house. Did she go take out the trash? Chen Nuo went downstairs and called out her name. Lu Chi-Chi. Lu Chi-Chi. He was suspicious. Damn it. Did she regain her memory and run off? No, that's impossible. If she remembered, she'd stay here to ambush me. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Buzz, buzz. A voice on the other end said, Kid, do you recognize me? Chen Nuo replied, Yeah, Gu Kong. The man said, I took Xiaoye out for dinner. You get what I'm saying? He was surprised. Oh. Chen Nuo sighed. Gu Kong, what can I even say to you? Fine, I won't even bother calling you subhuman anymore. Just tell me what you want. The old man said, an arm. You decide. I'll give you 50,000. Just tell me, where are you? I'll bring the money to you personally. Gu Kong gave the address, Jia Fengtang. You know it? Just give him your name when you get there, and someone will bring you to me. Kid, don't try anything funny. Chen Nuo replied, Fine. Jia Fengtang. I know it. Sounds like you found some powerful backup, Uncle Gu. The old man urged, enough talk. I'll give you an hour. Chen Nuo replied, I don't need an hour. I'll be there in 30 minutes. After hanging up, he struggled to contain his rage. Gu Kong, I spared your life because you're Xiaoye's biological father. It seems I was wrong. The king of hell shouldn't be so merciful. The meeting point was the backyard of Jia Fengtang. Lu Chi-Chi looked around cautiously. This place clearly belonged to a gang of thugs. Sister-in-law, this way. The bald man urged them. Come on. Up to the 3rd floor. There's a private room for dinner up there. He calculated his next move and told his subordinate, no matter what happens upstairs, don't come up. Just stay here and keep watch. The man replied, Don't worry, Boss Wang. Wang Laohu smirked. Beautiful, and the godmother too. Order whatever you want. We have everything here, things that swim, things that fly, whatever you desire. She spoke up excitedly. I want a drink. He laughed to himself, thinking Lu Chi-Chi was walking right into his trap. Drinking? Good. That's great. Song Xiaoyan asked, Is this your treat? The bald man replied, Of course. On my turf, I'm paying. Gu Xiaoye asked blankly, Where's Big Brother? Song Xiaoyan took a breath. Ready to order. I want to eat. And then she rattled off a list of dishes. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted goose, salted duck, soy sauce chicken, smoked meat, preserved eggs, pig stomach, dried meat, sausage, assorted cold platter, smoked chicken, white stomach, 8 treasure steamed pig, sticky rice stuffed duck. The little girl asked, Godmother, I know this one. He doesn't have enough money for all that. She replied, Oh, then let's just order what you want. He felt like he was being played. What the hell is this? Are you using a comedy routine to mess with me? This old lady is here to cause trouble. I have to separate them. Wang Laohu said, Gu Kong, go outside and call him to hurry up. You know what to say. Also, take your daughter and her godmother to the room next door. Have a table set for them, too. We'll be smoking and drinking over here. It's not good for kids. He turned back to Lu Chi-Chi. Beautiful. What do you want to drink? Beer, wine, liquor, spirits, we have it all. She suggested. How about a little of everything? Wang Laohu saw her enthusiasm and rejoiced. I like your style. Gu Kong stepped forward to pour him water. Wang Laohu, he should be here in about 30 minutes. I'll have the kitchen squeeze some watermelon juice. It's a hot day. It'll help cool us down. He laughed loudly. Cool us down? Ha ha ha. Little Gu is right. You got a good eye. I was just thinking about that and you've already done it. He gestured to Lu Chi-Chi. Drink this first? She waved it off. I only like alcohol. Boss Wang declared. Then alcohol it is. He calculated. His plan was perfect. Victory was in his grasp. Drinking on an empty stomach makes you get drunk faster. The faster, the better. I can't wait another second. Lu Chi-Chi asked Gu Kong. You were just on the phone, so you have one, right? Can I borrow it for a second? Downstairs at Wang Laohu's shop, Chen Nuo waited with his phone. Gu Kong just called. Is he calling again to raise the price? When he answered, he was shocked to hear his wife's voice. Chen Nuo gasped, Wife? Lu Chi-Chi said, Hubby, I'm sorry I went out. Are you home yet? Something happened over here. Can you come pick me up? She spoke softly, gesturing to the others, who were all ears. Sorry, hubby. I didn't listen and ran off again. Hubby, I met some people, and I think they're bad. Someone keeps staring at me. It's really annoying. Can you come get me? I'm scared. He thought to himself, this Lu Chi is too innocent. Seriously, beautiful. If you can tell your husband we're bad guys, maybe do it somewhere else? You're sitting right next to us. We aren't deaf. Chen Nuo jumped. I'm the one who should be scared. Gu Kong took Xiaoye, and now Lu Chi is calling from his phone. That means they're together. If she keeps talking like that, she'll blow her cover. He stammered. Wife? Are you okay? No, wait, are they okay? I mean, is everyone okay? Lu Chi looked back, and the two men quickly looked away. It's fine. Everything is okay. Hubby, you'll come get me, right? Chen Nuo shouted into the phone. I'm coming. I'll be there right now. Wife, whatever you do not do anything reckless before I get there. Do not start anything. Got it? She replied obediently. Okay, I'll try. Lu Chi saw the table covered in the drinks she liked and said her goodbyes. Hubby, I can't talk anymore. I have to drink now. Chen Nuo immediately panicked. Drink? In an instant, his mind filled with images of Lu Chi reverting to her true self after drinking. Hey kid, have a drink with me. If you don't, I'll snap your neck just like I did to them. Gu Xiaoye cried her heart out. Wawa. Lu Chi, that drunkard. Once she starts drinking, she'll do anything. He screamed at the top of his lungs to stop her. Lu Chi, you cannot drink. Give her the phone back. Gu Kong, damn it. If you want to live, if you don't want this entire place to be turned into a pile of ash, then do not let her drink. Don't let her drink. Damn it. I'm coming there to save you. Wang Laohu snatched the phone from her hand. The drinks are here. What are you still calling for? Get lost. Chen Nuo screamed in despair. Give me back the phone. Dad. Dad. He turned to her. Beautiful. How do you want to drink this? Lu Chi picked up a glass and sighed. This tiny thing? Is it for a mouse? Wang Laohu immediately gave in to her. Get a bigger bowl. Get the biggest bowl. A subordinate obeyed. Yes. Boss Wang. The phone rang again, with Chen Nuo's name flashing on the screen. He ordered irritably. Damn it, Gu Kong, turn it off. Wang Laohu announced. There are 3 ways to drink this alcohol. Option 1. Stick to a single type. We call that undying loyalty. Option 2. The white-red beer spirit combo. Start with baijiu, move to wine and beer, then finish with Western spirits. Option 3. The total sweep. Pour every single bottle into this big basin. Louis finds it fascinating and jumps right in. There's a game like this? Count me in. Which way is the most fun? He made a deal with her. Fine. Then let's go with the total sweep. Louis says with total confidence, I'll drink whatever you drink. If anyone misses a single drop, they're dead. Anyone who fails to keep up pays with their life. Got it. Fine, fine. Fine. Wang Laohu grins slyly. Little sister, how exactly do you plan on taking my life? Louis plays along. Maybe I'll just toss you off the balcony. The lackeys all around break into lecherous laughter. He says, haha. I didn't realize this beauty was such a joker. Gu Kong laughs along. 20 minutes pass in a flash. Lu Yi scoops a glass from a basin, enjoying herself. Haha, refreshing. Wang Laohu gags. Ugh, damn it. Gu Kang's speech is slurring. Brother Wang. I need a break. A lackey passes out on the table, mumbling glass after glass. And on an empty stomach, my stomach is about to turn inside out. He had miscalculated. He thought if the girl got drunk, he'd have his chance. He starts moving in, preparing to get handsy. Listen, little sister, stop drinking. You're really wasted now. I have a room upstairs. Let me help you up there so you can rest for a bit. Louis swirls her glass. You're saying I'm drunk? Wang Laohu is getting tipsy too. He lunges. You're not drunk, but I am. Come talk to me for a bit. Stop drinking seriously. That's enough for tonight. She turned around. A sudden punch lands squarely on his face. Blood sprays everywhere. Did I say we were finished? A lackey roars. You bitch, you're dead. He clutches his face, shocked. You. Louis says, I'm done with my glass. Now it's your turn. Her provocation drives him insane. So you're saying you're done drinking too? A lackey prepares to lunge. I'll give you something to drink. But they have no strength left to attack her. Louis is too fast. She grabs his leg. Wang Laohu looks on, dazed. What just happened? He looks down and sees little Gu being dragged away. Am I so drunk I'm seeing things? She drags the lackey away as he begs for mercy. I'll ask again. Are you really done drinking? Arg. Stop. Drink what? Are you looking to die? Louis hoists him up and throws him out the window. Well, you're the one who said you were done. She spits on the ground. What a buzzkill. Thrown from the 3rd floor. I wonder if he's actually dead. Now, then. Let's keep drinking. Wang Laohu is terrified. This is the 3rd floor. He tries to coax her. I hate people who drag their feet at the table. Come on, let's keep going. I'll kill you. You crazy bitch. Wang Laohu grabs a bottle and puts his arm around Gukong. Get her. The old man is terrified. Wang Laohu, Gukong steps forward trembling. Brother Wang, I'm really scared. He pushes the old man forward. Scared of what? Go. Louis grabs a bottle to check. Empty. She looks confused. This one's empty too? Why are you holding empty bottles? Aren't you drinking? Before getting hit, Gukong suggests, Wang Laohu, maybe we should just bolt? This girl is terrifying. Louis frowns, displeased. Not drinking? Now I'm annoyed. And when I'm annoyed, Wang Laohu roars, damn it, and crushes the bottle with his bare hand. Gukong takes the chance to slip away. Brother Wang, I'm going to find backup. But once you're in her clutches, there's no escape. Louis grabs his leg and drags him back. Whoa there. No one leaves today. If you leave, you can't drink anymore. Gukong screams in a panic. Let me go. Let me go. The coward, terrified for his life, immediately shouts, I'll drink. I'll drink. I'll drink. Louis giggles. Should have said so earlier. Did I scare you? Gukong puts his glass down, grimacing. Phew. She sees a bit left in the glass. She slaps him across the face. Are you trying to raise fish in there? Finish it. Brother Wang stands nearby, face pale as a ghost, his soul practically leaving his body. Gukong groans in pain. Big sister, look, not a single drop left. He clutches his head in terror. Asterisk, who the hell is this woman? Is she like that master who crippled the branch leader? Asterisk. Louis looks at Wang Laohu. Your turn. He shouts, hey, someone get in here. 2 lackeys downstairs hear him. They remember his orders. Is that Brother Wang? He told us not to come up no matter what happens. To stay on guard. Looks like Brother Wang is going all out tonight. She knows his plan. She stands up and yells, what are you calling people for? You're not planning to skip out on the bill, are you? He's sweating bullets and tries to soothe her. Big sister, what are you saying? In this world, loyalty and honor are everything. Do I look like a deadbeat? I was just calling them in to drink with you. Wang Laohu fearfully lifts his glass and gulps it down. To you. I'll finish this one. You drink as much as you like. Louis orders go. And have them prepare another jar. Inside the hotel room where Jiang Gang is staying, he suddenly wakes up with a start. He screams, I am not a heartbreaker. Jiang Gang looks around, dazed. A hotel? Why am I here? Oh no, Xiaoyun. He immediately calls her. Honey, Xiaoyun, where are you? I'm back home, but I don't see you. Good grief, where did you go? This is bad. Your medicine is still here. You haven't taken it yet. Please tell me where you are. She says, Mr. Jiang, please go ahead. Jiang Gang is frantic. This is bad. Her condition is acting up again. He says, Xiaoyun, it's me. Your husband, old Jiang. Listen to my voice. Listen carefully. She says, sound familiar. Sing a few lines so I can be sure. Gu Xiaoya asks, Godmother, is that Godfather on the phone? The little girl picks up. Hello. Hello. Hi, Daddy, it's Xiaoyi. Professor Jiang recognizes her. Yeezy? Oh, Yeezy. Thank God. Are you with your godmother? Where are you two? Tell me right now. The girl says, I'm at Jiafeng Hall with Mommy. Daddy, come pick us up. We're eating dinner. He replies, Okay, I'm coming right now. Jiang Gang is worried sick. Jiafeng Hall? What the hell is Chun Nua doing? Why take them there for dinner? Taking his teacher's wife and little sister there. Is that a place for normal people? Meanwhile, Chun Nua arrives on his motorcycle. The gatekeepers are startled. Whose bike is that? Charging into the Jiafeng Hall backyard like that. Are they asking for death? Damn it, move. Everyone move. They whisper to each other. Mao Ji, who is that? I told you to move for a reason. Only someone insane would barge in like that. You're new so you don't know, but that's the guy who crippled our branch leader. I still get PTSD whenever I see the color black. He walks up and asks them, Let me ask you something. Where's the stunning beauty and the little girl? Wang Laohu's lackeys are trembling. Third floor. Boss, I'm quitting tomorrow. Please spare me. In the room on the 3rd floor of Jiafeng Hall, Cheng touches the doorknob. Locked. Inside, Louis is pouring drinks for Wang Laohu, who is completely wasted and bloated. Good. Your turn again. I just drank a pound of this stuff, and now another pound? Is she trying to kill me? The knocking on the door sounded like a ray of hope. Finally, someone's here. Wang Laohu rushes to the door and screams, "Someone! Get in here! Save me!" Chen Nuo, wearing his black helmet, scares him so much he drops to his knees. Lu Yi sees him. She calls out happily, "Hubby!" Wang Laohu is stunned. Who hubby? He can't believe his eyes. Asterisk, damn it. Her husband is this monster. Why didn't you say so sooner? You crazy woman. Asterisk. Chen Nuo asks Lu Yi, "Where's the girl?" She says dreamily, "What? Oh, He says, "The girl who was with you. Where is she?" "About 5 or 6 years old, this tall, very cute." Lu Yi points. She's eating in the next room. Chen Nuo warns her, "Don't do anything reckless before I get back." "Understand." She replies obediently. "Oh, okay. But someone tried to skip their drinks, so I tossed him out." Chen Nuo praises her decisiveness. Tossed him out? Good idea. Life or death is a matter of fate. Chen Nuo grabs Gu Kong and throws him out the door. "What about this bald guy on his knees? What did he do?" She whispers, He tried to get me drunk. To take advantage of me." Wang Laohu is terrified and cowers on the floor. "No, boss. Boss, I didn't. If I knew she was your wife, even with 1,000 lives, I wouldn't have dared." He walks over. "You know me? Where's Li Qingshan? You were there last time, weren't you?" He bows frantically, head hitting the floor until his forehead bruises. Yes, I was there." "Boss, I didn't touch a single hair on your wife's head." "Boss, I swear I didn't." Chen Nuo grabs Wang Laohu by the head. "Oh, scared today, are we?" He stammers. It was that bastard Gu Kong who tricked me." He points out the window. "Take a little pain now rather than losing your life later. Jump yourself, or should I help you?" Wang Laohu accepts his bad luck. I'll jump. Asterisk, if I jump myself, at least I can pick a landing position. Better chance of survival. Asterisk. Chen Nuo turns to check on her. "Lu Yi, you're a patient. You shouldn't be running around." Lu Yi blanks out. Lu Yi, I'm Lu Titi." He asks in surprise. Then Lu Titi, do you know what your nickname is? She smiles. "Empress of the Starry Sky, obviously." Chen Nuo flinches, a bit awkward. And who's your disciple?" Lu Yi mumbles, "Little Milk Candy, of course." He probes further. "Then do you know who I am?" She replies, "You're Nuon, my husband. I'd know you even with that helmet on." Lu Yi sachets over. "Hubby, carry me. I can't walk anymore." Chen Nuo reaches out, testing the waters. "Let's start over. What's your name again?" She asks confusedly. "Why are you asking that?" His heart is racing. Damn it, if I don't get this straight, I don't dare go over there. They go back and forth. "What's your name?" "I'm Lu Yi, hubby." "Who's the Empress of the Starry Sky?" Ha, hubby, that name is so cringe." "Do you know Little Milk Candy?" "Hubby, I don't like milk candy. I like drinking." Chen Nuo does a quick check and feels things are okay for now. Alright, looks like she's regained some of her normal self because of the alcohol, but now she's forgotten the other stuff. Lu Yi clings to him. "Hubby, cuddle." Chen Nuo catches her. "The little girl is in the next room, right?" He brings her into the hallway. "Look, honey, this is a bit of a coincidence. Didn't you meet a little girl today? I'll explain more in a bit." She mumbles, "What are you trying to say?" "Hubby." Chen Nuo opens the door to the next room. "There's a lot you don't remember, and I haven't had time to make up, explain it to you yet. I'll make up, explain everything when we get home tonight." They peek through the door. "Alright, hubby, there's an auntie in there too. She's the girl's godmother." He's confused. Godmother?" Song Xiaoyan asks warily. "Who is it?" He recognizes her and jumps. Asterisk shit. Why is Annie Song here too? How am I supposed to spin this? Annie Song is Xiao Ye's godmother, so naturally, she's my godmother too. Then who was the dad sleeping at my house last night? "Honey, you won't believe this, but our godmother and biological father are actually a couple." "Who says that?" Asterisk. Song Xiaoyan shouts. "I'm calling for you. Do you dare answer?" Lu Yi asks cutely. "Hubby, why are we going in?" Chen Nuo makes an excuse. "I don't dare." Wait, this is getting messy. A new idea strikes. Asterisk, I've got it. Take Lu Yi home first, then come back for Xiaoyi. I can't let Lu Yi and Song Xiaoyan meet. Song Xiaoyan might be unstable, but when she's lucid, she won't help me lie. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Jiang Gang enters the restaurant looking for her. Xiaoyun, where are you?" "Xiaoyun." Chen Nuo is in a total panic. Asterisk, damn, now the dad is here too. Am I supposed to tell Lu E our dad has a hobby of visiting hospitals in the morning and getting massages in the afternoon? Asterisk. Guxiaya hears him and replies, Godfather, we're over here. Professor Jiang pushes the door open. I'm here. He asks, Yi Zi, where's your brother? The girl replies, Brother didn't come. Daddy came to pick us up. Song Xiaoyan says suspiciously, something feels off inside. Over here, Louis feels strange too. Hubby, what are you doing? He replies, honey, I suddenly need the bathroom. Do you need to go? She probes, something feels off. Jiang Gang picks up Xiao Yi and takes his wife's hand. Nothing's off. Let's go home. Lu Yi suddenly holds up 2 glasses, offering a toast. Chen Nua jumps in fright. Hubby, can we have a drink? He hands her a bottle of water to soothe her. Drink this instead. It tastes better than booze. Be a good girl. Lu Yi asks, really? Chen Nua's phone rings. Hello, master. Jiang Gang asks. Chen Nua, where are you? He replies, Master, I'm working at my brother's place. He says, Do you know your sister was picked up from daycare? Chen Nua pretends to be oblivious. What? Easy was picked up? Master, Jiang Gang consoles him. Yeah, but don't worry. She's with your godmother now. Yeezy said her dad picked her up. What's going on? He dodges the question. I don't know. Master, her dad's situation is complicated. I'll explain when I get back. Where are you guys? Lu Yi suddenly pulls her strap down. Hot. Hubby, I'm so hot. He says, I'm taking Yeezy home. You better get back too. Tonight's been a mess. It's too much. Why would you bring her to a place like that? She presses against him provocatively while he's on the phone. Yes, master, I'm on my way. Jiang Gang informs him. I'm taking Yeezy home for the night. Come pick her up after work. He hangs up and pushes her away. Hey, what's wrong with you? Lu Yi seems to be reacting to the alcohol. Hubby, I'm so hot. Chen Nua is furious. God damn it. Did they drug her too? She provocatively beckons him. Hubby, Lu Yi steps forward and gives Chen Nua a sweet kiss. He thinks, asterisk, you're playing with fire. Once she gets her memory back, she's going to kill me. Asterisk. Chen Nua tries to pull away. Stop. But Lu Yi won't quit. Hubby, I can't stop. He puts his phone in his pocket. Chen Nua coaxes her. This isn't the right place. This won't do. Let's just go home. He quickly hoists her up, and they jump out the window together. This is faster. He steps on Wang Laohu's lackey's hand. The man screams, Arg. It's broken. It's broken. Damn it. Boss, I'm sorry. For getting in the way of your foot. He walks up to him. I'm taking the phone and leaving. Elsewhere, in the eastern outskirts of Jinling City. At Li Qingshan's villa, he's soaking in a bathtub, deep in thought. All 3 of my legs are basically useless now. The doctor said hot springs might help the circulation and relax the tendons. It's better than nothing. Sigh. Now that it's come to this, there's no use worrying. This is the prime of my life. The phone on his tray rings. He answers. Hello. A voice comes from the other end. Li Qingshan. He replies, Sir, are you Zhang Linshen? No, little Mr. Haonan. To what do I owe? The call. Li Qingshan feels something is off. The voice is too familiar. For the past few nights, he's been waking up in cold sweats from nightmares filled with this very voice. The man on the phone continues, Yeah, it's me. This is one of your lackey's phones, right? He replies, Yes. It belongs to an associate of mine named Wang Laohu. Mr. Haonan, did that idiot cause trouble for you? The man says, Oh, not exactly. Li Qingshan breathes a sigh of relief. Good, that's good. The voice continues, but today he kidnapped a woman and took her to Jiaofeng Hall, where he drugged her and forced her to drink. He's startled. And that woman was? The man replies, My wife. Li Qingshan drops his phone. Asterisk his wife? It's over. Wang Laohu, you're digging my grave. Asterisk. Old 7 rushes in, panicked. Boss, something huge just happened. He roars out of control. What else could possibly be huge? Has the sky fallen? The man clarifies, Our men were attacked. Wang Laohu was thrown from the 3rd floor of Jiaofeng Hall. Li Qingshan is drained. Is he dead? He replies, Not yet. He's at the hospital. Nothing too serious, just a few broken bones. The guy got lucky. Li Qingshan screams like a madman. Why isn't he dead? Why is he still alive? God damn it, lucky my ass. He's not dead yet. Then go finish him. Kill him. Kill him right now. Old 7 is terrified. He orders, Don't hum me. Go. Li Qingshan directs, You go ahead. I have other things to settle. Yes, sir. He instructs, regarding Wang Laohu. He dragged a woman back today with bad intentions. You know how he is. Typical. One look at a pretty girl, and you lose all focus. He asked, is there something wrong with that woman's background? Li Qingshan replied, she's that man's wife. Lao Qi asked, which man? He emphasized every word, that man. Lao Qi's eyes widened as the realization hit him. Oh. Li Qingshan ordered, investigate exactly what happened today, immediately. Find the key details and clarify everything. I'm giving you half an hour. Can you do it? Lao Qi replied, yes, sir. He added, second, bring Wang Laohu to me. I don't care if he's on his deathbed. Drag him here. He obeyed. Understood. I'll get right on it. Li Qingshan gestured for him to leave. Go. And before you head out, tell them to bring me a spare phone. At Chun Nua's house, Lu Yi was being given water by him. Husband, I don't want water. I want kisses and hugs. Chun Nua coaxed her. Be good. You need to drink plenty of water to flush the alcohol and whatever was in that drug out of your system. A voice on the other end of the line said, Mr. Haonan, it's me. Chun Nua chuckled. I was in the middle of a sentence earlier when we were cut off. He continued, please don't mind me. After hearing what you said, my hand started shaking and I dropped my phone in the water. From his tone, Chun Nua guessed this Li Qingshan had some level of competence. Whether he was lying or not, he was clearly signaling his surrender. He said, fine, then let's continue. He asked with feigned concern, may I ask, is the madam all right? Chun Nua replied, yeah, she's fine. If she weren't, you wouldn't be getting the chance to call me right now. Li Qingshan desperately tried to smooth things over and extinguish the simmering rage. Mr. Haonan, I truly had no idea about this. Even if I had the balls of a lion, I would never dare touch anyone belonging to you. I've been out of town recently recovering from injuries, so I haven't been managing things at home. Look, why don't you give me one night? I'll get to the bottom of everything and give you a proper explanation. Whether they live or die will be entirely up to you, all right? Fine. As for today's incident, you'd better get the specifics. Especially that bastard Wang Laohu who kidnapped my wife. You better question him thoroughly. He hurriedly obeyed. Yes, of course. Please wait for my news. Louis called out to Chun Nua in a needy, spoiled voice. Husband, I'm so hot. He continued to give her water. Drink. Drink up. You won't feel so hot once you've had some water. She squirmed, stubbornly releasing her charms. I don't want to. I'm not drinking it. Lu Yi hugged Chun Nua tightly, pressing her full chest against him. Husband, hold me. Please just hold me. He started fearing for his life. Lady, I really don't dare. If sparks fly, things are going to get out of hand. Oh, Chun Nua's face turned beet red from the pressure of her body. Is being this strong supposed to be a flex? Louis whispered, hold me. He checked on her. Is she asleep? I'm stuck in this position. My back is definitely going to give out. She fell fast asleep on the sofa, her arms still wrapped tightly around Chun Nua's neck, pulling him close. Fine, I'll hold you. It's not like we haven't cuddled before. The two of them slept like that for about an hour. When Lu Yi woke up, she gently poked him with her finger to wake him. Husband, Chun Nua looked at her drowsily. You're awake? She whispered. Could you let go of me first? He realized his leg was draped over hers. He jumped. She hopped off the sofa and headed toward the bathroom. I smell terrible. I'm going to go take a shower. Chun Nua scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Go ahead. Hurry up. Wait, wasn't that just because you drank too much water? After finishing her shower, Lu Yi peeked her head out and said to her husband, I don't have any clothes. Could you help me find an outfit? Chun Nua was cornered. This was bad. There were no women's clothes in the house. Chun Nua was incredibly flustered. Damn it. Why don't I have any women's clothes here? He called out, all right, wait a moment for me. After rummaging around and finding a few things, Chun Nua pushed the bathroom door open a few minutes later. She shrieked in panic, Don't come in. Lu Yi stepped out wrapped in a towel to take the items. Thank you, husband. Once she put the clothes on, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Why is this underwear so small? It doesn't fit at all. Lu Yi leaned in close to her husband. Chun Nua looked confused. Huh? She stammered nervously. Can we do it another day? He was stunned. What? Lu Yi acted spoiled. I'm sorry. I know you're my husband, and you can do whatever you want. But I'm not ready yet. Can you give me some time? Chun Nua patted her head to comfort her. Yeah, don't overthink it. Go to sleep. Meanwhile, at Li Qingshan's place, a hot spring resort, the old man said to Lao Qi, So what's the story? Wang Laohu took in a lackey named Gu Kong, then helped him get revenge on some kid's older brother. He went to kindergarten to pick up his kid and kidnapped that woman right in front of the gate. He said the woman was with the kid's foster mother. Li Qingshan felt a surge of anger. This Gu Kong is absolute scum. Wang Laohu must be desperate for money to take in such a worthless piece of trash. He held his tobacco pipe and said, "The situation is clear now." It was Wang Laohu. He ran into the kid's foster mother at the kindergarten, and her friend, who happens to be Mr. Haonan's wife, was there too. Wang Laohu got greedy when he saw her beauty and lured her to Jiafeng Hall. Then Mr. Haonan arrived just in time, beat the hell out of Wang Laohu's men, and took the woman, the kid, and the foster mother away. Lao Chi added, "Boss, there's more." According to Wang Laohu, that woman isn't ordinary. Even if Mr. Haonan hadn't shown up, Wang Laohu would have been a dead man. Li Qingshan said, "It's no surprise she isn't ordinary. When two forces like that collide, you can only say Wang Laohu had terrible luck." He roared in anger, but damn it, if his luck is bad, he shouldn't drag me down with him. He asked, "Boss, Wang Laohu is back. Do you want to see him?" Li Qingshan changed his mind. "No, just keep a close eye on him. Don't let him die. I still need him as part of my explanation to that man." As Lao Chi pushed the wheelchair away, the old man called him back. "Lao Chi." He leaned down and asked, "Yes, boss?" Li Qingshan said, "There's one more detail. Think about it. Why would that man's wife know the kid's foster mother? What's their relationship? I'm afraid this isn't simple, especially since that man sounded like he was warning me when he called." He asked, "Didn't that Gu Kong guy want to kidnap his own daughter to extort the kid's older brother? So, what's the identity of that older brother?" Lao Chi immediately took the order. "I'll find out right away." Gu Kong is still breathing. He wanted to get the information and returned 10 minutes later. Lao Chi reported seriously, "Boss, I've got it. The kid's older brother is Chun Nua, a student at number 8 high school." Li Qingshan pondered. So this is the root of it. Gu Kang's daughter's brother is Chun Nua, who is Mr. Haonan's classmate. And Mr. Haonan's wife is friends with Chun Nua's sister's foster mother. This relationship is incredibly tight. He deduced, in that case, we can't let Gu Kong off the hook either, not just Wang Laohu. Handing over Wang Laohu is just an apology. Adding Gu Kong makes the gesture much weightier. He packed the tobacco into Li Qingshan's pipe and replied, "Wise move, boss. I'll make sure it's handled perfectly." The old man smiled craftily, preparing for his next major plan. "It has to be perfect. This could be the turning point that fixes my legs." At 3 in the morning, Xiaohe stumbled home, drunk and wobbling. The moment she entered her room, she kicked off her shoes, sighing, "I'm wasted." But suddenly, Xiaohe panicked. She realized something was wrong. The clothes in her closet had been ransacked and thrown everywhere. "I've been robbed." Xiaohe rushed to her drawer and checked her expensive jewelry. Luckily, the gold necklace was still in its box. This is the only valuable thing in the house. She guessed suspiciously, "Wait, if a thief broke in and didn't take the gold necklace, what did they take? I need to do a full inventory." After checking the house and the closet, 10 minutes later, Xiaohe was livid. She realized, that total pervert, he stole my underwear. I just bought those. They hadn't even been worn yet and still smelled brand new. What is even worth stealing about them? The next day, Wu Dalai rubbed his eyes as he answered the phone. "It's so early." "What's up?" Shenhua was calling for help. Sorry, did I wake you?" Wu Dalai said, "It's fine. If you're calling this early, it must be important. Speak up. Keep your voice down. Help me find a few sets of women's clothes." He was confused, huh? Shenhua described them briefly with a blush. Nothing new. "Get used ones. Not too old-fashioned. Something cute. Yeah. Outfits only. No underwear needed. As for size, about 5'7". And shoes, size 7 or 8. Leather shoes, heels, sneakers. Get a few pairs of each. They have to be used. No new stuff." Wu Dalai felt like he was acting very strange. Life with Brother Nua was getting more interesting by the day. Last time the KPI was beating people up based on medical bills, and today it's sourcing women's clothes. He repeated the list. Women's clothes and shoes, no underwear, young and pretty style, about 5'7", shoe size 7 or 8, used only. "Got it. I'll handle it as fast as possible and bring them over." He hung up and scratched his head tall. 5'7". Son Kiki isn't that tall, I think. Shenhua brought some things home. "I only took a few outfits. Surely the neighbor won't call the police, right?" He said to Lu Yi, who was brushing her teeth. "I brought breakfast, fried dough sticks, soy milk. and some porridge. She beamed at him. Okay, I'm coming. Lu Yi walked over to Chen Nua's side and said sweetly, yesterday was so strange. That lady came looking for her husband, but got the wrong door. Then I realized she didn't seem quite right in the head, and I was worried, so I followed her. Sorry for causing you more trouble. Chen Nua spoke while chewing on his food. I know. Seeing her reminded you of your own situation, and you felt pity for her. Her mood immediately dipped. Yeah, I don't know when my memory will ever come back, so I felt really bad for her. Let me tell you the rest. Lu Yi gave a simple recap. Then I ran into some bad guys. And then you showed up. Lu Yi looked puzzled. But why didn't you go inside to see that lady and the kid? Her husband showed up later too, right? Why did you just carry me away immediately? Well, he started. I was actually about to tell you about that. She replied, okay, tell me. Chen Nua explained carefully, even though we know martial arts. It's not like we didn't make enemies back in our days in the underworld. We're living under hidden identities now, trying to have a peaceful life. We have to be careful. If we're too flashy and people with bad intentions find out, or if word gets out to our old enemies, it'll be a nightmare. This is a matter of life and death. We can't always do whatever we want. Do you understand? Lu Yi had a sudden realization. So that's why you wore a helmet yesterday, to hide your face. You were afraid they'd find us. You patted her head. Exactly. You were the one who said you were sick of the chaos and blood of the underworld. That's why we decided to become normal people and hide away here for a quiet life. She was confused. Huh? I said that? Chen Nua replied, you did. Lu Yi thought to herself, I'm sick of the thrilling life of the martial world. It sounds exciting. Just thinking about it makes me crave it. I wonder why. After they finished eating, they went out for a walk. She hugged his arm and asked, husband, where are we going to play next? Chen Nua looked for a way to slip away. I need to find a way to get out of this and go to Teacher Zhang's place to pick up Yezi. Suddenly, a sign caught his eye, and Chen Nua came up with a plan. There we go. He led her over and said softly, Wifey, I've noticed you've been looking a bit haggard lately. Your complexion isn't great. As a girl, you should always take good care of yourself. A female employee at the door greeted them. Welcome. Lu Yi acted spoiled. Huh? Have I gotten ugly? The employee asked. Is this your first time here? Chen Nua replied. Yeah. She continued. Since it's your first visit, let me introduce our beauty packages. He replied. No need for an intro. Just give my wife a full body package. Nothing surgical, just the best treatments. She praised him. You really love your wife. Lu Yi stood there dazed. Didn't you want to ask me first? The employee explained. You see, sir, we have a promotion right now. Deposit 1,000 and get 200 free. Chen Nua didn't even think before saying, then put in 1,000. Before she could finish her sentence, deposit 3,000 and get. He interrupted, then make it 3,000. Chen Nua thought to himself, I need to make sure Lu Yi stays here for a long time. Lu Yi asked in shock, husband, do we really have that much money? The employee, afraid she'd ruin the sale, hurriedly called a colleague. We can't let this pretty girl ruin the deal. Wen, come over here and take care of this beautiful lady. She continued her sales pitch. You're truly young and successful, sir. Let's go set up the membership card. Chen Nua immediately agreed. Sure. We're doing the full body package. Take your time. Be as thorough as possible. I don't care if it takes half a day or the whole day. On the other side, Wen pulled Lu Yi away. Beautiful. Please sit here. Would you like some tea or a soda? She was a bit flustered and stammered. Chen Nua finished the paperwork. He walked back to Lu Yi. The card is all set. Wifey, you stay here and get pampered. I'm going to go to the market to grab some groceries first. She looked confused. Huh? Let's go together. Chen Nua coaxed her. Don't be scared. I'm just going to buy some vegetables. Your treatments will take quite a while. I'll come back later and we'll go home together. Lu Yi acted needy, but he instructed, just stay here. Don't go running off. If anything happens, call me. You remember my number? She replied, I remember. The salesperson called Lu Yi. Beautiful. Please follow me upstairs to enjoy your beauty journey today. She replied, oh. He urged, go on. Once Lu Yi was taken care of, Chen Nua immediately sprinted toward Teacher Zhang's house. Sifu opened the door for him. Come in. When Gu Yezi saw him, she rushed over joyfully. Big brother. Song Xiaoyan said, hold on, I haven't finished brushing your hair. You're going to be late for school. Jiang Gang told him to follow. Chen Nua, come into the kitchen with me. I have something to ask you. He turned back to coax the little princess, Yezi. Be a good girl and finish your hair. Okay? She pouted. Jiang Gang asked, "What's the deal with Yezi's father?" Chinua said, "Sifu, I get angry just thinking about it." She gently coaxed the little girl. "Yezi, let's get you to school." The girl acted spoiled. "Mommy, I haven't even seen my brother yet." Song Xiaoyan replied, "Your brother is talking to your godfather. He'll be back this afternoon anyway. You can see him then." In the room, the two were in deep discussion. Jiang Gang felt uneasy after hearing the story. "From what you're saying, this Gukong guy is definitely a piece of work." Chen Nua agreed, affirming, "Exactly. We absolutely cannot hand Yezi over to him." "Oh, by the way, Sifu, how did you pick up Yezi yesterday?" "I was at Daily Eye's place working, so I had no idea." He pondered. "Your Sifu mother had an episode yesterday while I wasn't home. She wandered off on her own and went to the kindergarten to pick up Yezi, where she ran into Gukong. But when she's having an episode, she doesn't remember anything, and Yezi is too small to explain it clearly. But that Gukong definitely had bad intentions. He even took Yezi to Jiafeng Hall. Is it a place for a child?" Jiang Gang asked. "You said before he came to you demanding several $1,000s?" He replied, "Yes, sir. He proposed a solution. How about this? Don't have Yezi go back home with you for a while. Let her stay with me." "That bastard Gukong sounds like a thug. If he goes to your place to demand Yezi, I'm worried a kid like you won't be able to handle him." Jiang Gang wanted to protect Gu Yezi's safety, hoping she could stay in the best environment and avoid any psychological trauma. "And let's stop sending her to that boarding kindergarten. I'm free after my classes anyway. I'll get off work a bit early every day and pick her up with your Sifu mother. We'll do this for a few days. If everything is clear, you can take her back. If Gukong gives you trouble, just tell me." Chen Nua took his hand gratefully. "Sifu, you really are the best. I was worried about how to arrange things for Yezi." Jiang Gang cautioned him, "Don't go getting into any fights. Don't forget, she's not just your sister, she's my goddaughter too." "Understood." Having finished the main business, he saw the guest out. "Go do whatever you need to do. Don't worry anymore. A teacher is like a father. If you run into trouble, just tell me. Don't hide it." Chen Nua obeyed and said goodbye. "Yes. Sifu." He thought to himself, "Li Qingshan already thinks I'm Haonan. That might actually help Haonan's reputation a bit. I'll just roll with it for now." Chen Nua's phone rang, and the screen showed Workman Liu. He was surprised. "Huh? Buck-toothed Liu?" He answered, and the voice on the other end asked, "Is this Chen Nua?" He replied, "Yes, Teacher Liu. Why are you calling me?" He asked, "Where are you? You haven't made it to school yet, have you? Regardless of your excuse, get your butt to school right now." "Fine." Chen Nua was puzzled. "Is there something urgent, teacher?" He informed him, "The new foreign chairman of the board is here and wants to see you." "Don't ask me why. I don't know either." He didn't get it. A foreign chairman wants to see me? Jiangning number 2 high school. Teacher Liu told Chen Nua, "You need to perform well. Give the school a chance." He was skeptical. "What does this have to do with me?" He turned back to lecture him. "What kind of attitude is that? These people are major international capitalists. If we keep them happy, they might invest a massive amount of money. Do you think our school's status will stay the same then? You're a student here. Will your status stay the same? Now, tell me, does it have something to do with you?" Chen Nua scratched his ear and replied indifferently, "I'm just a failing student waiting for graduation. Besides, I'm already working. I don't even need a diploma." Teacher Liu was furious. "Hey, why can't I get through to you?" Seeing him push his luck, Chen Nua warned him, "Listen, Liu, it's been a while. Did your scars heal so fast you forgot the pain? Am I being too nice to you?" He immediately softened his tone, his attitude shifting instantly. "Oh, come on, I was just being a bit impatient. Chen Nua, my little ancestor, consider this me begging you, okay? Help the school out. If anything happens in the future, I'll have your back." After hearing him out, Chen Nua nodded in agreement. "That's not a bad deal." He set his terms. "It's a deal. Teacher, you go talk to the faculty. From now on, whenever I don't show up, it counts as an excused absence." He immediately complied. "Done, done, done. I'll take care of it." The two arrived at the chairman's office. Teacher Liu whispered, "On the way here, I heard the chairman is looking for an assistant, preferably someone her age. In our school, your English is the best, so you're the best fit." Chinua replied, "I got it." He pushed the door open, feeling a bit anxious. The girl inside greeted him. "Hello, Chinua." He stepped in and replied, hello, chairman." Chinua looked her up and down, thinking, she's around my age? The female housekeeper said sternly, "The young lady is the chairman." "I am her housekeeper." The young lady changed her mind. "She wants to meet you somewhere else." He was confused. "Young lady? What's her name?" She replied, You'll know when you get there. Chin-nu was suspicious. My age, rich, and a girl. Do I even know anyone like that? He traveled to the new location, a hotel. The housekeeper said to Chin-nu, the young lady is inside. Please enter. I'll wait out here. He obediently pushed the door open. Before him was Nivea Devonhill, wearing tight yoga gear that showed off her S-curve as she practiced. Chin-nu walked in and looked around. Huh? You look familiar. She looked up and asked, Seen enough? Go close the door tight. Chin-nu blurted out in shock. Nivea? Holy crap. How did you find me? She said confidently. Chin-yang the con artist, right? I searched for everyone with that name in Hong Kong. And that's how I figured out you were lying. He turned to leave. I should have seen this coming. Nivea Devonhill said, the Whistler Hotel in Kathmandu. I tracked your check-in time and cross-referenced it with a list of every male passenger who entered Kathmandu within 48 hours. I went through all that trouble to finally find you, you liar. Chin-nu turned back, saying angrily, Didn't we say we'd never meet again? You agreed to that back then. She challenged him. Oh, I changed my mind. I'm a girl. And girls are allowed to change their minds. Nivea Devonhill toyed with a necklace. He approached her annoyed. What do you want? Is it even a real yoga pose? She shook the necklace, making a jingling sound. Nivea Devonhill's cheeks flushed, looking seductive. I wonder if you like this. She stepped toward him to entice him. I've booked this room, and we still have 2 hours left. Nivea Devonhill put the necklace on and said, 2 hours is plenty of time for us to do many, many things. I'll wear this bell, okay? She said, the louder the bell rings later, the more it means you like me. Chin-nu's face turned red, clearly tempted. Who could possibly resist this? Elsewhere, 2 little birds were chirping. Son Kiki sat in class, unable to focus, staring out the window. I don't know why, but I've been feeling so restless these past few days. It's like there's a strong sense of danger. She looked down at his desk. Chin-nu didn't come to school again today. When I called him, he just said he was busy and hung up before I could say much. Lee doubted didn't come either. I can't take this. After school today, I have to go to his house and find out exactly what's going on. At another company, Yuing, Jiang Yingzi talked to herself. Sweetie, has Chin-nu not contacted you in the last 2 days? Li Yingwan replied with a dejected face. No. She suggested, well, you could always be the one to start the conversation. She sighed and shared her thoughts. I sent 10 messages, and he barely replies to one. I say 10 sentences, and 8 of his responses are just, oh, or I'm busy. He just doesn't want to talk to me. If I keep being the only one trying. What's the point? Jiang Yingzi asked. So you don't like him anymore? Li Yingwan said stubbornly. If I still like him, I'm a little puppy. Her mother teased her. Oh look, it's Chin-nu. She immediately fell for it, turning her head excitedly. Appa? But in reality, there was no one there. Jiang Yingzi coaxed her. Come on, little puppy, finish your rice. If you really miss him, then just go find him. Li Yingwan acted spoiled. Appa told me not to go back to school yet. He said your situation hasn't been resolved and told me to stay by your side. She suggested, then you can just go to his house. The girl refused. But if I go, won't that be disobeying him? What if he gets mad? Jiang Yingzi whispered. You don't understand. Boys at this age often say the opposite of what they feel. I don't believe for a second that if he's faced with a girl as beautiful as my daughter, who is also completely devoted to him and came to find him herself, that he wouldn't be happy. Is she still mad? Li Yingwan felt a surge of energy, jumping up with determination. I'm going right now. Her mother chuckled. What's the rush? Eat your dinner first. Fine, just wait for Chin-nu to get home from school before you leave. Nivea Devonhill leaned in close, wrapping her arms around Chin-nu's neck. Back at the ABC, I could tell you were quite interested in my body, she whispered softly. Now that we're all alone, you can do whatever you want with me. He fought to keep his head clear. Damn it, this is a recipe for disaster. Chin-nu played along with her game. We've got plenty of time. Taking the opportunity, he grabbed her hand and tossed her forward. So, let's take it slow. Stung by the rough landing, Nivea Devonhill snapped. Are you sick or something? What kind of man treats a woman like that? Chin-nu replied. My lady, watch your mouth. If anyone heard you, they might get the wrong idea. She commanded, help me up. He backed away to keep his distance. You better stay put, or I might accidentally hurt you again. Nivea Devonhill pouted playfully. Is my body not beautiful enough? Am I not attractive? Chin-nu scratched his head, cutting straight to the point. Spit it out. What do you really want? She was blunt. I want you to be my man. He was skeptical. Is everyone going to be like this? I'm not some piece of meat. Shin Nuo raised a hand in refusal. Not happening. Nivea Devon Hill remained optimistic. Nothing is impossible. Aside from you, no one else catches my eye, and I don't want anyone else. You snatched me from the jaws of death. So that's why I came looking for you. He answered firmly, still no. I'm simply not interested in you. She scoffed. Liar. I don't believe you. Shin Nuo was blunt. I already have someone I like. Nivea Devon Hill was stubborn. Then pick someone else. He said, I'm not switching. Unhappy, she pressed him. Why? Is she prettier than me? More alluring? Richer? Shin Nuo felt a spark of irritation. He decided to end it. Look, lady, if I told you I was gay, would you believe me? Would you let me go then? Nivea Devon Hill brushed him off with a wave of her hand. No way. Even if you really were gay, I'd be the one to turn you straight again. Shin Nuo felt helpless. Am I really that special? She took a slow step toward him. Nivea Devon Hill embraced Shin Nuo, pouring her heart out. My family is gone. I just want to be by someone's side. Aside from you, I really don't know who else is left in this world. Shin Nuo, I'm so lonely. You carried me back from the brink of death, so you're the only family I have now. You're all I've got. She squeezed him tighter, pleading, don't abandon me. Let me stay with you, okay? Losing his patience, he pushed her away. Shin Nuo put some distance between them. He spoke slowly. Staying with me is out of the question. She persisted. Even just for a while? Shin Nuo added, no digging into my business, no leaking my secrets, and absolutely no interfering with my life. Nivea Devon Hill agreed submissively. Whatever you say. So will you be my man now? He replied flatly. Just leave. She pouted. Fine. I won't force you. But you can't go hiding from me on purpose. Shin Nuo warned her. Don't ever pull a stunt like that again. If you do, you already know what the consequences will be. Nivea Devon Hill perked up, beaming. As long as I don't do those things in front of others, it's fine. He felt she was finally starting to get it. Right. What's the deal with your colleagues over there? She said dismissively. Once I found you, I dropped over $3 million to invest in that education company. Shin Nuo was blunt. Are you blind? I'm not a good person, let alone some Prince Charming. Nivea Devon Hill waved him off. What's a prince to me? If he met me, he'd have to call me Annie. He's just a kid who follows me around. Hearing her, he felt defeated. You're something else. Truly something else. The Devonshire family is indeed an ancient and noble lineage. Shin Nuo rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Just imagining having to deal with her in the future made his head throb. Meanwhile, at the international arrivals gate of Jinling International Airport, Neo Yedong walked out of customs clutching her suitcase. She grumbled angrily. Lu Yi, you dare run off to fool around? When I find you, you're dead meat. Old Vu appeared, stepping up to greet her. Neo Yedong, what a surprise. I didn't expect to run into you in a backwater place like this. He patted her head. Are you here alone? Where is your companion? Neo Yedong replied. She's not here. I'm just here for a vacation. After all, I am Chinese. Old Vu nodded. I see. Well, have a pleasant holiday. She asked him, and what are you doing here? A great cultivator leading the divine. I doubt anyone here believes in your gods. Old Vu sighed. I'm planning to rest a bit too, and maybe handle a few small tasks. Even a group of cultivators needs funding. He smiled. On second thought, speaking to a frail girl with no future, my promise still stands. You're welcome to become my disciple anytime, my little genius. Old Vu bid Neo Yedong farewell and walked away. Don't let me down. The young girl stood frozen, trembling with rage. Vu, Old Vu, he polished his glasses. A captain shouldn't act like a turtle hiding in its shell. It seems he's really been backed into a corner this time. He'll surely have to pay a steep price. Old Vu put his glasses back on, a sinister smile playing on his lips at the mention of the man's name. After finishing his talk with Nivea Devon Hill, Shin Nuo strolled back to Hummingbird. Things here were temporarily settled, but he needed to deal with Li Qingshan quickly. Suddenly, Shin Nuo remembered something and pulled out his phone. Haonan, I'm sending you an address. Head over there and check it out first, he said. The man on the other end replied. Huh? What for? Hello. Shin Nuo answered. I'm introducing you to some people. I'm taking you there to show off your authority. They agreed to meet at the scheduled spot. Inside the study, Haonan pulled out a chair and sat down, picking up a teacup. Haonan, let's talk. It's about time. Shin Nuo exposed him. Haonan, your memory has actually returned. Hasn't it? Shin Haonan panicked. You noticed? Chen Nua poured some tea, his tone nonchalant. I've known for a while. I even know you went to Jiaofeng Hall that day to poke around and see what happened. The man was incredibly anxious. Are you going to wipe my memory again? Haonan, I'm terrified. You aren't planning to kill me to keep me quiet, are you? Brother, I haven't offended you lately. I did everything you asked. You told me to learn boxing from Mr. Xiong, and I went without a word. I'm still your senior brother. He replied, second senior brother. Haonan stammered. Even a second senior brother is still a senior. We can't have disciples killing each other. Chen Nua, relax. I called you here for something else. I'm telling you now, just follow my lead later. After they discussed things for a bit, someone arrived. An hour later, Lao Chi knocked on the door to report their guest had arrived. Li Qingshan told him to knock first. The man knocked loudly a few times until a voice from inside called out, "Come in." The old man rolled in on his wheelchair and greeted them. Mr. Haonan, it's been a long time. Chen Haonan tried his best to stay calm. Don't be scared, don't be scared. Chen Nua told me to just sit there and do nothing. Li Qingshan instructed Lao Chi, wait outside and watch the door. I'll call for you in a moment. Chen Haonan said, have a seat. He introduced Chen Nua to Li Qingshan. This is my classmate, Chen Nua. He's also my junior brother. Li Qingshan greeted him warmly. A pleasure, truly a pleasure. Internally, he was cursing. Damn it, not just a classmate, but a fellow disciple. No wonder his wife and the boy's foster mother are friends, and no wonder Mr. Haonan got involved in Gu Kang's business. But this junior, everything is written all over his face. He looks easy to handle, unlike that deep and mysterious Mr. Haonan. No problem at all. Chen Nua sat with his legs crossed, looking serious. Li Qingshan began his pitch. I stayed up all night. I've taken care of everything you requested. Chen Nua gestured for him to continue. Oh, let's hear it. Yes, sir. The old man was desperately trying to come up with an excuse to cover his tracks. First, I must apologize. I will not be lenient. That bastard Wang Laohu insulted your sister-in-law. Although I don't know the specifics, he's my man, so I must offer my apologies. I'm glad she's all right. Chen Nua's blood boiled hearing this. As soon as Li Qingshan finished, he slammed his hand on the table. She's all right? So you think we should just let it go because she's all right? Haonan quickly waved his hands to calm things down. Of course not, of course not. Li Qingshan tried to read Chen Nua's mind. Exactly as I thought, an impulsive youth. Not at all like Mr. Haonan, who hides his emotions so well you can't tell what he's thinking. He spoke up. He insulted your sister-in-law. Even if you don't care to settle the score, I can't be that inconsiderate. That's why I'm here today, to make amends. The young man snapped back. And how do you plan to do that? Chen Haonan cut in. Junior, calm down. Let the man finish. Fine. Li Qingshan followed his lead. Right. Let me finish. And you two can decide if it's fair. Chen Nua sat back down, stifling his anger. Go on. The old man explained. Besides Wang Laohu, there's another one named Gu Kong who also offended young Chen Nua here, right? I've thought about it for a long time. These seem like two separate issues, but the root cause is the same. Chen Nua's younger sister. Therefore, Li Qingshan continued, Gu Kong and Wang Laohu are both injured right now, covered in bruises. They're alive, but they've suffered quite a bit. Once they've healed up, I'll arrange to send them to the rat hole. The boy asked suspiciously, You mean prison? For how long? And you think you could just send people there? Do you own the place? The old man quickly wiped sweat from his brow. I wouldn't dare, but I have my ways of making them voluntarily surrender and take responsibility. If they refuse, it's not hard. Just knock them out, toss them in a car by the side of the road, and plant some contraband on them. As for how long they stay behind bars, that's entirely up to you too. Li Qingshan turned to Chen Haonan. Mr. Haonan, you haven't said a word. What are you thinking? Chen Nua spoke for him. Old man, my senior brother means that your offer is barely acceptable. Li Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's good then. That's very good. He called his subordinate, Lao Chi, back into the room. Li Qingshan pulled out a bag, showing his sincerity. Just a small token of my appreciation. Since your sister-in-law was offended, I wanted to provide something for her to buy some clothes or makeup, just to cheer her up. The boy said, my senior brother says, we'll keep the gift. The old man looked at Chen Haonan. Then I'll take my leave. Chen Nua stood up and extended his hand to Li Qingshan. The old man gave a forced smile and shook it. I hope to be in your good graces, Mr. Haonan. As Li Qingshan shook his hand, he looked apologetic again. Young Chen Nua, since this is our first meeting, I've been inconsiderate. I haven't prepared a gift for your sister. I hope you can forgive me. Chen Nuo was still sour. Yeah, he grunted, as they shook hands. A strange ripple of magical energy suddenly pulsed out. After leaving Chun Haonan's study, Lao Chi and Li Qingshan got into the car to head back. The old man remained silent. He sighed. I didn't find a chance to bring it up. The timing wasn't right. His subordinate added, but they took the money and their attitude softened. They'll remember your favor. It'll be easier to talk next time. Li Qingshan replied, You're right. But what worries me is, Lao Chi whispered, that Haonan guy has a junior brother, which means they have a sect. Boss, should we investigate them? The old man snapped. Are you crazy? How stupid can you be? If that sect can produce a little poison dragon like him, how powerful must the elders be? Is a sect like that something we can just poke around in? Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes. Li Qingshan's head hit the seat. Ow! Lao Chi roared. What the hell are you doing? Are you blind? The driver stammered. 7. Someone ran a red light. I almost hit them. He was about to blow his top when Li Qingshan stopped him. Shut up. All of you shut up. Li Qingshan was ecstatic. On my legs. I can move my legs. Back in the study, Chen Haonan sat down, looking exhausted. Phew. It's finally over. He quickly gulped down some water. Chen Nuo chuckled. Was it that stressful? Chen Haonan shot back. What do you think? That was Li Qingshan, the one man in Jinling that no one dares to cross. He asked curiously, What's in the bag? The boy said, Open it and see for yourself. Chen Haonan's eyes widened. In shock. Holy, that's a lot of cash. Chen Nuo said, Count it. How much? 8. The boy waited. That's the 5th time. Are you done counting? He said shakily. 88,800. Chen Nuo said calmly, Oh, a lucky number. Chen Haonan shared his thoughts. I don't know. Thinking about it, it's not that much. A big shot like him offends you and only pays 88 grand? I thought it'd be hundreds of thousands, maybe a million. The boy explained, regarding his offense against me. He's sending Wang Laohu and Gu Kong to prison. That's the real compensation. This money is just a gesture of sincerity. If he gave me $1 million right off the bat, how much would he have to pay if he actually needed a favor later? He's leaving himself room to move. An old fox like Li Qingshan knows exactly where the line is. It clicked for Haonan. He nodded in agreement. I see. That makes sense. Chen Nuo stood up to leave. Anyway, it's getting late. I'm heading out. I need to hurry home and buy groceries for dinner. Chen Haonan held up the bag. Hey, you forgot the money. The boy turned back. We have to play the part to the end. Bro, you keep it. Just don't spend it all at once. Touched, he looked at the pile of cash. Is this for me? Chen Haonan thought to himself. But wait, where did he get a wife? And what about son Kiki? When he got home, Wu Dalai was carrying 2 suitcases as requested. Brother Nuo, I finished what you asked. Everything's in here. The boy was surprised. That fast? He replied, when it's something you ask for, I wouldn't dare drag my feet. Chen Nuo asked with concern, What happened to your face? Wu Dalai explained sheepishly. She scratched me. I saw her height and shoe size match the mission, so I burst in and cleared out her closet. I even grabbed some makeup and skincare while I was at it. Ended up with these scratches for my trouble. All right then. Chen Nuo patted his shoulder gratefully. You've worked hard. You really helped me out this time. Oh, by the way, go see Li Qingshan in a few days. Just head straight there. And tell him Mr. Haonan sent you. Wu Dalai was confused. Huh? Mr. Haonan? The boy gave him strict instructions. Yeah, remember, don't mention my name. From now on, call me Mr. Haonan. He asked, so why am I going to see Li Qingshan? What do I say? Chen Nuo replied. Just tell him Mr. Haonan sent you to collect the medical fees. He returned to where Lu Chi-Chi was staying. She was busy enjoying a skincare treatment. Girls need to start early. Our shop has a Forever Young package. Chen Nuo stood by the door, hearing the staff say, Don't worry about the price. We have a massive discount right now. A girl has to love herself. A beautiful face is your greatest asset. Our female charisma package is... Before he could do anything, she jumped out, grabbed his collar, and started pulling him away. Hubby, run. They ran for a bit before Lu Chi-Chi finally let go. He asked, panting, what's wrong? She replied, they were trying to sell me a package. I was afraid you'd get scammed. Lu Chi-Chi added, hubby, I remember you said we don't have money. Let's not go to places like that anymore, okay? Chen Nuo gave a wry smile. Yeah, we're pretty poor. Good thing I have a thrifty wife. They walked home together. Let's go home and cook. I'll make your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs and some stir-fried greens. She chirped happily. Okay. I didn't eat anything at the salon for lunch. They arrived home. While he was washing dishes in the kitchen, Lu Chi called out, Hubby, come here quick. Something's not right. Chen Nua poked his head in. Huh? What's wrong? She said, the clothes, they're so baggy. The lady at the salon said this doesn't suit me. He quickly made up an excuse. Well, when you were sick before, I was the one who took care of you and dressed you. Just pick whatever you like from the pile. Lu Chi rummaged through the closet. Hubby, are these really all mine? Chen Nua replied. That's right. She asked. Then do we have any skincare or makeup? He quickly handed her the bag he'd prepared. We do. You used to like smashing things when you were sick. I was afraid you'd break these, so I tucked them away in this bag for you. Chen Nua silently thanked Wu Dalei for saving his life. Thank God Dalei was thorough. Lu Chi took the bag. All right, then step out for a bit. I want to change. I've been wearing these hospital clothes for days. It's not a good look. He replied. Okay, I'll get back to the dishes. Chen Nua sighed deeply, feeling exhausted. The great king of the underworld, reduced to doing chores. He remembered his past life, where he had chefs of every nationality. English, French, Japanese, Brazilian. Every delicacy imaginable at his fingertips. She called out, Hubby. Lu Chi stepped out in a new outfit. A purple off-the-shoulder crop top with a skull print, a tight miniskirt adorned with chains and a skull belt, red and black striped thigh-high stockings, and black high-heeled boots. She looked incredibly edgy. Are you sure I used to wear this? Is this that rebellious punk style from back in the day? Uh-huh. She felt a bit embarrassed. This is so cringy. Was my taste really like this? Chen Nua looked away. I mean, it looks good on you. You used to love dressing like that. But inside, he was losing his mind. Holy crap, this is hot. If I took a few photos and posted them on Octopus, I wonder how much they'd sell for. Let's go, Chen Nua said. Since you're all dressed up, let's go buy a bed. We can't keep sleeping on the sofa forever. Lu Chi said, wait, we're going out? Then I'm going to change into something else. She clung tightly to his arm. Honey, where are we going? Chinatown. There's an old furniture store there. The two of them closed the door and left. Meanwhile, Li Yingwan and son Kiki were thinking the same thing. Let's go. Chen Nua should be home by now. She left the cafe and headed toward her car. Suddenly, the sound of a little girl sobbing caught Li Yingwan's attention. Huh? She wondered. Are you lost? Neo Yedong was crying so hard, she could barely breathe. Li Yingwan knelt down. What's wrong, sweetie? Neo Yedong sat on the ground, burying her face in her hands as she sobbed. I can't find my way back to the hotel. Are you all by yourself? The little girl shook her head. No, I was with my big sister. We took the bus, but I fell asleep. When I woke up, she was gone. I got off the bus to look for her, but I can't find her anywhere. Seeing how pitiful Neo Yedong looked, Li Yingwan decided to help. She's so adorable. I can't just leave her here. How about I take you home? My sister said I shouldn't go with strangers. Oh, but I'm not a bad person. She projected a friendly aura, hoping Neo Yedong would lower her guard. How could someone as pretty as me be a bad person? Villains are always ugly. Haven't you seen them on TV? Well, I guess I believe you. All right. Li Yingwan took Neo Yetong's hand. Do you remember which hotel you and your sister are staying at? Yes, I have the key card right here. Oh, as long as you have the card, we're good. Let's get you back. Okay. The two of them hopped into a taxi and started chatting. How old are you? 8.5. Why is your hair white? Did your family dye it for you? It's really pretty. Thank you, miss. Miss? What's your name? My name is Xiao Naitong. They arrived at a luxury hotel. Neo Yedong pointed at it and told Li Yingwan, this is the place. As they headed for the elevator, the girl said, it looks like my sister isn't back yet. I see. You should head inside then. I can't just leave you sitting in the hallway. Neo Yedong acted cute. Miss, can you wait for my sister with me? I'm scared to be alone. Sure, I can do that. Then Li Yingwan remembered. Oh, that's right. Do you have your sister's phone number? If she can't find you, she's going to be worried sick. The girl closed the hotel room door. Oh, hold on a second. Neo Yetong's expression shifted, revealing her true nature. Miss, didn't anyone ever tell you not to follow strangers so easily? The girl released a magical aura, paralyzing Li Yingwan's nerves. The moment she realized something was wrong, she gasped. Go to sleep now. Li Yingwan slowly lost consciousness. You. The girl sighed. Adults are all as simple-minded as Lu Chi. Lu Chi used a burner account to take a hit on her own mother, and then she vanished. I'll have to take this woman somewhere remote for questioning. Neo Yedong turned to a hotel staff member. Excuse me, sir. Could you help me take this suitcase to the entrance? It's way too heavy. I can't carry it myself. He smiled cheerfully. Of course, little girl. Thank you. Meanwhile, with Chen Nuo and Lu Chi-Chi in Chinatown at the old furniture store, he was busy haggling. Come on, boss, give me a break on the price. She was busy stroking a fluffy white kitten on the counter. Meow. No can do. This is a Simmons, top of the line. If it weren't used, there's no way I'd sell it to you for 400 yuan. A phone rang, signaling a new message. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chen Nuo checked his phone. Inbox. Nuo, where are you? Kiki said no one was home, so she's heading to the shop to find you. From Brother Lei. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. Lei's shop is less than 200 meters from here. Chen Nuo stole a cautious glance. Luckily, Lu Chi-Chi was distracted by the cat. If she saw this message, he shielded the phone and carefully typed a reply. Outbox. Brother Lei, tell her I'm out of town on business. Don't slip up. Just tell her to go home. Great job. I'm in Chinatown right now, busy with something I can't talk about. Brother Lei, got it. I'll make sure your secret is safe. Nuo. Suddenly, the next message gave Chen Nuo a heart attack. Brother Lei, Nuo, we have a problem. I was going to send her away, but someone at the shop blurted out that they saw you at the furniture store. Keek's on her way to find you. Fine, he said, turning around. I'll take it your price. Have the driver deliver the bed to the address I sent. Chen Nuo quickly grabbed her hand to leave. Huh, we're leaving already? The moment Chen Nuo stepped out the door, he spotted Sun Keek's back and panicked. He could already see the disaster unfolding. If these two met, the fallout would be beyond horrifying. Sun Kiki and Ling Wan might just bicker, but with Lu Chi-Chi, there would be a body count. Lu Chi-Chi noticed the sudden change in Chen Nuo's expression. Honey, why are you sweating so much? He quickly ducked away. Babe, I need to use the restroom. Wait for me here, okay? Lu Chi-Chi was confused, not understanding what was happening. Huh? As she wandered around, she ran into Sun Kiki. The girl looked at Lu Chi-Chi and was in awe. Wow, she's gorgeous. Then she immediately sighed to herself. Ugh, here I go comparing myself again. Well, I'm still growing. I still have a chance. She looked back at Lu Chi-Chi with a hint of suspicion. Wait, that shirt she's wearing. Chen Nuo has the exact same one. Man, I miss him. 5 minutes passed. Chen Nuo was hiding in the restroom, peeking out to assess the situation. Sun Kiki must have gone inside to look for me. I need to grab Lu Chi-Chi and run while I have the chance. He pulled her hand. Let's go, we're heading home. Wait. Honey, I need to go to the bathroom too. Chen Nuo was forced to wait outside. Give me a break, he thought impatiently. It's not safe to stay here. Maybe I should hide inside? Suddenly, Sun Kiki appeared behind him. Her voice hit him like an electric shock. Chen Nuo. She ran up and hugged him tight. I haven't seen you in 3 whole days. Chen Nuo felt his soul leave his body. What kind of messed up surprise is this? Sun Kiki held on to him. Why haven't you been at school? He kept a wary eye on the ladies' room. Brother Lei's shop has been swamped. Damn it, he cursed internally. If Lu Chi-Chi walks out now, this place is going to blow. Sun Kiki wrapped her arms around his neck, looking right into his panicked face. Why haven't you been answering my texts? Her face turned bright red. That's not true. I have been. He didn't know how to respond. Well, Sun Kiki continued to call him out. I send so many, and you only reply once a day. Chen Nuo gently patted her shoulder. People around them were blushing at their public display of affection. Kiki were still students. Hugging like this in public is a bit. Sun Kiki realized it too and felt a little embarrassed. Right? He thought to himself, I can't stay here. I have to move her. Actually, come on. Chen Nuo quickly pulled her away. Let's go. I'll show you around. The Chinatown night market is really lively. But Sun Kiki shook his hand off and waved. You wait for me here. I have to use the restroom real quick. You're taking me out for something delicious after. Chen Nuo watched her go, completely horrified. What? He stood there frozen, the helplessness written all over his face as she left him behind. Wait here? Like hell I will. Inside the restroom, the water was running. Lu Chi-Chi stood nearby, watching Sun Kiki touch up her lipstick. She didn't hold back her praise. That lipstick shade is really pretty, and it looks great on you. Sun Kiki was taken aback by the compliment. Feeling a bit shy, but she replied politely. Oh, thank you. You're very beautiful too. She thought to herself. She's not even wearing makeup, yet she's stunning. Sun Kiki offered her the lipstick. Would you like to try some? Lu Chi-Chi accepted it shyly. Is it okay? Are you sure? It's fine. Sun Kiki was happy to share. Don't worry about it, go ahead. You're so pretty already. This will definitely make you look even better. She couldn't stop gushing. You're seriously beautiful. I've never seen anyone as pretty as you. As Lu Chi focused on applying the lipstick, she replied, oh, stop. You're very cute too. Sun Kiki continued. Are you here for furniture too? Oh, Lu Chi corrected her. No, I'm here with my husband. He's waiting for me outside. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo felt a sudden chill. He shuddered. What's going on? I've got goosebumps for no reason. At the same time, Sun Kiki happily introduced herself. Oh, I'm here to meet my boyfriend. He's waiting for me outside too. Lu Chi was surprised by the coincidence. Really? The two of them walked out arm in arm, chatting away. That shirt you're wearing is cool. My boyfriend has the exact same one. Really? Oversized men's clothes are actually pretty trendy for girls right now. Lu Chi called out, but there was no one in sight. Honey? Hubby? Sun Kiki was confused. Huh? Where did they go? Chen Nuo was currently crouching behind a wall, watching them and screaming internally. Holy crap, what is this? Are they best friends now? He was drenched in sweat, frantically typing on his phone. Please, don't let Sun Kiki shout my name right now. Just as she opened her mouth to yell Chun, he screamed from the side. No, the phone in her pocket vibrated, and the screen lit up. Sun Kiki held up her phone to Lu Chi. It's my boyfriend. His rushed voice came through the speaker, and then he hung up. Kiki, something urgent came up at Brother Lei's shop. I had to head back. Meet me there as soon as you can. She looked disappointed. Huh? He hung up already? Then Sun Kiki said goodbye to Lu Chi and left. Sorry, my boyfriend had an emergency and had to go back early. I have to go too. See you around. Chen Nuo watched from his hiding spot, finally breathing a sigh of relief. That was way too intense. I almost had a heart attack. Then Lu Chi called out again. Honey, hubby. He ran out from behind her, holding 2 ice cream cones. Here I am. I'm here. She frowned. Where did you go? He kept a bright smile. I want to get these for you. The two of them walked away together. Let's go. Let's head home, or we won't have anything to sell tomorrow. She felt a bit dejected. I guess that's that. Sun Kiki stood at the door, looking at her phone. Inbox. Chen Nuo. Kiki, I'm so sorry. It was a total emergency. Didn't even have time to tell you. Sun Kiki. I'm not happy about it, but I won't let my feelings get in the way of your work. Chen Nuo, once I'm done with this rush. Sun Kiki. You better make it up to me then. I'll let you off the hook this time. Chen Nuo, yes ma'am. Chen Nuo looked at his phone, feeling incredibly lucky. Disaster averted. He stretched his shoulders and looked at Lu Chi. Who are you texting? She was still focused on her screen. I met a really nice girl in the bathroom earlier. She even let me borrow her lipstick. We had a great talk and swapped numbers. Hearing this, Chen Nuo froze. Lu Chi looked at him, confused. Honey, what's wrong? He clutched his head, screaming internally. They swapped numbers. If they really become close, the nightmare I'm facing is going to be a literal bloodbath. Chen Nuo forced a smile. Chi, texts cost $1 each. It's expensive. Maybe don't text too much. Lu Chi acted like it was no big deal. Oh, just one more. I'm inviting her to go shopping with me. Then we can head home for dinner. He felt more tense than ever. We didn't give her our address, did you? Not yet. I ran out of characters. I'll tell her another time. He let out a long breath, feeling a wave of relief. Let another time be a very long time from now. They returned to their room. Lu Chi, go take a shower. You've been out all day. You must be exhausted. Give me your clothes. I'll wash them for you. She looked thrilled. I finally get to sleep in a bed tonight. Chen Nuo tossed something into the washer with a devious grin. Hith hith. It was already 11:30 p.m. Lu Chi lay under the covers, facing away, but her cheeks were flushed. Even though they had shared the sofa before, sleeping in a bed felt different. He quickly climbed into bed. Chi, babe, you awake? She kept her eyes shut tight, feeling shy. He's so close. Does he want to? Chen Nuo's hand reached toward her, making her jump. A surge of power blasted Chen Nuo back, sending him flying off the bed and into the wall. No, the wall behind him cracked. She gasped, covering her mouth in shock. After taking the hit, he sat on the floor and explained. I was just reaching for the light switch. It's on your side. Lu Chi felt terrible and apologized immediately. I'm so sorry. I was just so nervous I lost control. Chen Nuo sighed helplessly. Back to the sofa for me tonight, I guess. I'll buy another bed tomorrow. Okay. The night passed. The next morning, Lu Chi finished her meal and patted her stomach contentedly. So full. Honey, where's my phone? Chen Nuo was clearing the dishes and looked surprised. Huh? I'm supposed to meet my new friend to go shopping today. He forced a smile, sweat dripping down his face as he played innocent. Oh no, I must have left it in your clothes from yesterday. I threw it in the wash. Is it still in there? As Chen Nuo put the dishes in the sink, Lu Qiqi's scream rang out. Honey, my phone is ruined. She looked at her phone, heartbroken. It's dead. It won't even turn on. Chen Nuo frowned, acting remorseful. Man, I was so careless. But inside, he was cheering. I made sure to run it through 2 cycles. There's no way it wouldn't be broken. Chen Nuo sat down next to her and gently took her hand. It's okay, we'll just buy a new one. It's just a shame about your new friend. I guess it wasn't meant to be. Since the phone is broken, her number is gone too. Lu Qiqi looked at the dead phone, genuinely upset. I finally made a new friend. She turned to him and held out her hand. Honey, let me borrow your phone for a second. Chen Nuo panicked. What? What do you need my phone for? I want to give my new friend my number. He didn't know what to do. Huh? But the number? She rubbed her cheek, a smile returning to her face. It's just a phone number. I memorized it. I remembered it as soon as she told me. Chen Nuo froze in his tracks, his smile hardening. Memorized it? Memorized it? He was screaming internally, feeling like he was about to explode. Are you kidding me? Your whole trope is amnesia. You don't even know who you are or what your name is, but you memorized a stranger's phone number after hearing it once. Great, your character setting is broken and my heart is about to burst. Lu Qiqi was confused by his reaction. Honey, what's with that look? Why are you just standing there? Where's your phone? He was sweating buckets, unable to say a word, only able to shout in his mind. If I give you my phone and you type in that number, Sun Keek's name is going to pop up. How the hell am I supposed to explain that? She cuddled up to him. Come on, sweetie. Please? Chen Nuo was practically in tears, forced to give in. It's in the bedroom. I'll go get it for you. He trudged off with a dark expression. They say Chao Ji composed a poem in 7 steps to save his life. Now, I have to figure out how to stop this call before I reach the bedroom. Quick, delete everything. This is exhausting. Just then, there was a knock at the door. He felt like he'd found a gold mine and immediately turned around. Qiqi, someone's at the door. I'll see who it is. He rushed to the door, feeling hopeful. This is my chance. I need to call Sun Kiki and tell her to change her number immediately. Whoever is at the door, you're my savior. The door opened to reveal Old Man, you standing there. He raised a hand and flashed a friendly smile. Hello, mister. Before he could finish, Chen Nuo slammed the door shut and yelled, wrong house. Then he grabbed Lu Qiqi's hand and dragged her toward her room. Move it. She was confused by the sudden move. Honey, what's going on? Just then, Old Man Yu easily kicked the door open and stepped inside with a dangerous grin. Mr. Chun, don't bother hiding. I've already seen your face. Meanwhile, in an abandoned house deep in the suburban woods, Li Yingwan was tied to a wooden chair, facing an interrogation. Still not talking? Who exactly is protecting you? Niu Yedong held up a photo of Lu Qiqi, her gaze sharp. The first thing I did in Jinling was look for Olgua. He was my primary target after all. Killing Jiang Yingxi was just a side gig. But his shop was empty, so I had to settle for you. She crossed her arms, looking threatening. There's no need for us women to make things hard on each other. I have no grudge against you. Just tell me who's protecting you, and maybe I can find Lu Qiqi. We've wasted the whole night. Don't you know that lack of sleep stunts a child's growth? Li Yingwan only scowled, choosing to remain silent in the face of the threat. Angry, the girl squatted down and opened a black briefcase. You're forcing my hand. Li Yingwan trembled with fear as a snake slowly slithered out of the case. Talk, or this triple-headed cobra is going for a crawl through your clothes. It wasn't easy to catch, you know. I spent over 2 hours hunting it down after I knocked you out. Niu Yedong stood up, watching the terrified Li Yingwan. The triple-headed cobra, also known as the stone-headed adder. It's highly venomous. She looked at the snake and screamed. Get it away. Get it away. Help. But Li Yingwan soon realized something. Wait, this is actually just a harmless black-banded snake. Its meat is actually quite tasty. Niu Yedong sneered at her. Just talk if you're so scared. I have thousands of ways to make you scream. Li Yingwan looked like she was about to cry. But she shouted back, in your dreams. I'll never talk. Not even if I die. Appa, she thought, I'll never betray you. If I die, please don't ever forget me. Niu Yedong wouldn't give up, moving closer to apply more pressure. You're an idiot for being so stubborn. Whoever's protecting you isn't just involved in Lu Yi's disappearance. He clearly means a lot to you. You've basically sold him out already. But Li Yingwan remained firm. refusing to speak. I. No matter what you say, I won't talk. Next. Neo Yedong looked at her phone. I don't need you to talk anymore. If he's that important, his number must be in here. No, I didn't grab your mom. Because she looks like an airhead. Totally useless. That phone belonged to Li Yingwan. The screen showed an incoming call from Chun Nua. Even if the call details weren't specific, he was clearly the most frequent contact. She frowned. Huh, it won't go through. Elsewhere. The phone in Chun Nua's pocket was vibrating, but he didn't seem to notice. His hands were busy controlling several objects floating in the air, pointing them directly at the door. Who are you? Breaking into someone's home like this. I'm calling the cops. Old man, you stood calmly as knives pointed at him. There's no need for that. You can drop the act now, Mr. Chun. He flashed a dangerous smile.